Chapter 1. EC, Orangetown Clinic. Why is it taking so long for him to come out? A bald, muscular man, completely wrapped in bandages, paced anxiously outside the door, glancing up intermittently at the bright light above the entrance, where surgery in progress was scrawled in red ink. Could something have gone wrong? The man's eyes were filled with trepidation. At that moment, the surgical light extinguished. The doorknob began to turn, tightening the man's heart as a young man in a white coat poked his head out. Who was the family member of Brin? I am his subordinate. The bald man hurried to the doctor. Subordinate? That's acceptable. The patient is out of danger, but due to excessive blood loss, he will need to rest for a while longer to recover. During the recovery period, please ensure a light diet, avoiding excessive oil and salt. The doctor admonished while removing his hat, revealing his short black hair. Thank you, doctor. The burly man, deeply moved, grasped the doctor's hands, shaking them fervently. Please stop shaking. Let go. The man's strength was a bit overwhelming, causing the young doctor to tremble as he spoke. I'm sorry, doctor. I'm just so overwhelmed. The man quickly released his grip. Can you imagine Dwayne Johnson displaying a childlike expression of grievance? Today, the doctor witnessed it. With such an expression, how could I possibly hold it against you? Forget it. You may go in now to see him, but you must not exceed 15 minutes. Thank you, doctor. The burly man expressed his gratitude and dashed into the operating room. He grasped the doorknob and pushed hard, causing a loud crash. In the doctor's exasperated expression, the entire door, along with part of the frame, was seized by the muscular man, who looked at the doctor in bewilderment. The doctor slapped his forehead, set the door aside, and go in. Just make sure to fix it when you leave. I'm sorry, doctor. It wasn't intentional. The doctor's expression stiffened as he muttered those words through clenched teeth. For some reason, upon seeing the doctor's squinting eyes, the burly man shivered, instinctively sensing that remaining here might lead to dire consequences. Doctor, I will fix the door. He'll go see the general now. The man swiftly dashed inside. The young doctor, witnessing this, said nothing further but quietly stepped outside. Dr. House. How is the general? Two villagers approached inquiringly. He's fine now. Thank you for sending them over. Glad to hear it. We were just passing by. One of the villagers scratched his head, appearing slightly embarrassed. House gave them a sidelong glance and playfully chided. Don't worry, I'll request a reward for you. Now hurry along. Don't your families worry? Thank you. We'll head back now. We'll bring you some salted fish made at home. Next time, it's truly delicious. The villagers, unfazed by the teasing, chuckled instead. All right, off you go. Very well, we're leaving. As their figures gradually receded, the doctor removed his mask, revealing a youthful and handsome face, likely around 20. He suppressed his smile, regaining his composed demeanor, leaning slightly against the clinic wall, striking a match to light a cigarette. Gazing at the vast sea before him, he exhaled a long plume of smoke, this cursed era. Over a decade ago, Roger was executed in Log Town after a surrender, and just before his demise, he shouted, "Do you desire my treasure? If you seek it, you may have it all. Go find it. I have placed all my riches there." It was precisely because of this proclamation that countless souls rushed to the sea, becoming pirates and ushering in the great pirate era. On the vast ocean, powers rose and fell. Today I strike you, tomorrow you strike me. The victor takes all, while the vanquished recede. The great pirate era is a paradise for the ambitious, yet a nightmare for the common folk. I, House, born into this era, find it exceedingly troublesome. Who could possibly feel exhilarated by such precarious days? Moreover, the people here are exceedingly peculiar. Some collapse at a single blow, while others can sink a continent even with half a head missing. What on earth is this? Are they idealistic warriors? I, however, am a materialistic successor born under the red flag. And then there are these absurd devil fruits. Whoever ventures out to sea is a fool. In any case, I, House, lived a muddled existence in my past life, and in this life, I have no desire for prominence. My aspirations align with that of a certain pineapple-headed individual. To be a mere doctor, earn a modest income, marry a woman who is neither beautiful nor ugly, have 2 children, first a daughter, then a son. Once my daughter is married and my son is independent, I shall retire, spending my days leisurely reading in seclusion, and eventually outlive my wife. Hey, you in the white coat over there. A voice, brimming with arrogance, interrupted House's reverie of a blissful life. Following the sound, a rather bizarre-looking individual sauntered up from the slope, sporting a round head with wavy hair parted down the middle, large, vacant eyes, a long knife at his waist, clad in red shorts and an open white shirt. Adorned with a gold tattoo on his forehead and chest, his lips resembling two sausages hanging there, with several scar-like markings beneath his eyes. Isn't that the seed down there? House was utterly astonished. Pa. The newcomer opened his mouth and spat out a small fish, which surprisingly was still wriggling on the ground. The air around the clinic began to grow humid, as if everything was draped in a veil of white. Fog was rolling in. Hey, you standing there smoking? I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? House looked around. No one else was smoking here, so it must be directed at him. First of all, I don't go by, hey, my name is Chu. House abruptly halted, nearly letting slip a reference from his past life. My name is House, the doctor in this town. May I inquire what you need? The man momentarily froze, then burst into delight. I never expected to randomly find a secluded place to dock, and it turns out to be a clinic. Today must be my lucky day, Kaneshiro. Hey, human, have you seen two Navy officers with children today? One is bald, and the other has a windmill-shaped head. No, House replied decisively. Oh, is that so? My apologies for bothering you. I shall inquire elsewhere. Surprisingly, the individual accepted this and turned to walk in another direction. However, after just a few steps, he abruptly spun around. Wait, you're lying to me. How could it be a Navy flag at your door? Are you a Navy officer? He pointed at the seagull flag at the entrance, tilting his head, wearing an expression of superiority, as if he were too clever to be deceived. Only then did House notice the webbed hands of the man, with fingers fused together. Oomph. It appears you are indeed a deceitful human, attempting to fool us noble fishmen. Thankfully, I am wise. Clang. The fishman Kaneshiro drew his long knife, pointing it menacingly at House. The fog thickened around them. I've slaughtered dozens of lowly humans like you yesterday. Prepare to meet your end. Kaneshiro swung his blade towards House's head without a hint of hesitation, as if he were merely dispatching a chicken. House stood frozen in place, as if paralyzed by fear, lowering his head in shock as the blade sliced through the air. You've killed before, haven't you? A voice devoid of inflection echoed in Kaneshiro's ears. A chill ran down his spine as he looked ahead, only to see House's figure dissipate like smoke, the cigarette but slowly descending from midair. Mr. Fishman, you are actually unwell, did you know? Nonsense. Our fishmen are in excellent health and cannot fall ill. Kaneshiro could not bear to hear someone curse him with illness, for who could blame the small-minded goldfish fishman? You are afflicted with a rare disease, regrettably, which I have dubbed light death. Once you encounter sunlight, you will perish. Look at your webbed hands and the fissures on your neck. They are evidence. I'm not sick. This is merely my gills. I have seen plenty of sunlight. Kaneshiro finally located House, now behind him. He raised his knife for a horizontal slash. I will slay you, you charlatan doctor. Yet as the knife reached halfway, he halted as white light flashed before his eyes too bright. He attempted to shield his eyes with his hands, but they wouldn't budge. Breath of the Mist. Fourth form, Mirage Slash. I'm a doctor. If I say you're ill, then you are ill. House maintained his stance, stepping forward with his right hand extended outward. A surgical knife gleamed in his right hand, merging with the radiance of the horizon. With a trembling voice filled with confusion and terror, he exclaimed, in this day and age, who would dare practice medicine without skills? With a deft flick of the wrist, a blade was drawn, and the wielder stood poised. Carnesilo offered no reply. The spark in his eyes had faded, and a crimson line slowly materialized around his neck, followed by the thud of his corpulent body crashing to the ground. Since this was a journey through realms, how could there not be casualties? House's downfall stemmed from the breathing techniques of Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. After over a decade of relentless training, he had finally acquired some semblance of mastery. The recent Mirage Slash employed the properties of Kasumi's breathing to distort light, leaving behind a mirage-like doppelganger, while the true body swiftly advanced to sever the opponent's neck. I've warned you. Light kills, why did you not heed the doctor's caution? House crossed his arms, scrutinizing the merman before him. You lie here, it would be unfortunate if someone were to discover you. Bending down, he retrieved Cassinio's blade, weighing it in his hand. This should suffice. House crouched, right hand gripping the sword, left hand steadying it, assuming the stance for a Iajutsu strike. Flame breathing, second form, ascending blaze. The blade swung upward with force, a torrent of searing flames erupting from its edge, the arc of fire carrying Cassinio into the sea. The surrounding mist began to dissipate in the wake of that decisive strike. Nonchalantly, he discarded the melted remnants of the blade into the ocean. Attempt to kill me? I shall scatter your ashes. He turned and stepped through the doorway, as if nothing had transpired. Bang! Bang! A burly bald man, armed with a hammer, was busily repairing the surgical room door. However, with each strike, a cloud of dust descended from the ceiling. Cease at once. The bald man, scratching his head in confusion, gazed at House. Doctor, did you not instruct me to fix the door? What is wrong with you? The patient is resting. How can they do so with you banging away? I suppose you're right. They'll wait until they awaken before resuming. Clang! The muscular man carelessly tossed the hammer aside, inadvertently knocking over a canister. Doctor, my apologies. He bowed in contrition, but his broad frame collided with the already precarious opposite door. Bang! The other door fell as well. The burly man repeatedly bowed in apology. Veins bulging on his forehead, House closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, struggling to temper his rising anger. Forget it, do not repair it. I'll handle it myself another day. Is it you, House? A faint voice emanated from the patient room. Had he awakened? Upon hearing the voice, House entered. On the bed lay a middle-aged man sporting a windmill hairstyle who, upon seeing House, managed a bittersweet smile. You saved me once more, House. The two appeared quite familiar. Don't speak nonsensically, it was that foolish giant outside who saved you. Without him carrying you for over 10 nautical miles, you would have long since perished. House picked up an apple from a nearby table, wiped it with a napkin, and began to eat. Bryn was unfazed by the scene. You mean Smurd? He truly is a commendable sailor, albeit somewhat reckless. Indeed reckless, he has already ruined 2 of my doors today. One would hardly guess he had sustained over 30 wounds and been submerged in the sea for 3 to 4 hours. House remarked with a stoic expression. That's just how he is. Do not hold it against him. Oh dear. Bryn, well acquainted with the disposition of his subordinate, wished to chuckle, but the movement aggravated his injury. Now, do enlighten me what transpired? When you arrived, I thought you had met your end. This inquiry caused Bryn's expression to harden. It was the evil dragon pirate crew. House paused momentarily in his apple consumption before responding. The evil dragon pirate crew? I've not heard of them. Newly formed, I presume? With your prowess, you couldn't manage to defeat a mere fledgling pirate crew? Brigadier General Bryn. Bryn closed his eyes, gripping the edge of the bed tightly with his right hand. They hail from the Grand Line. Bryn gritted his teeth as he recounted the events of the past few days. He had initially received orders regarding pirate activity in Kisha Town, another town within the Jumada archipelago, which shared proximity with Orange Town. Bryn led his troops to provide aid. Upon arrival, he was taken aback. Typical pirates primarily sought to plunder riches and usually refrained from excessive killing, lest they attract the ire of the naval hierarchy. However, that day was different. When Bryn reached the town, it was in ruins. This was no simple raid, but a massacre. The entire populace of the town had been slaughtered. The pirates' intent was not wealth, but merely the amusement of taking lives. Everywhere lay dismembered limbs, blood staining the square crimson. It took me an entire day to find that child in an abandoned well. Bryn's voice grew louder, his eyes beginning to glisten with tears. A whole town, and only this one child remained. Damn those pirates. Lower your voice, is that child the one? In a low, somber tone, House inquired, tilting his head to the side. There, on a small bed, a child lay with their back turned towards them, seemingly in a deep slumber. Indeed, it was that very child. Bryn's once exuberant voice had also grown muted. As he recounted the tale of how, consumed by rage, he had charged headlong into the dragon pirates' den, intending to annihilate them. However, the battle he sought was waged, yet he found himself on the receiving end of extermination. His adversaries turned out to be formidable fishmen hailing from the Grand Line. As a rear admiral, Brinbrin had encountered fishmen before, yet this band was exceptionally powerful, defeating his 200-strong crew with merely a dozen fighters. Were it not for Smerd's timely intervention, helping the gravely injured Brinbrin to hide in the abandoned well upon discovering the child, he would surely have perished. They waited in the well until nightfall. As Smerd bravely swam them both, along with the child, back to safety. Hours later, they were discovered by fishermen from Orange Town, who brought them to House. What do you plan to do now? House resumed his earlier demeanor of calmness. First, I shall recuperate, and then I will once more seek retribution against the dragon pirates. This time, I will not rest until they are obliterated. Brinbrin's right hand slammed down on the bed, causing the foreneedle to nearly dislodge. Very well, I shall make a call to inform the branch. You focus on your recovery. Discarding the apple core in his hand, House exited the ward, the two of them tacitly avoiding glancing at the child beside them, who trembled silently. Standing outside the door, House shielded his eyes from the sun, gazing into the distance. This wretched world. Strolling into town, he was greeted with, "Ah, House, would you care for some fresh fish?" "No, thank you." "Nonsense, do take some." I have matters to discuss with the mayor, so bringing fish would be inconvenient. Perhaps another time." "Very well, when you return, take this route. I shall save some fish for you." "Heh." House could only smile in response. Relieved to have escaped the mayor's doorstep, House reflected on how not just fishmongers, but also vegetable sellers, purveyors of cooked goods, and vendors of trinkets, all wished to offer him something. After all, he was the only doctor in Orange Town. It was no wonder he preferred to remain indoors. The locals were simply too warm-hearted. Knock, knock, knock. "Who is it?" A frail voice called from within, as an elderly man slowly emerged, his white hair contrasting with his vigorous demeanor. "Ah, it's you, House. Quite a rare sight." The mayor's voice brimmed with surprise. "Mayor, I would like to borrow the telephone bug." House bowed respectfully, raising his gaze to the elder before him. Buter, a name known by all yet seldom spoken aloud. Everyone referred to him simply as the mayor, not out of fear of his authority, but out of respect, for in Orange Town, only he was worthy of such a title. The land where Orange Town now stood was once a desolate isle, transformed by Buter and a throng of refugees into fertile fields, gradually developing into a modest town that it could be said that without him, Orange Town would not exist. Good boy, no need for such formality. The telephone bug is inside. Come in. The elder gestured for House to enter. House obliged, stepping into the living room. "That I heard you rescued 2 Navy officers yesterday. How are they faring?" Concern laced the mayor's words. "They are recovering, but Kesha Town has been ravaged by pirates. That I came to borrow the telephone to report to the Navy." "What?" "Those wretched pirates." The elder's agitation was palpable, yet he seemed to recollect something. Casting a gentle gaze upon House, "Please, proceed with your report." "Certainly, Mayor. The situation is as follows. Rear Admiral Brinbrin is currently recuperating and is stable for the time being." "Very well. I shall relay that to the Rear Admiral." After a brief exchange, House ended the call. The voice on the other end had been from the East Blues 77th branch, Brinbrin's subordinate. While House spoke, the mayor observed him with a warm smile. What a good boy he is. Having concluded the call, House did not linger. Bidding farewell to the mayor at home, he had only 2 injured individuals and a child. Should another fishman arrive, it would spell disaster. "Come visit again. Mayor, please take care of the child while I am away. I shall return shortly." "Understood. I will inform them." "Has Cane Silo yet returned?" asked a fishman with a long, sawtooth-like nose. "Not yet. He mentioned seeing something intriguing this morning and chased after it." "But has not returned," replied a long-snout fishman, his speech laced with peculiar intonations. Well, let him play. There are only feeble humans in this vicinity, none of whom could pose a threat to him. He should be having a delightful time. Ha! His sharp teeth glinted menacingly. "Indeed, once he tires of his games, he shall return," the long-snout fishman echoed. "The nearby villages have been thoroughly checked." "Correct." The long-nosed fishman suddenly shifted the topic. "Rest assured, with Kesha Town as a precedent, the remaining villages have been exceedingly compliant, showing no signs of resistance. Truly, fishmen are destined to rule over humans." This time, the response came from a fishman adorned with fin-like appendages on his arms, his disdain for humanity nearly spilling over from his eyes. "Indeed, humans, such a frail race, weak in strength and slow in speed, unable even to survive underwater. Why should they occupy superior lands? Human resistance against fishmen is tantamount to defying the natural order. They deserve to perish. The arrogance was clearly inscribed on Along's face. Meanwhile, at the Rogtown Navy base, Colonel, we have received a distress signal from the 77th branch that a Navy officer placed a report upon the desk. Very well, you may leave now. A tall figure stood with his back to the desk. Yes, the Navy officer turned to exit. Fishman. Huh, this could be troublesome. The figure extracted a cigar from his mouth, exhaling a long plume of smoke. 3 days later, at the Orangetown dock. I appreciate your care over these past few days, House. Brinbrin solemnly expressed his gratitude as he awaited the ship. That it was nothing. This was previously arranged. You lend me your flag. And I provide treatment free of charge. House waved dismissively. Are you truly not coming to assist me? Brinbrin once again extended the invitation. I cannot. I am merely a doctor, unable to offer any meaningful aid. Moreover, I do not wish to leave this place. House turned his gaze towards the town, and Brinbrin followed suit, observing the peaceful and tranquil scene. You two have something you wish to protect. Brinbrin did not press further. He merely wished to test the waters. After all these years of refusal, he had grown accustomed to it. Then farewell. Brinbrin turned and boarded the ship with a sense of ease. I hope all goes well for you. Rest assured, this time I have enlisted the help of Colonel Mouse. Everything will be fine. Whom did you just mention? House seized Brinbrin's cloak, the force nearly causing him to stumble. What are you doing? Brinbrin turned back, puzzled at House's reaction. What did you just say? House countered without providing an answer. Brinbrin scratched his head, uncertain of House's intentions. I said that with Colonel Mouse's assistance, we are sure to win. Brinbrin hesitated, unsure if that was what House was asking about. Yes, that very statement. House nodded, then propelled Brinbrin onto the ship with him. What are you doing? Brinbrin protested, struggling, but House paid no heed, merely calling out to the people on the dock. Mayor, I am stepping out for a while. I will return in a few days. Please take care of the child at home. I shall be back shortly. Understood. I will inform them. The elderly mayor had also arrived at the dock to bid farewell to the departing Navy. Smiling approvingly at House's actions without any sign of disapproval. It was only when the warship disappeared from sight that the old man turned to walk back towards the town, murmuring to himself, I cannot delay any longer. The smile on the mayor's weathered face remained benevolent, yet his eyes were filled with unwavering resolve. On board the warship, Blinblin continued to question House. Didn't you say you weren't going? Stay out of social affairs. House replied impatiently, glancing at Blinblin, thinking to himself, why should I have come? If I hadn't, you would have been left alone. That was Colonel Mouse, the one who, in cahoots with the fishman Arlong, had controlled the entire Jamaica archipelago. It was he who had exacerbated Nami's tragic childhood. Do you truly expect him to join forces with you against the dragon pirates? Dream on. When House heard the name Mouse, he realized that this expedition might not be as straightforward as it seemed. Enough of that. You were defeated by a fishman last time. How can you be so confident this time? They are formidable. Blinblin, undeterred, mysteriously replied, rest assured, this time I possess a secret weapon. What secret weapon? I've already told you. It's a secret weapon. How could I possibly disclose it? Come on, House said, stroking his chin as he regarded the smug Blinblin. You fool. Can you really trust that Mouse? Haven't you heard of the Pirate King? That guy took money from the fishmen and helped them control over 20 villages. Cutting off someone's means of livelihood is akin to killing their parents. Your mission is to sever his financial resources, and he would be mad to assist you. It was this realization that prompted House to board the ship, refusing to let this kind-hearted man walk into danger unawares. With no immediate solutions at hand, he reluctantly joined Blinblin on the ship, who naively thought House had come to the conclusion of wanting to be a genuine naval officer, not probing further. Soon, they arrived at the 16th branch of the East Sea, where House's first impression was one of opulence. The smooth, pristine marble floor reflected their figures. If House recalled correctly, this marble was sourced from the West Sea, a luxury that ordinary nobles could hardly afford, yet it adorned the entire floor here. Inside the branch, though nothing particularly eye-catching was present, a discerning eye would recognize that each decorative piece was quite costly. This was certainly not a budget that an ordinary branch could sustain. A glint of intelligence flashed in House's eyes. It seemed they were already in collusion. Colonel Mouse personally came out to greet them, exclaiming, Welcome, welcome. It is truly an honor for our 16th branch to host you, Brigadier General Blinblin. How should one describe Mouse? The term squalid visage barely encapsulates his appearance. with 6 whiskers resembling those of an actual mouse. They twitched as he spoke, evoking a visceral discomfort. Unable to contain himself, House vomited, causing both branches' personnel to turn their attention towards him. Mouse shot a glance at Blinblin that seemed to inquire about his subordinate's behavior, questioning why he was being so disrespectful. Blinblin, equally bewildered, was unsure how to explain House's sudden reaction. However, as a friend, Blinblin stepped forward to pat House on the back, attempting to soothe him, and then explained, "This is Dr. House, here to assist. He might be feeling unwell from the voyage. My sincerest apologies." Upon hearing this, Mouse's eyes lit up. A technical talent. Perhaps he could recruit House for his own purposes. Yet observing Blinblin's gestures and noting that House couldn't even cure his own seasickness, he lost interest, dismissing House as a potential liability. To vomit in front of him, the esteemed Colonel Mouse was utterly disrespectful. He vowed to deal with him once they reached Dragon Park. A flicker of malice passed through Mouse's eyes, quickly replaced by a faade of concern. "Oh, Dr. House, I have long admired your reputation. Since you are feeling unwell, someone, please escort Dr. House to the lounge for some rest." House was content with this arrangement. He truly could not bear to look at Mouse's face. For an entire afternoon, he remained in the lounge, fearful of encountering Colonel Mouse again, lest he lose control and take that wretched man's life. It was not until evening that Blinblin burst through the door. "House, how are you feeling?" "I'm fine." "What are you gearing up for?" Despite it being evening, Blinblin was fully armed, ready for action. "As long as you are well." "That's good. You can rest here. Colonel Mouse has received intel that the dragon pirates are planning to flee, that we intend to set off immediately to intercept them and ensure these scoundrels do not escape." Blinblin's eyes sparkled with vengeful determination. His subordinates had been annihilated, and he was eager for retribution against the fleeing enemies. However, House felt a sinking sensation in his heart. In the original tale, the dragon pirates had dominated this region for over a decade. How could they simply run away? Furthermore, the intel came from Mouse, making it even less credible. "Well, since you're fine, just wait here and anticipate our triumphant return." Blinblin had come specifically to check on House and bid farewell. Although he had intended to take House out of Orange Town, he had never considered sending a doctor into the battlefield. It was a waste. House could contribute far more from a safe distance. "Wait," House called after Blinblin. "What is it?" Blinblin asked, puzzled. "I'm going too." House strapped on his medical kit and adjusted his attire. "No." "What for?" "Those are pirates. It's perilous." Blinblin was alarmed. He hadn't come to enlist House for battle. "Don't worry, I have ways to protect myself. Even if you die, I will not." Without further ado, House marched out ahead. "Hey, House, reconsider. The fishmen are vicious. Wait." Blinblin dashed after him. On the ship, Blinblin looked at House helplessly. "Since you insist on coming along, you're now my subordinate, and you must follow my orders on the battlefield. I'll do my best, not your best. You must." Blinblin's tone rose. "The battlefield is no game. I would prefer to have no soldiers who do not heed orders." Blinblin spoke with utmost seriousness. At that moment, he was not a friend but a commanding officer. "All right, I'll comply." Seeing Blinblin's stern demeanor for the first time, House understood he was not joking. If he refused again, Blinblin would certainly leave him behind. Then, Private Smurd, Blinblin suddenly shouted. "Present," came a booming voice, unmistakably belonging to the clumsy oaf who had previously dismantled House's door. "Your mission is to protect Dr. House. Do not leave his side." "Yes, sir. Do not refuse." "To be honest, I do not have a high level of confidence due to our early departure. Should any unexpected events arise, I permit you to withdraw from the battlefield." Though Smurd was not particularly clever, his skills were top-notch, and he would certainly protect House well. Blinblin whispered in House's ear, and House had no choice but to accept. "Smurd, you really don't need to stick so close." House rolled his eyes again, but for half an hour, Smurd remained steadfastly loyal, adhering to his orders without fail. No matter where House moved, Smurd was right behind him. Having stepped on House's heels countless times. "I cannot help it. The Brigadier General's orders are to stay close. Dr. House, please do not make this difficult for me." The simple-minded tone was disarming. "Fine, you win. Stay close if you must. I won. Move, all right." House huffed, sitting in a chair while Smurd loomed behind him like a utility pole. Suddenly, a glimmer of mischief sparkled in House's eyes. He quietly thought, "Here it comes. Smurd, want to see who can urinate farther? I bet you're just tall." 3 minutes later, the two stood at the stern of the ship. "Dr. House, you may insult my intellect, but you absolutely cannot insult my physique." Oh, is that so? If you concede now, I shall spare you. House employed a tone of mockery, which incensed Smrd. In response, Smrd bellowed, I will not be defeated. Indeed, Smrd, keep going. You can certainly prevail. Yes, Smrd, don't back down. Nearby, several sailors gathered to cheer, all of whom were men. One sailor stood not far behind the two, declaring, I announce, contestants prepare. Both competitors simultaneously unfastened their trousers. Smrd, casting a furtive glance towards House, felt his confidence wane drastically. Is this even possible? He thought, no, this cannot be the decisive factor. It ultimately hinges on strength and endurance. Dr. House is so slender. He cannot possibly be my match. Smrd inwardly encouraged himself. It's fine. I can do this. I will definitely prevail. Begin. A powerful stream erupted, reaching an astonishing distance of over 10 meters. Wow! Exclaimed the sailors behind, astonished. Did you see that? This is true power. Smrd felt a swell of pride. He then glanced over at House, and an array of idioms flooded his mind. Endless torrents, cascading flows, unstoppable currents. 3 minutes later, Smrd's voice rang out. I concede. After gauging the underwater conditions, House adjusted his belt and approached Smrd, patting him on the shoulder in consolation. It's all right. You are still young. There will be more opportunities in the future. With that, he swaggered back to the ship's cabin under the envious gazes of the sailors. Time rewound to 6 minutes prior. Beneath the waves at the ship's rear, 10 fishmen lay in wait. At the forefront was their target, the fishman Aaron. Pitiful humans, the sea is our domain. It turned out that Aaron, having received a tip-off from a rat, had long since submerged in the waters, awaiting the arrival of Brigadier Blinblin's vessel to exploit the advantage of the fishmen and breach the bottom of the ship, sending all aboard to their watery graves. Aaron, look at what those two humans are doing. One fishman cried out. What are you shouting about? We are noble fishmen. Such outbursts are beneath us. Casting a disdainful glance at the noisy fishman, Aaron lifted his head. You, how dare you go into the sea? Are you even human? Enraged, Aaron disregarded all notions of nobility and elegance. You there, breach their ship. He pointed casually at one fishman to me. No. The chosen fishman shook his head frantically. Then you. Aaron pointed at another. No. This one shook even faster, as if creating an illusion. Then, the 9 fishmen lowered their heads, fearful of being singled out by Aaron. Damn those humans, do they not know that relieving oneself in public is immoral? None were willing to go, so Aaron resolved to do it himself. However, upon seeing the 2 jets of water still spraying above, he reconsidered. No, I am a noble fishman. If I were to get contaminated by human filth, how could I ever hold my head high among my kin? Though they all knew humans disposed of trash in the ocean, it was never done openly. It was a tacit understanding. But this was different, urinating directly above their heads. How could they engage in battle afterwards when the enemy could taunt them with, you've had human urine on your face? Such an occurrence must absolutely be avoided. Retreat. Let us confront them on land. Aaron uttered this command with a voice nearly hoarse, his teeth nearly grinding together. Yes, once the fight commenced, the 2 humans were to be spared. I want them captured and made to transcribe. I shall never relieve myself in public 10,000 times. Yes, the rallying cry thundered, and at that moment, the fishman's spirits soared to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, House leisurely smoked a cigarette, puffing out clouds of smoke. To fend off this group of fishmen, I even removed my trousers. House was certainly aware that the fishmen lurked beneath the surface. His mastery of observation was no trifling matter. It was no jest. The ability to explore and warn, combined into a single skill. Was something a cautious or timid individual like House could easily learn on his OW. As they prepared to confront the fishmen, it was evident that a group of submerged fishmen could not be there to assist in pushing the ship. It was obvious their intentions were anything but benevolent. Thus unfolded the earlier contest between House and Smrd. Given Aaron's arrogance, he would never act under such circumstances. Of course, should Aaron truly dare to strike. House had his own countermeasures. You may endure the small, but can you withstand the great? Yet, it must be said, the sensation of releasing water into the sea was indeed quite pleasurable. On one side, House relished the moment, while on the other, the rat was nearly beside himself with anxiety. What was Aaron thinking? Why had he not yet made his move? Time was running out. The rat paced within his cabin. Repeatedly stroking his 3-pronged mustache, we agreed to strike en route, to masquerade as a maritime disaster. Surely he isn't having second thoughts? Suddenly, the rat halted, then resumed his pacing. Would he? If he intends to betray me and sink my ship, I would be powerless to stop him. What on earth was happening? It was utterly perplexing. Little did he know, Aaron and his crew had been deterred by a stream of urine. House, just follow my lead. Do not rush ahead, understood? As they neared Dragon Park, Blimblin once again sought out House, earnestly advising him. All right, you can rest assured, I will not place myself in peril. In that moment, Blimblin felt that House had suddenly become remarkably dependable. Well then, as long as you understand. What is going on with Smurd? In a corner, Smurd sat curled up, murmuring to himself, how is this possible? How can this be? It seemed to be a case of fear of the monstrous. No need for concern, he would be fine shortly. House dismissed it casually, but Blimblin still harbored some anxiety about Smurd's condition. You are a doctor, and I am a doctor. If I say he is fine, then he is fine. By the way, speaking of that, what is your secret weapon? You should be able to disclose it now, right? On that note, Blimblin momentarily disregarded Smurd, his face displaying hesitation. That I have hired an expert. But he won't arrive until tomorrow morning at the earliest. What? Then what will you use to fend off those fishmen? We are on the brink of war? House sprang to his feet. Blimblin, I initially thought you were a level-headed individual, yet here you are, so reckless. You dare confront the fishmen without an expert. They will fight you as if you were mere mortals facing Captain America. You only now mention that the expert you sought has not yet arrived. Are you playing with fire? Perhaps sensing the disbelief in House's eyes, Blimblin locked gazes with him, speaking seriously. House, the Navy never only battles weak pirates. No one understands the ferocity of pirates better than we do. Yet, someone must rise to confront them, to protect civilians from the scourge of piracy. That is the duty of the Navy, and it is not contingent upon strength. It is the essence of justice, the justice of the Navy. In that moment, Blimblin stood as resolute as a mountain. House could not help but acknowledge the impact of his words, since his arrival in the pirate world. He had lived a life of leisure, seeking only to maintain a low profile. Had it not been for the overwhelming presence of pirates, he might not have even bothered to practice swordsmanship. This was the first time he had heard someone voice their ideals so passionately. Influenced by his past life, he had long believed that the Navy was merely a tool of the world government, an instrument for oppressing the common people. Yet in reality, the majority of naval officers were driven by a sense of justice, risking their lives in the struggle against pirates. They need not comprehend the depths of the celestial dragon's depravity. Their battles were never for that cause. Blimblin departed, leaving House in a state of contemplation. Dragon Park, the base established by the dragon pirates in the archipelago of Zumada, was encircled by 3 walls. With one side facing the coast, the main structure was a 5-story tower, adorned at the top with the flag of the dragon pirates. Surrounding it were several pavilions and a swimming pool connected to the open sea, which was sealed off by a constantly closed iron gate. At that moment, Blimblin felt a surge of panic. Initially, after allying with Colonel Rat, they had a total of 11 warships at their disposal. However, to his astonishment, the 5 warships belonging to the 16th Division of the Mice have inexplicably vanished. Upon inquiry, it was reported that they had lost their way amidst the fog and were hastily making their way back. Blimblin, seething with anger, felt an urge to smash the transponder snail. Why did this damned fog choose to arrive at such a critical moment? Fortunately, he still commanded 6 warships, yet having previously engaged with this gang of pirates, he was acutely aware that this would not suffice to overpower them. Nevertheless, his objective today was not to defeat them, but to delay their advance. Gazing at the imposing gate before him, Blimblin felt a twinge of anxiety, yet the moment had arrived, and there was no turning back. Fire! Blast open the iron gate. Boom, boom, boom. The 6 warships unleashed a cacophony of cannon fire. Dozens of cannonballs striking the gate of the Dragon Park, shattering it into debris in an instant. Continue the bombardment. Annihilate the Dragon Park. With Blimblin's second command, the cannons roared once more. Dozens of cannonballs soared towards the structures of the Dragon Park, when suddenly, a multitude of water balloons erupted from the opposing buildings. Boom. These water balloons astonishingly intercepted the airborne cannonballs, triggering a chain reaction of explosions that illuminated the battlefield. Blimblin discerned 2 fishmen standing on the shore. One was a sharp-nosed, razor-toothed sawshark fishman, known as the Dragon. The other, with an elongated mouth reminiscent of a kissing fish, was named Chio. The recent water balloons had been launched by Chio, taking advantage of the Navy's reloading time. Chio launched another offensive, Aqua Giant Cannon, a water balloon, 10 times larger than the previous ones, shot forth from Chio's elongated mouth with a resounding crash, tearing a gaping hole in the hull of one warship, which began to take on water and sink. "Damn it, keep firing. Do not relent. Engage him in a duel," Blin shouted, as the Navy's cannon fire relentlessly rained down upon Chio's position. "Humph, futile efforts, Chio." 100 shots of aqua iron cannon. Once again, water balloons detonated mid-air, filling the coastline with fiery explosions. A peculiar equilibrium emerged between the two sides. Beneath the surface, a soft-bodied fishman with fin-like arms assumed a fighting stance, ready to unleash his fishman karate technique. Thousand Wave Punch. The soft-bodied fishman delivered a powerful jab to the bottom of a warship, causing it to tremble violently as a sizable breach appeared, and the vessel began to sink. "Brigadier, our hull has been compromised. The ship is sinking." Blin's pupils dilated in alarm that we're doomed. "The water is the fishman's domain, and no wonder only 2 are visible on the shore. The rest must be sabotaging our hull." Acting decisively, he commanded, "Abandon ship. All personnel, disembark and seize advantageous terrain to engage them in a gunfight." At his order, the partially submerged ships advanced towards the shore, fortunately not far off, just before the ship sank completely. They reached the land, but tragically, all 6 of their warships had been damaged by the lurking fishmen, and 3 of the warships still had crew members struggling to swim to the shore. Behind them, 8 fishmen eagerly prepared to eliminate those still in the water. Their struggles were utterly amusing. Indeed, they couldn't even breathe underwater. It was evident they were a forsaken race. Their strength was pathetically weak. Various taunts echoed in the ears of the frontline Navy, who glared back furiously, itching to retaliate. Dio not fall for their provocation. Quickly, to the shore. Blin too felt the sting of the fishman's mockery, his anger boiling within him. Yet as a commander, he could not act impulsively. He had to encourage the sailors in the water to reach the safety of the shore, for they stood no chance against the fishmen there. A sigh resounded beneath the waves, unnoticed by anyone. "Were it not for my presence, you would be awaiting your demise. That I truly wonder what compelled you to come." Howe stood at the seabed, armed with a standard military knife. Wave of impact. The knife in his hand began to swing rhythmically, and soon the ocean responded to its movement, generating surges of waves. The sailors found themselves pushed forward and backward by the water. As House unleashed a multi-phase attack reminiscent of tidal forces, the waves created an upheaval, and before long, a massive tide surged forth. The sea did not differentiate between human and fishmen, sweeping everyone ashore. The colossal waves crashed against the beach, sending droplets flying like a torrential downpour, drenching Blin and his men to the skin. Yet, the frigid sea could not extinguish the fervor in his heart. This tide had arrived just in time that he had initially feared that the fishmen underwater would manage to slay at least half of the sailors still struggling to reach the shore. To his surprise, all had made it unscathed. "Ha! Even the heavens are aiding me. Form ranks. Target the fishmen. Triple volley. Bang, bang, bang." The sound of gunfire filled the air as the fishmen scrambled to evade the onslaught. Although a single bullet lacked the power to slay a fishman, they were not facing merely one firearm. Even the dragon himself dared not disregard the assault. While it may not kill him, it certainly hurt. As the captain of the pirate crew, the dragon was particularly targeted, leaving him in a state of disarray. "Enough! You vile humans dare to resist us fishmen." Ultimately, the dragon could no longer contain himself. With a splash, he plunged into the sea, only his upper body remaining above the surface. Shark strike. The dragon forcefully struck the water, sending countless droplets flying. Then with a swift motion, he unleashed a barrage of water droplets. Pooh, pooh, countless crimson splashes erupted like flowers, injuring the frontline gunners. "How is this possible? It's just water." Blin stepped back, his face a mask of disbelief. "Fishmen, attack." The onslaught upon the first line of gunners exposed a gap in their formation, and the dragon seized the opportunity to command the fishmen to advance. "Damn it! Reserve forces, hold the line, protect the wounded." Blin quickly regained his composure. Should they be breached now, it would spell disaster. He was fortunate to react in time, as the fishmen failed to break through. However, the situation remained dire. Blin's expression darkened, threatening to spill over with despair if the dragon launched a few more attacks. They, as isolated forces, would stand no chance. "Am I truly unable to endure this? Why have you not arrived yet?" Blin's anxiety mounted, nearly crushing the transponder snail in his grip. Yet no response came. Relying on others proved futile. Though I may not be a fighter, I can still contribute. House's calm voice reached Blinblin's ears. You're unharmed. Thank goodness. I feared you. House's unexpected appearance filled Blinblin with joy, though he hesitated to express it. You should leave, though it pains me to say so. We are on the verge of collapse. Blinblin felt a pang of disappointment. They were the Navy and could not retreat. Yet House was a civilian, and retreat was his prerogative. House said nothing, merely kneeling beside an injured sailor, fingers pressing on the wound. Ah, I seem to be all right now. The previously writhing sailor suddenly stood, astonished, and even leaped a few times. You have been reinforced. Hurry and return to the fray. Yes, although the soldier was unclear on the circumstances. The battle was far from over. Having regained his footing, he rushed back to the front line. Blinblin gaped, utterly bewildered by the miraculous transformation before him. He knew House possessed medical skills, yet how had he managed to revive a critically injured man in mere seconds? This was beyond Blinblin's understanding of medicine. Do not dwell on it. This is my unique technique, acupoint pressing, which quickly staunches bleeding and temporarily dulls pain while unlocking latent potential, though the cost is subsequent weakness. House continued his actions, briefly explaining to Blinblin. Unique technique? Whatever it is, thank you, House. Blinblin expressed his gratitude earnestly, harboring no doubts. This was the world of pirates, where all manner of peculiar abilities existed. He had seen enough to be unfazed. Moreover, the battlefield was no place to indulge his curiosity, and he resumed directing the Navy's efforts without further inquiries. House, relieved that Blinblin did not press further, pondered whether he truly possessed the prowess of acupoint pressing. The answer is a resounding no. The so-called acupoint striking is merely a ruse. House channels his internal power into others' bodies through this method, allowing them to temporarily harness the strength of breathing techniques. A closer examination reveals that House's fingertips are blue, a phenomenon only achievable through the gentle strength of water breathing, which temporarily enhances their physical attributes. Their strength, defense, and resilience have seen significant augmentation. Thus, those who return to the battlefield are nearly immune to the water projectiles of the evil dragon, with only Jew's water cannon managing to send them flying, yet failing to inflict serious harm. Pitifully frail humans, how much longer can you endure? My ammunition is limitless. The evil dragon cackles in the water as warriors fall in droves. Yet, as waves of soldiers return to the fray, the dragon begins to sense something amiss. Logically, the water projectiles it fires should be sufficient to vanquish all the Navy, yet their formation remains unbroken. With the mist thickening, the dragon squints to discern the cause. A white figure is flitting about behind the Navy. Crouching beside the fallen soldiers, moving its hands in an inexplicable manner, the downed Navy swiftly rises, rejoining the line with astonishing speed, regaining their combat readiness in mere seconds, and those restored to action begin to disregard the dragon's water projectiles. This is impossible, the evil dragon gasps, incredulous that these humans, whom it could easily strike, now show no fear of its attacks. It must be that Dr. S. doing. This cannot continue. Jew, unleash a powerful assault. Kruby, resolve the issue with that figure in white. As the dragon speaks, it launches a barrage of water projectiles. Understood, Jew. I'm on it. The evil dragon has its own calculations, while it looks down upon humanity. It recognizes that Brin has crossed blades with it before, and that individual is no ordinary weakling. Even the officers cannot match him. Water mega cannon. Another colossal water projectile is launched, scattering. Take cover. A gap suddenly appears in the Navy's formation as the massive projectile surges through, yet it strikes no one. Boom. The ground is cratered by the water cannon, and the splashing water sends nearby sailors tumbling. An opportunity. Shark on darts. In the water, a lone darts towards House, like a torpedo, effortlessly leaping over the Navy's line. I1T let you succeed. Clang. A long blade descends from above, striking the evil dragon's snout. The dragon is redirected by the blow, its nose skewing into the ground and creating a small crater. With a powerful push, it extracts its embedded nose, feeling a deep scar where its once smooth surface was marred. Alone's gaze turns fierce. How dare this creature injure his prized nose? You shall pay dearly. That should be my line. You cursed pirate. Today is your doom. Brin stands resolutely against the dragon, refusing to yield, no matter the odds. Xiao Ba. The evil dragon suddenly calls out amidst its confrontation with Brin. Alone, catch it. A six-armed octopus fishman responds and hurls a serrated long knife towards the dragon. Bryn realizes this cannot happen. Pirate, watch out, he yells, swinging his blade in defense, but the dragon merely leaps back. After a swift somersault, it catches the knife with ease. How long can you withstand my blade? With a powerful stomp, it charges towards Bryn, the outcome still uncertain. Bryn assumes a ready stance, engaging in combat. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of clashing swords resound as some navy attempt to shoot at the dragon. However, the duel unfolds at such a rapid pace that they find it impossible to aim, forcing them to abandon their efforts. The area around the combatants becomes a vacuum, just as they collide once more. The dragon bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha. Without that, doctor, let us see how you rise again. Not good, House. Bryn realizes the peril, quickly looking towards House, where a blue figure stands behind him, oblivious as he tends to the injured. Without turning, House's strong right arm is raised, poised to strike his head. Bang! A splendid intervention. Smurd, with his equally formidable presence, blocks the blow aimed at House with crossed arms. Bryn breathes a sigh of relief, grateful for having ensured Smurd's protection for House. Otherwise, House's lifeless body would be the only sight now. Evil dragon, your scheme has faltered. Victory belongs to us, the Navy, with a blade pointed at the dragon. Bryn exudes an aura of triumph. You think you can vanquish us, mere mortals forsaken by heaven? Watch as I obliterate you all. How infuriating it is that such frail beings persist in their defiance. The dragon's strikes become increasingly ferocious, leaving Bryn struggling to fend them off. Elsewhere, the clash between Smurd and Kruby ignites. This insignificant human dares to withstand my strike. You are indeed a strong one among your kind. Kruby, arms crossed, observes calmly. Dr. House, are you unharmed? Smurd disregards the pirate's words, focusing on House's condition. But I'm fine. Thank you, Smurd. I'm grateful for your protection. House's gratitude is genuine, as he narrowly avoided drawing his blade, nearly bidding farewell to his tranquil existence. Haha, it's the least I could do. Smurd chuckles bashfully, rubbing his smooth head. You dare to ignore me. Kruby bellows, his pride wounded. Fishman karate, 500 tile fist. Infuriated, Kruby positions himself for another strike. This one even more potent than the last. Boom! Smurd blocks again. But unlike before, this time he struggles. His jaw clenches, beads of sweat cascading down, a clear sign of exertion. The sound of shoe soles scraping the ground echoes as Kruby forces Smurd backward. Dr. House, flee. I cannot hold on much longer. Smurd remains steadfast in his duty, just as he is pushed back. A hand rests on his back, halting his retreat. Moments later, that hand taps his back several times, a mysterious force coursing through him, cool and soothing. Smurd feels his earlier pain dissipate. He even wants to tell the fishman opposite him. Go on, hit me harder. I can take it. Smurd, with his straightforward nature, expresses his thoughts candidly. Kruby's anger boils over. When has he ever been so looked down upon by a human? You, accursed creature. His arm trembles violently. Springing back from their stalemate, witness the might of Fishman's great fist. 1,000-tile fist. His azure fist transforms into a projectile, creating a vacuum in the mist. Yet, Smurd effortlessly catches the blow, his body remaining unwavering. The two maintain their stances, one poised for attack, the other defending. What are you waiting for? Move. Huh? Oh, nearby, House, tending to other injured sailors, is incensed by the spectacle of the two posturing. Is this energy meant for playing? Hurry up and fight, or what will happen when it runs out? Bang! Bang! Smurd, lacking formal training in martial arts, still knows how to fight. He swiftly kicks the doubtful Kruby down, mounting him for a flurry of blows. You lowly human, cease at once. You were giving me a hard time. Stop it. No, please. I was wrong to think. Wah! With the energy boost, Smurd transforms into a veritable humanoid Tyrannosaurus, and regardless of Kruby's pleas for mercy, he responds only with his fists, mercilessly pummeling the muscular fishmen into whimpering creatures. The victory on this localized battlefield does not signify dominance in the broader war. In fact, it is quite the opposite. As the ships have already sunk, thus, the ammunition on each naval soldier is finite, and now it has been depleted. They are out of bullets. Charge. Oh. The fishmen, brandishing their blades, shriek as they surge forward. They had assumed their assault would be as devastating as before. Coincidentally, the Navy held the same belief. Although they stood ready, they lacked confidence in overcoming the fishmen in combat, especially after witnessing their grand ship being sunk. However, upon engagement, they discovered that the fishmen's strength was not as formidable as anticipated. Even when struck, The pain was not unbearable, and a thought echoed in each heart. The fishmen do not seem so fearsome after all. After all, the Navy still possessed the power of the house-breathing technique. While they may not prevail over the fishmen, the latter found it equally challenging to easily vanquish the Navy. Each attack could knock a soldier back, yet they would swiftly rise again to continue the fight. The fishmen pondered how they could proceed when their opponent seemed to possess an endless supply of health. Most importantly, although the Navy's individual strength was lacking, their numbers were sufficiently overwhelming. If one could not defeat a single foe, then could 10 not overwhelm one? At this juncture, House had completed the treatment of all downed Navy soldiers and stood at the rear, observing the battlefield. Blin was still holding his ground. If they could just hold out a bit longer, the other fishmen would tire, allowing the remaining Navy to join forces against the evil dragon, which had not yet reached the point of being able to take on hundreds at once. The script was set, and all he had to do was watch the show, such is the mark of an internationally renowned director. Yet, there were always a few actors seeking to steal the spotlight. The very one he had just treated was among them. Chirp. A long-snout fishman, Chirp, had somehow wandered near House, exclaiming, "You harmed my kin. I shall slay you." Chirp. House gazed at him in disbelief. "When did you arrive? Aren't you a ranged attacker? Is it really wise to be this close, since you have come to me?" Then, an unexpected surgical knife fell into House's hand. Mist of breathing. "Dr. House, run," just as House was about to swing the knife. Smurd's booming voice caught everyone's attention on the battlefield. House could only wear a cheerful facade while internally cursing. "Smurd, you fool. Ah, fishman, how dangerous. Help." Emotionless, purely tactical, House took off running. Why, you ask? Obviously, making a move now would reveal his identity as an actor. Damn humans, don't run. Water iron cannon. A blue water cannon shot towards House's back, but in a twist of fate, just as the water cannon was about to strike him, House stumbled, perhaps due to the waves having wet the ground, and accidentally slipped, allowing the water cannon to whiz past him without making contact. Just ahead of House was a fishman resembling a carp. Bang! The fishman collapsed, and a dozen Navy soldiers seized the opportunity to strike. Ajong, seeing his comrade being attacked, Chirp felt a wave of guilt, his eyes glowing with rage. Watching House rise from the ground, he thought, "It's all your fault. Human, water giant cannon." House, now back on his feet, paid no heed to the situation behind him and continued his frantic escape, accidentally running right next to a fishman being besieged by the Navy. The surrounding Navy soldiers shouted in alarm, "Dr. House, that's a vicious fishman. Don't go near." Yet, House seemed dazed by the recent attack, charging headlong toward the salmon fishman, declaring, "Your life is now mine." The salmon fishman rejoiced, recognizing House as the human his brother, along, had insisted must be killed. With no hesitation, he swung his large blade towards House's neck, a twisted smile on his face, confident in his strike. Seventh form of mist breathing. Haze. The salmon fishman found the world around him changed. The human had vanished. Where did he go? Boom! The massive water cannon struck the salmon fishman, sending him flying dozens of meters. Crashing to the ground, bloodied and silent, uncertain if he was alive or dead. The seventh form of mist breathing. Haze was a technique designed to create chaos, and House had just employed this move to confuse the salmon fishman, allowing him the time to execute his serendipity. Ah, humans! Chirp was nearly driven mad, having accidentally harmed his comrades twice. He could not fathom how this human could be so fortunate, whether it was the water giant cannon or the salmon's blade. Either would have been fatal, yet somehow, the human remained unscathed. "Dr. House, are you all right?" The Navy soldiers who had previously attacked the salmon fishman rushed to assist House. Cough. I'm fine. Nothing to worry about. Cough. House was helped to his feet, seemingly devoid of strength to stand, blood spilling from his mouth. Dr. House. They observed closely. It was evident that House had sustained internal injuries. Earlier, in a panic, he had run right in front of the salmon fishman, stepping on something akin to a stone, causing him to veer aside and tumble, narrowly avoiding the fishman's blade. In his rapid descent, he failed to stop, rolling to land behind the salmon fishman when the water giant cannon struck. The ensuing explosion's shockwave not only sent the salmon fishman flying, but also knocked House about several times. House thought to himself, "Thank goodness I've had gum bleeding lately. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to explain my survival." Chirp was so enraged that words failed him. He picked up a knife from the ground and raised it high. "I will slay you." Chirp had gone mad. If his verbal threats failed, he would resort to the blade. With his weapon in hand, he charged at House with reckless abandon. The fishmen are terrifying. House shoved away the Navy soldiers attempting to support him, screeching as he resumed his flight. House ran, with Chirp in hot pursuit. Always fortuitously passing by those Navy soldiers in peril, inadvertently colliding with allies, causing the fishmen's attacks to miss their mark, the entire battlefield became a chaotic swirl, with furious fishmen abandoning their original battles to join Chirp in the hunt for House. I don't care. I must kill him. I will slay him. No one can stop me. If he doesn't die today, I shall perish. No arguments. The first strike is mine. Glancing back, House gasped. Goodness, why are there so many fishmen chasing me? Further behind, he noticed the Navy also pursuing him. Dr. House, run. Don't let them catch you. The fishmen are merciless. They will eat you without salt, the Navy encouraged him. House had treated each of them, granting them the temporary ability to withstand the fishmen's assault. A great favor indeed. They could not allow the fishmen to kill House. Aside from the evil dragon and Blin Blin still engaged in battle, everyone else able to stand was fleeing. The scene was oddly harmonious. Resembling a race, Navy fisherman House. Stop chasing me, House shouted ahead. I don't care. I will slay you. You scoundrel. It's becoming perilous. You scoundrel. Don't run. I will chop you into 18 pieces, clearly. The nearly deranged fishman would heed none of House's warnings. Since they refused to listen, he would not be held accountable. Suddenly, House halted, retrieving a small black spherical object from his pocket and tossing it toward the fishmen. Sneeze star. Boom. The black sphere exploded before the fishmen, enveloping them in a cloud of darkness. You think mere smoke can deter us fishmen? How laughable. Leading the charge, Chirp waved his arms to disperse the smoke while sprinting through it. However, the next moment, achoo, achoo, the fishmen began to cough. What did you do? Just some ordinary pepper, nothing to worry about. It's merely pepper powder. Then I shall rest easy, or perhaps not at all. What business does a doctor have with pepper powder? At this moment, House appeared to have shed his earlier look of panic, spreading his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence. Is it illegal for a doctor to carry pepper powder? Which law states that a physician cannot possess such a condiment? Achoo! How arrogant he is! Achoo! I have never encountered someone so insufferably proud that a fisherman had intended to comment to Geo, but House overheard him as well. Well, today you have met him. House not only spread his hands, but also shook his upper body in a manner that would make even a fallen dog wish to give him a few slaps. The fisherman exclaimed, Damn it, let's go for it. Goodness, not again. Sensing the situation was deteriorating, House initiated a tactical retreat once more, casually retrieving a black sphere from his bag and tossing it behind him. Fire in the hole. However, this time the fishermen, having learned from their mistakes, began to scatter upon seeing the small ball. The black sphere landed harmlessly on the ground without detonating. One fisherman, seeing that the black sphere had not exploded for quite some time, approached it for a closer look, finding it quietly resting on the ground, exuding an air of innocence. Dear, I threw it incorrectly. You mustn't eat that. House shouted in a state of urgency. If you say I shouldn't eat it, then I absolutely must. The fisherman, with a rebellious spirit, picked up the black sphere and stuffed it into his mouth. To described the experience. It was somewhat sour, with a hint of fresh grass flavor. However, its texture was quite chewy, and the fisherman, puffing his cheeks, chewed with enthusiasm. Is it tasty? House asked, feigning concern. Not much flavor, but quite chewy. By the way, what is this? Is it some kind of precious medicine? Having encountered something intriguing, the fisherman paused his pursuit of House and instead inquired about the nature of the object, hoping that if it were indeed a rare medicinal herb, it would elicit a sense of regret from House, thus serving as a small act of revenge. That is sheep dung pellets I intended to take back for fertilizing my medicinal plants. The fisherman seemed momentarily taken aback by this revelation, stunned into silence, until he noticed the other fishermen struggling to maintain sympathetic expressions, only to burst into laughter at the absurdity of the situation. You actually made me eat dung. House interjected. Well, I did try to stop you. It was your own choice to eat it. House raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. That I must kill you. The fisherman, with bloodshot eyes, frantically flailed his short legs. No, you can't blame me for this. Hearing House's continued attempts at justification only drove the fisherman further into madness. Left with no choice, House resumed his escape, but it wasn't long before he began rummaging through his bag once more. This time, he hurled a large handful of black pellets, thinking to himself, You thought you could deceive me with sheep dung pellets? Not a chance. Despite his thoughts, each fisherman instinctively covered their mouths, fearing a social death was simply unacceptable. Just as the fisherman assumed those were merely ordinary sheep dung pellets and stepped forward, boom, the pellets exploded. A pale yellow smoke enveloped the fisherman, who initially paid little mind to it. However, after a few more steps, they sensed something was amiss. Their pace began to slow, their legs involuntarily drawing together, eventually halting altogether. House, too, came to a stop, amusement dancing in his eyes as he observed the fishermen, their faces turning crimson. The leading fisherman, Geo, clenched his teeth, managing to utter a few words through his gritted jaw. "What kind of drug did you give us?" House leisurely struck a match, producing a cigarette, and replied, "I noticed you were coughing quite violently. So as a compassionate healer, I prescribed you some cough medicine. No need to thank me. You gave us laxatives." The fishermen erupted in chaos, but their excitement led to a loss of control, forcing them to cover their behinds with their hands. Striving to maintain composure, "Well, do you still feel like coughing?" was House's blunt inquiry. The fishermen thought to themselves, "I'm not coughing. I can't dare to cough," as the fishermen's faces turned purple from the strain. House pulled out another black sphere from his bag, this one considerably larger than the previous ones. The fishermen gasped, "Please, don't come any closer." Ignoring their pleas, House tossed the sphere into their midst. The fishermen attempted to evade, but the pressure emanating from behind them rendered their movements sluggish. Unsurprisingly, the black sphere detonated, releasing a cloud of white smoke that engulfed them all. House remained entirely unfazed. Counting down, 3, 2, 1, down, the fishermen, as if in perfect unison, rolled their eyes and collapsed. The naval soldiers behind them stood agape, jaws dropped in shock. "What are you staring at? I'm a doctor. It's entirely reasonable for me to carry some medications." House stood nonchalantly, smoking a cigarette. "See, sparks flying? I told you not to chase me. You fools." This display had truly astonished House, but since he was no longer in danger, he pondered aloud about the peculiar scent wafting from nearby. The soldiers, eager to assist their commander in vanquishing the dragon, were met with an indescribable odor. Upon closer inspection, they gasped. The fisherman had changed color, now appearing yellowish. No, it wasn't a change in hue. The crowd looked on in disbelief at House, who had donned a gas mask. "What are you looking at? Here's a little knowledge for you. Laxatives and sleeping pills should never be consumed together. Otherwise, you'll end up like this. Have you learned your lesson?" The crowd nodded. "Yes, but who would ever combine sleeping pills and laxatives? Besides, weren't those your concoctions?" The air began to grow thick and murky. The naval soldiers could endure no longer and began to retreat. Yet, after only a few steps, they seemed to lose all strength, collapsing one by one, their final thoughts being, "Don't fall here. We'll be pickled." Watching the mass of sleeping soldiers, House sighed. "You lot really are pathetic." He recognized this as a sign of the power that had recently coursed through their bodies, finally depleting. Earlier, House's strength had sustained them. But now that it was gone, their bodies instinctively triggered a sleep recovery mode. The previously absent Smurd was experiencing the same fate, being a steadfast individual who had held nothing back during the battle against Kruby. Every strike executed with full force as a result. Although he had been one of the last to receive the power, he exhausted his strength even earlier, currently sprawled atop Kruby. Well, now only one remains. The smoke mingled with mist, gradually obscuring House's figure. Huff, huff, Bryn gasped, planting his sword into the ground for support, several wounds bleeding profusely, the most significant gash nearly spanning his entire waist. The human navy's battle sounds had ceased. "Your subordinates must be entirely wiped out by now." The dragon, in a far superior state than Bryn, bore only a few minor wounds. "How do you know?" "No, your subordinates are all gone. Even at this juncture." He maintained his bravado. "I'll see whether your bones are tougher or my blade is." Arlong swung his sword toward Bryn once more, who calmly observed the scene, utterly devoid of the strength to evade. In that moment, time seemed to slow down. "I'm sorry, residents of Ksha-town. I couldn't avenge you. I'm sorry, my subordinates. I couldn't bring you victory. I'm sorry, House. I couldn't ensure your safe return. Stop with the sentimental farewells. Even if you die, I won smack." House lightly struck Bryn with a palm, knocking him unconscious and laying him on the ground. An internal conflict. "Are you surrendering to me?" "Human." The dragon regarded House with scornful eyes, convinced that humans were indeed the most inferior of races. "However, if you kneel and crawl over here, I might consider sparing your life." "Ah." House paid no heed to the dragon's taunts. Simply rising to approach him, as he passed by Brin's sword, which had been thrust into the ground. He grasped the hilt, drawing the blade. Oh, you still wish to resist? You are but a mere human. The previous navy couldn't defeat me, and you think you can? House maintained his indifference to the dragon, speaking to himself. I wield a power known as the breath method. There are many variations of this method, one of which is called the origin breath, the ancestor and foundation of all breath techniques. The knife in House's hand began to glow red, as if it had been set ablaze, with each step he took. The blade grew increasingly crimson, and after 3 paces, it was aflame. A searing sensation emanated from House, not from his own being, but from the knife. Despite the considerable distance, the dragon felt as if it were enveloped by the sun. Who are you truly? The response from House was, the breath of the sun, 7th form. Radiant sunlight strike. In an instant, House vanished, and a swirling inferno materialized from thin air, traversing the dragon's form with a speed incomprehensible to it. Reaching behind. At that moment, the dragon experienced the chilling terror of death and lowered its head to inspect its wound. However, it found only a minuscule cut at its navel, surrounded by charred skin, as if it had not been struck by a knife, but rather a red-hot iron rod. How could such a trivial injury possibly defeat me? The dragon. Humans merely engage in bluster. What is this breath of the sun nonsense? The dragon's body began to redden from within, as if flames were igniting inside. In agony, the scorched dragon writhed on the ground, clutching its belly. House flicked the knife, its scarlet hue gradually fading back to its original sheen. Ignoring the dragon's lamentations, he circled around it and strolled back to where Brin awaited, murmuring to himself, the energy characteristic of the breath of the sun penetrates the enemy's interior, causing their organs to suffer as though consumed by fierce, blazing flames. The dragon continued to howl, but House suddenly halted, as if listening intently. It dawned on him that Brin's secret weapon was, in fact, himself. With great haste, House tossed the knife toward Brin and vanished from sight. Out of the mist came a resounding roar. White serpent, a fist, enveloped in smoke, hurtled from the fog toward the dragon's head, striking it with a resounding thud. The dragon ceased its howling simultaneously. A robust man with white hair clad in a leather jacket soared through the haze. And indeed, he flew, his limbs composed entirely of smoke. The fist that had struck the dragon returned to the man's right arm as he landed, and his limbs astonishingly resumed their ordinary human form. Furrowing his brow, he gazed at the motionless dragon on the ground, and then at his own fist. This fellow truly so weak. A day later, Brin vigorously shook Smoker's hand, exclaiming, "Thank you so much. I am truly grateful. Had it not been for your timely rescue, we would have been in grave danger. I told you it wasn't me. I merely threw one punch, and that fellow perished," Smoker replied. Straining to extract his hand from Brin's grip, his brow knitted in concern. Do not worry, I understand. This fellow is connected to the 7 warlords. His death could indeed lead to complications, but fear not. I shall bear this responsibility. Brin winked at Smoker, conveying an understanding. Smoker retorted, I have already stated, it was not I who killed him. Then who do you propose did? Apart from you standing on the battlefield. Only House remains. Surely you cannot assert that the defenseless Dr. House was responsible. Brin pointed at House, who was currently assisting the Navy in transporting the spoils from the Dragon Park, moving a large box and pausing frequently to rest, clearly not resembling a formidable expert. Smoker glanced at him twice before turning away, frowning. Regardless, it was not I. Do not speak nonsense. Brin wore an expression of understanding. Reassuring, rest assured, we shall declare it was I who did this. Even the 7 warlords shall not act with impunity. Should you require assistance in the future, simply let me know. I shall not hesitate. I have already said it was not me. Believe what you wish, Smoker said, observing Brin's demeanor of unwavering conviction and choosing not to explain further. By the way, what do you intend to do next? The 7 warlords are not to be trifled with. Smoker's expression grew serious. The 7 warlords are indeed premier figures, even in the Grand Line. A mere East Blue Branch Commodore lacks the capital to confront them. Let them come, not to mention that the dragon is not even his subordinate, merely a faction that was expelled. Even if he were a subordinate, should he be allowed to act with impunity in the East Blue? I, Brin, shall not consent. Whatever retaliation they have in store, I shall face it. Looking at Brin, who showed no remorse, Smoker was touched. We are the Navy. Do we really need to consider their background when eliminating pirates? On the sea, The Navy itself is the greatest background. Dasky, Smoker called out. Here, a girl dashed from the side, dressed in a Navy uniform, with a non-standard longsword at her waist and glasses perched on her nose. Exuding an air of innocent naivety, she saluted Smoker. Colonel Smoker, how may I assist you? Please escort the captives from the Dragon pirate crew back to our ship. Colonel Smoker, I believe seizing allies' captives is not an action befitting a righteous Navy. Dasky did not carry out the order and instead began to question it. This is not mere theft. I shall handle it myself. Smoker was at a loss for words. Should he explain that leaving them behind would attract the 7 warlords, whom the 77th branch could not withstand? Would that not imply the Navy fears pirates? Thus, he refrained from explanation. Dasky continued to pursue him. Colonel, I think, bang. In her haste, Dasky collided with a passerby, gasping, Oh, I'm so sorry. My glasses. Where are my glasses? The force of the collision knocked Dasky to the ground. I apologize for knocking you down. A hand reached down to help the fallen Dasky back to her feet. Without her glasses, she could only make out a vague white silhouette. Here are your glasses. Thankfully, they are unharmed. A gentle voice echoed, as something was placed into Dasky's hand. I'm sorry. I accidentally bumped into you. Are you all right? Upon adjusting her glasses, the blurred world became clear. She realized she had collided with House. Bowing once more in apology, House assisted her up, saying, I'm fine. What about you? Did you sustain any injuries? So this is Dr. House. He is quite handsome. I heard that the Navy suffered no losses this time thanks to his medical skills. He truly is an impressive individual. Hey. Noticing Dasky lost in thought and not responding, House waved his hand in front of her, attempting to gain her attention. As she bumped her head, still receiving no response, House intended to check if she had indeed sustained an injury. Just as he was about to act, Dasky snapped back to reality. I apologize. I was just daydreaming. I'm fine. Thank you, Dr. House. That's good to hear. If you feel unwell at any time, do not hesitate to seek me out. Since she claimed to be fine, House did not insist on examining her further. Casting a casual glance, he confirmed there were no obvious external injuries and walked away without further concern. Dr. House truly is as gentle as the legends say. But wait, she needed to find Colonel Smoker to inquire about the captives. Colonel Smoker. Dasky finally remembered her earlier intent and hurried off in pursuit of Smoker. Dr. House, Smoker, from a distance, stroked his chin, observing the scene with a thoughtful expression. Although Bryn repeatedly refused Smoker's insistence to take the captives, Smoker nonetheless assertively took them away. On the tranquil sea, 2 ships sailed side by side, both bearing the seagull flag. One appeared relatively ordinary, resembling a standard military vessel. The other was more peculiar, featuring a prow adorned with a shark's head sporting sharp, serrated teeth, making it look more like a pirate ship compared to the adjacent military craft. Hey, Smoker, thank you. Smoker waved from the other ship in acknowledgement. The 2 vessels gradually drifted apart. Smoker headed back to Logetown, while Bryn intended to escort House back to Orange Town. All right, it's time to send you back. Will you truly not reconsider joining the Navy? I believe you possess great potential. Bryn earnestly extended the invitation once more. No, the townsfolk still need me. House declined again, conveniently providing an impeccable reason. Very well, if that is the case, I shall not press further. Although you may not join the Navy, you can always seek my assistance whenever needed. Observing the regretful expression on Bulimbulin's face, House blurted out, Ha ha ha. Even if you had mentioned it, I would have known. Your acupressure skills are remarkably impressive. Ha ha. House wished fervently to sew his own mouth shut. Why the unnecessary pleasantries? Now, he found himself at a loss. The tranquil surface of the East Sea shimmered under the clear sky, as if celebrating the dissipating clouds of doom. An hour later, House returned to the dock of Orange Town. Well then, everyone, farewell. He picked up his small medical kit, ready to disembark. Goodbye, Dr. House. I shall forever remember your life-saving grace. Thank you for your treatment. Do come visit the 77th branch sometime. Each soldier bid farewell to House, as those who had benefited from his healing skills. They understood the weight of his expertise. It could be said that without House, at least half of them might have perished in battles against the fishmen. All gatherings must eventually disperse. May we meet again by fate. The deeper one resides at the bottom, the more genuine the emotions. House too was touched by this simple sentiment, yet happiness lay just within reach. How could he afford to stall? He resolutely stepped onto the gangway. Thud, thud, the sound of many footsteps echoed, prompting House to glance back as a contingent of townsfolk, led by Mayor Buter, stood on the dock. Mayor, This is a naval vessel. There's no need for concern. Everyone, please return. House was perplexed, thinking the mayor had gathered people out of fear that the ship might belong to pirates. Stop, House, the mayor commanded. House halted, casting a puzzled look at the elderly official. What on earth are you up to? House, you must venture out to sea. The mayor's words struck like a thunderbolt. But mayor, I know you can't bear to leave us. Look over there. The old mayor pointed towards House's clinic, where a massive flame blazed fiercely. What the FK? Who set my place ablaze? House exclaimed, panic rising as he hurriedly descended the gangway. It was I who ordered it burned, the old mayor stated calmly. House was left speechless, shocked by the betrayal of someone he had always respected, someone he had hoped would one day find him a wife. But here the old man was, burning down his clinic. His expression shifted through various shades of disbelief, and with a hoarse voice, he managed to ask, why? Because you do not belong here. You belong to the sea. I belong to the sea. How was I unaware of this? House's bewilderment was palpable. To his surprise, the old mayor began to weep. Wait, I'm the one whose house was burned. Why are you crying? You raised the Navy's flag high so that pirates could see this place was under naval protection. To safeguard the townsfolk from their menace, correct? House nodded. Indeed, the seagull flag was meant to prompt pirates to steer clear. It was originally intended to ensure his own peace, but it inadvertently safeguarded the town as well. Seeing House nod in agreement, not only did the old mayor become animated, but the other townsfolk also began to express their enthusiasm. You built your clinic on high ground to warn us of pirates who might not fear the Navy. Did you not? Huh? No. I merely sought a secluded place to practice my swordsmanship. I know you love this town dearly. For many years, you hardly charged for your medical services, and you don't even have the means to renovate your home. That was merely to foster good relations with the townsfolk, to build a good reputation, making it easier to find a wife. After all these years of solitary dedication, it must have been quite exhausting for you. House, now, it is our turn to protect your dreams. House was left speechless. My dream is to have a wife, children, and a warm hearth. And why on earth did you burn my house? House, go out to sea. House jolted. No, I refuse to go to sea. I want to return to the town. House, the mayor shouted. I know you long for the sea. 6 years ago, you chose to stay to protect us townsfolk. Today, I have brought everyone here. Listen to their voices. The crowd that followed the mayor began to shout. House, do not worry about us. We will take care of ourselves. Go pursue your dreams. I worry about nothing. My dream is to live safely until death. Dr. House, go to the sea you long for. Do not let us be your burden. Thank you, but you are indeed a burden. Dr. House, you should not be confined to this island. The sea is where your talents can truly flourish. No, I still wish to return to the town. House shook his head defiantly, continuing to descend. The house could be rebuilt if it burned down. There was no way he would leave his comfort zone. House, the mayor spoke again. To be frank, House was beginning to feel a bit intimidated by the old man. What on earth was he concocting in that mind of his? The mayor grinned mischievously. Now you have no choice. Chris, proceed. Understood. A young man with golden hair saluted before rushing to activate an unfamiliar winch. As the winch turned, the bridge at the dock began to rise. And the ladder that could once reach the ground was abruptly ejected. Go chase your dreams. House. You all House truly wanted to curse at them now. Can any of you even comprehend human speech? I said I want to go home. Laughter erupted from the ship. House, do not refuse. This is the will of everyone. Come now, join the Navy. Bulin grasped the rope ladder and swung it upward with all his might. Bulin, in midair, without a point of leverage, House was propelled upward, fortunately not soaring too high, just enough to be flung back onto the ship. Dusting himself off, he realized that returning to Orange Town seemed impossible now. Therefore, gazing into the expectant eyes of the assembled Navy, perhaps joining them wasn't such a bad idea. House approached the edge of the ship, cupping his hands to form a horn. Mayor, take good care of that child. The mayor smiled back, certainly, and please repair my clinic. I intend to return once I retire. Rest assured, House, it was truly burned. Just a small fire set to the side. We will remember you. Make sure to become a person of significance. The townsfolk echoed in response as House waved back in acknowledgement, then turned to see Bulin and the Navy, who were struggling to suppress their smiles. Then, Brigadier Bulin, Dr. House reporting for duty. Ha ha ha. You've finally become a part of the Navy. Notify the kitchen. Tonight we shall hold a welcome party to celebrate House's induction into the Navy. Yay, long live Dr. House. The soldiers cheered, and Bulin wrapped his arms around House, pushing him towards the kitchen. Let me tell you, House, the benefits of joining the Navy are numerous, including the 5 insurances and 1 fund. This night marked a jubilant celebration for the 77th branch of the Navy, yet it was also a night of sorrow for House. His plans for retirement had been unexpectedly thwarted. However, as House swirled the red wine in his glass, gazing around at the Navy celebrating him, the feeling wasn't so bad after all. Tonight, we shall not return until we are inebriated. On an island near the Red Earth continent, a colossal fortress-like building stood proudly, exuding grandeur. A seagull flag fluttered majestically atop, dancing in the wind. Report. Commandant. A messenger opened the door and saluted the individual seated at the head of the table. Only 4 people occupied the room, yet the messenger could feel the sweat forming on his brow. Marshal, we have just received a report from Brigadier Bulin of the East Sea 77th Branch. Oh, set it down. Yes, the person at the head, adorned with a peculiar seagull hat and a long braided beard, was none other than the highest-ranking officer of the Navy, the Marshal, Sengoku. The messenger respectfully placed the report on the table and exited the room. As soon as he stepped outside, the messenger hunched over, gasping for breath, overwhelmed by the pressure of being in the presence of the 3 great admirals. The messenger, having caught his breath, patted his chest and returned from whence he came. Inside the room, 4 individuals exhibited no reaction, as though they were entirely accustomed to the messenger's behavior. Sakazuki, your actions on Kafuno Island have been rather excessive. The soldiers below have lodged complaints with me. Sengoku reprimanded the upright figure before him while gesturing with a report in hand. The man standing before Sengoku wore a navy cap, his facial features sharply defined, and on the left breast of his dark red suit was embroidered a pink flower. This individual was none other than Sakazuki, also known as Admiral Akainu, one of the 3 highest-ranking admirals in the Navy. Necessary sacrifices are unavoidable in the pursuit of eradicating pirates, Sakazuki declared, his expression resolute, showing no sign of wavering. Forget it. Sengoku casually handed the document to a nearby sheep, which skillfully opened its mouth to consume the paper. And you too? Must you be so lazy in my presence? Sengoku slammed his hand on the table and shouted, spittle flying from his mouth. Oh dear, Sengoku-san is truly terrifying today, remarked Kazu, Borisolino, lounging on the sofa in a yellow suit. Despite his words of fear, he continued to file his nails with a rasp, showing no signs of trepidation. At least this fellow responded. The other admiral, Akiji, Kazan, lay sprawled on the sofa, offering no reply whatsoever. Sengoku truly wished to reprimand these 2. Rubbing his forehead, none of the 3 admirals were easy to manage. Forget it. Let the matter we just discussed be classified as top secret. Dismissed. Yes, understood. How troublesome. The 3 acknowledged him and promptly exited Sengoku's office. Watching them leave, Sengoku resumed perusing the documents. What mischief is Brin up to now? Bang! What is this nonsense? Sengoku slammed the document onto the table. After a moment, he leisurely picked up his teacup and took a sip. Honestly, couldn't they just capture him? How am I supposed to deal with Jinbei if they kill him? After a moment's contemplation, he set down the cup and picked up the transponder snail to make a call. This is Sengoku. Yes, please inform Jinbei that Arlong has been slain by a passing strongman due to his brutal treatment of humans. That it matters not whether he believes it. Just ensure the message is delivered. That will be all. Hanging up the phone, he awaited Jinbei's response. As for the Arlong pirates, Sengoku dismissed them entirely. Pirates were merely a nuisance, and their demise was inconsequential. Surely, one would not punish the Navy for ridding the world of pirates. Even Jinbei would not be exempt. East Blue, Marine Branch 77, Medical Room. Knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking echoed as the solid wooden door creaked under the force. It seemed ready to detach from its hinges at any moment. Dr. House, are you there? Outside, a bald, muscular man shouted, but no response came from within, as though the room were utterly deserted. In the distance, 2 patrolling soldiers passed by. Sergeant Smurd is knocking again. Is the commander not going to do something about it? Who knows? We might as well pretend we didn't see it. Well, I must say, Sergeant Smurd has a knack for rhythm. It sounds rather pleasant. Fool, that's called a talent. The soldiers' voices faded as they moved further away. As if nothing unusual had occurred at last, amidst the strong man's persistent knocking, the door creaked open just a crack, revealing a young man with tousled black hair, rubbing his eyes. appearing as if he had just awakened. I say, Smurd. The strong man's hands continued to fall as he remained oblivious to the door's opening. Wait. A head had already protruded beneath his hands. Bang. Huh. Why has the sound changed? The sensation is much improved. Upon realizing this, the strong man opened his eyes, snapping back to reality, and puzzledly glanced at his hands. Oh, the door is ajar. Looking down through the gap, he exclaimed. Ah, it's Dr. House. No wonder it feels so good. 5 minutes later, with one eye swollen shut, House was struggling vigorously on Smurd's shoulder. First you knocked me out, and now you're abducting me. My apologies, Dr. House. I was mistaken, Smurd replied earnestly, yet showed no intention of setting him down. In that moment, House caught sight of a few Navy men patrolling in the distance. Hey, patrolling brothers, this guy is kidnapping me. Come quickly. What? Kidnapping. The patrolling Marines immediately drew their weapons, demanding, what is going on? Put the guns down. Can't you see? That's Sergeant Smurd, not a kidnapper. The leading soldier, clearly familiar with Smurd, greeted, Sergeant Smurd, what brings you here? Hello, the commander has instructed me to take Dr. House to him. But why are you binding me? Just take me there. House interjected. The commander said, this time, you must bind that lazy fellow as well. You had just fainted, so I was merely following the Admiral's orders. House and the patrolling soldiers exchanged incredulous glances at the man before them, who bore a striking resemblance to Dwayne Johnson. Since it's the commander's orders, we won't interfere further. Continue your patrol. Understood. The patrol leader signaled, and the team swiftly departed. Commander, are we really just going to ignore this? One patrolman whispered after they had moved away. What can we do? Are you going to snatch someone from Sergeant Smurd? With his notorious straightforwardness, if you dared approach him, he'd likely detain you for obstructing his duties. Believe it or not, that's true. But what about Dr. House? No worries. Dr. House is famously kind-hearted. He won't hold it against us. Recalling Smurd's formidable physique, the patrolman nodded. Indeed, Dr. House. It's not that we want to save you. It's just that our enemy is far too powerful. Wishing you well on your journey. The captain is so impressive. He knows so much. Enough. There's much you still need to learn. House watched the patrol team retreat, thinking, so, they only bully the good-hearted. Huh? Just wait until you're injured and seek my treatment. If I don't make you scream for your mother, I want to deserve the name House. Sighing, House squatted in the corner of the office, looking utterly defeated, while Bryn rubbed his forehead, helplessly watching the two. What's wrong with Smurd? I have no idea, Smurd replied, scratching his head. When I brought Dr. House here, we passed by the training ground. And that's when he transformed into this. Observing Smurd's bewildered expression, Bryn felt a headache coming on. Although I was the one who said to bind him, it was merely a figure of speech. I didn't mean for you to actually tie him up, and passing by the training ground means nearly everyone in the base must have seen it. And I wonder House is in this state. Social death. House, you know Smurd isn't the brightest bulb. Don't hold it against him. Bryn attempted to smooth things over, chuckling nervously. 20 minutes. Do you know how I spent those 20 minutes? House is already dead. You picked him. Ah, yes. By the way, House, we summoned you for a task. Struggling to find a way to comfort House, Bryn resorted to changing the subject. The task is quite simple. You just need to. Not going. It's really simple. Just go. Not going. Go patrol. Not going. Not an option. I'm a doctor. I don't go anywhere but the infirmary. House clung fiercely to a pillar. Jean Bay is coming. House stiffened. He had been to Logtown. Rising, he dusted off his clothes, bowed politely, and said, My esteemed Admiral, when does the mission commence? I can hardly contain my anticipation. The recent transformations have left both Bling and Smurd utterly confounded. Well, I must admit I am more accustomed to your former state. Perhaps you could revert to it? Respectful Brigadier, what are you talking about? Have I not always been like this? Forget it. The ship is ready. You should venture out for a few days at your command. House swiftly dragged Smurd away, who, bewildered, called out, Mr. House, wait. Don't pull me. I can walk by myself. Brigadier, we are setting off now. Bling felt helpless as well. He initially thought nothing of it. Although the dragon was a fishman, he was not technically under Jean Bay's command, so killing him seemed justifiable. Even if Jean Bay wished for revenge, he lacked a suitable reason. However, he had already visited the captives in Logtown. House's actions, administering laxatives and sleeping pills, were quite alarming. If it had been him, he would have long lost his sanity. Bling shivered at the thought, quickly reasoning that House likely had no cause to drug him, right? Ultimately, It remained uncertain whether Jinbei could maintain his composure after witnessing the fisherman's plight. So it was indeed best to have House lay low for a while. Mr. House, why are we in such a hurry to depart? On the warship, Smurd tilted his head, seeking insight from House. Ahem, of course. It is for love and peace. House quickly halted, nearly revealing the truth. Love and peace. Smurd was even more puzzled. Indeed, love and peace, Smurd. What distinguishes us, the Navy, from pirates? They are criminals, while we are not, Smurd replied loudly. Which was somewhat accurate. No one is born a pirate, nor is anyone born a sailor. So why do some wield weapons and become pirates, while others join the Navy? This time, House did not wait for Smurd to respond and provided his own answer. Look at me. I was merely an ordinary doctor, living a tranquil life in the town. However, when pirates sought to invade my homeland, I was compelled to take up arms and join the Navy. I love my town and wish for its enduring peace. Yet, the pirates aim to destroy all that. Although my hometown is safe now, the thought of so many civilians still suffering at the hands of pirates fills me with despair. Do you understand? Love and peace. Smurd began to repeat these 4 words, his eyes shining ever brighter. Yes, Mr. House, I understand. Mr. House is indeed an exemplary naval officer, always thinking of protecting the people that I must learn from him. Tears of emotion nearly welled up in Smurd's eyes. After successfully swaying Smurd, House stood at the bow, reflecting on how easily such passionate fools could be led astray with a few noble words. Humph, the world of pirates is far from simple. Meanwhile, Jinbei was accompanied by Smoker, steering a warship toward the 77th branch. Lord Jinbei, should you lay a hand on any naval officer, I will not stand idly by. Smoker declared, his cigar clenched between his teeth, glaring fiercely at the rotund blue figure before him. I am not one to act recklessly. Rest assured, Mr. Smoker. Jinbei squinted his eyes, unimpressed, for the infamous warlords of the sea. Even with the powers of a devil fruit, Smoker dared not claim victory. The two fell into silence, the atmosphere aboard the ship growing heavy. Jinbei gazed out at the vast ocean, his expression calm, concealing the turmoil within. Recalling the pitiful fisherman's cries he had witnessed in the Lowtown prison, Jinbei involuntarily tensed his body. Due to the fisherman's unique traits, no one dared let them wash in the water. Consequently, they had only been rinsed superficially, leaving them in a filthy state. When Jinbei visited them, their garments were marred with unknown yellow substances. The very air of the cell was tainted with a distinct odor. And the guards dared not enter, choosing to remain outside. Captain Jinbei, I am unclean. I can no longer face being a fisherman. Do not look at me. I am dirty. That Navy officer is utterly shameless. The sleeping pills are one thing, but why the laxatives? Their anguished cries pierced Jinbei's heart like arrows. Though he was not a racist, being a fisherman himself, witnessing his kin suffer in such a manner ignited a fury within him, compelling him to seek accountability. Alas, he could not act impulsively. He had the entire Fishman Island to protect. Impulsiveness was not an option. Moreover, although Arlong was no virtuous individual, his strength was not to be underestimated. Even Smoker would find it challenging to defeat him. Arlong was no fool. Upon seeing Smoker, a natural type user, he would surely retreat into the sea, where Smoker would be powerless against the fishmen. Therefore, the true culprit behind Arlong's demise must be hiding within the 77th branch. His grip tightened around the railing. Crack! The railing creaked under the strain. Smoker, observing this scene, raised an eyebrow. For 2 consecutive days, the sea remained tranquil, living up to its reputation as the weakest sea. House was pleased. He relished such serene days and wished for them to persist until retirement. After exchanging greetings with Smurd, House retreated to his quarters. By the way, House held the rank of sergeant, while Smurd was the highest-ranking officer aboard. A chief petty officer. Theoretically, House was Smurd's subordinate. However, upon boarding, Smurd had shown House the utmost respect, disregarding his higher rank. Instead, he acted more like House's subordinate, sparing him from labor and significantly reducing their usual training, leaving House feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, House had thick skin and exhibited no unusual reactions. Thus, House settled into a routine of sipping tea, reading the news, and chatting with fellow soldiers, lamenting the dreadful weather. The ocean, however, is not always calm. Today, they encountered a fierce storm. Raindrops the size of soybeans pounded on the deck, creating a cacophony of noise. Suddenly, a shout rang out from the lookout tower. Chief Petty Officer Smurd. A pirate ship has appeared to the right front. Smerd's eyes widened. Mr. House had said they must safeguard the peace of the seas. He commanded, "Follow my orders and pursue them to deliver a decisive blow to the pirates." Shouldn't we inform Mr. House?" a young sailor inquired, hesitantly. "Indeed, we should notify him," Smerd acknowledged. "You go inform Mr. House and tell him to remain in his quarters." Smerd nodded in agreement. "Huh? Stay inside? Shouldn't he come out to fight?" Smerd detected the soldier's confusion and promptly delivered a kick. "You fool! Are you no longer a soldier? Do you wish for Mr. House to confront the enemy wielding a scalpel?" The young sailor, rather than being offended, felt immense guilt. Of course, how could I allow Mr. House's hands, meant for saving lives, to be turned into instruments of death? I am truly despicable. The young soldier slapped himself and responded loudly. Smerd's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he gazed at the pirates. "Pirates who disrupt the peace, prepare to meet your end. Mr. House, I will not forget your teachings." The thunderous roar of cannon fire echoed aboard the warship. Why is the thunder so loud? Have we entered a storm zone? Sitting on the toilet, House furrowed his brow, then relaxed. "No worries. Smerd will handle it. That fellow is truly reliable. Everything is arranged meticulously." He flipped through the newspaper, continuing to read the humor section. "Oh, this joke is hilarious." The lazy boss was pushed to work by his employees. On the deck, Chief Petty Officer Smerd, "They are charging at us." The scout wiped rain from his face. Swoosh! Smerd drew his sword, raising it to the sky. "All hands prepare to engage. We are the Navy, and we shall not retreat before pirates. For justice! For justice!" Bang! The ship lurched violently, nearly sending House tumbling into the toilet. What happened? Could we have run aground? With no time to look back for a final glance, he hurriedly tidied up, planning to step outside. The toilet door creaked open, revealing a figure holding a bloodied knife, unmistakably a villain, and House locked eyes with him. "Kill!" The figure on the ground, wielding a knife, swiftly rose to his feet. Goodness, what a lack of martial decorum. "At least allow me a moment to adjust my trousers." Bang! Dr. House fired his weapon, and the pirate clutched his chest as he fell. Disbelief etched across his face. "Weren't you in the restroom? Why on earth do you have a gun with you? Where did you even pull it from?" I wouldn't dream of divulging that." With a gentle puff at the muzzle, the smoke dissipated. "Oh dear, my trousers are not properly fastened." In a flurry, I secured my pants while activating my observation hockey. Sensing the presence of over 20 unfamiliar auras aboard the ship, all congregated on the deck, colliding incessantly. Had we truly been boarded by pirates? Why had no one informed me? Just moments earlier, there had been a loud knock. "Dr. House, pirates are attacking. Please remain in your quarters. We shall vanquish them." A soldier, sporting a handprint on his face, declared outside House's room before hastily retreating to join the fray on deck. However, at that moment, House was occupied in the public restroom, entirely unaware of the commotion. The flintlock required reloading, yet time was a luxury I could not afford. Fortunately, when Bryn had outfitted House in military attire, he had also provided a standard-issue sword. Grasping the blade, House dashed towards the deck. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, with lightning intermittently piercing through. The tumultuous sea rocked two vessels. A tattered pirate ship collided head-on with the bow of the warship, appearing as if they were embedded together. House instantly grasped the situation. It was a desperate gamble by cornered pirates, for typically, ordinary pirates would flee upon sighting a warship. "Mr. House, be cautious. This is the mighty pirate crew." Smerd, witnessing House's emergence, was taken aback and urgently warned him to stay vigilant during the chaos. Engaged in combat with Smerd was a burly man, bare-chested and grinning menacingly. Bang! Smerd was sent sprawling far away by a powerful kick. After dispatching Smerd, the hulking man strode toward House, brandishing a massive hammer. "You must be the commander. If I eliminate you, your subordinates will surely surrender." The man wore a frenzied grin, and Smerd, despite sustaining a heavy blow, managed to rise again. "Dr. House, quickly evade. That is their captain, Bull Bison." House shot Smerd a sidelong glance, silently expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, but I am not blind." Evading was simple enough, but what of this giant? "If you possessed such strength, I would be long gone, I assure you." With no other options, I invoked the technique of the little golden man, for the sake of justice, with a countenance filled with tragic resolve. House brandished his sword and charged at Bison, exuding the intent to fight to the death. "Don't do it, Mr. House," Smerd cried out. "You little insect, eager to meet your demise?" Bison laughed triumphantly. "Let me crush you in an instant." Seeing House rush towards him instead of fleeing only heightened Bison's excitement. If you had run, it might have posed a challenge. But since you wish to engage, do you truly possess the strength to match me? Raising his hammer high, Bison swung it down with all his might. However, due to the heavy rain and slick deck, House unexpectedly slipped, dodging the blow as the hammer struck the deck with a resounding crash. Leaving a dent, Bison, experienced in combat, swiftly reacted, launching a kick at House. Bang! The force of the kick sent House flying like a cannonball, colliding with a pirate, causing the unfortunate soul to gasp as House's blade inadvertently pierced his body. Cough! These vile pirates! Justice shall never yield. House coughed as he rose, extracting his sword from the pirate's corpse and staggeringly advancing towards Bison once more. I shall drive your head into your stomach. The death of his subordinate only fueled Bison's fury. As House charged again, Bison raised his hammer above his head, channeling all his strength for a downward smash. Just as House was about to be struck, he unwittingly stepped into a pool of blood and slipped again, the hammer crashing down where he had just been. Boom! The tremendous impact sent shockwaves through the deck, displacing the surrounding rainwater. House was once more sent sprawling, his sword flailing through the air and accidentally slicing the throat of a pirate engaged in battle with a fellow naval officer. As House landed, bloodied and battered, he struggled to his feet, gasping for breath, barely able to remain upright, yet his gaze remained resolute as he stared at Bison. Pirate, justice shall prevail. He staggered once more towards Bison, the repeated failures only inflaming Bison's rage, veins bulging on his forehead, nostrils flaring with steam, his eyes wide with fury. Breath of the mist, seventh form. Hazy, House murmured inwardly. Suddenly, the scene before Bison shifted. The approaching House multiplied, leaving Bison bewildered as he struggled to discern the real from the illusion. The seventh form of the mist's breath was a technique designed to confuse the enemy, creating illusions before launching a swift strike. Curse you, Navy scum! I'll kill you! Unable to distinguish between the figures, Bison swung his hammer wildly. Though he missed the target, House narrowly avoided the hammer's head, but was still struck by the handle, sending him flying. Another pirate fortuitously appeared in House's trajectory, and once more, House's blade embedded itself into the pirate's body. Mr. House. Smurd knelt nearby, tears streaming down his face. Cough, cough. With trembling hands, House steadied himself on the hilt of his sword, shakily rising. Mr. House. Smurd exclaimed, his tone imbued with hope. Justice shall never yield. House uttered, each word strained, and anyone witnessing the man barely propping himself up with his blade would think he had lost all capacity to resist. You fortunate Navy fool. I shall crush you. Bison roared in rage. Just moments prior, he had felt an overwhelming force shake his hammer when he struck House, causing it to fly from his hands and strike a pirate squarely on the head, instantly killing him. Now, seeing House still standing, infuriated Bison further. Disregarding his hammer, he advanced with arms outstretched, determined to smash House's head into a pancake. Half illusion. In Bison's eyes, House suddenly darted to the right. However, Bison swiftly pivoted, adjusting his hands to align with the new target. In the eyes of the onlookers, House's body swayed, propelled by Bison's left hand, narrowly avoiding the fate of being reduced to a pulp. House collided with a pirate's chest, sending the pirate sprawling to the ground, his chest caving in as he coughed up blood, seemingly on the brink of death. Mr. House. Vile pirates, I shall not let you escape. Smurd's eyes widened in fury, the anger alleviating some of his pain as he charged at Bison. Bison, perplexed by his own hands, wondered why he felt no impact despite having struck House. Hearing the roar behind him, he turned just in time to see Smurd, with the strength of a silverback gorilla, crash into him. Smurd, though slightly smaller than Bison, was akin to the difference between an ordinary chimpanzee and a silverback. Bison was sent soaring through the air, landing hard against the ship's cabin, where the ceiling collapsed upon him. Having knocked Bison aside, Smurd wasted no time and rushed to House's side, kneeling beside him, shaking his body. Mr. House. Mr. House, please awaken. His urgent tone made House feel guilty for continuing the charade. Cough, cough. House cracked one eye open. Smurd's heart soared. Mr. House, you're awake. Oh, it's you, Smurd. What has become of the pirates? In a state of frailty, House weakly inquired as Smoker surveyed the surroundings. The fall of Bison, coupled with House's earlier accidental elimination of several pirates, left the remaining foes utterly incapable of resisting the onslaught of the Navy, most of them already incapacitated. Rest assured, the pirates have been vanquished. That is a relief. Suddenly, A sound emanated from the ruins just recently created by Bison's impact. House's brow furrowed. Could it truly be that fate was so cruel? Had he struck gold on his very first outing as a Navy officer? A robust hand, covered in black fur, emerged from the debris, followed by the entire wreckage beginning to tremble, dust swirling around as a towering figure emerged from the haze. Bison's visage had morphed into that of a bull, adorned with two curved horns atop his head, his physique now significantly bulkier than before, with muscles coiling like hardened boulders, six-pack abs sharply defined. His body cloaked in long, dark fur save for his face. This transformation left the Navy, who had been celebrating their victory, utterly dumbfounded. I had intended to fight you as a mere human, but the charade ends here. I reveal my true self. His deep voice resonated as if drums were beating in the ears of those present. I am a Minotaur, having consumed the bulbul fruit. Since you have slain my subordinates, you shall now serve as mine. Smoker helped House to his feet, but House was seething with frustration. Is this truly what the East Blue has to offer? What on earth is the evaluation team doing? Why grant a bounty of several million on such a creature and send him to the New World to meet his demise? With those horns, Kaido's bungee jumping obsession would surely have him plucking them off for use as a spare. The sheer size of Bison instilled immense pressure upon the Navy. Bang! A soldier, unable to withstand the mounting tension, fired a shot, the bullet striking Bison squarely in the chest. The round ricocheted off, rolling harmlessly across the deck, without even disturbing the coat of brown fur. What a bizarre creature! The soldier trembled backward, collapsing to the ground. Fear etched on the faces of the Navy, including Smoker, as they witnessed the bullet fail to inflict even a scratch. Despair began to creep into their hearts. Cough. Do not entertain such thoughts. Pirates, we, the Navy, shall never yield. All eyes turned toward House, who, with great effort, pushed against Smoker, attempting to dislodge him. Yet, the weakened House could not budge Smoker, and instead stumbled backward, with trembling hands. He struggled to extract the blade embedded in a pirate, wielding it with both hands. Despite his unsteady stance, his unwavering gaze shone like a beacon of hope in the hearts of the Navy. Indeed, they were the Navy. How could they succumb to fear against a mere pirate? Even contemplating surrender? Absolutely not. If it meant death, so be it. They had to be prepared for such a fate upon choosing to become Navy officers. The morale of the crew reignited, their gazes now burning with resolve as they turned toward Bison, who felt a shiver under their collective scrutiny. How dare they? I had them trembling in fear, on the verge of capitulation. Bison's massive eyes began to fill with a furious crimson, fixating on House. It is all your fault, you detestable Navy. You shall not enjoy your previous stroke of luck any longer. Prepare to die. Charge. Lowering his head, Bison scraped his right foot against the ground, thundering footsteps resonating with each step. A testament to his immense strength. Dr. House, be careful, Smoker exclaimed, as House staggered forward, confronting the oncoming Bison, whose imposing form loomed like a mountain. House appeared diminutive, as if he could be crushed into dust at any moment. Yet, unexpectedly, the force of Bison's advance caused the entire ship to sway, and House, already unsteady, lost his footing and fell forward, his knife sliding to the side as it narrowly missed Bison in the torrential rain. No one noticed the fleeting glimmer of blue upon the blade. House lay gasping for breath, seemingly devoid of strength to rise again. Roar. Bison let out a cry of pain as House's knife pierced his arm. What a pest. Though I am unaware of how you managed to injure me, do you not know that the Zoan-type devil fruit grants tremendous regenerative abilities? Bison grunted, wrenching the blade from his arm. Now, you are unarmed and unable to even crawl, and I shall crush you before your subordinates. Ah! The agony had awakened Bison's ferocity, a cruel grin spreading across his face as he advanced step by step toward House. Halt! Pirate! I will not allow you to harm Mr. House any further. A robust figure firmly positioned himself between Bison and House. It is you. Your strength is commendable. Would you care to become my first mate? I hold great expectations for you. Bison recognized the figure before him, having previously engaged in combat with Smoker before House intervened. Indeed, it is Smoker. Smoker shall never conspire with pirates. Pirates, prepare to meet your end. Smoker unleashed a punch, undeterred by the significant disparity in size between him and Bison. Mr. House has demonstrated through his actions that if even the Navy succumbs to the pirates, who shall safeguard peace? I will not retreat any longer. His gaze, resolute and devoid of fear, locked onto Bison. If you refuse to yield, then face your demise. Bison's eyes glinted with malice, dismissing Smoker's threat. With your strength, you likely cannot withstand even a single blow from me. Once I eliminate you, and the one lying on the ground, the morale of the Navy will shatter. I shall force them to serve as my crew, and thus, I will possess a complete warship to carve my name across the Grand Line. Bison regarded Smoker with disdain, having transformed into a beast, viewing Smoker as merely a slightly stronger monkey. This is impossible. Bison's expression shifted to one of terror as their fists collided, a force equal to his own meeting him. When did his strength become comparable to mine? This cannot be. While Bison was bewildered, Smoker was not. He recognized this as the power of justice. Justice shall prevail, he roared once more, engaging in close combat with Bison. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed as Smoker quickly turned the tide of battle in his favor. His rallying cry awakened the surrounding Navy. We shall fight. In an instant, those armed with guns fired, while others wielded swords, all converging upon Bison. This time, Bison's fur did not shield him from the blades and bullets, and he was injured. The realization ignited the soldier's spirits. If he could bleed, he could die. Black blood flowed amidst the brown fur. With each passing moment, Bison's movements grew increasingly sluggish. He could not fathom why. On this occasion, his transformation into a beast had not yielded greater joy. Instead, he found himself overwhelmed. This should not be. His gaze swept across the Navy, ultimately landing on the figure sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, a revelation struck him. It was that Navy officer. Since his arrival, everything had changed, despite the torrential downpour. Bison clearly recalled the smile playing on the officer's lips and the words he should not have heard. Breath of the insect, dance of the bee's fangs, truly mesmerizing. What was this? As the wounds multiplied, Bison's consciousness began to wane. Finally, following the last gunshot, Bison collapsed. His eyes widened in disbelief. He would never comprehend how he had lost. Smoker supported himself on his knees, gasping for air. Did we emerge victorious? We have triumphed. The jubilant proclamation spread like wildfire among the soldiers. From disbelief to exuberant cheers, the transformation was instantaneous. They could scarcely believe they had genuinely defeated the bull-headed brute. Indeed, as Mr. House stated, we are the Navy warriors of love and peace, destined to vanquish the pirate Minotaur. Silence. Smoker's authoritative shouts silenced the crowd, leaving them in stunned silence, uncertain of his intentions. Ignoring their gazes, Smoker approached House, crouching beside him to check for signs of life. The soldiers realized their grave oversight. How could they forget the doctor who had led them out of despair? They felt utterly remiss. The entire crew held their breath, tension palpable as they watched Smoker's actions. Fearful of interrupting him, just as his large hand neared House's nose, House suddenly coughed several times. Cough, cough. Initially intending to feign severe injury, House was unprepared for Smoker's rather invasive method of checking his nasal breath. It was overwhelming. House could hardly endure it. He could only wake up upon hearing House's cough, and Smurd swiftly withdrew his hand, followed by a surge of joy as he helped House sit up. Mr. House, you are alive. Damn it, don't curse me. By the way, what about the pirate? How did Bison fare? House pretended to appear anxious, reporting, Sergeant House, the great pirate crew, including Captain Wild Bull Bison, has been completely subdued. Have we triumphed? Indeed, we have triumphed. That's splendid. Assist me. I need to rest for a while. But you seem gravely injured. Should we fetch a doctor? A soldier inquired with concern, and others nodded in agreement. Can you find a more skilled doctor than me? If I say I'm fine, then I am fine. A little rest is all I require. House rolled his eyes at the crowd, which elicited laughter. The soldier scratched his head sheepishly, while Smurd remained silent. Guiding House inside. By the way, I wonder what peculiar items that creature capable of transforming into a bull possesses. Do not tamper with them. Photograph them and cast them into the sea, and remember to wear gloves. As House was about to enter the cabin, he remarked, while some soldiers curiously gathered around Bison, in the weakest sea, the devil fruit was merely a legend. Yes, House commanded, insisting that even out of curiosity, they must follow orders. In truth, it was not that House wished to deny them a longer glance. The crux was that it was truly intolerable if it were discovered that this fellow had succumbed to poison. Explaining it would be quite the challenge. The breath of insects, a technique combining rapid thrusting strikes with toxins, and the dance of the bee's fangs, was a maneuver employing a finely poisoned blade for fierce forward thrusts. House had utilized this technique to stab Bison, inducing poison, which subsequently led to Bison's gradual weakening. This entire episode hinged on performance. Who could have anticipated that the reason everyone could injure Bison later stemmed from House's initial strike? After all, everyone had indeed inflicted damage upon Bison. He had perfectly concealed his own contribution. Truly commendable. Chuckling inwardly, House was supported by Smurd back to his quarters. "Mr. House, please rest well. I shall take my leave. By the way, Smurd, let the ship's doctor examine him first. If there are any grave injuries beyond his capability, send for me. While I am present, I shall not allow my comrades to suffer due to untreated wounds." For reasons unknown, upon hearing this, Smurd suddenly burst into tears. "Dr. House, you are truly magnificent. Even while gravely injured, you do not forget your wounded comrades. Rest assured, I will not let anyone suffer for lack of treatment." Wiping his nose in tears, Smurd exited, leaving a bewildered House behind, puzzled by his antics. What was wrong with this fellow? Always crying at the drop of a hat. Never mind. It's a pirate's world, where emotional expressions run rampant. Best to disregard him. There were still matters to confirm regarding bounties and to tally the spoils, merely tedious tasks. Let Smurd and the others handle it. After all, I am an injured party and need proper rest. On the deck, soldiers were methodically engaged in post-battle duties, confirming bounties, repairing the deck, and transporting spoils. Each soldier's face adorned with smiles. Other pirates might not have bounties confirmed, but the bounty for wild bull bison was established at 9 million berries. Considering the East Sea's average bounty was merely 3 million berries, 9 million was a rare sight indeed, marking them as victors in a grand battle. Upon seeing Smurd emerge from the cabin, a second-class soldier with a sling approached. "Sergeant, is Dr. House all right?" The second-class soldier's concerns stemmed from the fact that among the pirates accidentally killed by House, one was his adversary during battle.it that moment. He had sustained an arm injury and was on the verge of being slain by the pirate when House had suddenly swooped in, severing the opponent's throat with a single stroke, saving him from certain doom. Rest assured, Dr. House merely requires rest. He is not gravely harmed. That is truly splendid. By the way, Sergeant, I can forfeit my credit to Dr. House, can't I? The earlier second-class soldier tentatively inquired. Smurd looked at him in confusion, awaiting an explanation. In truth, such acts of relinquishing credit were not accepted by someone as principled as Smurd. Previously, others had attempted to bribe crew members for early promotions. However, when confronted with Smurd, they were promptly expelled from his team. Smurd's crew was quite esteemed within the 77th Division. After all, not only could Smurd fight, but he also never covets the achievements of his subordinates, ensuring that every merit was equitably distributed. Otherwise, he would not have remained merely a sergeant despite such formidable capabilities. Noticing Smurd's lack of rebuttal, the soldiers gained courage in this victory over the great pirate crew. I believe Dr. House deserves the greatest credit, though it was somewhat embarrassing. When Bison transformed into a monster, fear had indeed gripped him, even leading to thoughts of retreat. Unbeknownst to them, a large group of Navy personnel had gathered to listen. The second-class soldier paused, quickly scanning the crowd, swallowing hard. It was Dr. House who saved me from despair. Had he not bravely attacked at that moment, I might have lost the honor of being a Navy soldier. Though Dr. House did not defeat Bison, without him, I could have perished at Bison's hands, or, worse yet, been coerced into becoming a pirate. At this juncture, the second-class soldier bravely lifted his head, meeting Smurd's serious gaze. "If I were to accept the credit for defeating Bison now, I would live in unrest for the rest of my life." Tears streamed down his face. "Well said," another soldier echoed. "Indeed, without Dr. House, I, who could hardly hold my gun on the battlefield, would be as good as dead. I cannot claim credit from my benefactor. I too wish to bestow my credit upon Dr. House." The speaker was the soldier whose shots had proved futile against the transformed Bison. "Yes," I too faltered. Accepting such credit, what would become of my dignity as a Navy soldier? I did not join the Navy merely for promotion. And I too. Witnessing the soldiers express their wishes, each eager to credit House, Smurd's previously somber countenance transformed into a smile as he embraced the initial speaker. "You are commendable. Everyone, listen to me." The soldiers fell silent, attentively gazing at Smurd. "Dr. House has stated that we, the Navy, are warriors of love and peace. Until now, I have never understood. While it is true that the Navy guards peace, what does that have to do with love?" Smurd's gaze swept across the faces of the crowd. "Now I comprehend. This is the love shared among comrades. Thus, I have decided. The faces of the crowd lit up with anticipation. The credit for defeating the great pirate crew shall be equally shared among us all. However, their expressions shifted from expectation to dismay as Smurd inwardly chuckled. Yet, the credit for slaying Bison shall be solely attributed to Dr. House, Smurd declared with a dramatic gasp, and the soldiers initially stood in disbelief before erupting into joyous cheers. Hooray! This marked the first time aboard Smurd's ship that credit was not shared equally, yet no one bore grievances. The following morning, what? Upon hearing Smurd declare that the credit for killing Bison would be solely his, House was infuriated. No, absolutely not. Bison was slain by us all together. How could I seize the credit from everyone? But everyone has already agreed. That doesn't matter, to take the credit from everyone. What kind of person would I be? I, House, stand for fairness. Why did I come aboard Smurd's ship? It was to partake in shared credit, to advance slowly. Why, upon my arrival, have you altered the rules? Is this directed at me? We are all but small parts of a collective. If I stand out this time and receive an exception, what happens the next time someone else stands out? Will we continue down this path, leaving no fairness in our wake? You needn't say more. I shall certainly not accept it. House wore an expression of someone championing fairness. However, but everyone truly agrees. That doesn't matter. Fairness is paramount. Consider this. If you were to slay a pirate, yet the credit went to another, would you not feel discontent? Smurd pondered for a moment. Indeed, he would feel discontent. House slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Indeed, this is an unfair phenomenon that we must reject. Otherwise, how can we coexist harmoniously? Well, Smoker seemed somewhat reluctant, but did not voice any further objections. After bidding farewell to Smoker, House finally breathed a sigh of relief. Are there benefits to promotion? Yes, but can one achieve it? No, the war above has not lasted for many years. This is not the time for advancement. What if one is drafted? He certainly lacks the confidence to confront the Whitebeard pirates. News came from the branch that Jean Bay had departed, yet they did not rush to return. Instead, they meandered through a nearby town. It is an old naval tradition to rest after defeating pirates. In such maritime skirmishes, a portion of the spoils may even be allocated to reward the soldiers before being submitted. These are customary practices. And Smoker, being the straightforward fellow he is, had no intention of breaking tradition, for there is no harm in this, is there? The town was neither too large nor too small, yet it appeared to be thriving. It was no less developed than the previous Orange Town. House indulged in an abundance of snacks that day. There's nothing quite like enjoying public funds. However, there was something peculiar about the atmosphere here. It felt rather tense. Unlike the joyful sounds of laughter from adults and children that filled his former home, Orange Town, the merchants initially exhibited some wariness, but upon noticing the naval uniform beneath his white coat, they became somewhat hesitant in their responses. House chose not to probe further. As an outsider, he should refrain from delving into the secrets of the town. Even with the best intentions, sometimes offering help is not a good deed. Especially when no one in the town sought his assistance. Grilled chicken wings, my favorite. Humming an unknown tune, House ambled down the street, clutching a large bag of snacks. Suddenly, he felt his clothing snagged by something. Excuse me, are you a doctor? Turning around, House saw a little girl tugging at his coat. She appeared to be about 5 or 6 years old, timid, with large eyes that hinted at her beauty. Upon noticing House's gaze, she quickly lowered her head, daring not to meet his eyes. Observing the child's soiled appearance, House was unsure of her intentions but responded gently, Yes, I am a doctor. What do you need from me? He scrutinized the child. Despite her dirty clothes, her round little face was rosy, and her exposed limbs bore no marks of bruising, indicating she had not been mistreated. The girl's expression visibly brightened. That's wonderful. Doctor, can you come with me? Is someone in your family unwell? House crouched down to meet her gaze. The little girl initially nodded but then seemed to recall something, shaking her head. No one in my family is sick. Oh, then why do you need to see a doctor? House inquired, intrigued. Well, I can't say, but if you come with me, you'll understand, won't you, doctor? The girl appeared to struggle with her words, lowering her head and drawing circles in the dirt with her foot. All right then, lead the way. Really? Thank you, doctor. The girl's face lit up with joy as she pulled House along. Wait, be careful, your snacks are going to fall. Along the way, House conversed with the girl, who revealed little about herself. Her name was Tana, 5 years old, and she was the daughter of a small merchant in the town. However, When asked why she sought out a doctor and came here, she fell silent. Here, have this chicken leg. House offered, but this seemingly casual gesture startled the girl. No, I don't want chicken legs. She appeared frightened, shaking her head vigorously. That I have other treats that are delicious. House assumed she simply disliked chicken legs and intended to offer her something else. After all, it was all reimbursable. Yet, Tana's reaction made House feel that the situation was more complicated than it seemed. That I really don't want it. Please don't force me. Tana's eyes reflected pure terror, and she began to sob quietly. Seeing this, House was at a loss. He had merely offered her a snack, yet her reaction was so extreme. If someone were to witness him with a crying girl in the woods, it would indeed be a troubling sight. He decided to change the subject, avoiding the topic of snacks. After all this walking, are we almost to the place you wanted to take me? Upon hearing this, Tana ceased her crying, wiped her eyes with her sleeve, and looked up. Yes, we're almost there, just past that big tree. She pointed to a tree towering over 30 meters high. House furrowed his brow, casting a complex glance at Tana. Then let us proceed. Yes, they continued walking, circling around the large tree, and Tana stopped at a patch of grass. With a puzzled expression from House, she parted the grass to reveal a dark opening behind it. The entrance was low, barely over a meter high, and it curved downwards like a slide, leading to an unknown destination. This place seemed perilous. I'm sorry, but I'm going to leave now, House explained, turning to depart. However, he could not leave. His clothing was once again tugged. The little girl remained silent, gazing at him, tears streaming down her cheeks. After a moment of stalemate, House conceded, rubbing the girl's head affectionately, tousling her hair. He relented. All right, I yield. Lead the way. Initially, Tana had been annoyed about her disheveled hair, but upon hearing House's words, she instantly beamed with joy. Don't worry, brother. There's no danger inside. I promise. She patted her chest with determination, seemingly to assure him of the safety within. Without hesitation, Tana slid down into the opening. Moments later, her cheerful voice echoed from within, Doctor, come down quickly. Seeing this, House could only shake his head in resignation and crouch down to follow her inside. The slide was not particularly long, merely about 10 meters. Upon entering, House's first impression of the cave was one of surprise. The narrow passage opened up into a vast space. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks resonated. And although the midday sun could not illuminate this place fully, it was sufficient to reveal the surroundings. Who would have thought that a small cave led to a natural harbor? Indeed, they had entered a seaside cavern, encircled by towering rock walls, creating a spherical chamber. Besides the entrance through which they came, there was another large opening connecting to the outer sea, capable of accommodating ships, clearly a secret hideout, likely belonging to pirates. How did House know? He simply observed that a ship lay anchored within, its skull flag fluttering from the mast, confirming it was a pirate vessel. Although it appeared somewhat waterlogged, there was no mistaking its identity. They had entered from the side of a beach, and Tana had already dashed towards the center of the sand, calling out, Sister Louie, I brought the doctor. At that moment, a young girl lay on the crescent-shaped beach, illuminated by the light reflecting off the sea. House beheld her face. She appeared to be around 18 or 19, radiating youthful charm with delicate features. Yet, her tightly furrowed brow and the slightly twisted corners of her mouth suggested she was enduring some pain. This should have been a scene of rescuing a damsel in distress. But why was her outfit in black and white? The clothing was one thing. He could overlook that. But why was her hair also half black and half white? House couldn't help but criticize her appearance, which was rather difficult to describe. Though not unattractive, her punk-style attire felt entirely out of place for the scene. The girl's pants were normal black trousers. Yet her top was a mismatched ensemble. Half black leather, half white shirt, diagonally divided from her right shoulder to her left waist, the stark contrast lending her an air of rebellion. Most strikingly, her voluminous curls were also half black and half white. House stroked his chin, hesitating. After all, this girl does not seem like a good person. Just as House pondered this, Tana returned. Doctor, I beg you, please save Sister Louie. She became this way to save me. Tears streamed down her face. Would he save the little girl? Although the specifics remain unclear, one can assume that someone willing to injure themselves to save a child cannot be entirely malevolent. With a faint smile directed towards Tana, he stepped forward to conduct a thorough examination. Tana, anxiously watching from the side, feared that House might reveal some intolerable news. Furrowing his brow, House observed the girl named Leah, whose injuries were indeed severe: weak breathing, excessive blood loss, a fractured left arm, and various degrees of internal damage, all indicative of a powerful blow. Even by the standards of this world, such injuries would be fatal. Yet, this young woman was merely unconscious, a resilience not typical of ordinary individuals. Upon completing his examination, House commenced treatment. Initially mistaking the fabric on her left arm for a shirt sleeve, he soon realized it was a haphazardly tied bandage. The excessive tightness had rendered her arm a purplish hue, while the eye patch over her left eye, which he had assumed was due to injury, revealed her eye to be perfectly intact. Though he was tempted to voice his frustrations, House restrained himself. The lack of blood circulation in her arm was alarming. Drawing a surgical knife from the lining of his coat, he swiftly sliced through the layers of bandage without inflicting any harm to the skin beneath. This deft maneuver left Tana, who had been poised to scream at the sight of the scalpel, utterly astonished, exclaiming, "The doctor is amazing!" With remarkable speed, beyond Tana's comprehension, House made several precise touches along Lyoya's body. Before Tana's astonished gaze, Lyoya's arm gradually regained its normal color, her tightly furrowed brow slowly relaxing, even emitting soft, rhythmic sounds of relief. Even someone as unversed in medicine as Tana could discern that Lyoya's condition had significantly improved. "Thank you, dear doctor," Tana exclaimed, enveloping House in a hug, her head nuzzling against his chest as her loud sobs echoed. House, unable to move much, gently patted Tana's back. Gradually, her cries subsided into even breaths, and upon glancing down, he found himself both amused and bewildered. The little one had fallen asleep. "Well then, I shall watch over them." He laid the two girls side by side and draped his white coat over them. Taking a seat on a nearby rock, he stretched and began to contemplate the scene before him. The circumstances of the day were decidedly unusual: a clandestine harbor, an injured punk girl, an abandoned pirate ship stained with blood, and a girl who preferred to seek help from strangers rather than her family. All indications that this matter was anything but simple. That in terms of medical intervention, House had done little more than channel the power of water breathing into her body, providing Lyoya with restorative energy. Moreover, her physique exhibited a remarkable compatibility with this energy, surpassing even that of Smuffed, the lumbering brute. Sighing, House cast a glance at the two sleeping figures. This situation appeared increasingly troublesome. The primary concern lay in the identity of the pirate ship and whether the black and white girl was indeed a pirate. If she were, he could not possibly allow a pirate to recover and return to a life of villainy. However, at that moment, House glanced at the girl with the black and white hair, who had turned over, cradling Tana as if she were a doll, rubbing her face against Tana's and emitting unintelligible chuckles. House's brow twitched. Could this girl truly be a pirate? She seemed far from it. Finding an opportunity, House climbed aboard the ship for a quick inspection. The bloodstains were abundant, suggesting a fierce battle had taken place. The deck bore the marks of explosions, and the keel was shattered, rendering the vessel unseaworthy. The main mast had also been broken, likely from a violent impact. Among the remnants, House discovered numerous cages intended for holding captives, alongside various implements of torture, with dark blood ominously pooling into the ship's structure. The slave ship, perhaps, House pondered aloud, his voice laced with contemplation as his gaze sharpened. Upon returning to the beach, he was met with a powerful straight punch. Without even lifting his eyes, House deftly seized the girl's pale wrist with his right hand and turned it, lifting her hand high. The girl with the black and white hair twirled in midair, and indeed, it was Lyoya, the very girl he had just treated. Dazed and disoriented, her eyes spun in circles. Once House felt she had regained her bearings, he released his grip. Without a support, Lyoya spun a few more times before collapsing onto the sand. "Ouch, that hurts." "No, wait. This is not the time to complain about pain. There are enemies." Lyoya quickly rose to her feet, though her head still swam with dizziness, standing unsteadily, with one hand on her hip and the other pointed forward. She boldly declared, "Daring thief, do you know who I am?" Before allowing anyone a chance to respond, she continued, "I am Lyoya, the chosen emissary of the god of light, who creates all things, and the god of darkness, who destroys all things, here to judge all evil in this world." The atmosphere turned palpably awkward as House chose to ignore Lyoya's proclamation. That a flush crept across her fair face, and she stammered, Well, regardless, you must be a villain intent on stealing Tana. I shall eliminate you here." Feeling quite self-assured, She thought she had delivered a fitting retort. "Excuse me, esteemed emissary. I am over here," House's voice interjected from the right. Liuya's entire face flushed crimson, and she stiffly turned her head in that direction that as she pivoted. She stomped her feet in frustration, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! How dare you bewilder me? I shall summon the eye of judgment to condemn you." With feet planted firmly apart, her right hand open palm outward, while her left hand's fingers rested upon her eye patch. Explode, reality, shatter, spirit, disappear, this world. Yet, nothing transpired. It was as though a raven had passed overhead, leaving behind an echo of silence. House smacked his forehead in realization. This was not a pirate. This was merely a case of delusions of grandeur. Ugh. The small girl lying on the beach pushed aside the coat covering her and sat up, rubbing her eyes. She then turned to the two standing nearby and exclaimed in delight, "Liuya, you're all right." She quickly dashed over to Liuya, embracing her tightly, and they both spun joyfully together. House felt an urge to remind Liuya that the supposed villain was still present. And what about her declaration of judgment? However, seeing the two girls so blissfully engaged, he shook his head with a smile and let it be. After a few spins, they halted, and just as House was about to speak, both girls suddenly clutched their stomachs, gazing at him with intense hunger. Glancing down at the food bag in his hand, House sighed. By the campfire, the two beauties were devouring their meal with gusto, grease smudging their faces, entirely oblivious to the astonished man nearby. Having procured a generous supply with public funds, House had enough provisions for a typical Navy crew to last 2 days, yet these two had nearly polished it off. Naturally, Liuya was the primary consumer, and House found himself intrigued, wondering how this slender girl could consume so much. Upon noticing a certain area rising, he pieced it together. Such consumption seemed entirely reasonable. Suddenly, a chicken bone struck House on the head. "Hey, I kindly invited you to eat, and you dare to throw things at me? How rude." With a frown, House tossed aside the bone, sensing that Liuya had been contemplating something rather inappropriate. The girl crossed her arms defiantly, exuding an air of stubbornness. "Fine, you win. You are justified in your indignation. Liuya, Brother House is a good person. Please don't bully him." Tana interjected, extending her small arms protectively around House. In Tana's eyes, House was simply a remarkable doctor. Yet she had witnessed Liuya dispatching foes with ease, and there was no way the slender House could contend with her. She had to protect him. "Well, Tana is the most obedient," he replied, patting her head, which Tana seemed to appreciate. However, Liuya glared at House in frustration. She had intended to assert that this man was far more formidable than she, even though she was injured and not fully recovered. The mysterious energy within her body made her considerably stronger than she had been prior to her injuries. Yet, she had still found herself easily thwarted during her sneak attack. This man was nothing short of a monster. When had the East Sea produced such a powerful individual? Pray tell, who are you? To be able to match the envoy of light and darkness is surely no trivial matter. The battle that had just commenced was abruptly interrupted by Tana. The fight remained unfinished, which meant there was no defeat. Thus, it was a stalemate. Rhea spoke with unwavering confidence. House straightened his back and declared in a resonant voice, "I am House, a petty officer of the Navy's East Blue Branch 77. This is impossible. You must be deceiving me." Rhea, in a moment of desperation, even forgot her habitual phrase that "I assure you, it is the truth. Indeed, I witnessed the grand naval vessels docked at the harbor this morning, with numerous sailors disembarking, including your brother House." Tana raised her hand to corroborate House's assertion, causing Rhea's expression to shift dramatically. "A Navy petty officer, nonetheless from a branch. If even the branch's Navy is of such caliber, then where are the 4 emperors at sea? They would have been eradicated long ago." Having traversed the Grand Line, she possessed discernment. However, this individual must have his reasons for concealing himself within the Navy. It would be best not to drag him into her troubles. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "Since you are merely a lowly branch petty officer, I shall grant you my forgiveness. You may depart." She gestured towards the exit, seemingly dismissing House. "Sister Rhea, how can you say that?" Tana exclaimed indignantly, while House appeared unfazed, gently pressing his hand atop Tana's small head. "Now, tell me how you sustained your injuries, and why this child refrains from seeking aid from her family. Do you truly wish to know? The enemy is an adversary far beyond your imagination. I advise you to leave at once." Despite her arrogance, House discerned that she merely intended to avoid entangling him in her predicament. It's all right. Just share your tale that I will decide for myself whether to depart. House attempted to ruffle Tana's hair, but she evaded him, reluctant to let him dishevel her locks. Observing House's indifference, Rhea inhaled deeply and said, "Then I shall bestow upon you the privilege of knowing all that transpires here, due to the monthly magical erosion. I have lost much of my strength. Guided by the god of light, I descended to this place, at which point my power had been nearly depleted. House, what on earth is this? I recognize each word, yet I cannot fathom their connection." Tana whispered in House's ear, "Sister Rhea, it means that last month, on the full moon, she arrived at our Zhaoyang island just as she was about to starve." House, "Oh, I see. Your explanation sheds some light on the matter. Ahem, to put it in mundane terms, that is roughly accurate, though I was not so starved as to lack strength. It was merely that my powers had been exhausted from battling the world." Rhea blushed and hastily clarified, but House paid little heed, gesturing for her to continue. "The people of this place are all those who aspire towards the light, and they have bestowed upon me items to replenish my strength, as well as a comfortable refuge that I am exceedingly grateful." "All right, I am still perplexed," House remarked, glancing at Tana. That it seemed she too understood that others struggled to comprehend Sister Rhea's words, so she began to translate. "We initially believed Sister Rhea had suffered a shipwreck, so we offered her food and allowed her to stay for a while. An evil entity born from the shadows at the intersection of light and darkness pursued me. Drawn by the magical residue I left behind, all the way to this place." Through Tana's translation, House gradually grasped the sequence of events. Rhea had encountered misfortune and ended up on Zhaoyang Island, where she was rescued by the townsfolk. 2 days later, a ship arrived at the dock. Initially, the townspeople assumed the newcomers were ordinary merchants and welcomed them warmly. However, within days, children began to go missing, several in succession. Naturally, the townsfolk grew suspicious of these individuals, and soon enough, they discovered that they were child traffickers. Instead of retreating upon exposure, the traffickers brazenly revealed their intentions and began to forcibly abduct the town's children. Rhea could no longer stand idly by, so she intervened, believing her skills would suffice to her shock. However, the adversary possessed formidable prowess. Rhea was no match for them and was swiftly defeated, plunging into the sea. As she watched the assailants prepare to take the children away, fury ignited within her, and she unleashed a surge of power that shattered the ship's keel. The adversary seemed fearful of entering the water to confront her. With the keel destroyed, the vessel began to sink, forcing the captors to abandon ship and return to the island. Aware that she could not best her foes, Rhea summoned her remaining strength to drag the vessel to this secluded location. The injuries she sustained were a result of that battle. After bringing the ship here, she collapsed on the beach from exhaustion. Tana was the child with whom Rhea shared the closest bond. It was Tana who had revealed the location of this secret base. When the enemy captured the children, Tana had evaded capture by hiding in the secret base, and upon seeing Rhea collapse, she sought to return home for assistance. However, the enemy threatened the townspeople, declaring that if they did not surrender Rhea, they would kill the children. Tana inadvertently overheard her parents discussing whether to hand over Rhea to save their family, which filled her with dread, preventing her from seeking help. After a night of fear and anxiety, she spotted House in his naval uniform, draped in a doctor's white coat, and mustered the courage to approach him for assistance. "Huh." House exhaled a puff of smoke, the flickering glow casting shadows across his face. "I shall repay your assistance in the future. Consider this matter forgotten as you return, that I will ensure that everyone is restored to the light." Rhea's words were not made lightly. The energy House had previously given her had restored her body, and she felt immensely powerful, confident she could defeat that previous adversary. House was merely a passerby, lacking any obligation to repay the islanders. There was no reason for him to become embroiled in this conflict. "There is no time to waste." House shook his head, his vague statement leaving Rhea and Tana bewildered, eager to inquire further. Suddenly, a sound transformed their expressions. Bang! The sound of gunfire. Could it be that the pirates had begun to slaughter? "Let us go see." After finishing his last drag, House dashed out the way they had come. Rhea and Tana followed closely behind. The relentless gunfire echoed from the direction of the town, accompanied by sporadic explosions and cannon fire. "Mom! Dad!" Upon witnessing the flames in the town, Tana immediately thought of her parents remaining there. and she ran forward in tears. Tana, Rhea swiftly followed, lifting Tana into her arms. Tana felt as if the trees were racing past her, for Rhea's speed far surpassed her own, that I must hurry to save them. Rhea thought, silently quickening her pace. Suddenly, she felt a tightness at her waist, a sensation of weightlessness engulfing her. She was suspended in the air. "You are too slow." House's voice emerged beside Rhea. In the next moment. While Tana had previously seen the trees whizzing by, now she could discern nothing. The world around her was a blur. Rhea gazed at House in astonishment. "What speed is this?" "Captain Coles, the Navy is resisting fiercely. My comrades are struggling to hold their ground." A man clad in a large hood reported to a figure reclining in a chair, toying with gold coins. The man addressed as Captain Coles halted his coin manipulation. "Oh, it is merely a branch of the East Blue. You cannot handle them?" His tone was flat, yet it resonated like thunder in the hooded man's ears. "Captain, there is a large bald man who can shatter walls with a single strike. My comrades truly cannot withstand him. There are such individuals in the East Blue. I must see for myself." Coles finally took notice, rising from his chair, his long face and triangular eyes exuding an indescribable shadowiness. Nonchalantly tossing aside the gold coins, boom, the coins erupted into a shower of sparks. "Wah, Mommy, Daddy, wah." Nearby, a group of bound children cried out in terror at the explosion, curling into themselves as best they could. The hooded man remained unfazed, leading Coles out of the courtyard. A large swath of the town lay in ruins. The Navy needed to protect the civilians and could not employ artillery within the town. Yet the pirates faced no such restrictions. Sergeant Smurd, "The pirates' firepower is overwhelming. We find it exceedingly difficult to approach." A soldier reported to Smurd. "I understand. I will take the lead. You all follow at the opportune moment." Smurd's face was ablaze with fury. After wandering about the town for an entire day, he had certainly sensed the peculiar atmosphere that enveloped it. Following his persistent inquiries, someone finally sought his assistance. Upon uncovering the truth, Smurd immediately summoned the resting naval personnel in the town. All the sailors, filled with righteous indignation, abandoned their purchases, seized their weapons, and charged forth, overwhelming the adversaries in a single encounter. However, to their astonishment, the enemies, in a fit of madness, opened fire with a cannon directly in the town. Fortunately, they had already evacuated the townspeople prior to the assault. Otherwise, many lives would have been lost. Thankfully, the enemy possessed only a single cannon, and although their side sustained some damage, it was not severe. With a resounding bang, another cannonball was fired. Seizing the brief interval between shots, Smurd picked up a broken door panel from the ground and rushed out. Bullets ricocheted off the door, causing his arm to tingle, yet this minor force was inconsequential to Smurd, whose strength had recently increased. Braving the enemy's gunfire, he plunged into their ranks. The previously reporting sailors seized the opportunity and opened fire to suppress the enemy. "Charge with Smurd, Sergeant Chow," they shouted. The naval forces unleashed a barrage, instantly causing the pirates to hesitate. Smurd wreaked havoc within the enemy camp, swinging the door panel with fierce vigor. Any pirate who crossed his path was met with a brutal onslaught. As the sailors followed closely behind, breaching the pirates' defenses, just as the tide of battle appeared to be turning in their favor, a stone emitting a sinister red glow hurtled toward the Navy. "Get down." Smurd instinctively sensed the impending danger as the stone struck the ground, its red light flickering ominously before erupting with a deafening blast. Despite Smurd's warning, many were caught off guard. "Damn it." The surrounding sailors, witnessing their comrades' plight, rushed forward to assist, but Smurd, in a frenzy, shouted, "Scatter." Although the reason for the stone's explosion remained a mystery, they could not gamble on the possibility that it was the only explosive. Gathering together would only serve to offer themselves as targets. As Smurd had anticipated, mere moments later, a dozen glowing stones soared through the air, detonating in a series of thunderous explosions that engulfed the area in thick clouds of smoke. As the breeze swept through, the once vibrant battlefield fell eerily silent. With measured steps, Coles made his way onto the battlefield at Kong. "This doesn't seem as formidable as you claimed." Behind him, the large-caped figure immediately bent low, obsequiously responding, "Of course, for us, it is a troublesome foe, but for you, Captain, it is mere trash." Clearing his throat, a tattered wooden plank was overturned, revealing a towering figure rising slowly. "Those explosive stones were your doing, were they not?" Smurd, with his clothes tattered and riddled with gashes, appeared unscathed, an anomaly considering the barrage of explosions he had endured. "This fellow is indeed different. to withstand such a number of bombs and still stand. It seemed that their swift defeat was not solely attributed to their incompetence. Even as Smerd rose, Coles regarded him with disdain. "This is merely the East Sea, is it not?" "Indeed, indeed," replied the large Cape de Con, accepting the reprimand from his superior. "Damn pirates, take that." Smerd paid no heed to their banter. Mr. House had once said that when dealing with pirates, one should speak less and act more. The door panel, once a shield, now resembled a mere iron bolt, elongated and reminiscent of an odd hammer. Coles smirked, mocking Smerd. Being tall and strong is not the same thing, with a force equivalent to 100 kilograms. He hurled another stone, larger than the previous ones, its red glow far more intense. Without a moment's hesitation, Smerd swung the iron bolt, attempting to strike it away before it could explode. "Fool, do you think it's a grenade? You wish to deflect it?" Cole scoffed derisively as he leapt back, distancing himself slightly as expected. At the moment of contact between the iron bolt and the stone, a massive fireball enveloped Smerd, the shockwave from the explosion toppling the already precarious buildings nearby. As the flames dissipated, chaos reigned. Coles approached the edge of the crater, peering within. In the less than 1 meter deep pit, Smerd lay motionless. Nothing more than this. Coles observed the dazed Smerd, astonished by his remarkable resilience. How could he remain intact beneath a blast equivalent to 100 kilograms? Yet, being unconscious in battle bears little difference from being dead. Beneath Smerd's charred skin, a gray aura coursed through his body. What a pity! Had he not been a Navy man, he would fetch a handsome price as a slave. For now, he needed to vacate the island promptly, should his actions against the Navy come to light. The Navy of the New World would undoubtedly pursue him. Selecting a larger stone, equivalent to 1 ton, he prepared the most powerful explosion he could muster. Setting a delayed detonation, Coles turned to leave. He still had to deal with those children and villagers. Internally, he began counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated through the air, illuminating the island in a brilliant flash. Coles turned, his expression darkening as he beheld the scene where he had just placed the bomb. 3 figures, large, medium, and small, were there, their stances oddly positioned. The smallest was cradled in the medium's arms, while the largest clutched the medium at the waist with his left arm, wielding a knife in his right hand. "How rude, you uncouth knave. Release me at once." Lyoya struggled against House's grip. House loosened his hold, causing Lyoya and Tana to tumble to the ground. "Ouch, you feeble wretch. I shall surely annihilate you in the name of the divine. Prepare yourself for the invincible whirlwind of flames." Rising, Lyoya, infuriated, could scarcely comprehend how someone could treat a lady so poorly. Her arms began to trace grand circles, aiming to strike House. However, House simply pressed down on her head. Her arms were far too short to reach him, leaving her to flail uselessly. Meanwhile, Tana's eyes spun in confusion. She lacked Lyoya's resilience and could not adapt to House's rapid pace. By the moonlight, Coles recognized Lyoya. Her black and white attire was unmistakable. It was astonishing that just 2 days prior, his most powerful bomb had nearly claimed her life, and yet here she stood, seemingly unscathed. This was illogical. His gaze shifted to the tall man, fully aware that he was the true threat. Moments ago, his bomb had been deflected. Smerd had already demonstrated that his explosives detonated upon contact. This man had managed to hurl the bomb into the sky just before it erupted, showcasing swordsmanship that surpassed anyone he had encountered. Certainly a master swordsman, Coles labeled House as a formidable opponent, one not to be trifled with. "Who are you?" Coles sought to ascertain his opponent's background, hoping to find a way to negotiate. In response, a crescent-shaped azure slash cleaved through the air. Coles' pupils constricted. 300 kilograms. The explosive shockwave radiated outward, sending Coles to his knees, drenched in sweat, as a gash carved through the ground before him. What nonsense! Is this a flying slash? This is no ordinary swordsman. This fellow is a grandmaster, and even my 300-kilogram explosion was barely countered. Next time someone claims the East Sea is the weakest sea, I shall not hesitate to deliver a few sharp slaps. Though he possessed even more potent explosives, they required time to prepare. But a subordinate of the esteemed king of maritime transport, one of the 6 underworld rulers of the New World. Should you kill me, you will face the king's wrath. House regarded Coles with disdain, recognizing the attempt to intimidate him with background. "You wish to compare backgrounds? I am a Navy officer. If you dare, provoke the king of maritime transport into war with the navy. Let us see if he has the courage to do so. Moreover, a glint of malice flickered in House's eyes. Eliminating Coles would ensure that no one would be the wiser. This is bad. This fellow intends to strike. Coles immediately sensed House's murderous intent. Explosive fist, double kick. The crimson lights swiftly converged at his feet, only to erupt moments later. Utilizing the thrust generated by the explosion, Course dashed forward, each step igniting another blast beneath him, propelling his speed to an astonishing level. Cunning scoundrel, don't run. Upon witnessing Course escape, Liu Ye immediately resolved to pursue him. But alas, House struck Liu Ye on the head with a swift chop, causing her to crouch defensively, cradling her head. Stay put. A golden glow emanated from the blade, and in an instant, House vanished, crackling with energy as a black lightning bolt surged towards Course's fleeing form. Danger! Danger! Course's instinct screamed at him. Honed by years of experience, he had come to trust his intuition, which had repeatedly saved him from fatal peril. Lower your head. Just before calamity struck, his body instinctively reacted, evading the incoming threat. In the next moment, a chill enveloped the back of Course's head. His brownish-yellow hair danced in the air as he came to a halt. A figure had appeared before him, blocking his path. Course understood that there would be no easy resolution today. Had he not lowered his head, that figure would have severed not just his hair, but his very life. The intent was clear. They sought to kill him. As the top enforcer under Umid, Course possessed his own set of skills. With no option to flee, he prepared to fight. He took a few deep breaths, adopting a combat stance. As a user of the explosive fruit, he could transform objects into bombs. He himself was a formidable bomb. His explosive fist technique was devised to exploit his unique advantages, allowing him to amplify his strength and alter his trajectory during combat, even causing explosions upon contact with his opponent. House, immersed in the battle, had no desire for idle chatter. He was no villain. There was no need for words during a fight. After the opponent was vanquished, he could speak at length. Leaping high into the air, his blade transformed to a brilliant blue, descending in a powerful strike. The eighth form of water breathing, Takikubo. Course scoffed. If his adversary continued to strike him from the air, he would indeed be at a loss. The greatest flaw of the explosive fist technique was its reliance on close combat, leaving him vulnerable to distant foes. Yet, remarkably, the opponent foolishly engaged him in close quarters. Course was ready to blast away the opponent's blade in counterattack, but then, without warning, torrents of water cascaded from the heavens, drenching him. You deceitful wretch! Gulping, Course found himself ensconced in the water, bubbles escaping his lips, utterly immobilized, as though all strength had been siphoned from him. Now it was House's turn to chuckle, knowing full well that users of devil fruits were vulnerable to water. Only a fool would confront him directly. The eighth form of water breathing, Takikubo, was a descending blade technique, but the true essence of this move lay in its ability to absorb moisture from the surroundings, forming water columns that cascaded with the strike. When House first practiced this technique, he recognized it as a dimensional assault against devil fruit users, rendering them powerless when submerged in water. You often perpetrate cruelty, don't you? House remarked to Course, who, trapped within the water column, wore a face of terror and feeble struggle. I have seen the signs of torment in the cages aboard that ship. You are not merely a trafficker. You are a sadist. Thus, you cannot perish so easily. The blade in his hand transformed once more into a golden hue, and with a flourish, he unleashed the sixth form of thunder breathing, Reiku, summoning a torrent of black lightning that fused with the water column, intensifying the agony reflected in Course's eyes. Yet, the powerful water pressure under House's control held him firmly in place. Even the mightiest of his explosions could only create a meager splash. Each time Course attempted to leverage the explosive recoil to approach the periphery of the water column, House deftly kicked him back to the center. It is well known that one cannot breathe underwater. Course's face turned crimson, his eyes bulging as he struggled, yet he possessed no strength, his gaze filled with the same despair he had inflicted upon others. The resilience of the human body in this world was remarkable. Course lasted a full 20 minutes before succumbing to unconsciousness, during which House would revive him with a jolt of electricity whenever he threatened to lose consciousness. In that moment, he comprehended the anguish he had once inflicted upon others. House never considered himself a virtuous individual. He adhered to a philosophy of tit for tat. After all, would all those years of honing his blade be in vain? As the water column dissipated, Course's limp body crumpled to the ground. House intended to dispose of the body as he had done before when suddenly a sound emanated from Course's chest. Buru, buru, boo. It was a transponder snail. Without a moment's hesitation, House swung his blade, and the inferno of the fifth form of flame-breathing, Enko, engulfed Course in flames before he dashed away, disappearing into the distance. Answer. Only a fool would do that. ISNT had always the same story. Answer the call, exchange threats with the boss, and then face an endless barrage of attacks. No, I shall not answer. You cannot find me, and what can you do? On the other end of the call, a bearded man donning an exceedingly tall captain's hat glared at the now motionless transponder snail, his expression dark and silent, while his subordinates bowed their heads. Afraid to utter a sound. Crack. The microphone of the transponder snail was crushed in his hand, emitting a mournful cry. However, none of the subordinates paid attention to the snail, their heads lowered even further. Fearful of incurring their boss's wrath. Calamy. Investigate Course status. Yes, Lord Amit. The summoned subordinate cursed his misfortune internally, but promptly accepted the task that I shall see for myself if anyone truly dares to lay a hand on my men. When House returned to the previous location, Lyoye had already dispatched the large hooded figure and rescued the child. The subsequent events unfolded smoothly, the townsfolk, immensely grateful for the child's rescue, assisted in freeing the buried Navy personnel. House filed a report, and Brin received the message, dispatching personnel to retrieve them. During this time, some wondered about the whereabouts of the pirate Captain Course. However, after searching the island several times without a trace, they collectively assumed Course had escaped. That I do not know. Do not involve me. House repeatedly covered Lyoye's mouth whenever she was about to let something slip. Finally, Lyoye made a request. I wish to take you as my follower. Sister Lyoye wishes to accompany you, huh? Are you leaving, Sister Lyoye? Tana, who had been diligently translating, suddenly realized. Embracing Lyoye's waist, my battle with the shadow servant is not yet concluded. I must continue my training. Lyoye gently stroked Tana's head. Feeling a pang of sympathy for House, Lyoye's desire to leave was understandable, given that the people of this island had once considered selling her in exchange for the child. While understandable, it still left Lyoye with an uncomfortable feeling in her heart. Moreover, it had become increasingly evident over the past few days that a rift had formed between Lyoye and the townsfolk. Lyoye was formidable, so much so that the townspeople could do nothing against her even when united. To them, such uncontrollable power was a source of danger. Should Lyoye decide to dominate the islanders, they would be utterly defenseless in any case. Lyoye had resolved to depart. It must be said that, despite her somewhat naive disposition, Lyoye was indeed a good person, as evidenced by her willingness to fight for the townsfolk. She could have easily chosen to bide her time and leave once her adversaries departed. House had genuinely saved her life. In Lyoye's worldview, she could not simply disregard such a debt of gratitude. To do so would be unworthy of her role as a messenger of light and darkness. Thus, she resolutely decided to accompany House. Naturally, House would not reject such an offer. He had been grappling with how to handle Lyoye's situation, especially since she was well aware of his capabilities if she were to speak recklessly outside. It could jeopardize his safety. What? You speak of killing? What nonsense. I am a doctor, not a murderer. She is not a pirate. She has saved lives. To preserve my secret by killing a good person is not in line with my principles, let alone the notion of being a saint. Could Lyoye truly pose a threat to House? Clearly, she could not. Even if Lyoye revealed the truth, it would merely cause House a minor inconvenience. Was it worth taking a life over that? House expressed that one should possess a certain baseline in life, even if it is a flexible one. Thus, in the end, Lyoye joined House's team as a nurse, becoming his very first subordinate. Initially, House thought that with Lyoye's striking looks, she would surely attract a throng of admirers. However, on her first day of work, Lyoye surprised him by changing her outfit. House clutched his head, pointing towards the door with his other hand. Do not change. I will change. Do not change. What have I done to deserve this? With Lyoye's beauty and figure, donning a nurse's uniform would undoubtedly be stunning. Yet, whose nurse's attire is black and white? And her hair, she must revert to a normal color. I shall not change. As the harbinger of light and darkness, both my attire and hair must align with divine will. Consequently, it did not take long for the members of the 77th Division to learn of Dr. House's peculiar black and white assistant. Fortunately, the world is rife with individuals even stranger than this, and a mere black and white appearance is hardly noteworthy. I sense a surge of magic converging here. I must arrive to replenish the magic I lack. Liuya held up a poster while speaking to House, her serious tone suggesting the gravity of the matter. In other words, you are now craving a visit to Baratai for delectable food. How impudent. I am here to replenish my magic. House gazed helplessly at Liuya, who was resolute in her quest. 3 months had passed, and House constantly regretted his moment of weakness. Why did he allow this delusional individual to accompany him? Truly, he had not gained an ounce of wisdom. She remained unchanged since their first encounter, both in character and appearance. Meanwhile, House himself had grown a pair of little mustaches. Fine, fine, let us go. This fellow, every day, either complains about magic anomalies or issues with the barrier, often dragging House from place to place. Then, at some location, she would assume strange poses. House had grown fearful, as she did not respect the passage of time. Interrupting meals, sleep, and even bathroom breaks. By the way, House had been promoted. He initially thought that as a doctor, opportunities for advancement were scarce, yet unexpectedly, Brin and Smurd were two cunning individuals. Ever since House had discussed the fair distribution of merits with Smurd, this fellow insisted on crediting House whenever reporting accomplishments, even though House had not participated in the battles at all. The key was that this man was remarkably formidable. His combat prowess was exceptional in the East Sea. Any pirate that crossed paths with him had no chance of escape. House had approached him several times, only to be rebuffed by Smurd, who employed his own reasoning. Mr. House, our team unanimously believes that your notion of fairness is quite reasonable. Collective achievements should be shared among the collective, and you are one of us. House sensed something amiss, yet it seemed devoid of any wrongdoing. Brin indulged this situation and even highlighted Smurd's efforts in a meeting. This made matters even more uncontrollable. Aside from the newcomers, House had saved everyone during the battle against the Fishmen, leading to the first assertion that House, as a doctor, belonged not solely to Smurd but to the entirety of the 77th Division. From the moment House had demanded the military flag from Brin, all achievements of the 77th Division over the past 6 years were attributed to him. Truly, it was a spectacle of both the living and the dead. With only House shedding tears, others required at least 8 or 9 years to accumulate merits, while House needed but a single day. Infuriated, House shouted, "I shall no longer be a doctor." He resigned from his position and set sail. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Hurrah! Liuya's face was nearly blooming with joy, urging House to speak with Little D to change their course. Little D, whose full name is Demu, is often referred to as Little D due to the complexity of his name. He is quite presentable, fond of wearing suits, glasses, and slicking back his hair. He serves as the navigator on House's ship, having come from Smurd's team. This fellow is a bit peculiar. After they defeated the mighty pirate crew, he was the one tasked with caring for House. While they chatted idly, Little D posed a question. The Navy strives daily to combat pirates, yet why do pirates not diminish but rather multiply? House casually replied, when a few individuals choose to be villains, it is a human issue. When many choose to be rogue, it is a political issue. Political issue? Little D appeared somewhat perplexed. T.O. put it simply. If one can eat and stay warm, would they still join the Navy? They would. Little D declared proudly. Then, in other words, if you were on the brink of starvation and a wealthy person dropped a loaf of bread before you, would you take it? This? Little D hesitated to respond. House found amusement in Little D's conflicted expression. Why dampen others' spirits? Do not overthink it. If pirates bully civilians, would you fight back? I would, Little D exclaimed without hesitation. Then that is sufficient. Let us go out and take a look. With that, House concluded their conversation, while Little D appeared lost in thought. However, for reasons unknown, this fellow had been increasingly strange since then. Every time they met, House felt as if his eyes were gleaming with an unsettling light. Being scrutinized thus by a man was quite disconcerting, prompting House to reduce their encounters. Liuya skipped away, leaving the cabin in tranquil silence. House raised his teacup, taking a sip, then picked up a newspaper. Yes, this is what life should be, a blend of battles and promotions, leaving the merit accumulation to others. Why had he not thought of this sooner? With his own ship, he could dictate how merits were distributed based on his whims. He would first allocate some to Little D, eager to send him away as he found him bothersome. He would simply bide his time in the East Sea until retirement. Perfect. Now then, let us see what news the East Sea holds and relish these peaceful moments. Yet, why does his back ache? Did he not sleep well last night? Biru, a large hand, seized the telephone bug's receiver. Report. Lord Yumite, we have ascertained that Mr. Cole's last known location was East Sea Chowshi Island, after engaging in battle with a group of East Sea Navy. Mr. Cole's vanished. Yumite was well aware of his subordinate. If alive, he would surely contact him. He lacked the audacity to betray. Impossible. Even if Smoker intervened, Cole should have managed to escape. Yumite firmly dismissed Calamy's intelligence. Calamy's voice quivered slightly. But Chowshi Island is indeed where Mr. Cole's was last seen, that we have investigated that group of Navy, and they should not be a match for Mr. Cole's. Send me the intelligence for review. Understood. Yumite hung up the phone. Shortly after, a subordinate delivered the information. Yumite scrutinized it, narrowing his eyes at a girl with combat prowess comparable to Cole's, a doctor assisting her recovery, an evident gap in the battle without sustaining injuries. How could such blatant oversights escape notice? Truly a bunch of incompetents. Heh, it appears you are the ones. Yumite clasped his hands beneath his chin, declaring, those who provoke Yumite shall not escape unscathed, even if they belong to the Navy. Is the intelligence confirmed? It has been corroborated with the intelligence department. Brinbrin regarded the report presented by Smurd with a grim expression that a bounty of 10 million had been placed on Liuya and House S heads in the underworld. Countless assassins and pirates were en route to the East Sea, eager to claim this reward. Brinbrin could not fathom why anyone would want to kill Liuya, a somewhat unhinged girl, and House, a mere doctor. They seemed entirely disconnected from the underworld. However, the situation had unfolded, and surrendering them was out of the question. They could only devise a plan to resolve this. Where are House and his companions now? It seems they are near Baratai restaurant. Tell them to return immediately. What are they doing wandering around at such a time? Understood. Smurd exited to summon assistance, while Brinbrin leaned back, massaging his temples, grappling with the complexities of the situation. Although both House and Liuya were naval officers, the assassins and deranged pirates would pay no heed to their ranks. This is so exasperating. After contemplating for a considerable time without arriving at a satisfactory solution, Brinbrin stood up and approached the window to gaze at the scenery, hoping to refresh his spirits. 1, 2, 3. Outside, newly inducted naval recruits were undergoing training, and witnessing their perspiring faces reminded Brinbrin of his own arduous initiation into the Navy, which had been far more strenuous than theirs. After all, this was the naval headquarters. Indeed, the naval headquarters. A light bulb moment struck him. With his somber expression lifting, Brinbrin picked up the transponder snail on the table, dialing a number etched in his memory. Hello, Sicily? It's Brinbrin. How have you been? I have a favor to ask. Is the headquarters recruiting sailors from the 4 seas for training? Could you assist me in securing 2 slots? At the Baratai restaurant. Take your time. No one is competing with you. House remarked disdainfully at Liuya, who was indulging in a feast. Wow, this is delicious. You should try some, Liuya exclaimed, tossing a chicken leg from her plate onto House's. The freshly cut steak that House had just prepared was sent flying in disarray. If you continue to eat so sloppily, be wary of being kicked out by the owner. A gentleman with curled eyebrows approached, presenting a tray adorned with a pink beverage. Madam, I have prepared this special drink for you. Please enjoy. Thank you, Liuya said, seizing the drink and downing it in one gulp. Our establishment would never expel a beautiful lady. Please do not tarnish our reputation, he added, his demeanor markedly different when addressing Liuya compared to House. Hey, Sanji, get back to the kitchen. An elderly man, using a wooden stick in place of his right leg, reprimanded Sanji, sporting a rather stylish appearance with his mustache braided. Old man, you'll eventually pass this establishment on to me. Why not today? Seemingly unfazed by Sanji's bold proclamation, the old man laughed heartily. You are far from ready to inherit my restaurant. Humph, just wait. I will create dishes far superior to yours, and then retire you. Sanji retorted indignantly, before turning to Liuya. If you need anything, I am at your service. Beautiful lady. House observed Sanji's shifting expressions with amusement from across the table. I am Chef Zepp, and I apologize. That lad can be a bit peculiar, but he means no harm. Zepp sincerely apologized to House after Sanji left. It is quite all right. However, your dishes are indeed exquisite. Could you bring me some more? House replied nonchalantly, understanding that Sanji, as anyone who had encountered pirates would know, was a well-meaning fool with a penchant for trouble. Thank you for your understanding. Today, your bill will be discounted by 20%. With that, Zepp walked away, his wooden leg tapping rhythmically. At another table, Little Dee's eyes sparkled as she pulled out a notepad, jotting down, today at the Baratai restaurant. Mr. House graciously forgave the chef's offense without a hint of resentment. This exemplifies his belief in the bond between the military and the civilians. House sensed something amiss and turned sharply to glance at Little D, who was simply enjoying a piece of pudding, appearing utterly normal. Puzzled, he turned back. I am quite satisfied with the offerings you have provided. I shall inform the twin gods of light and shadow of your merits. Lu Wei declared, patting her stomach contentedly after their meal. So, you intend not to pay, then? House replied with a blank expression, causing Liu Yue's countenance to shift dramatically. Realizing she had been caught, she had perused the menu. And while the dishes were delectable, their prices were exorbitant, far beyond her means as a low-ranking naval officer. The gray magic is gathering outside. I must go inscribe a magic circle to prevent the eruption of shadow magic. Lu Wei exclaimed, hastily making for the exit. Stop right there. House seized her by the hair, prompting her to protest. Let go of me. The shadow magic is about to erupt. I must intervene. Lu Wei struggled, but her petite stature made it futile against House's grip. Such rudeness. How dare you treat a lady this way? She retaliated with a swift kick aimed at House's head that he released her, attempting to block the strike. But Lu Yue was quicker, grabbing her leg and flinging Sanji across the room, where he crashed into several tables, creating a cacophony that a horde of individuals, appearing more like rogues than chefs, emerged from the kitchen, brandishing knives and ladles. Who dares to cause a disturbance in my restaurant? Show yourselves. Their fearsome appearance blurred the line between chefs and pirates. Prepare for battle, Little D shouted, causing the entire naval contingent in the restaurant to cease their meals and take defensive positions behind House. Feeling guilty for not intervening sooner when her idol was attacked, Little D couldn't believe that this band of chefs dared to threaten Mr. House, as if the Navy's swords were dull. What are you doing? Return to the kitchen at once. Zep fumed, his beard bristling with anger. Only the old man understood that the true might on the seas was never the pirates, but the Navy. He had been diligently attending to them, hoping to expedite their departure, only for Sanji to ruin everything. What now? Esteemed naval officers, this is all a misunderstanding. Please, lower your weapons. You all need to apologize to the guests, especially you. Sanji, Zep chastised his staff. Why should I? He was the one who bullied that beautiful lady, Sanji retorted, somehow having returned to the scene. With a swift kick, Zep sent Sanji flying, this blow far more forceful than Liu Yue's, sending him crashing through a window and into the sea. I sincerely apologize. This lad has a few screws loose. Please do not hold it against him. Zep bowed apologetically to House. House assisted Zep to his feet, exclaiming, at your age, bowing to me must surely be an attempt to shorten my lifespan. It's nothing. We were a bit rowdy, and I apologize for damaging your furniture. Please, let me know how much compensation is required. No. We owe you compensation. The two exchanged pleasantries until they settled on a 50% discount for the meal. Naturally, after such an incident, no one had the appetite to continue dining, hastily settling their bills before departing. Why be so polite to that old man? They attacked you. Liu Yue queried House upon returning to the ship. A swift slap landed on Liu Yue's head, prompting her to crouch down, clutching her skull and mumbling incoherently. Ouch. If you don't want to say it, then don't hit me. You, this servant, are utterly insufferable. House replied. That old man lost his leg because he selflessly gave food to a child during a shipwreck. Moreover, if the Navy bullies the weak, what distinguishes us from pirates? And also, what is it? Liu Yue lifted her head, puzzled, only to hear House say, thank you for your protection in the restaurant. Liu Yue's face flushed crimson, her hands covering her cheeks, as she mumbled some phrases like servant, protection, responsibility, and don't think too much. As she finally gathered her thoughts to speak with House, she realized he had already vanished. Frustrated, she stamped her foot. Nearby, Little D noted in her notepad, today, a chef attempted to attack Mr. House, and I failed to protect him in time, which filled me with guilt. Though I found the chef's actions outrageous, Mr. House forgave him, even stating, if the Navy uses its power to bully, what separates us from pirates? How touching. With a clap, she closed her notepad. Feeling inspired by Mr. House's noble character. What? Repeat that. The abrupt shout from House startled Liu Yue, who was admiring the scenery on the deck. That I remarked, someone is offering 10 million for your and Liu Yue's lives. House grasped the tiny mustache of the phone bug he had simulated, nearly wrenching it off, as if it were a real person. Although the pained phone bug's eyes began to well with tears, it dutifully managed to simulate a smile. But fret not, I have already devised a solution for you. Upon hearing that there was a way to resolve the issue, House released the phone bug's mustache and leaned in attentively. What solution? I have enrolled you both in the training camp at the Navy headquarters. No assassin would dare venture there to kill you. House's expression twisted somewhat, caught between the urge to curse and the struggle to find the right words. Blin, observing the contorted phone bug on the table, was puzzled to the signal poor. He gave it little thought and continued excitedly sharing his solution with House. As long as you perform well at the training camp, you will emerge as officers of the headquarters, and those assassins will think twice before laying a hand on you. Even if you do not become officers, studying diligently at the Navy headquarters will enhance your strength. And you will naturally no longer fear those assassins once you return. Aren't I clever? I had to call in quite a few favors to get both your names added, so please don't embarrass me. Blin on the other end was a bit perplexed. Was the signal really that bad? Why was the conversation so fragmented? All right, the signal is a bit shaky. You should head directly to Logtown now. Smoker has someone going to the headquarters as well, so you can go with his people. Just have Shouty bring your ship back later. With that, Blin hung up, feeling quite pleased in his eyes. House was an exceptional individual, cherishing the common folk. Having safeguarded the town for 8 years, possessing a sense of justice, and willing to risk his life to combat the fishman pirates. He also had excellent medical skills, even capable of administering drugs to fishmen. However, his combat prowess was somewhat lacking. He hoped this training at the headquarters would allow House to rectify his only shortcoming. It was not until the phone bug began to protest that House returned to his senses. Still reeling from the shock of the news, Louis, who had rushed over upon hearing House's shout, could no longer contain her curiosity. Master, what happened? Is there news about the Shadowed One? House pressed his forehead with one hand, a pained expression on his face, while the fingers of his other hand rhythmically tapped on the table. Pray tell, servant, reveal to me the news regarding the Shadowed One. Louis darted to House's side, incessantly poking him with her fingers. House remained silent, merely calling out, Shouty. Yes, Mr. House. How may I assist you? Shouty appeared at House's door in an instant. Change course. We are not returning to the branch, but heading to Logtown. Understood. Shouty did not question the change of plans, saluted, and went off to make arrangements. Foolish servant. Speak quickly, Louis huffed, playfully pounding her fists on House's back, which was surprisingly pleasant, while enjoying the back massage. House relayed the news about their bounty and the impending training at the Navy headquarters. Rest assured, servant, I shall handle any assassins that come our way. Upon hearing about the assassins, Louis confidently thumped her chest, declaring she would take care of it. House glanced at her exuberant chest and thought it looked rather impressive. However, looking further up, he was taken aback by her striking black and white hair. Handle it. What do you mean by that? Am I afraid of those assassins? No, I fear that if too many people are killed, my strength will be discovered. Besides, did you not hear about the training at the headquarters? With your demeanor, do you not fear being treated like a rare specimen and locked away, in the case of a foot basin chicken? As long as it has 4 limbs and a black and white pattern, it could be mistaken for a bear. Do you understand? Assassins are formidable. You may not necessarily prevail. Impossible. The emissaries of light and darkness are the strongest. Damn. Communication is futile. Fortunately, the assassins had not yet reached the East Blue, and House pushed the rambunctious Louis out of the room, who was clamoring for a showdown with them. But the room fell silent once more. House sat in his chair, massaging his temples that he needed to calm down and ponder the situation at hand. What on earth was going on? Who was placing a bounty on him? A nameless nobody. In the underworld, reflecting on his recent transgressions, he considered Jinbei. Surely, he did not know it was he who had slain Arlonget for the Big Mom pirates. They had all participated in the fight openly. Thus, the bounty should not solely fall on him. Finally, there was that human trafficker, but he had scattered the man's ashes at and no one should know about that. Damn it, who could it be? This is just bullying the honest. Once he discovered who was behind it, he would have to make arrangements. Alas, the most troublesome matter at present was going to the Navy headquarters, though he felt a twinge of guilt towards Blin. He absolutely could not expose himself. Staying in a place like the Grand Line would be disastrous. Be cautious of the Navy. I must not draw attention. But when had he acquired so many troubles? Life had been quite pleasant in Orange Town. His days were filled with treating patients and honing his swordsmanship. Life was blissful then. He pondered. He cursed that rat of a fellow. If it weren't for him persuading Blin to confront the fishmen, he would never have had to help, nor would he have set sail and been driven out of Orange Town, ultimately becoming a Navy officer. Damn, The more I think about it, the angrier I become. Why didn't I arrange for that rat to follow back then? Now I am burdened with troubles, and I can't even make sense of it all if only someone could assist me. A week passed after departing from Baratai, and House and his companions arrived at Logtown. The bustling port was filled with people coming and going to Mr. House. I have heard about your predicament. Those people are utterly despicable for targeting a physician like you. Dasky, who had been dispatched to welcome House and his companions, had learned about the bounty from Smoker and was now seething with righteous indignation. Isn't that the truth? We have troubled you. It is no trouble. It is my duty to ask. The two engaged in lively conversation. Liyue grew restless. Who are you? And why are you so familiar with my master? Huh? Dasky was completely baffled by Liyue's question, but upon seeing her youthful visage and distinctive black and white hairstyle, she quickly understood. So you are the other individual who has been targeted in the bounty. How vile of those scoundrels. They would dare lay a hand on such a lovely girl. Overcome with compassion, she embraced Liyue, gently stroking her back. Fear not, for with Colonel Smoker in Logtown, no one shall cause trouble here. Woo-woo. Liyue was taken aback by Dasky's sudden tenderness, unsure how to respond. Right? Dasky seemed to remember something and released Liyue. Addressing House, the warship is docked at that berth. You all must be weary from the journey. This afternoon, you may explore Logtown and relax. The base has prepared rooms for you. Anyone wishing to rest may do so at any time. Please rest assured, this place is very safe. The last sentence was clearly directed at House. Thank you. Of course, the respect she showed was largely due to Blin, who was the highest-ranking officer in the East Blue. Liyue, let us go explore Logtown. Mr. House, please make yourselves comfortable. Very well. I shall leave it in your capable hands. Liyue. House smiled faintly as he watched Dashi lead the reluctant Liyue away. He expressed his amusement at the situation, recognizing that even those with a touch of CHNR disease need friends. After bidding farewell to Liyue and instructing Shouty to dock the boat properly, House inquired about everyone's opinions. After more than 10 days of travel, everyone felt a bit fatigued, and most opted to rest at the naval base, while only a few wished to explore the surroundings. Once off the ship, House separated from the handful of companions eager to venture out and strolled leisurely along the street. The ambience of Rogatown was truly delightful, a testament to Smog's commendable management skills. After meandering for a while, House paused in front of an ancient-looking shop adorned with a sword emblem. Upon pushing open the door, he was met with shelves, walls, and even several wooden barrels filled with various weapons, including knives, guns, and axes. A balding middle-aged man was sweeping the floor, his remaining black hair resembling the wings of a hen. Upon noticing the entrance of a customer, he promptly lifted his head, revealing a rosy nose and a broad grin, welcoming House with the words, "Welcome to our shop. We specialize in weaponry for the Navy." However, the smile on the shopkeeper's face faded instantly upon seeing House's naval uniform. It was understandable. The only time a weapon shop thrives is during chaotic times when arms are in demand. Under Smog's governance, Rogatown thrived in peace, leaving the shopkeeper's wares unsold. Thus, his disdain for the Navy was evident. Casually, House took a seat at the nearby counter, crossing his legs. "Good sir, may I inquire about your business?" he asked. "I am here to purchase a sword," House replied. This response surprised the shopkeeper, for naval officers typically use standardized equipment. Aside from Dashi, who occasionally came to maintain her sword, no other Navy personnel had patronized his shop in years. Realizing House was indeed a customer, the shopkeeper stood up, rubbing his hands together with a beaming smile. "Might I ask your budget? Our blades are both high quality and affordable. Allow me to show you our offerings. This one here is priced at 500,000 berries. I only have 50,000 berries," House said, revealing a few green notes with a shake. The smile vanished from the shopkeeper's face, replaced by a look of disappointment. "Only 50,000 berries. What a waste of sentiment." He gestured dismissively toward the nearby barrels filled with swords. "Over there, you may choose from those, priced at 50,000 each." House chuckled inwardly at the shopkeeper's blatant snobbery. He didn't even bother to mask it. Nevertheless, that was inconsequential to him, for his purpose today was singular: to intercept. Those familiar with pirates knew that the shopkeeper concealed a fine sword among the barrels. The weapons piled in the barrels were mostly inferior, some even rusted, and their haphazard arrangement indicated the owner's complete disregard for them. After observing the selection for a while, the shopkeeper grew impatient. "All those swords are the same. Just pick one already. Oh, is that so? Then I shall take this one." House pulled a sword from the barrel, and the shopkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be that sword? The blade measured 88 centimeters in length, 1.7 centimeters in width, with a cutting edge approximately 0.8 millimeters thick, boasting a long, pronounced curve and no blood groove. Its blade features a classic flame-patterned steel temper, forged by folding. The handle measured 22 centimeters in length and 2 centimeters in width, lacking a through-hole or rivets, adorned only by a small white cloth strip. The pommel and crossguard were quite simple. With a sharkskin grip and a wrapped handle, the scabbard measured 89 centimeters in length, with an outer width of 1.9 centimeters and an inner width of 1.7 centimeters. This was the demon blade, Sandai Kitetsu, which he had long desired to possess. The sword was indeed exceptional, having reached the pinnacle of sharpness, nearing the level of a fine blade. However, the Kitetsu series was notorious for a terrifying trait: misfortune. How could he have chosen this sword of all things? If an ordinary person had picked it, he might have ignored the implications, but this individual was a naval officer. What if he met his demise due to the cursed blade? The Navy would hold him accountable. No, he could not sell it. "Boss, here's the money," House stated, placing the bills down as he prepared to leave. However, the shopkeeper swiftly positioned himself in front of the door, arms outstretched. "I cannot sell you this sword." "What? Are you having second thoughts, boss?" House queried, his tone icy, causing the shopkeeper to shiver. "No, this sword has a defect. I cannot sell you a flawed weapon. Please choose another." The quick-thinking shopkeeper had conjured an excuse that a defect? "I don't see any," House retorted, eager to engage in banter. "Perhaps you could point it out? I'm just a humble sword buyer. How could I possibly sell you a defective blade? Just pick another." With that, House had already unsheathed the Sandai Kitetsu, its silver blade gleaming ominously, the curving arc paired with the flame pattern lending it an otherworldly quality. In an inexplicable manner, he felt a strange aura emanating from the blade, as if it sought to penetrate his palm and enter his being. House chuckled inwardly. Was this all? It seemed the shopkeeper had forgotten the purpose of breathing techniques if he could slay demons. What was this mere power that barely qualified as a ghost? He swung the sword a few times, noting its remarkable balance, and sheathed it again. By the way, boss, you mentioned that Sandai Kitetsu has issues. What? You recognize this sword? Then I definitely cannot sell it to you. The shopkeeper's apprehension intensified upon realizing that House identified the blade. If you know its legend, you must also be aware that every owner of this sword has met an untimely demise. I implore you to select another. Rest assured, boss, I will handle it with care. Even if something were to happen, I wouldn't hold you accountable. House's nonchalant response only heightened the shopkeeper's fears, but you should exercise caution. This is a cursed blade. It can bring death. Yet, the shopkeeper dared not insist on a replacement. It was rumored that those who obtained cursed swords often became volatile. What if this individual turned the blade on him? Sir, are you truly not reconsidering? The shopkeeper pressed, hoping to dissuade House one last time. I have warned you repeatedly. If you persist in your obstinance, do not blame me. Very well, I shall take this sword. Farewell, boss. House secured the blade at his waist and walked past the shopkeeper. Seeing that House had departed, the shopkeeper resigned himself to the inevitability of the sale. He called out toward the back of the shop. Wife, wife, a corpulent woman emerged, exclaiming, "What is it? What is all this commotion? Sandai Kitetsu was just sold." "What? Sold?" The hefty woman initially appeared puzzled, then a smile spread across her face. "Excellent. Finally, it's gone. I told you that sword was unlucky. With business being so poor, it had to be the cause. However, the buyer was a naval officer, and I wished to retrieve it." Smack. The sound of a resounding slap echoed as the shopkeeper covered his cheek. Bewildered. "Why did you hit me?" The woman pointed a finger accusingly at her husband. "Listen here, the sword has been sold. Do not even think about trying to get it back. If that man dies, it's his own problem. Now, close the shop. If he changes his mind and wants a refund, don't give it to him." Spittle flew as the woman scolded her husband, and under the oppressive authority of his wife. The shopkeeper had no choice but to close the shop. He silently hoped that the Navy, filled with exceptional talents, would not be troubled by a mere sword. "I'm sorry, stranger." Meanwhile, House remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil he had caused. Reveling in the joy of acquiring a fine sword, with a smile on his face, he sought a secluded spot to test it out. He briefly contemplated whether to emulate Zoro and practice throwing the sword to test his mettle, but dismissed the idea. The shopkeeper's demeanor had clearly indicated his aversion to the Navy. Even if he tried, the likelihood of the shopkeeper producing the snow walk was slim. Moreover, for House, the distinction between a swift blade and a fine swift blade was negligible. Snow walk was merely sharper than Sandai Kitetsu. However, In terms of energy conduction, the latter, imbued with a unique power, proved to be more resilient. This quality was precisely what he required. Dr. House, servant. Two voices echoed from behind. And House realized that today he wouldn't be able to test his new blade. Turning around, he donned a smile, remarking on the serendipity of encountering both of them here to Mr. House. Did you go to buy a sword? Dasky was the first to notice the blade hanging at House's waist. Have you changed your weapon? What kind is it? Let me see. Upon hearing Dasky's words, Rokuyo suddenly realized that House had indeed purchased a sword, and she immediately reached out to grab it. House had no intention of concealing it. Although his employer had a rather improper demeanor, the sword was legitimately procured from a shop. With a smile, he unsheathed the weapon from his waist and handed it to Rokuyo, explaining that he had just bought it at the weapon shop, thinking it prudent to have a blade for self-defense given the current dangers. Eagerly, Rokuyo swiftly drew the sword from its sheath, examining it closely from various angles. What is this? It's just an ordinary sword. Disappointed, Rokuyo contemplated putting the sword away. Indeed, devoid of the ominous aura. The appearance of the third generation of Onitachi bore no significant difference from that of other swords. Wait. Dasky suddenly adopted a serious tone to Dr. House. May I borrow the sword to take a closer look? Her eyes brimmed with anticipation, as if she had encountered a cherished treasure. Of course, please feel free. House was momentarily taken aback by Dasky's abrupt change, then gestured for her to proceed. Granted permission, Dasky took the sword from Rokuyo's hands and meticulously examined it from the sheath, scrutinizing every detail. So, are you both having fun? House leaned toward Rokuyo, genuinely concerned that her somewhat eccentric personality might clash with Dasky. The master of the radiant sword and I have forged a bond of friendship. Look, servant. Rokuyo nodded enthusiastically and raised her right hand, where a white bracelet was affixed. This is the proof of my pact with the goddess of light. She joyfully displayed it to House, akin to a child showcasing a new toy to their parent. Indeed, it's quite beautiful. Be sure to get along with Dasky, okay? House smiled with a paternal affection, reaching out to pat Rokuyo's head. Yes, indeed, this length, this curvature, this pattern, there's no mistaking it. This is the third generation of Onitachi. Rokuyo held the sword with both hands, her voice brimming with excitement. After another thorough examination, Dasky returned the sword to its sheath, holding it reverently as she presented it back to House. Dr. House, I apologize. I got a bit too carried away. House accepted the sword back, assuring her, it's quite all right. I completely understand. Thank you so much. Although the Onitachi series is often referred to as cursed blades, that's primarily true for the first and second generations. The third generation lacks any particularly grand tales. If this Onitachi can assist you in overcoming your challenges, then the rumors about the cursed blades should dissipate. Is that so? I wasn't aware of such a notion. I merely purchased the sword because it was affordable. Does it truly have such a significant history? Observing House's nonchalant demeanor, Dasky felt an inexplicable sensation, and she blurted out, Mr. House. House was puzzled as to why Dasky suddenly called for him. There's something you need. Dasky hesitated, wanting to suggest that House learned some swordsmanship to become a true swordsman, as such a fine blade deserved a worthy wielder. Yet, she felt unqualified to make such a suggestion. After all, Mr. House was a doctor, and it seemed inappropriate for a physician to practice swordplay. I hope you will make good use of this sword. Ultimately, Dasky settled for this brief statement, appearing somewhat conflicted within. She could only silently reassure herself that at least Dr. House was a good person, and the sword had not fallen into the hands of a villain. Although he was not a swordsman, House, too, was bewildered by Dasky's sudden change after returning the sword. Did she perhaps desire the blade, but felt too shy to voice it? If that were the case, he could only apologize, for he could not relinquish the sword. Recently, those he had battled against had grown stronger. He could no longer resolve conflicts in one swift move, making a reliable sword all the more vital. Thus, the two continued on their way to the base, each lost in their own thoughts, while Dasky maintained a sullen expression throughout. Were it not for Rokuyo incessantly chatting with House about their escapades with Dasky, the atmosphere would have been rather awkward with only House and Dasky speaking. Eventually, the trio returned to the base, where Dasky arranged accommodations for House before departing with Rokuyo, watching the two bond and agree to share a bed that night. House merely smiled, understanding that the camaraderie among women blossomed rapidly. Once in his quarters, Rokuyo could no longer contain her curiosity. Master, what happened? Why did you seem unhappy after seeing that sword? Is there something wrong with it? No, the sword is fine. It's just, as Dasky shared her concerns with Rokuyo, ha ha ha. Rokuyo burst into laughter, rolling on the bed, You actually thought that the servant wouldn't know how to wield a sword? Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. Oh, please stop laughing. Am I wrong? Isn't Mr. House a doctor? Would he even know how to handle a sword? Dasky was left bewildered, grabbing Rokuyo to demand an explanation. The servant. Rokuyo hesitated, wanting to boast about House's exceptional sword skills, but recalled his warning against revealing such information, lest she face the consequence of a shaved head. Listen, is that something a person would do? The key point is that he genuinely possesses such prowess. Imagining herself bald and shouting that she was the emissary of light and darkness sent a shiver down Rokuyo's spine. No, that simply cannot happen. She quickly altered her statement. The servant has learned a little swordplay, just a smidgen, to bolster her claim. She demonstrated a small gap with her fingers. So you need not worry about him dishonoring that sword. Although Rokuyo said this, inwardly she thought, you should be more concerned about how long that sword might suffer under his care. As the only one aware of House's true capabilities, she had witnessed too many swords meet their demise in his hands. Oh, is that so? Well, in that case, I can rest easy. Dasky's expression shifted to one of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders, observing Rokuyo still laughing at her. Dasky felt a twinge of embarrassment. Stop laughing. Take this. Twin dragons set sail. How dare you sneak attack me? Witness my might. The two beauties commenced a playful battle within the confines of the room, and the specifics of their antics are left to the imagination. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Dasky had arranged a single room for House. He was captivated by his new blade, unable to tear himself away from it. It had been far too long, since he had wielded a sword that felt comfortable in his hands. After all, this world lacked the exquisite materials needed to forge a Nicaran blade. The finest sword he had previously used was merely a borrowed one from Bryn Bryn. The colors danced along the blade, reminiscent of a rainbow, beautiful yet perilous. Knock, knock. Someone rapped at the door, and the sword's brilliance vanished in an instant. Mr. House, it's dinner time. Would you like to join us? Came the voice of Shadi from outside. Oh, I'll be right there. Just a moment. House glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing it was already evening. Upon opening the door, he found Shadi standing upright at the entrance. I told you, Shadi, there's no need to be so serious. House felt helpless regarding this fellow. All right. Shadi responded earnestly, yet his demeanor remained unchanged. Forget it. Let's go. Understood. The two journeyed in silence until they reached the dining area, at which point House felt compelled to say something. After all, although he had only traveled with this group once, they were nominally his subordinates. Shadi. Yes. Shadi's loud reply drew the attention of those around them. No. Keep your voice down. Relax. Relax. House felt somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutiny. Okay. Shadi recognized that being loud in the dining hall was inappropriate. Lowering his voice naturally. There's something Dr. House wishes to convey. No. It's nothing. We're not parting ways just yet. I just wanted to have a brief conversation with you. Although our time together has been brief, you are well aware of my character. Allow me to offer a piece of advice. In the future, when faced with challenges, do not act impulsively. Think twice before taking action. Life should always be held paramount. After listening to Mr. House, Shadi pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. I understand now, Mr. House. That's good to hear. House felt a sense of relief, despite this lad's somewhat nonchalant demeanor. He was undoubtedly clever. As long as one does not instigate trouble in the East Sea, life remains relatively secure, even though he had only served as their commander for a brief period. He still hoped that these righteous individuals would remain safe. The two enjoyed their meal and, after finishing, returned to their respective dormitories to rest. The next morning, House arrived at the dock, where Xiao Di had gathered a crew and persuaded them to set sail early. House only became aware of the commotion when he heard it in the morning. Safe travels. House waved at the people on the ship, who shouted back, wishing Mr. House great success at headquarters. House nodded in acknowledgement. As the military vessel departed, House felt a twitch in his right eyelid. Could something ominous be on the horizon? The assassin shouldn't have arrived yet, he mused. After much contemplation, he concluded that there was no impending danger. Superstitions were merely superstitions, and everything would be fine. Upon returning to the base, House immediately spotted Dasky darting about. Good morning, Dasky. Good morning, Dr. House. I've been searching for you for quite some time. I didn't realize you had gone out. Dasky approached with a smile, seemingly relieved. What's the matter? Did you need something from me? House inquired with curiosity. Colonel Smoker asked me to find you. He wants to see you. Smoker? House was taken aback. That smoky fellow, and I don't have much in common. What could he want with me? Oh, did the colonel mention what this was regarding? Not specifically, but you'll find out once you go. Well then, that's essentially the same as saying nothing. House shrugged nonchalantly. Let us head over. Please, follow me. Dasky led the way, and soon they arrived at Smoker S' office. Dasky knocked on the wooden door. Come in, came Smoker S' distinctive smoky voice. Colonel, I've brought Mr. House, Dasky announced, only to be met with a cloud of thick smoke that made her cough. Colonel, how many times must I remind you? You need to open a window when you smoke? Dasky had no intention of sparing Smoker S' feelings and strode over to open a window, but my apologies. I will be more attentive next time. Smoker replied, accustomed to her reprimands, embodying I acknowledge my fault but will not change demeanor, which Dasky had also grown used to. Turning his gaze towards House, Smoker couldn't help but find the lethargic man before him intriguing. Ever since their last encounter at the Evil Dragon Park, Smoker had conducted some research on this individual. He had arrived in Orangetown at the age of 6, claiming it was due to a shipwreck that separated him from his parents. With the assistance of the townsfolk, he opened a clinic, demonstrating commendable medical skills that were reportedly passed down through his family. 6 years ago, following a fierce battle with pirates, Commander Bryn sustained severe injuries and was compelled to dock in Orangetown, where he was fortuitously rescued by House. Interestingly, that band of pirates had vanished without a trace, and no information had emerged about them in the past 6 years. There was no record indicating that this man possessed any combat skills. However, Smoker recalled the incident when House collided with Dasky. Although Dasky was a swordsman, she had never ceased her physical training to in the entire Roguestown naval base. No one could overpower Dasky except for himself. Yet, this individual had managed to collide with her without even a hint of instability. His physique certainly did not align with the reports indicating he lacked any prowess. House felt somewhat uneasy under Smoker S' scrutiny. You, the Smoker, have an official partner and haven't set sail yet. What is your intention in staring at me like that? Are you contemplating infidelity? Let me clarify. I am a man you cannot possess. Even if you are a commanding officer, I shall not yield. He tightened his collar and glared defiantly back at Smoker. Smoker raised an eyebrow, perplexed. My question marks are not indicative of any confusion on my part. Rather, I wish to inquire what your issue is. Why the defiant stance? Am I not Smoker, a person of integrity? However, I must admit, this fellow isn't bad looking at all. Ahem, House, I've been informed by Bryn regarding your situation. After training, would you be interested in remaining in Roguestown? The benefits should be comparable to what you receive at your current branch. Just as House was about to resolutely refuse, Smoker spoke up again. You are quite direct. If you desire someone, just say so. You think I, House, am that easy to persuade? What kind of benefits are we discussing? Simply a vague suggestion, one suffice. Preposterous. Thank you, Colonel, but I owe a debt of gratitude to Brigadier General Bryn. I cannot betray him. House outright rejected the offer, dismissing Smoker's appeal as mere folly. He was well aware of the chaos that would ensue in Roguestown when Luffy's father attempted to send his child to sea. House had no desire to be entangled in such matters. Therefore, I, House, shall not participate. Very well. Regarding your journey to headquarters, you and Dasky shall depart together tomorrow. For further details, consult Dasky. Smoker felt a twinge of regret upon hearing House's refusal. He had only made a casual suggestion. Had House accepted, it would have bolstered Roguestown's strength considerably, but even in refusal, it mattered little. After all, House was still part of the Navy, as long as he wasn't a pirate. It was all good. Even if this fellow harbored hidden strength, under his natural powers, all were equal. In the East Sea, I stand proud amidst the world. Where there is smoke, there is sky. He would return to the East Sea. And if trouble arose, he would extinguish it. Moreover, considering House's medical skills, he was still in charge of overseeing the prison guards, tasked with disciplining errant soldiers. All right, Colonel, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Go ahead. House exited the office, eager to distance himself from Smoker. After navigating through the corridors, House finally found Liu, who was engaged in an arm wrestling match with someone. Go for it. Bennett, put in a little more effort. And you'll win. Bennett, if you win, I'll lend you my prized book. A dozen sailors rallied behind Liu, cheering on her opponent, who was clearly struggling. The situation remained evenly matched. I am the chosen envoy of both the God of Light and the God of Darkness. You mere mortals are no match for me. Liu taunted her opponent with an air of superiority. Contrarily, the brawny man across from her was beet red, clearly exerting every ounce of his strength. Yet he could not budge Liu's delicate hand. House watched with furrowed brows. While he was desperately trying to conceal his presence, Liu was unabashedly flaunting her abilities. Why is it so lively here? House approached, resembling a curious onlooker. Oh, it's the envoy. Just a moment, I shall win shortly. House's brows twitched even more. I was encouraging you to win. With a resounding slap, Bennett's hand was pinned to the table, and the surrounding sailors fell silent. Ms. Liu, you are truly remarkable. I believe you may be even stronger than the colonel, Bennett remarked, shaking his sore hand in respect. What is a soldier? Losing is part of the game. Even if the opponent is a woman, she is still a worthy adversary. I am the chosen envoy of the god of light and the god of darkness. You mortals are no match for me. Liu held her head high in pride. Bennett, feeling frustrated, retorted, she is indeed formidable. May I ask how you train? We wish to learn from you. Yes. Would you be willing to teach us? I'm willing to pay tuition. A group of individuals relentlessly pursued Liu, inquiring about the source of her strength. Liu, caught in a moment of awkwardness, felt she had no special method to share. Her prowess was simply innate, just as she was at a loss for words. Her gaze fell upon House, and her eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, although she lacked any unique techniques, House had honed his abilities through diligent training, and why servant is quite remarkable, Liu thought, but upon noticing her attention directed at him, House instinctively braced himself, swiftly covering Liu's mouth before she could utter anything potentially disastrous. This is explainable. Do not be deceived by her impressive strength. She is, in fact, unwell. The surrounding Navy personnel regarded House with expressions that seemed to question his sanity. As Liu was not merely victorious over one opponent, she had triumphed over this entire circle of individuals. Are you suggesting that this woman, who is stronger than all of us, is afflicted with an ailment? Do you imply that we are inferior to a sickly woman? The atmosphere grew tense, and House swallowed hard. Well, the truth is, she suffers from a medical condition. Her pituitary gland is underdeveloped, leading to a deficiency in a hormone known as TRH, which in turn hampers brain development, creating a vicious cycle. The preceding information is entirely fabricated. Please do not take it seriously. Do you understand? House ventured, gauging the crowd's reaction, but their faces were blank, as if they were utterly perplexed. Each word was familiar, yet their meaning eluded them. Blast it, I forgot. In this world of pirates, there is no compulsory education. To put it simply, do you find her impressive? She is simply not all there. Came the collective realization. Had you said that earlier, we would have understood instead of all this nonsense. With newfound sympathy, they regarded Liu, their expressions now tinged with pity, as they discerned her peculiarities stemmed from a lack of intellect. Sensing the cessation of their relentless inquiries, House hastily took Liu by the hand and fled. Strangely, Liu, who had been struggling against House's grip, fell silent upon hearing his convoluted explanation. Unbeknownst to House, as he led Liu to a secluded area to impart some wisdom, he was met with a startling sight. Liu's eyes were brimming with tears, her countenance forlorn. What troubles you? Did I grip you too tightly? House's concern surged as he examined Liu's hand, which he had just held firmly to House. Am I truly unwell? Initially, House had been engrossed in inspecting her arm, but upon hearing her question, he slapped his forehead in exasperation. My dear, I was merely deceiving the others. How could you take that to heart? His reprimand lingered on his lips, but when his gaze met Liu's tear-streaked eyes, the words faltered. Close your eyes, smile, and then open them gently to meet my gaze. You silly child, I was only fooling them. Are you really unaware of your own health? But you spoke so convincingly. Were you not offering me solace? Please, just tell me the truth. I can handle it. House's temples throbbed with frustration, unable to contain himself any longer. Thwack! He delivered a swift chop to Liu's head. Ow! The classic defensive crouch ensued. Why did you hit me? House vigorously rubbed her black and white hair, asserting, let us be clear. Even if you were ill, I am a doctor. I can certainly treat you. Stop conjuring such absurd notions. The sudden head rub left Liu momentarily stunned. Indeed, House was a doctor, a remarkably skilled one at that. If she were truly unwell, he would certainly be able to heal her. Realizing this, Liu promptly protested House's disheveling of her hairstyle. You, my servant, are far too presumptuous to treat your master in such a manner. I shall invoke the wrath of the dual deities upon you. Prepare yourself. Reality. Shatter into pieces, spirit. You can't escape. Only a fool would stand there and allow you to strike. Stay put. With no success in catching her, the skirmish concluded with Daskia finally restraining the wildly flailing Liu. The following morning dawned bright and clear, with a gentle breeze wafting through the air. Daskia, please take extra care of yourself, Smoker remarked, resembling a paternal figure sending his daughter off to study in a distant land. It is only right that you look after me, given how exceptional you are. House and Smoker exchanged light-hearted banter, You can't seriously expect a mere second lieutenant to care for a commander. Have you lost your mind? Regardless, I want to intervene. If Daskia faces any trouble at the headquarters, I'll have you stationed in Logtown for the rest of your life as punishment. The formidable Smoker had made his entrance. House felt the sting of his words. Yes, Smoker, I would never allow Miss Daskia to be mistreated while I'm around. Smoker sensed something amiss and was about to inquire further when Lioye's voice called out, Servants, hurry aboard. We are departing. Coming. House replied, then turned to Smoker. I am off now. With hurried steps, he boarded the ship. As the vessel set sail, Smoker remained on the shore, pondering the oddity of House's remarks, when suddenly, clarity struck him. You mean to say, if you don't open your eyes, you simply close them? While Smoker fumed on the dock. The atmosphere aboard the ship was harmonious. The newfound camaraderie between Daskia and Lioye provided House with a much-needed respite from Lioye's earlier antics. Yet, with Lioye's mischief momentarily absent, he felt a twinge of emptiness. Slapping himself, House chastised, focus on the task at hand instead of being distracted by the newspaper. Of course, they had spent time alone before. One evening, House had taken Lioye to a secluded area, and they had re-emerged half an hour later. With House appearing thoroughly content, while Lioye bore a slightly disheartened expression at AS Navy personnel, they could not engage in reckless endeavors akin to those of pirates. The ship they sailed was a uniquely designed military vessel embedded with sea prism stone, allowing them to traverse the calm belt without attracting the attention of the colossal sea kings. Ordinary pirates dared not venture into the calm belt, which led to their peaceful arrival at the Marine headquarters in Marineford. Located near the Holy Land of Mariehua, forming a triangular relationship with Eni's Lobby and Impel Down, all situated in a peculiar whirlpool sea area, should the gates of justice remain shut. Any pirate daring to enter would find themselves eternally adrift in that treacherous expanse. The headquarters boasted a cluster of islands, with its towering main building exuding an imposing aura, resembling a seated Buddha from a distance. Surrounding it were expansive complexes housing Navy training grounds and residential quarters. At present, House and his companion stood before the entrance. Name and rank, inquired an officer at the port. Lieutenant Daskia of East Blue Logtown Base. Sergeant House of East Blue 77th Division. Private Lioye. Messenger of Light and Darkness. Of East Blue 77th Division. The officer raised an eyebrow, perplexed by their ranks. A sergeant and a private. What is this nonsense? Aren't we only training officers here? Where did these two soldiers come from? After a meticulous check of the roster, a realization dawned upon him. Recommended by Rear Admiral Sicilian. The officer's expression shifted to one of understanding. A connection, perhaps? Well, that's acceptable. Training was hardly a significant affair. It was unusual for a Rear Admiral to place a relative in training, despite how it might reflect poorly. However, scorn for those with connections was still warranted, as the officer had no allegiance to Sicilian. Training begins at 7 a.m. tomorrow. For now, you may find your own dormitory. This is the headquarters, so do not wander aimlessly. If you stumble upon any confidential areas, even your connections won't save you. With that, the officer departed, leaving House and his companions bewildered. What just happened? And you didn't even tell us where the dormitory is. With no choice, the trio navigated their way through inquiries until they finally located their accommodations. The dormitories were shared between two individuals, and House was fortunate enough to secure a private room, having arrived last. Meanwhile, Daskia and Lioye were assigned to the same quarters, the next morning at 7 a.m. New recruits from across the seas gathered in the training grounds, awaiting the arrival of their instructor. A man with a small black mustache and brown hair approached them slowly. Is this the group of trainees for this session? Must you all be so noisy? Fall in line, now. The newcomer bellowed at them without a hint of courtesy. The crowd exchanged glances, noting his typical naval uniform adorned with a feathered hat and a lightning-shaped mark over his left eye, exuding an air of authority that suggested he was an officer from headquarters. Obediently, they fell into formation at his command, satisfied with the orderly ranks before him. He nodded approvingly. I am Rear Admiral Sicily from the naval headquarters, now responsible for your training. His gaze swept over the line. House and Lioye stepped forward. At his call, the two responded promptly, stepping out of the ranks, bewildered. After all, they did not recognize Sicily and wondered why they were summoned. Sicily scrutinized them. The male appeared somewhat frail and lazy, while the female had an intriguing spark of defiance in her eyes. Yet, despite their appearances, they hardly seemed like troublemakers worthy of the underground world's attention. Nevertheless, since they had arrived at headquarters, it was time to train them well. After all, a mere band of underground rats dared to challenge the Navy. Brigadier Bryn has already briefed me on your circumstances. However, I must emphasize that regardless of your ranks, once you are here for training, I shall treat you all equally. Do not harbor any illusions of preferential treatment. Now, return to your positions. What was this? A warning, a show of force. The two returned to formation, utterly perplexed. The others regarded them with curious glances, uncertain of the situation. As members of the Navy, possessing an exceptional physique is fundamental. Now, commence running around the training field, 50 laps. What? The intensity ramps up this quickly. There was no time for mental preparation. With the rank hierarchy firmly in place, there was no choice but to comply. For the initial 20 laps, everyone managed to maintain their pace without falling behind. However, by the 30th lap, some began to lag. House, panting heavily, trailed at the end, drenched in sweat, as if he might collapse at any moment. Meanwhile, Lioi, running alongside Dasky, cast a disdainful glance at House as she lapped him. Her expression dripping with scorn. What a shameful display for someone purportedly skilled. Yet, recalling their encounter a few nights prior, Lioi could only sulk behind Dasky. Lioi, what's wrong? Are you too tired? Dasky inquired, noticing her friend's unusual demeanor with concern. I'm fine. Just keep running, Lioi replied, shaking her head and offering no further explanation. Dasky, still worried about Lioi's mood, was about to press further when Cicely's voice rang out. No whispering. Do you find the running insufficient? Whoever is speaking, add 10 more laps to your count. Dasky stuck her tongue out. 50 laps were already exhausting, and now an additional 10. That was sheer madness. Suppressing her curiosity for later, she continued to run. For the following month, House and the others adhered to a rigorous routine. Morning physical training, followed by lunch and rest, then afternoon theoretical classes on the 6 forms. Initially, House assumed that the Navy was secretive about the 6 forms, restricting access to outsiders, and he thought he might sneak a few lessons. However, after attending the class, he realized that the Navy had not concealed the training methods at all. Tell me, at what angle is the gale foot executed? What is the range of motion? What resistance must be overcome? Questions poured forth like a deluge. How fast must blood flow to achieve the desired speed, and what diameter must the blood vessels constrict to? At what frequency should one stomp on the ground to maximize kinetic energy? What is the drag coefficient of paper, and how does one calculate the evasion direction based on the enemy's airflow? How does the moonwalk reduce air resistance above while increasing it below, and how does one maintain balance? To what degree must the friction between the finger and the air be managed to poke the opponent without injury? It was akin to a university student, having finally gained admission, subjecting themselves to high school-level problems again. Oh, the headache of it all. If one had never attended school, how could they even comprehend the 6 forms? No wonder few pirates managed to master them. Even if they did, it was only a couple of techniques. The root of the issue was evident, while 1 or 2 techniques might be mimicked through sheer talent. Mastering all 6 was a different endeavor entirely. Fortunately, House had undergone 9 years of compulsory education. Although it posed some difficulty, he persevered through the theory, even employing the student's secret skill of score control to maintain just a passing grade. To his surprise, Lioi, who seemed anything but a diligent student, grasped the theoretical aspects of the 6 forms with remarkable ease. Could it be that she was merely feigning ignorance while being quite astute? House stroked his chin thoughtfully, observing Lioi as she indulged heartily in her meal. The cafeteria at headquarters was indeed impressive, while the flavors may not rival those of Baratai. The generous portions were free and satisfying. From the very first day, Lioi had fallen in love with the dining hall. You must swallow your food before speaking. She was reprimanded, gulping down her mouthful before continuing, Servant, let us remain at headquarters. The food here is simply too delicious. With a hopeful expression, she was met with House's resolute refusal. No way. Have you forgotten what I told you before? Oh, Lioi recalled their conversation from that evening. A flush creeping across her cheeks. You must not stand out too much at headquarters, understand? House stated gravely. Why not? I am a herald of light and darkness. Quite impressive indeed. Lioi protested, brimming with indignation, planning to showcase her prowess before her friend Dasky. Of course, it's for your safety. Safety? Lioi echoed, perplexed. Yes, safety. Being too exceptional might lead to your immediate promotion to an officer position at headquarters, which entails serving in the Grand Line. Far too perilous. But servant, you are already so strong. Isn't the Grand Line relatively safe for you? Lioi retorted, completely oblivious to House's apprehensions. Despite his seemingly weak appearance, House had dispatched Coles in 3 moves. However, in the Grand Line, Coles was no weakling. Who would dare engage him in close combat? The sheer weight of him was intimidating. Moreover, Among Umit's subordinates, he ranked among the strongest. Otherwise, Umit would not have dared to provoke the Navy over the loss of an ordinary subordinate. Yet, House still viewed himself as weak. He believed his strength only barely sufficed to protect them in East Blue. But in the Grand Line, I'm weak, all right? The last time Jinbei came to East Blue, I had to avoid him. I couldn't dare face him. Liu, listen to me. House suddenly grasped Liu's shoulders, locking eyes with her. Liu averted her gaze. Unable to meet the intensity of House's stare, my strength barely suffices to protect us here in East Blue. It won't hold in the Grand Line. So please, promise me not to display excessive skill during training. Just match Daski's level. Liu's eyes began to swirl with thought that, oh, I understand now. I just need to conceal my strength. She shut her eyes, reluctant to agree, yet he had promised to protect her. Satisfied with achieving his desired outcome, House departed, leaving Liu to follow in a sulky silence. Back in the cafeteria, Daski, clueless about their conversation, found herself unable to interject. The trio's seating arrangement was somewhat isolated from others, which was only natural. Aside from Daski, no one else was aware that House and Liu had come to seek refuge. To them, House and Liu appeared as mere beneficiaries of connections, while they themselves had fought valiantly against pirates, accruing merits to earn their training opportunity at headquarters. Yet these two, merely due to their connections, seemed to stand on equal footing with them, especially that third-class soldier who had the audacity to insult them. However, they did not resort to bullying. They simply isolated House and Liu, extending their cold shoulders even to Daski. House understood this dynamic well and was quite content with it. After all, his goal was merely to return to East Blue and continue surviving, likely never to intersect with this group again. Besides, they had done nothing wrong, had they? Even House provided guidance to the equally isolated Liu Wei and Daski, ensuring they refrained from any extreme actions, which left them somewhat displeased, unbeknownst to them. All of this unfolded under the watchful eye of a woman holding a cigarette. Tina found this girl intriguing. Indeed, she was a rare beauty among the naval officers. Brigadier General Tina from the naval headquarters, who had previously mentioned in a phone call with Smoker about her return to the headquarters for her debriefing. As an old friend, Smoker naturally entrusted her with the responsibility of looking after Daski, while also keeping an eye on House. It was uncertain whether it was House's exceptional acting skills or Liu's lack thereof that piqued Tina's interest. Tina perceived House as a clever yet ordinary individual, possessing a decent intellect but lacking in true strength. In contrast, Liu Wei captivated her curiosity, despite undergoing the same rigorous training as Daski, who was panting heavily from exhaustion. Liu Wei, a mere private, seemed unfazed. It appeared quite peculiar, though the biases of their peers in the training camp led them to overlook this anomaly. Even Sicilian merely regarded her as someone seeking refuge, assuming that her consistent training alongside Daski was due to Daski's assistance, and thus did not pay much attention. However, such subtleties did not escape the observant Tina, particularly with Liu's distinctive demeanor and attire striking a chord with her. Reflecting on her previous subordinates, who were notorious eccentrics, Zhang Yao, who often hypnotized himself, and Hoboti, who dared to call himself Iron Fist despite his lack of skill, Tina found herself drawn to the unconventional. Thus, while others viewed Liu Wei as peculiar, Tina saw her as a fascinating gem. In the afternoon, the scorching sun illuminated the training ground, where a group of young men and women stood in orderly formation. Before them stood two figures draped in capes of justice, one male and one female. This here is Brigadier General Tina from the naval headquarters, who has graciously come to assist you all in your training today. After a month of rigorous study, I believe your theoretical knowledge is solid. Now, it is time for practical application. Starting today, there will be combat drills every afternoon. Today, Brigadier General Tina and I will engage in combat training against your respective groups. Be prepared. We will commence in 10 minutes. Sicilian arranged the tasks and led the male group to the other side of the examination area. The practical training for the male group concluded in an exceptionally swift manner. The entire ordeal could only be described as a massacre. Sicilian did not exert his full strength, yet it was essentially a one-hit knockout for each participant. One by one, the male trainees tumbled to the ground like rolling gourds. Sicilian, with a grave expression, commanded, "Get up. With performances like yours, how can you uphold the justice of the Navy?" Each student could only weakly comply, responding with a hesitant, "Yes." Only House, still pretending to be in pain, was sweating profusely. One by one, how could he maintain his facade of weakness? Physical prowess could not be feigned. Sicilian would easily break through House's defenses, revealing his true capabilities. He could only bide his time, observing how others performed, hoping to imitate them and scrape by. House, you're up first. Come here. Sicilian had his own calculations. As an old friend had requested his care, he could rightfully spend more time instructing House. Moreover, if House recovered quickly enough, he might even participate in the second round. Sicilian's intentions were clear, but House felt as if his CPU was about to explode. The more he wished to avoid something, the more it seemed to come his way. How should he perform to appear normal, failing to withstand even one strike? Or should he manage to endure a few blows? What to do? What to do? Hurry up. Why are you dawdling? Sicilian shouted, his displeasure evident. Yet his opinion of House dropped another notch. A Navy officer lacking in strength could still train, but if he lacked the courage to even strike, then he was worthless. House forced a smile that resembled a grimace. This question was far too difficult. At this point, he had no choice but to participate. After all, he had an image to uphold. Should news of his cowardice reach the 77th branch, his reputation would be shattered. And returning to Orangetown would be impossible. He could only take it step by step, standing opposite Sicilian and assuming a combat stance. The Sicilian's expression softened slightly. At least House was not backing down. But based on his performance, he would need to impart some lessons. Soru, Sicilian's figure vanished in an instant. While House was still contemplating how to evade, he instinctively reached back, and by the time he realized he had caught Sicilian's fist, it was already too late. The onlooking trainees, including the captured Sicilian, gazed at him as if he were a monster. This was Soru, a technique utilized by a rear admiral of the headquarters. How could he be so easily caught? House's mind froze, and he even forgot to release his grip. Sicilian struggled intensely, finally catching House's attention, and only then did House realize he was still grasping Sicilian's hand. He quickly released it, but Sicilian had already used all his strength to break free. And House's sudden release caught him off guard. Consequently, Sicilian lost his balance, tumbling and kicking up a cloud of dust across the training ground. The spectators gaped in astonishment, their heads slowly following the trail of dust Sicilian had kicked up before turning back to House. House's face flushed red, as if he were struggling to breathe. House coughed up blood, collapsing face first onto the ground, his complexion as pale as a sheet, clearly indicating severe injury. This startled Sicilian, who had rushed back in a fit of rage. Wait a moment, everyone saw it. My punch didn't even land. How could you be down? He approached to examine House closely, discovering that House's breathing was relatively steady, yet he remained unresponsive. Sicilian panicked. This was a person entrusted to him by an old friend. If he were to perish just like that, how could he explain it to Bryn? You all go check on Brigadier General Tina's battle. I'll take House to the infirmary. He then lifted House and hurried toward the infirmary. Doctor, help. Sicilian kicked open the door and shouted inside. The commotion startled the doctors within. After a flurry of chaos, House lay on the examination table in the infirmary. However, the doctors examined him from left to right, unable to determine where House was injured. Just as they were about to conclude that House was feigning illness, he coughed weakly. Where am I? Why am I here? His frail voice prompted the doctors to question their diagnosis. Didn't he seem to be faking it after all? House's brow furrowed. As a doctor himself, how could he be discovered feigning illness? Just wait and see. The doctors proceeded to examine him once more. Yet their conclusion remained unchanged. This fellow was as robust as a young bull, with no apparent injuries. There's no need for further examination. I'm suffering from internal injuries, which can't be detected. The doctors suddenly understood. So it was internal injuries that eluded their scrutiny. Wait a moment. How can a patient instruct the doctors? Surely, he was pretending. Sir, please do not question our professional integrity. We are doctors, and according to our examination, the doctor intended to label House as a malingerer, but House's retort silenced him. He turned to Sicilian, who confirmed, yes, he's indeed a doctor, and quite skilled. He managed to save someone with a ruptured heart. The two doctors were instantly awestruck. A ruptured heart, isn't that a death sentence? There is hardly any time to suture the wound, and even if stitched, the heart's pressure would tear the sutures apart. To date, no one has ever been known to treat such a condition. Surely, this isn't a deception? They eyed Sicilian suspiciously, but Sicilian shrugged. I'm not sure. It's all what Bryn said. That's just a rumor. It's merely bleeding without a rupture. House maintained his weak tone. The doctors nodded, realizing that heart bleeding was merely a precursor to rupture, and not much different from a full rupture. Just a matter of a few seconds. What is your current condition? Given that the doctor's skills paled in comparison to House's, they hesitated to make any definitive conclusions, merely probing for information. You can't blame yourselves. My condition is rather rare. House propped himself up on the edge of the bed, attempting to sit up, yet it appeared he lacked the necessary strength. Two doctors hastily approached to assist him. As he sat up, House expressed his gratitude, seemingly regaining a modicum of vitality, his speech becoming less feeble. This is my family's secret technique. It allows me to transcend my physical limitations and enhance my strength in dire circumstances. However, the consequence is that my body cannot endure such power, resulting in internal injuries. The severity of House's condition was apparent to all present. Despite his unspoken words, the two doctors exchanged furious glances at Cicely, incredulous that such a formidable physician had been so grievously incapacitated. Did he provoke you in any way? Cicely could only offer a sheepish smile, feeling unjustly wronged. Who could have anticipated that this individual possessed such peculiar abilities? You should have mentioned it earlier. Had you done so, I would have refrained from acting. The patient requires rest now. You may leave, one of the medical personnel remarked indifferently, their hearts heavy with a sense of camaraderie for their beleaguered colleague. Cicely had no retort, merely stating, I shall return to check on you later, before hastily departing. Upon witnessing Cicely's exit, one of the doctors could no longer suppress his curiosity. Hello, Sir Doe. Just call me House. Mr. House. May I inquire how you addressed the issue of blood pressure during a cardiac rupture? As medical personnel, they seldom had the opportunity to engage with renowned physicians, and the arrival of such a distinguished doctor inspired them to learn as much as possible. House, not one to hoard knowledge, promptly began to elucidate various treatments for trauma and emergency care. As Cicely returned to the training grounds, a sense of discomfort enveloped him. He had directly caused harm to a friend's charge. What kind of situation was this? A simmering frustration brewed within him, yet he was at a loss as to how to express it. Wow! Hooray! Keep it up! Incredible! The cheers filled Cicely's ears, and he turned to see a large group of male trainees gathered. Captivated by the combat between their female counterparts, Tina was far less aggressive than Cicely, primarily focusing on the art of evasion. However, after an extended bout, most of the women had succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing on the sidelines. Only Dasky, Lyoya, and Tina remained engaged in combat. Tina has taken a liking to you. Would you consider joining her ranks? Tina admired Lyoya, noting how, despite the prolonged struggle, Dasky was visibly fatigued, while Lyoya maintained her composure, indicating that her endurance surpassed that of the well-trained Dasky. A rare gem indeed, and one particularly aligned with Tina's aesthetic preferences. Tina genuinely appreciated individuals of such caliber. My servant wishes to return to the East Sea, hence I shall accompany her, Lyoya replied, still poised for combat. To her, Tina's admiration held little significance. She was unfamiliar with her, and until she repaid her debts to House, she would not abandon him. What a pity, then. Although she did not fully grasp the concept of a servant, she understood the desire to return to the East Sea. Fortunately, Tina was not one to coerce others. And with a light-hearted smile, she proposed, I would like to make a pact with you. When you depart from the East Sea, I hope you will serve under me. In exchange, I will personally mentor you outside of training hours. Tina was optimistic about Lyoya's potential. Although she currently held the rank of private, everyone had to start somewhere, and under her guidance, Lyoya would soon ascend from the East Sea to the Grand Line. Preemptively securing an exceptional subordinate, Tina felt quite astute. Lyoya contemplated this. Tina's strength was formidable, and even with her full effort, victory was uncertain. With her guidance, Lyoya could undoubtedly improve. The prospect of surpassing House and besting him in combat filled her with mirth. Tina's inquiry drew Lyoya back to the present. So, will you agree? The interruption shattered Lyoya's daydream, and she realized that considering House's character, he would likely never leave the East Sea, rendering the agreement nearly inconsequential. If she accepted, would that not be akin to taking advantage of House? Such an act was unacceptable. I cannot leave my servant until I have repaid my debts. Tina, unfazed, replied, That's perfectly fine. I won't rush you. You are trustworthy and possess potential, though perhaps a bit eccentric. But who in the Navy isn't a little unusual? Tina's admiration for Lyoya only deepened. Please agree. Lyoya, trust me. This will benefit you. Even Dasky could not help but intervene on Tina's behalf. Very well. Ultimately, Lyoya acquiesced. Tina was elated, declaring, It's settled then. Starting tonight, after dinner, come to the training grounds to seek me out. Class is dismissed, Tina announced as she strode away, intent on preparing for the evening's lesson. Cicely began organizing the male trainees for their instruction. All right, female trainees, you may leave. Male trainees, come with me. The one-on-one teaching commenced, with Cicely eager to unleash his pent-up frustrations. Suddenly, he recalled something. Those with congenital diseases or self-harm techniques. Step forward. The trainees exchanged glances, none daring to step out. Excellent, let us begin. I must emphasize that the first hour post-injury is critical for survival. Meanwhile, House was eloquently expounding on emergency care. Indeed, yes. The doctor's initial stance of equal inquiry had transformed into one of deep respect. House's profound understanding of first aid was unparalleled, akin to an entirely new paradigm. If the Navy could adopt House's methods, the annual casualty rate could potentially decrease by 20%, saving thousands of naval lives, a reality that commanded their admiration. House, however, remained oblivious to his own significance. To him, these insights were merely foundational knowledge from his previous life, lacking any sense of grandeur. Doctor, there is an injury on the training field. The door to the infirmary burst open. What is the commotion? Where is the injured party? Is it serious? The two doctors regarded the intruders with mild irritation, yet duty compelled them to inquire further. A young soldier, upon spotting House seated on the hospital bed, momentarily froze before hurriedly stating, "There are too many patients. No, the injuries are too severe. I can't explain it clearly. Just follow me." He seized the doctors and rushed outside. "Wait. Hold on. Dr. House, please wait. We need to handle this first." The two doctors glanced back at House as they departed. "All right, you take care," House replied cheerfully. Once the trio had left, House found himself alone in the infirmary, surveying his surroundings. The main medical facility was indeed superior to his small clinic. Impressive equipment. Suddenly, the infirmary door was forcefully swung open for the third time, and to House's astonishment, it was the usually composed Dasky Da. "Dr. House, you're here. Come with me." Upon seeing House, Dasky's face lit up with excitement as she grasped his hand, pulling him outside. "Wait, what's happening?" A bewildered House was dragged along, seeking clarity. "There's no time to explain. General Sicily has been gravely injured." Dasky continued to sprint ahead. "What? Sicily is severely injured? Could it be a pirate attack?" "This is the Navy headquarters. No pirate has the audacity to harm anyone here. Even if there were pirates, surely one of the three admirals, Garp or Sengoku, would intervene. So why am I needed?" Dasky's frustration was palpable. How could she not articulate the situation clearly? By the time House had processed the confusion, they had already arrived at the training ground. The terrain was riddled with craters, bearing the scars of destruction, while numerous individuals writhed on the ground, exclaiming in pain. What on earth had transpired in just over an hour? House recognized his fellow trainees among the chaos. In the center of the training field, two individuals clad in green uniforms were crouched over a form lying on the ground, seemingly unconscious. As Dasky pulled House closer for a better look, he was taken aback to discover that it was none other than Sicily. The two doctors were desperately pressing down on Sicily's chest, their expressions tense and drenched in perspiration, focused entirely on stabilizing his heart. They dared not relax their grip even as House approached, instinctively stepping forward to assess Sicily's condition. Upon inspection, he was alarmed to find that this was indeed the heart bleeding they had discussed earlier. The doctors were using all their strength to maintain pressure on Sicily's heart, preventing it from rupturing due to its frantic beating. Their eyes lit up with hope upon seeing House, who wasted no time rummaging through the doctor's medical kit for gloves, antiseptics, scalpels, sutures, and bandages. After sterilizing the instruments, he instructed the two doctors, "On the count of 3, release your pressure and leave the rest to me." The doctors exchanged a knowing glance, indicating their understanding. 3, 2, 1. Release. The doctor applying pressure from above successfully withdrew his hands, but the one beneath appeared to have overexerted himself and had become frozen in place. With the pressure alleviated, blood surged back into the heart, the rapid influx threatening to burst it. Just then, a hand shot in from behind, pulling away the immobilized doctor. House, focused and serious, let his scalpel glide through Sicily's skin with precision, revealing the bleeding heart beneath. He swiftly began stitching, moving with astonishing speed that left onlookers in awe. After ensuring there was no further bleeding, he closed the wound with a few deft strokes. The entire procedure took less than 3 seconds. Remarkably swift, the two doctors were utterly astounded by House's surgical prowess. The theoretical knowledge he had imparted to them in the infirmary was already enough to establish his stature as a highly skilled physician, but witnessing his execution of the procedure elevated him to the status of a world-class surgeon in their eyes. He nonchalantly tossed aside the instruments and declared, "It's done. He should be fine now. With some rest, he'll recover in about 5 days, but he needs to watch his diet." Suddenly, House realized he was not in his clinic and had no authority to issue directives. What dietary restrictions should he observe? One of the doctors, notebook in hand, recorded House's words with an insatiable curiosity, oblivious to any impropriety. Avoid spicy foods, no alcohol, and consume plenty of fish soup. Understood. We will adhere to your recommendations. The two doctors replied in unison, their eyes filled with admiration for House. Feeling somewhat uneasy under their gaze, House shifted his attention to the injured trainees scattered across the ground. You there? Yes, you. How can you be moving around when you're injured? Let me assist you. He hurried over to examine another student, who exclaimed, Dr. House, you are incredible. How did you manage that? House looked up to see Dasky and Lyoya standing before him. Oh, it's nothing. Any doctor could do it. He scratched his head, while the two doctors, still engaged in examining Cicely, silently scoffed at his modesty, thinking, no, we certainly could not. Go. See if there are any more severely injured individuals around. And let me know if you find any. House instructed Lyoya, who huffed off in irritation. I truly envy the bond you share with Lyoya. Mr. House, Dasky remarked, her tone tinged with envy. Indeed, she can be quite a handful when she causes mischief. He chuckled. By the way, Dasky, what exactly happened? How did Cicely sustain such severe injuries? Were there pirates attacking here? It was not pirates, but rather a fellow trainee, Dasky replied, her expression turning serious as she recounted the entire incident. The principal instigator was a cadet named Montgomery, who was also part of House's cohort. Cicely, in a fit of frustration, had reprimanded the students, leaving them battered and bruised, though his intent was instructive. His tone had been somewhat harsh. After addressing the group, he asked if anyone wished to be further instructed, to which there was silence. He then mockingly declared, a bunch of softies. Montgomery, feeling defiant, stood up to challenge Cicely again. However, he was no match for Cicely's strength and was quickly subdued. As Cicely prepared to release him, Montgomery inexplicably surged with newfound strength, flipping Cicely over and unleashing a flurry of wild punches. The male trainees, sensing the escalating situation, attempted to subdue Montgomery, but he was too formidable, swiftly incapacitating them all, leading to the chaotic scene that House had arrived to witness. More alarmingly, Montgomery seemed to have lost all rationality, poised to strike down one of the fallen trainees. Cicely intervened just in time to shield the student. But Montgomery, undeterred, unleashed a relentless combination of blows, determined not to relent until he had inflicted serious harm. To protect the trainees, Cicely braced himself to absorb the onslaught. His arm darkened from the impact, but remained uninjured. Yet this only fueled Montgomery's frenzy. Dasky noted that when he threw his final punch, his fist glowed with a dark hue. The force of that blow produced a metallic sound as it struck Cicely's arm, glancing off and landing squarely on his chest, creating a shockwave that sent nearby trainees flying. Montgomery, having expended all his energy, collapsed to the ground. Cicely, kneeling beside him, discovered he was merely fatigued and intended to stand and check on the other students, only to cough up blood and lose consciousness upon rising. House absorbed the details, casting a surprised glance at the unconscious Montgomery, who bore a striking resemblance to a pale-faced youth. So, he was using armament hockey. No wonder he managed to injure Cicely's heart, who also possesses hockey. So that was the case. Thank you, Dasky, especially for your timely intervention in pulling away the doctor. It was a tremendous help. House expressed his gratitude with a smile, recognizing that had no one intervened, even a few seconds of delay could have cost Cicely his life. Wait, I was the one who pulled him away, Dasky replied, astonished. Was it Lyoya? House mused, feeling slightly confused, as he had been entirely focused on the scalpel at that moment. It was me. Lyoya interjected from a short distance, eavesdropping on their conversation. What, it was you either? Then who was it? There didn't seem to be anyone else around. It was I. I sincerely appreciate your assistance in saving my subordinate. The voice carried an air of authority, prompting House to turn and behold a tall figure with an elongated skull, draped in a standard naval cloak. His uniform buttons were only partially fastened, complemented by a water-green coat adorned with yellow Chinese motifs, harmonizing with his trousers. Good day, Vice Admiral Stolleberry. House greeted first, recognizing that only officers of school rank and above could dress so casually in the Navy. The distinctive appearance of the individual made it easy for House to identify him. Vice Admiral, Dasky echoed, offering a salute, while Lyoya remained perplexed, wondering why they were honoring the long-headed man. Stolleberry nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for saving Cicely. He is an exceptional subordinate, and losing him here would have been a great tragedy. The voice remained as cold as ever, yet it was not difficult to discern a hint of gratitude within it. You're welcome. It is my duty, House replied politely. You must be training here from afar, he continued. After a moment of contemplation, Stolleberry remarked, Time is rather limited. He then reached into his bosom and produced a book, which he handed to House. I observed your deft handling of the scalpel earlier. This is a small insight into swordsmanship from me, a gift for you. Admiral, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. House protested, shaking his hands in refusal. Nonsense, just take it. Stolberry insisted. I had intended to personally instruct you for a while, but an urgent mission has arisen. By the time I return, you should already be back in the East Sea. So this will have to suffice. Stolberry shook his head, revealing a trace of regret. However, if you master the knowledge within this book, there should be little that can threaten you in the East Sea. Then I shall thank you, Admiral, House said, respectfully accepting the book with both hands. Although he did not find Stolberry's swordsmanship insights particularly useful, he understood the importance of maintaining appearances, and sighed. You will find my phone number. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to call me. I must take my leave now. With a satisfied nod, Stolberry turned towards the dock. A mere sword, Lyoya interjected, approaching and peering disdainfully at the swordsmanship insights from beneath House's arm. Though unaware of Stolberry's level of mastery, Lyoya was certain that as a great swordsman, no one aside from Eagle Eye could claim to instruct a legendary swordsman before she could voice her disdain. House swiftly covered her mouth. Dear companion, such words are not to be spoken, he cautioned. His eyes darted around, confirming that no one nearby seemed to take notice, which calmed his nerves. One arm wrapped around Lyoya's head while the other mimicked a drill against it. The Admiral's insights are invaluable. One must be grateful, you fool, to disdain the swordsmanship of a vice-admiral in the Navy. What audacity you possess. Ah, it hurts. Please, stop drilling, Lyoya cried, struggling to free herself from House's hold. After a while, he finally released her. Lyoya leaped back, putting distance between them, her eyes brimming with unshed tears as she glared at House. How dare you treat your master in such a manner? Scoundrel, fool, cabbage. In response, House stepped forward, his left hand forming a drill shape while his right hand prepared to grasp her. Help, save me, Lyoya exclaimed, fleeing in a panic, leaving House victorious. What a delightful relationship. Dasky remarked from a distance as she observed their playful banter. Tina watched enviously, realizing why Lyoya was reluctant to leave with her. Standing beside Dasky, Tina's gaze drifted, her thoughts seemingly lost in the ether. House and Dasky remained behind to assist in the infirmary. While Lyoya had initially intended to stay but was sent away by Dasky to find Tina. By the time they exited the infirmary, it was already midnight. The bright moon hung high, and stars twinkled in the sky as waves crashed rhythmically upon the shore. Everything appeared so beautiful and harmonious. House and Dasky shared a silent understanding, savoring the moment in quietude. Hey, ah yeah. As they passed the training ground, the soft shouts seemed out of place in the tranquil night. House and Dasky exchanged curious glances and approached the source of the noise. On the training ground, a figure was diligently striking a target. Ha, Lyoya gasped, leaning against her waist as she panted heavily. Despite feeling so close, she just couldn't seem to succeed. I must try harder. Regaining her breath, she once again launched herself at the target with all her might. Tina had assured her that as long as her physique met the requirements, it should be easy to unleash the armament hockey. Yet, after all her efforts, there was still no progress. If this continues, I won't even qualify to stand by. Lyoya struggled to recall Tina's previous teachings. Listen well, Lyoya. Armament hockey is a manifestation of energy produced when muscle hardness reaches a certain level, allowing a portion of that energy to suppress the abilities of devil fruit users. Thus, the method is quite simple. Attack with all your strength. I've observed that your physical strength is already sufficient. With effort, you will certainly succeed. Just effort. Lyoya murmured, her previously dejected expression hardening once more. That I may not understand muscle respiration, but if effort is all it takes, then I shall give it my all. Hey. Squatting into a horse stance, she positioned her right fist at her waist, gathering her strength before unleashing it with all her might. Punch after punch, sweat soaked her clothes, revealing her proud curves. Yet, from a distance, House observed without any fanciful thoughts. With each drop of sweat hitting the ground, Lyoya glowed. House understood that it was merely the moonlight reflecting off her sweat. Yet it still left him and Dasky in awe. This will be my final punch. Lyoya's expression remained steadfast. She knew her stamina was at its limit. Ha! Her arm began to tremble, yet the rhythm of the tremor was steady. Akin to breathing. Lyoya's right fist seemed to vanish into the night before striking the target, shattering it. I did it. Lyoya exclaimed joyfully, raising her hands in celebration. Yay! Wait. Before she could finish her motion, she suddenly lost consciousness and fell backwards. Not good, Dasky cried, rushing to catch Lyoya. However, a figure darted past her, arriving at Lyoya's side in an instant to catch her. Upon seeing House successfully support Lyoya, Dasky felt a wave of relief wash over her, only to be struck by another thought. If I'm not mistaken, what House just used was Sora from the Six Styles. Could a genius truly utilize Sora after merely studying the theory? House, however, was oblivious to Dasky's thoughts and would not have cared even if he knew. At that moment, he focused on checking Lyoya's condition, the power of water breathing gradually seeping into her body. What is this? House sensed a familiar yet faint power within Lyoya's body, strikingly similar to his own water-breathing technique. Upon further examination, he realized it was indeed water breathing. When did she learn to secretly practice my breathing technique? House couldn't help but chuckle at Lyoya's predicament. Is Lyoya all right? It isn't serious, is it? Mr. House, Dasky approached, suppressing her shock. Noticing House's silence, she grew anxious. Nothing to worry about. She's merely exhausted. The foolish child. Lyoya, having exhausted her stamina, had utilized the power of her breathing technique to amplify her muscles, leading to a double depletion of energy. Consequently, she fell into a state of self-preservation and slumber. She truly is dedicated. Indeed, just a fool who resorts to brute force. Both of them gazed at Lyoya's face, their expressions softening. The eye of judgment is the strongest. Servant, come take your punishment. Lyoya, nestled comfortably in House's arms, suddenly mumbled incoherently, rubbing her head against him. House and Dasky exchanged glances, and before they knew it, laughter erupted, shattering the night stillness. As the night passed, House, good morning. Morning, House. Thank you so much for yesterday. The classmates, who had previously maintained a cool distance, suddenly became warm and welcoming, leaving House somewhat disoriented. Servant, what is going on? Lyoya's small eyes brimmed with confusion, wondering why this group had so suddenly changed their attitudes. Yesterday, they were met with indifference, yet today, House responded to their greetings with an unexpected warmth. Perhaps it was due to the gratitude they felt for his assistance in rescuing someone just the day before. After some contemplation, House arrived at this conclusion. Moreover, Dasky approached with a tray in hand, settling beside Lyoya, indicating their intentions of friendship in addition to their gratitude. After all, House, your medical skills are truly remarkable. None can guarantee that they won't find themselves injured and in need of your expertise in the future, thus they naturally wish to establish a cordial rapport. Lyoya, with his right hand forming a fist and his left acting as a cushion, struck down lightly, realizing the situation. So that's how it is. Servant, you are truly impressive. Where did you acquire such medical knowledge? Hee. House chuckled in response, yet offered no reply. In the waters of the East Sea. Within the 77th Division, fierce battles raged on an unnamed isle. From the fortifications atop the mountain, ominous cannon barrels belched flames. Smirt, the enemy's bombardment is relentless. If this continues, we shall not withstand it. Came the urgent call. What of our artillery? Smirt replied gravely, it won't arrive for another half hour. The soldier pressed, it's too late. We cannot sacrifice lives this way. Very well. I shall advance to disable their cannons. Follow my signal. The soldier hesitated. No. Captain, that is far too perilous. Smirt remained steadfast. Every life is equally valuable. I cannot cower behind while you risk your lives. But you are the captain. And what of it? If Mr. House, a mere doctor, can brave the battlefield, then I too must lead by example. Prepare yourselves. What will the signal be? Quite conspicuous. You shall know soon. The soldier, though reluctant, could only acquiesce with a yes and readied himself. Foolish Navy. What can you do? I killed but one civilian yesterday. What will you do about that? Only one. I've taken 3. Navy, come and punish me. Smirt observed the pirates atop the mountain hurling insults at the Navy, a smile creeping upon his face. Now wielding a massive hammer, Smirt had developed an affinity for such a brutal weapon since being knocked unconscious on Chaoshi Island. Lifting the hammer, he inhaled deeply, his breaths growing progressively louder. Even amidst the clamor of battle, a gray aura enveloped the iron hammer, glistening under the sun as if coated in wax. Thud, thud. His heavy footsteps echoed like thunder upon the ground as Smirt charged forth. Reminiscent of a stampeding bison, each step raising clouds of dust, the pirates atop the mountain took notice. Do not let him reach us. Fire. Bang. Bang. The sound of gunfire filled the air. Come at me. Smirt swung his hammer, and in his hands, it seemed to lose all weight, soaring through the air as it formed an impenetrable wall. Is he a monster? One pirate exclaimed, as bullets ricocheted off the wall of iron, sparking but failing to breach it, striking Smirt. Even monsters must die. Fire the cannons. The pirate operating the cannon appeared even more ferocious than before. Boom, the cannonball flew from the barrel. Captain, be careful. The soldiers behind him gasped, fearing for his safety. Come at me. Smirt grinned slightly, gripping the handle of the hammer and swinging it with force. Boom. The explosion enveloped a portion of the battlefield in smoke. Humph, I thought you were formidable. One cannonball and you're done. The pirate manning the cannon finally steadied his trembling legs. Just a mere navy. Thud, thud. The sound of footsteps remained unwavering, and through the smoke emerged a dark figure. Charging with remarkable speed, bursting forth from the haze. It was Smirt. The earlier explosion seemed to have no effect on him whatsoever. Aside from some dust on his clothing, he was entirely unharmed, as the pirates were momentarily stunned. Smirt lunged forward, hammer raised high, and with a resounding crash, the thick wooden door splintered apart, sending shards flying and turning the pirates behind it into mere fodder. The pirates stared, bewildered as if confronted with the incomprehensible. Smirt has breached the door. Brothers, follow me. Though the pirates were dazed, the soldiers, having been forewarned by Smirt, quickly grasped the signal and organized an assault. Smirt had no time to contemplate the situation behind him. He was engaged in a frenzy of destruction within the fort, sparing none who crossed his path from the wrath of his hammer. Take this. A pirate circled behind Smirt, brandishing a knife aimed at his back. Clang. The blade struck not flesh, but what felt like iron. Realizing the futility, the pirate turned to flee as Smirt swung his hammer in retaliation. The astonished pirate just barely escaped. What kind of monster is this that blades cannot pierce? The fleeing pirate clutched his chest, attempting to quell his fear. You shan't escape, pirate, Smirt pursued, but the cunning pirate dashed away, leading them both in a circuit around the pillar. Behold my Chin Wong's pillar technique. Curse you. Smirt grumbled, frustrated by the pirate's evasion. If you wish to circle the pillar, let us see how you do so when it no longer exists. With a fierce swing, he brought the hammer crashing down upon the pillar. Boom! The stone pillar splintered under the might of Smirt's hammer, revealing the hiding pirate. Bang! The pirate's nefarious life came to a swift end. Having toppled the pillar, Smirt seemed to awaken a newfound vigor. No longer fixated on pursuing pirates but rather embarking on a new endeavor, demolishing walls. Boom! Boom! Immersed in the exhilarating thrill of destruction, Smirt continued his rampage. Run! That maniac is tearing down the walls. The building is collapsing. Help! I surrender. Please, do not demolish any further. Mother, someone is tearing down the walls. The pirates were in a frenzy, bewildered that in the midst of battle, someone could be demolishing their stronghold. Finally, under Smirt's relentless assault, the fort crumbled into ruins. As the Navy soldiers stood agape, Smirt emerged from the debris, shaking his head. Pirates are truly something. They skimp on building a fort, and it crumbles under a single blow. Noticing the soldiers staring at him in silence, Smirt glared. What are you staring at? Quickly search for any surviving pirates and capture them. If you dawdle, I shall hammer you. Yes, Captain Smirt. The soldiers snapped to attention, hastening to comply, for that hammer was no trivial weapon. It easily shattered walls, and they were not keen to face its wrath. Meanwhile, departing from Rogue Town, Little D steered a ship full of Navy personnel towards the 77th Division. Corporal, our food supplies are running low, reported the ship's cook. Low? How could we consume so much? My apologies. Little D, intending to chide the cook for potential wastefulness, was met with a look of sorrow from the chef. Suddenly, realization struck Little D. The chef had indeed mentioned the need to replenish supplies back in Rogue Town, but such matters required the signature of the ship's captain. At that moment, the captain had been House, who had vanished as soon as they docked, leaving Little D unable to catch him. With no choice, Little D planned to seek out House that very night for his signature, allowing them to procure supplies the following day. However, that evening, House had extended an invitation to dine together. It was House himself, graciously inviting him, and the meal conveyed an overwhelming sense of camaraderie. Despite being the captain, he bore no airs. House offered numerous and valuable suggestions, and Little D found himself thinking, House is truly a good person. I wonder if he has returned to the headquarters yet. Cough, cough. The chef's few coughs pulled Xiao Di back from her wandering thoughts. The chef appeared somewhat aggrieved. After all, it was you who rushed to set off, and now the supplies in the kitchen had not been replenished, yet you dared to be distracted. What do you intend? To have everyone subsist on the bitter winds of the Northwest? It would be better if the chef were not in charge. He took off his hat and prepared to leave, but Xiao Di dared not let the chef depart so easily. If he truly left, lunchtime at the canteen might not merely result in a spatula's mishap, but outright starvation. Calm down, chef, please calm down. See, I've simply forgotten. We will handle this matter immediately. By the way, how many more days can our provisions last? Xiao Di quickly approached and draped her arm over the chef's shoulder. The chef responded grumpily, with 1 meal a day, we only have enough for 2 days. 2 days, you say? Xiao Di pondered for a moment. No worries, we are in the waters of the First Kingdom. We can reach land within a day. We will replenish our supplies at the earliest opportunity. Does that sound acceptable? The chef nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that this was much more agreeable. Having received a satisfactory answer, he turned to leave, granting Xiaodi no face whatsoever. Managing the meals for the entire crew certainly afforded him such arrogance. All Xiaodi could do was smile bitterly. After all, the mistake lay with her. She would just have to endure it. The following day, they arrived at a port affiliated with the First Kingdom. Strangely, the atmosphere in the streets was rather somber. Hey, have you heard? Heard what? About the king's situation. Are you trying to get us killed? Is this something to discuss here? But the fifth prince, enough, stop talking. Many people in the streets were whispering, and squads of soldiers patrolled the streets as if searching for someone. Sergeant, what is going on? Asked a curious private who accompanied Xiaodi on her shopping trip. Shoo, don't ask, that it has nothing to do with us. Xiaodi replied sternly. The private, not entirely naive, refrained from pressing further. In truth, Xiaodi was also curious about what had transpired, but judging by the reactions of the surrounding populace, it seemed to be related to the Prime Minister of the First Kingdom. The Navy is forbidden from interfering in the internal affairs of any nation. This is a strict rule imposed by the world government. Xiaodi quelled her curiosity. Being overly inquisitive could lead to peril. Not just for herself, but for the Navy as well. Boss, thank you very much. No need to be polite. Shall we assist you in moving? No, we can manage on our own. Xiaodi conversed with the shopkeeper with a smile, while the Navy personnel accompanying her busied themselves with carrying large wooden barrels filled with the ingredients they had procured. The shopkeeper was exceedingly friendly to the Navy and, seeing their struggle, even arranged for a cart to assist them in transporting their goods. Giddy up, the driver set off towards the port with a cart full of supplies. Halt. No one is allowed to set sail today. Several soldiers from the kingdom blocked their path. Officer, what is the matter? Isn't there usually no inspection? The driver, awkwardly dismounting, replied, this cart is carrying goods for the esteemed Navy. You can rest assured, there is no issue. Humph. Why do you care? What's wrong with Navy supplies? Even if the Navy itself were here, the leading soldier of the kingdom's forces, was unfazed. Their nation was a member of the world government, and the Navy could do nothing to them. Moving around to the back of the cart, he reached for the curtain. Hey, wait a moment. The driver attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Inside the cart, 6 burly sailors glared angrily at the soldier attempting to lift the curtain. Even if the Navy itself were here, the soldier suddenly lost his words. Speak up, even if the Navy were present. What would you do? Xiaodi spoke in a peculiar tone. The soldier gulped nervously. This was bad news. Wasn't it just a cart of goods? How is it that the Navy was also here? The kingdom's soldiers could indeed disregard the Navy, but the Navy could not be so easily provoked either. After all, the mightiest force on the seas was not to be trifled with. Thus, an unspoken understanding existed between the kingdom's forces and the Navy. As long as the skirmishes did not result in fatalities, they would treat them as if nothing had occurred. With a swift thought, the soldier replied, I merely wanted to see if any unscrupulous merchants were selling substandard goods to my Navy colleagues. And now, are you still looking? Since esteemed Navy personnel are present, there surely can be no problem. He shouted ahead, let them pass. Commander, didn't the higher-ups say no one is to leave? A soldier rushed over to inquire. I said let them pass. The soldier kicked the inquiring private. Stop with your nonsense. Haven't you seen these Navy personnel clenching their fists? He knew his own men well. They had no qualms about bullying civilians. But going up against the Navy, who battled pirates daily, was tantamount to inviting disaster. Moreover, with the recent happenings in the country, if the Navy were implicated, it wouldn't be long before the higher-ups demanded their heads on a platter. It was better to let them go now. The private quickly moved to remove the roadblocks, and the Navy personnel proceeded safely back to their ship, concerned for the driver's safety. Xiaodi proposed sending someone along to ensure the driver would not face any trouble from the kingdom's soldiers. However, the driver confidently patted his chest. No worries, my second uncle is the port's governor. They won't dare to touch me. With that, he drove off in a hurry, leaving Xiaodi dumbfounded, having learned from previous experiences. Xiaodi understood that they could not linger in this place and needed to set sail quickly to avoid becoming entangled in troublesome events. Everyone lend a hand. Let us load the supplies onto the ship and set off promptly. Understood. Each sailor hoisted a large barrel aboard the vessel. Why is this barrel so light? Could it be that it isn't full? Scoundrel, what's the matter? Xiaodi asked when she noticed one sailor stopping mid-lift. This barrel is relatively light. The shopkeeper might not have filled it completely. No problem. A little less is fine. Let us just get moving. All right. Though Xiaodi was frustrated, she knew it was not the time to confront the shopkeeper. So they hurriedly departed instead. With the sound of the ship's horn, the Navy vessel sailed away from the port. 2 days later, the chef rushed over again. Sergeant, what happened? Didn't you say you had already purchased the supplies? Why can't we retrieve them? This time, Xiaodi's expression darkened, losing her previous politeness. Impossible. I personally went to purchase them, and there is no doubt that we acquired sufficient quantities. Then why can't I collect them? The chef asked, fuming. Xiaodi furrowed her brow. Wait a moment. I will inquire with the quartermaster. You there? Go fetch the quartermaster. Yes. Clattering footsteps echoed as the quartermaster arrived. Quartermaster. The chef claims they cannot collect supplies from you. What is going on? Please explain. Upon hearing this, the quartermaster began to feel aggrieved. Sergeant, this isn't my fault. They've been coming to collect supplies 5 times a day. No amount of provisions would suffice. Nonsense. We only prepare 3 meals a day. Even if we collected once per meal, that would only be 3 times. How could there be so many? Are you deliberately framing us? The chef was equally incensed. This is slander. However, the quartermaster immediately produced the inventory records, which clearly documented everyone who had accessed the supplies. It was glaringly noted that a particular chef had retrieved supplies from the storehouse 8 times over the past 2 days. And that individual was none other than the chef's subordinate. Now, the chef was left speechless. Such formal records could not be falsified, and he recognized the signature of his subordinate. This was indeed irrefutable. Whether out of embarrassment or something else, the chef's face flushed red. I apologize. It is due to my lax management. I shall return and break that fellow's hand. The chef brandished his spatula, ready to storm out. Wait a moment. Xiaodi spoke up, and the matter seemed shrouded in an air of mystery. He recognized the chef's subordinate, a man of integrity. Otherwise, he would not have been entrusted with such responsibilities by the head chef. Moreover, if one were to steal, it would hardly be done so overtly. Warrant officer, what are we waiting for? It's clear that the lad is up to no good. Allow me to return and give him a good thrashing. Then have him thrown off the ship. The head chef, exasperated, lamented the misplaced trust he had placed in this subordinate, whom he had hoped to mentor, only to find him betraying that trust. The entire crew had witnessed his furious approach. And now, with his subordinate implicated, he felt utterly humiliated. Xiaodi refrained from jumping to conclusions, stroking his chin in contemplation. Has there ever been such a situation in the kitchen before, quartermaster? Not at all. This is the first instance, came the reply. Is that so? The head chef and the quartermaster observed as Xiaodi paced the room, their faces filled with confusion regarding his intentions, being seasoned veterans. They understood the importance of not hastily suspecting their own, especially given the clear records of distribution, which suggested the likelihood of foul play was minimal. Let us call the individual in for questioning. The quartermaster suggested, unperturbed, confident in his own integrity. The head chef's expression was complex, but he eventually sighed in acquiescence. If possible, he wished to avoid any mishap involving the young man in whom he had invested so much hope. Before long, the individual arrived. After inquiring about the situation, Xiaodi received a response that left several astonished. Many of the ingredients I collected have been bitten. I suspect it's mice. How could such tainted provisions be served to everyone? I must retrieve new supplies. Impossible. The warehouse is impeccably maintained. I inspect it daily, and there are no mice. You are slandering me. The previously calm quartermaster became agitated, ready to resort to violence in defense of his reputation. Now, let us remain calm, Xiaodi intervened, sensing the situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Chef, you claim the food was damaged by mice, correct? Indeed. Xiaodi then turned to the quartermaster. And you assert there are no mice in the warehouse? That is correct. The two glared at one another, neither willing to concede. Then you shall heed my guidance. Xiaodi gathered them together and whispered something. Hee. After a while, sinister laughter echoed through the cabin. Subsequently, everyone returned to their posts as if nothing had transpired. That night, the previously quiet warehouse began to stir. The lid of a wooden barrel creaked open. I've nearly suffocated. I hope to find something delicious today. I've been nibbling on vegetables for 2 days and am beginning to feel like a rabbit. A figure emerged from the barrel, stretching and loosening his stiff limbs from the prolonged confinement. However, unbeknownst to him, someone had raised the barrel, and his outstretched leg could not reach the ground. He swung his leg in search of a foothold, but the next moment rendered that concern moot. With a click, the lights flickered to life. The sudden illumination startled the figure inside the barrel, and he instinctively shielded his eyes with his left hand. Warrant officer, you are truly remarkable. How did you know someone was hiding in the warehouse? Yes, warrant officer. I inspect daily and never noticed a thing. How did you figure it out? Oh, It's nothing, merely the teachings of Mr. House that he advised me before departing to remain calm in the face of problems and to think twice before acting. You claim the ingredients were gnawed upon by mice, yet he insists there are no mice in the warehouse. Surely, you would not deceive me, so the issue must lie with the goods, wouldn't you agree? Mr. Mouse, indeed, it was Xiaodi who had turned on the lights, accompanied by the chef, head chef, and quartermaster. The four stood armed, pointing their weapons at the person in the warehouse, their faces adorned with cheerful smiles. Yet their hands poised for action. Faced with being discovered, the figure emerged from the box, raising his hands in surrender. I give up. I in the interrogation room. Xiaodi and the others sat across from the thief. What is your name? Where do you hail from? What is your destination? How many are there in your family? How many acres of land do you own? How many cattle do you possess? Speak, speak, speak. The chef and quartermaster exchanged bemused glances at the overly enthusiastic Xiaodi. Turning away as though trying to feign ignorance of his antics, the thief, taken aback, eventually replied, My name is Tushin Fuzi, from the kingdom of Fuzi. I don't know where I'm headed. There are perhaps millions in my family. And we own roughly 3 to 5 million acres of land. As for the number of cattle, I truly have no idea, but I can assure you, there are several mountains worth. The three exchanged incredulous looks before erupting in laughter. Millions? 3 to 5 million acres? Your cattle must have flown away. Indeed. Do you think you are a king? The entire nation is not yours. Ha ha ha. This is too amusing. Do you truly believe you are worthy of such a title? Dressed as you were in those suspenders, the thief, Sisyphus, was perplexed by their laughter, stammering, I am not a king, but my father is. I am the fifth prince. You, a prince? I see nothing more than a charlatan. Is that not so, warrant officer? The chef and quartermaster regarded him as nothing more than a fabricator. Yet, Xiaodi remained unperturbed, and they turned to him, noticing the terror etched on his face, cold sweat trickling down. Unbeknownst to them, he had not boarded the ship days prior and was unaware that the discussions in the streets revolved around this fifth prince. Gazing at the man before him, Xiaodi felt on the verge of tears. This is a dire predicament. I wish I could slap my morning self for being so foolish. It was merely a matter of ingredients. If they were lost, so be it. I could have gone a day without food. Yet here I am, playing the sage. Now, having captured him, I find myself in a helpless situation. Trembling, Xiaodi attempted to light a cigarette, but the match failed to ignite after several tries. Just then, a lit match was offered to him. Thank you, Xiaodi muttered reflexively. If it becomes too difficult, simply return me. I will not bring you trouble. The fifth prince calmly extinguished the match, and Xiaodi realized that he had somehow freed himself and approached to light his cigarette. You will die if you return. I am aware. His voice was disturbingly tranquil, as if discussing what to have for dinner. The interrogation room fell silent, save for the quartermaster and chef, who were left gasping in shock. Xiaodi's expression was complicated. He could not afford to interfere in matters of state. Would sending him back equate to murder? If only Mr. House were here, he would surely devise a solution. House, don't involve me in your pretensions. What had Mr. House instructed before his departure? Xiaodi's gaze gradually steadied, and the fifth prince returned to his seat, head bowed, as if resigned to his fate. We have never encountered a fifth prince. You are merely an ordinary thief. I shall have you detained and brought back for trial. What? The fifth prince looked at Xiaodi in disbelief. Are you seeking death? Xiaodi calmly replied, despite not understanding the unfolding events. You have not resisted since our capture, and yet you revealed your identity so readily. Logically, had you concealed your identity, we would have eventually discovered it, but it would have taken time. During that time, with your skills, you could have easily devised an escape. Yet, you did not. You simply sat there and waited. Furthermore, your actions lacked any semblance of concealment, as if you intentionally left a flaw for me to seize upon. The fifth prince was taken aback. How audacious of him. What he said was true. He had already resigned himself to fate, and the entire royal family likely consisted of no one but him now. Though he had barely managed to escape and join the navy, he found himself utterly alone against adversaries who had the entire nation at their disposal. Even thoughts of revenge seemed hopeless. Perhaps it would be better to perish. I cannot dictate your fate. But Mr. House once said that life comes first. To live is to have hope. Xiaodi continued. To live is to have hope? This phrase seems familiar. Waves of emotion stirred within the heart of the fifth prince. We did not capture the fifth prince of the Fuzi kingdom. Instead, we apprehended a vegetable thief named Xiaodi suddenly recalled the image of capturing the fifth prince and exclaimed, Got it. From now on, you shall be called Pyre-Kadang. Ha! At the naval headquarters, House had just seen off a major who was frustrated for failing to recruit him. Servant, what does your anger look like? I have never witnessed it. Beside him, Lyoya inquired with curiosity, for since she had known House, he had always maintained this amiable demeanor. Whether isolated or celebrated, his expression remained unchanged, as if he were indifferent to all matters. Can't you wish for me to be in good spirits instead of provoking my ire? House ruffled Lyoya's hair, noting its delightful texture. Do not mess up my hairstyle. Lyoya shielded her head with her hands. Moreover, why are you so reclusive? So many wish to befriend you, yet you merely brush them off. Friends, huh? Upon hearing Lyoya broach the subject, a flicker of reminiscence crossed House's eyes. Friendships are not easily forged. Do you have friends? Who are they? Tell me. Lyoya seemed genuinely intrigued, disregarding the fact that her hair was being tousled. That is not a particularly pleasant memory. House appeared as if he had more to say. But the door was knocked upon once more. Coming, hello. Who is it? House resumed his formulaic smile. Clinkety-clink. House hummed joyfully aboard the ship. 2 months of training had concluded. Though there were some hiccups, he emerged unscathed. Reflecting on it, House felt a sense of disquietude that he must refrain from seeking the spotlight in the future. That he admonished himself. Yet there was a silver lining. Glancing at the famous sword, Ch Bune, hanging at his waist. House smiled. The renowned sword, Ch Bune, is a Tachi-type blade, measuring 73.63 centimeters, also known as Maibutsu Daibanya Chk, belonging to the esteemed category of Rikaku swords. Crafted by the skilled artisan of 50. It was a gift from Sicily, who, upon hearing that Stoloberry had shared swordsmanship insights with House, exchanged it for merits as a token of gratitude for House's life-saving intervention. House had secretly tested it, and found it indeed superior to the third-generation Onigiri. A famed blade, its sharpness far surpassed that of the third-generation Onigiri. Were it not for the latter's heightened sensitivity to energy, House would have considered discarding it. However, for now, both swords hung at his waist. After all, having acquired Stoloberry's insights, a mere individual from the East Sea could not disregard the wisdom of a vice-admiral. Thus, this dual-sword state suited House perfectly. No one would find it peculiar. Most importantly, should the day arise when he truly needed to draw his sword, he could attribute his swordsmanship to Stoloberry, which aligned perfectly with House's intentions. However, he must exercise greater caution henceforth. For he must not rise any further in rank. Becoming a warrant officer would mean becoming an officer, potentially leading him to be summoned to confront Whitebeard. House resolutely declared in his heart. I, House, shall never seek promotion. Servant, there are unusual magical fluctuations in the Northwest Tower. Accompany me to investigate. Lyoya appeared from nowhere once more. Coming. House replied dismissively. At this moment, within the headquarters building, Sengoku, donned in a seagull hat, gazed at the stacks of battle reports, unable to suppress his sigh. Sakazuki, a formidable individual with a ruthless approach towards pirates, displayed an attitude that disregarded his subordinates, which posed a significant challenge. Look at this. How long has it been? The injury rate among the ranks has reached 30%, primarily due to his incessant demands for aggressive assaults, leaving wounded sailors unattended. Injuries that could have been treated have now escalated to a critical state. Alas, the casualties in the New World have been quite substantial lately. Do you have any solutions? Suru, on the sofa, an elderly woman with graying hair styled in a simple shoulder-length ponytail, her hair neatly pulled back to reveal her forehead. Adorned with a pair of emerald green earrings, calmly blew on her cup of hot tea, and took a delicate sip. At your age, why are you still so impatient? Suru's voice was steady, her composed demeanor diffusing Sengoku's irritation. What can be done? Sakazuki is also an admiral. Even I cannot command him forcefully. However, if this continues, our strategy in the New World will be jeopardized. Sengoku wore an expression of helplessness. Suru shot Sengoku a sidelong glance, revealing a hint of disdain. With significant soldier casualties, aside from increasing troops and providing medical care, are there no other alternatives? Recently, those 2 youngsters in the medical office submitted a new medical technique. Why not utilize it? That may not be wise. If I issue the order, will it not lead to rumors of my dissatisfaction with Sakazuki and intentions to undermine him? Sengoku hesitated. Suru's expression of disdain intensified. Then let it be done in my name. I am of advanced age and cannot bear to see those young soldiers retire due to injuries. Suru set down her cup and shot Sengoku a glare. Next time there is a matter, speak directly. Do not dawdle. Hee. Sengoku, realizing his intentions had been uncovered, could only smile apologetically. There was no choice. The 3 admirals each belonged to different factions, though they shared a common overarching goal. Their approaches varied significantly. Sakazuki adhered to the principle of absolute justice, treating pirates with an intensity and ferocity akin to his devil fruit abilities, displaying no distinction between friend and foe, regardless of the sacrifices endured by civilians or the Navy. He showed no mercy in the eradication of pirates. Kazan practiced a laid-back justice, characterized by a calm and steady demeanor, akin to a piece of ice, rarely revealing his inner thoughts. He allowed his subordinates to act as they pleased, taking little interest in their actions. Borsalino embodied an ambiguous sense of justice, meandering through his duties with a casual attitude. Regardless, as an admiral, he faced no repercussions for failing to complete tasks. Although his conduct drew some criticism, he remained the most rule-abiding among the three admirals. As the fleet admiral, Sengoku recognized the necessity of not only managing naval affairs but also maintaining internal stability. For instance, the order at hand, if issued by him, could give rise to rumors of his dissatisfaction with Sakazuki within the Navy. Though the impact might be minimal, who could predict how Sakazuki's fervent subordinates would interpret it? Thus, he had specifically invited Tsuru, an old friend, intending to utilize her name for this purpose, a fellow Navy member of his generation. Tsuru's credentials far surpassed those of Sakazuki, and her reputation for kindness was widely known. Therefore, even Sakazuki's subordinates would not overthink it. Of course, Tsuru had anticipated being seen through. Despite the external perception of being a strategic genius, could one truly presume that Tsuru, who had navigated the Navy since that era, possessed a simplistic mind? "I shall issue it under your name," she remarked, "and I must say, those two youngsters' proposals were quite commendable." The report states that this plan was devised by a lieutenant from the East Sea named House. If the results are favorable, such talent must be brought to the headquarters. Do as you wish, but I have heard that he saved that young Sicilian's life. Do not overlook this matter. Furthermore, those shadowy rats have been rather restless lately, daring to place bounties on the Navy. What is the matter with you, Fleet Admiral? As a woman, Tsuru possessed a more delicate sensibility. The notion of trainees suffering severe injuries during training was detrimental to the Navy's reputation. Thus she could not publicly commend House. Tsuru had reviewed House's emergency medical suggestions, finding them highly feasible. However, such matters required practical validation. Therefore, she could not attribute the credit to House yet, for rules must be upheld. Yet, to see such an exceptional junior being targeted by a group of cowardly rats stirred even Tsuru's typically calm demeanor. Thus, when Sengoku raised the issue, she seized the opportunity. Although as a vice admiral she could caution those scoundrels, it would only represent her own stance. If Sengoku were to address it, the impact would be entirely different, for Sengoku represented the Navy's position. In this world, no singular force could withstand the might of the Navy, aside from the world government. Upon hearing this, the expression on Zhangguo's face darkened considerably. It was only after he learned that the emergency rescue plan had been proposed by House that he took the time to investigate him. To his astonishment, he discovered that such an incident had transpired involving House, as a horde of despicable rats had cornered the East Sea Navy, compelling them to seek refuge at headquarters. This was a disgrace for him, as the fleet admiral. "I have already sent someone to warn those vermin. I shall see if anyone dares to oppose our Navy." In an instant, his dominance was palpable. At this moment, House remained oblivious to the fact that he had been spared by the Navy headquarters, and he was currently engaged in a silent standoff with Smoker. "You haven't laid a finger on Tashigi, have you?" Smoker, cigar clenched between his teeth, glared with suspicion, his tone laced with distrust. This fellow, with his ridiculous hairstyle, clearly exuded no good intentions. "Colonel Smoker, my relationship with Miss Tashigi is purely one of camaraderie forged in battle. Do not overthink it," House replied with a smile. Yet this very smile only served to irritate Smoker further. How could he land a proper blow on this insufferable brat? Smoker scrutinized this impervious individual, his gaze eventually landing on the two blades at House's waist. "Aha! I have heard that you have garnered the admiration of Rear Admiral Stoloberry and acquired his swordsmanship insights. However, how can one master the sword without practical combat experience? Come, I shall be your opponent today and provide you with some guidance in your training." Smoker's arm transformed into smoke, coiling with anticipation. A sudden chill gripped House's heart. "How brazen of you, Smoker, claiming to provide guidance while fully utilizing your devil fruit powers. Who does not know that a Logia user is the bane of swordsmen? A swordsman without haki cannot hope to harm a Logia user. Guidance? You are merely lusting after my body, you scoundrel. Colonel, you jest. Even if Rear Admiral's swordsmanship insights are extraordinary, it is impossible for me to transform from a mere doctor into a master swordsman within 2 months. I would hardly stand a chance against you. Colonel. If this were to get out, people would think you were bullying an innocent officer." House emphasized the word bully, his tone dripping with sarcasm, which only served to further irritate Smoker. Smoker caught on. If he were to strike, House would undoubtedly proclaim to the world that he had used his position to oppress the weak. Fuming, Smoker clenched his teeth, nearly grinding them down. "You scoundrel." In the blink of an eye, Smoker was about to unleash his fury. "Colonel Smoker," Tashigi rushed over, placing herself between Smoker and House, her expression filled with indignation. "How could you bully Dr. House? He stands no chance against you. And besides, you're not even a swordsman. How could you possibly guide him?" For a moment, Smoker was rendered speechless, his mind reeling at the thought that his prized cabbage had been stolen. Stolen? Gone. Forget it. I shall say no more. Dejected, Smoker turned and walked away, his silhouette exuding an air of desolation. Tashigi did not follow but instead turned to House, saying, "Mr. House, I sincerely apologize. Colonel Smoker was merely joking. He meant no malice. So please do not hold it against him." "Of course, I harbor no resentment, for Miss Tashigi and I are good friends," House replied deliberately, enunciating each word for Smoker to overhear. Smoker staggered as if struck by a sudden blow. "Colonel Smoker, are you all right?" Tashigi, noticing this, hurried over to support him. A flicker of warmth penetrated Smoker's icy demeanor. Yet Tashigi's next words pierced his heart like an arrow. "Colonel, are you unwell? Should we ask Dr. House to examine you? His medical skills are exceptional. No need." Smoker pushed Tashigi away and hastened towards the base, determined to leave this wretched port behind. Not a moment longer. Tashigi could only turn back, offering a sheepish smile. To which House responded with a grin. Tashigi quickly followed Smoker. "Servant, your smile is rather sinister. Are you concocting some wicked scheme?" Lioi stood beside House, instinctively sensing a chill, instead of idling about with idle chatter. It would be wiser to check if Xiaodi and the others had arrived. House mused. "Smoker, if you dare to disgust me, do not blame me for returning the favor. I, House, never delay in avenging myself." "Mr. House," Xiaodi shouted excitedly from the deck, addressing House who stood at the port. "Have they arrived? Lioi, let us depart at long last." After a prolonged wait, House was reminded of Xiaodi, who had drawn a hexagram and sat cross-legged, claiming to be sensing magical energy. "Servant, it is your fault. You disrupted the magical flow. You have rendered me incapable of sensing any magic." Lioi pointed accusingly at the hexagram at House's feet, one of its corners disrupted. House paid him no mind, feeling quite jovial. He had no intention of engaging with this deluded individual. Soon, they would return to the 77th branch, and under the pretense of pursuing assassins, he would request permission from Brin to remain at the headquarters. This seemed entirely reasonable, did it not? At present, I am leading a team alone. As long as I refrain from venturing out to confront pirates, no one can demote me. After a few years, once the Marineford War has concluded, I can set sail and deal with some pirates, attain a minor rank, fulfill my dreams, and eventually retire to collect my pension. That I am contemplating this. House found the logic impeccable, a bright smile illuminating his face. "Truly, I am brilliant." However, his joy dissipated before they even reached the branch. "What? In accordance with your assertion that life comes first, I simply cannot stand by and watch him return to his demise. Thus, after much contemplation, I decided to feign ignorance and treat him as a thief, with plans to secretly release him after some time." Xiaodi beamed with pride, confident in his reasoning. Mr. House once said that saving a life is worth more than erecting a pagoda. Though I am unsure what a pagoda is, it must surely be something good. Wait a moment, let me gather my thoughts. House rubbed his temples, trying to ease the tension. "You have captured a prince of a kingdom and labeled him a thief." "Indeed, and this kingdom is undergoing a coup, with the prime minister now crowned as the new king." "Correct. You did not report this and chose to keep him aboard the ship." "Yes. Are you out of your mind? Do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions? Do you believe you are enacting Hamlet? Are you unaware of the Navy's stance? Who gave you the audacity to interfere in another nation's internal affairs? Is your understanding of life comes first truly so misguided? It means you should be cautious when encountering pirates to preserve your life. Bring him to me. I must see him." House could only sigh in resignation. The deed was done, and even if he were to return the prince now, it was too late. The coup had succeeded, and the individual was now one of the member states of the world government. What would others think if he returned the prince? That the Navy supported the prince's reinstatement, or that the Navy heartlessly sent the former prince to his death? Regardless, it was evident that his division of the Navy had meddled in another nation's internal affairs. He could be expelled from the Navy in an instant. Expelled from the Navy? Well, that's not entirely unfeasible. Worst case scenario, I could always return to being a doctor. Is that not my ultimate ambition? Though my reputation may not be stellar, A doctor's name will inevitably be restored in time. With this thought, House's headache subsided, and his spirits lifted once more. Bang! Shouty entered to find House wearing a jubilant smile. Mr. House is smiling at me. He must think I have done well. He acknowledges my efforts. Shouty felt a swell of self-satisfaction. Behind him, Prince Wu, puzzled by Shouty's immobility at the door, pushed past him, curiosity piqued. After conversing with Shouty for days, he had discerned Shouty's profound admiration for House. Today, he would finally meet the man himself. A simultaneous gasp escaped their lips as Prince Wu's expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment and joy. Trembling as he pointed at House, Xinshui, bang! House struck first, sending a teacup crashing into Prince Wu's forehead before he could finish his sentence. Prince Wu rolled his eyes, rendered incapable of rising again. Liuyi and Shouty stared blankly at Prince Wu, then slowly turned to House, mouths agape, seemingly on the verge of uttering something, yet nothing came forth. That I shall never share a fate with evil. House casually dismissed the situation. He was injured, and I offered to examine him. You two, please step outside for a moment. Without further ado, House shoved Shouty and Liuyi out the door. Wait a moment, Mr. House. This isn't protocol. I refuse to leave. Let go of me. Bang! The heavy door slammed shut, sealing their complaints outside. Shouty and Liuyi exchanged a glance, then instinctively pressed their ears against the door to eavesdrop. Forget about the two outside. The most pressing issue was the individual sprawled on the floor. That I should have anticipated this. Hey, stop pretending. I don't recall you being so feeble. House kicked the unconscious fifth prince lightly. Ouch. That hurt. Your aim is as reckless as ever. The previously unconscious fifth prince surprisingly sat up, rubbing his swollen forehead and complaining to House. Cut it out. Speak plainly. Why aren't you fulfilling your duties as the fifth prince and instead running amok? House was unfazed, casually lighting a cigarette. Give me one too. The fifth prince rose from the floor and sat opposite House. Didn't you say you'd never smoke again? House glanced at the fifth prince in astonishment. People change. The fifth prince shrugged, and House didn't delve deeper into the implications of that statement. He pulled a cigarette from the pack and handed it over. The fifth prince took it, sniffed it beneath his nose, and remarked, "This must be a special supply from the Navy. Quite impressive. Mind if I borrow a light?" He picked up a match from the table, lit his cigarette, and casually pocketed the matchbox. House frowned at his familiarity with such covert actions, not out of concern for the matches, but pondering what could have transformed this individual so drastically. Cough, cough. After taking a few puffs, the fifth prince began to cough. Indeed, I still can't get the hang of smoking. He removed the cigarette from his mouth and extinguished it in the ashtray. So now you're in the Navy. How wonderful. That's trivial. What on earth happened? Did rebels overthrow the kingdom? Although they hadn't seen each other for over 8 years, there was no hint of awkwardness between them. You could say that. The rebels are causing quite a stir. The fifth prince replied nonchalantly, yet the hatred lurking in his eyes was unmistakable. Rebels? I thought the people in your country were living well. Where did these rebels come from? How should I know? Everything was fine until a woman suddenly appeared, claiming our nation was decaying and urging the commoners to rebel against the nobility. Then my father merely watched as a spectator. As you know, that old man was more concerned with maintaining order than with the common folk. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just expelled you. House nodded in agreement. Indeed, I owe them my initial funding. But surely, just one person couldn't have caused all this chaos. That I heard your country now has a prime minister in power. The fifth prince's voice grew colder. That woman is no ordinary person. I have no proof, but I am certain she can sway hearts. Those commoners, instead of farming, began using their tools to attack the kingdom's soldiers and nobles. And they were fanatical. Even when my father ordered the royal army to cease resistance, they showed no mercy. By the time my father sought to resist, it was too late. They had already seized the royal city, leaving only the palace for us. In the end, my father negotiated with them, secretly sending me, his unworthy son devoid of noble bearing, out of the palace. I had hoped to use what you taught me to rescue them. But my father wouldn't allow it. He said, "Nobles have their dignity. Since the citizens no longer need us, we must vanish. You, ungrateful wretch, have never grasped the essence of nobility. Go far away." By the time the fifth prince reached this point, tears filled his eyes. My father drugged me and threw me into the river. I was swept out to the palace's exterior when the effects wore off and I turned back to save them. They had already poisoned themselves atop the city walls. That old man, even in death, denied me a chance to prove myself. It was utterly cruel. Don't you agree, House? The fifth prince's eyes reddened, tears streaming down his face, his lips quivering in a futile attempt to smile. House found himself at a loss for words, merely resting a comforting hand on his shoulder. After a moment of sobbing, the fifth prince gradually composed himself. Well, seeing you again is a relief. If I stay any longer, it wouldn't matter that you're in the Navy. I've heard you're now a doctor. Please give me something to ease my discomfort. The fifth prince discerned that House sought him out solely to resolve this predicament. The most effective way to eliminate a problem is to silently remove oneself from the equation. Enough of this nonsense. House slammed his palm down on the table, startling Shouty and Lyoya, who were eavesdropping outside. Your father didn't send you out here to seek death, and what do you think I am? House, who cares about some strange woman? If she dares show up, I'll scatter her ashes. You will stay on my ship. You are forbidden to die. Do you hear me? Hearing the words of his childhood companion, the fifth prince could no longer contain himself and began to weep profusely. House, my home is gone. That old man who always berated me is dead. My mother, my elder brother, my second sister, my third sister, and my fourth sibling, they're all gone. No one is left to scold me anymore. No one to stop that old man from telling me to run. No one to bring me food during my confinement. Do you understand? They're all gone. In that moment, the fifth prince's inner defenses crumbled before his old friend. His kingdom destroyed, his family lost. He yearned for vengeance but found no target. That woman, aside from inciting the commoners initially, she vanished thereafter. Revenge against the commoners? His father had never mobilized the army to slaughter them. How could he do such a thing? The fifth prince collapsed onto the table, trembling uncontrollably, his voice choked with emotion. House sat there smoking, unmoving, his gaze distant, lost in thought. Time slipped by, and gradually, the fifth prince's sobs subsided, replaced by faint snoring. He was utterly exhausted. After his cathartic weeping, he fell asleep. House draped his coat over him and then opened the door. Outside, Shouty, having sensed something amiss, had already run off, leaving only Lyoya at the threshold. Lyoya glanced awkwardly at House, who glared back, then ignored her and walked straight onto the deck, leaning against the railing as he smoked. What a damned world, House sighed, leaning on the railing, deep in melancholy. Thank you for this, Shouty. Shouty, who had been peeking with Lyoya and was hesitant to approach, stepped forward. You're welcome, Mr. House. Shall we proceed as planned and drop him off at the next island? No need. I'd appreciate it if you could arrange for him to join my crew, using the name you suggested. What was it? Peel something? Pielkadin, sir. Yes, that's the one. Cadden. Ensure his history is clean, treating him as a reformed thief. If you would, I'd be grateful. No problem, sir. I'll take care of it immediately. Shouty nodded and hurried off to handle the paperwork. House nodded, reassured that this would resolve matters. They would erase the past of Tushin. Now Cadden, and allow him to remain on the ship as an ordinary person, keeping an eye on him, while vengeance could be addressed later. Seeing House's demeanor return to normal, Leah could no longer suppress her curiosity and approached him. Servant, what was that mysterious water the previous Peel mentioned? It sounds impressive. Oh no, House groaned, realizing this was information he could not allow Lyoya to know. It was part of his own dark history. Go, little one. Don't pry into things that don't concern you. Go play elsewhere. No. Tell me quickly, or I shall use my judgmental eyes to judge you. Yet no matter how Lyoya persisted, House showed no sign of yielding. Cadden slept for a full day and night. Ugh, my neck aches. How did I end up sleeping here? Cadden surveyed his surroundings, realizing it was indeed House. I even cried. How embarrassing. He chuckled. He picked up the white coat from the ground, dusted it off, and stepped outside, intent on finding House. Excuse me, could you tell me where House is? Kadong politely inquired of the young lady before him. He recalled seeing her in House's room yesterday. She should know where he could be found. Lyoya's eyes flickered mischievously, a sly smile appearing on her face. She had been pestering House for quite some time yesterday, yet he stubbornly refused to divulge what Xian Shui was. However, that was of little concern. This person before her might possess the information. Grabbing Katong's hand, she pulled him aside. Much to his astonishment, "My lady, we are not well acquainted. Isn't this rather inappropriate?" Katong's face flushed slightly. Though a prince, he had little experience in such matters. What was he to do? Would outright refusal seem too callous? Yet, not refusing also felt rather uncomfortable. Just tell me, what exactly is this Xian Shui you mentioned yesterday? Lyoya glanced around to ensure House was not nearby before whispering urgently. Oh, you are asking about that. I see now it was a misunderstanding, Katong replied, feeling a tad embarrassed. Hurry up and speak. Otherwise, your servant will find out. Lyoya, unconcerned with Katong's mental musings, was solely interested in the term Xian Shui. which sounded grand and befitting of her role as an envoy of light and darkness. Well, to be precise, it is not merely Xian Shui, but Xian Shui Jinjun. I was with House. You've said enough. Just as Kadong was about to confess everything, House appeared out of nowhere. Forget about the past. Right now, you are a captured thief named Pierre Kadong. Come with me. I will take you to register. Without waiting for Katong's agreement, he pushed him along, leaving Liuya behind, stamping her feet in frustration. Come back. Explain to me what Xian Shui Jinjun is all about. As they walked, House warned. We must not reveal anything about our past to that woman. Do you understand? Why not? Kadong asked, puzzled. Just don't ask. If I tell you not to say anything, then don't. Understood. Liuya, trailing behind, felt her temper rising at House's words. You insolent servant. Do you think I won't find a way to deal with you? Also, what is the meaning of that sword at your waist? House pointed at Katong's sword. This? Kadong exclaimed excitedly as he drew the sword from his waist. I had this specially crafted. Quite beautiful, isn't it? He caressed the blade, while House's expression shifted, realizing how the name was fitting. But the sword itself, rather than a traditional sword, what Kadong held resembled more of a knife, with a silvery white blade sharpened on one side. Its tip was not the typical streamlined shape but rather broadened towards the end, resembling a small hand axe. The spine of the blade featured serrated edges, contributing to its menacing sharpness. While these details were comprehensible, the handle shaped like a brass chicken head was utterly baffling. I admit. I saw this at the sword-making competition. I named it the Gallic Vanguard sword. It can chop, cleave, and saw. Impressive, right? Kadong beamed, as if he were stroking a precious treasure. Strange yet unchanged. House cautiously probed. Chicken? Lotus? Are you suggesting a chicken and lotus soup? Kadong responded, bewildered. Was House hungry? Was lotus and chicken soup truly delectable? What about the palace's fine wine? House remained unfazed. I didn't bring any wine from home. Would you like some? Never mind. I just suddenly thought of your family's wine. Let us proceed. House felt a mix of disappointment and relief. This sword was merely a coincidence. After all, he was still all alone in this world. With the assistance of House and Xiao Di, Kadong swiftly completed his registration, becoming a proud naval quartermaster. You did this on purpose, didn't you? I shall file a complaint. Kadong glared at House, who carelessly stepped on the freshly cleaned deck. I am the highest authority on this ship. If you wish to complain, come to me directly. House grinned mischievously. Well, I did it. So what? Go ahead, hit me. You fool. The world is so wondrous, yet I feel so irritable. This is not good at all. Kadong struggled to quell his anger. It wasn't that he didn't want to strike House, but he simply couldn't. From his earlier conversation with Xiao Di, he suspected he was the only one on board who truly understood House's formidable strength. After all, it was House who had taught him the breath of fire. House was equally perplexed. Logically, Kadong should have retaliated. Why are you holding back? Fight back. Then I can justifiably retaliate. This fool believed he would betray him. Such a brother deserved a proper thrashing. Yet, Kadong obediently performed his duties as a quartermaster, a fifth prince of a kingdom, scrubbing the deck. Unbelievable. With no reason left to confront Kadong, House stormed away in frustration. For 3 consecutive days, House sought an opportunity to thrash Kadong, yet Kadong persistently denied him the chance. Watching House return empty-handed once more, Kadong smirked slyly as he swept the floor. Ha. I know you well. If you are capable, then go ahead and drop the facade to hit me. La. The broom in Katong's hand swept rhythmically as he hummed a merry tune at Mr. House. Are we truly going? Xiao Di hesitated. Is something wrong? But the opposing side is a member of the world government. Isn't this interference in their internal affairs? Xiao Di looked troubled. House patted Xiao Di's shoulder. Young man, you are still too naive. We are not here to meddle. Our ship is low on supplies, so we must dock for replenishment. This is a duty of the world government. But bringing weapons, that is due to internal strife in the host nation. What if we encounter pirates? This is self-defense, and it is permitted by regulations that I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. House. Xiao Di's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding, as if a door to a new world had opened. Let go of me. I can walk on my own. House pulled Kadong down from the ship. Kadong appeared conflicted. He had not intended to disembark, for this was the kingdom of furs, the place he had once loved yet had also caused him pain. Additionally, as the fifth prince, though not widely known, many in the city would recognize him. Stepping outside would undoubtedly bring trouble to House. Why are you dawdling? Hurry up. You are not the fifth prince. You are Pierre Kadong, a naval officer. Does the kingdom's army dare to confront the navy? Move. House provided no opportunity for Kadong to speak, forcefully pushing him down the gangplank. As they entered the city, Kadong was taken aback. How could the royal city have changed so drastically? Even Xiao Di and the others wore expressions of disbelief. They had only been here 2 months prior, while the streets had felt tense then. They were still thriving. Now, however, the streets lay desolate, littered with scraps of fruit and paper. The stench of decay compelled one to cover their nose. The buildings along the street bore evident signs of destruction. With shattered doors and windows, the scattered belongings within suggested the havoc they had endured. What on earth has happened? Where's the Prime Minister? Why is no one taking action? Kadong struggled to comprehend how his homeland had devolved into such a state. Servant, what is the meaning of this? Has this place been ravaged by pirates? Liu Ye cautiously tugged at House's sleeve, having never seen the former First Kingdom and only able to deduce that its current ruin was the work of pirates. What pirates could pillage an entire kingdom? There is something far more terrifying at play here, House replied, closing his eyes and speaking languidly. Indeed, everything had transpired as he had anticipated. The situation had truly devolved into this. What is it? It feels so frightening. Liu Ye grasped one of House's arms. House did not respond, but gently patted Liu Ye's head in a gesture of reassurance. Let us proceed and explore other areas in search of any survivors. The group wandered aimlessly through the royal city, enveloped in an eerie silence. What was once a magnificent kingdom now resembled a desolate ghost town. Mr. House, should we inquire with them about the situation? Xiao Di pointed towards a second-floor window, where a boy of about 8 or 9 was peering out at them. Even from a distance, the boy's eyes were unmistakably filled with animosity. However, as soon as Xiao Di's finger indicated him, the boy's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. He hurriedly drew the curtains and concealed himself. What on earth could have transpired to reduce an entire nation to such a state? To the point where even a child could exhibit such a countenance? Everyone was perplexed, yet House appeared unfazed, maintaining an air of calm. Let us not disturb that child any further. Come, let us meet the witnesses to this calamity. Leading the group forward, House traversed the main street and arrived at the vicinity of the royal palace, where the walls had been toppled, leaving only heaps of rubble. The roads here were as filthy as those outside. Ignoring the squalor, House continued onward with the others that at last. They reached the entrance of the grand hall of the palace, where, from a distance, they could see a gray-haired man kneeling before 6 graves. The last thread of restraint snapped for Kadon, who had been enduring throughout their journey. Ah, he cried out, rushing forward to seize the kneeling man's shoulders, turning him to face himself. Burns, my father entrusted the kingdom to you before he passed. How could it come to this? Speak. Tell me. Kadon's voice was a cacophony of despair. He could not comprehend how his father had taken his own family's life to prevent bloodshed among the citizens. And yet the kingdom lay in ruins. Prince Five? You are alive. Splendid, splendid. The old man initially looked bewildered. Then his expression brightened with joy. No, you should not be here. Quickly, go. Do not let them see you. His countenance shifted to one of horror as he desperately pushed Kadon away with his frail, dry arms. Flee, flee. Go far away. Do not return. Kadon, calm down. House interjected, admonishing Kadon before supporting the old man. With one hand resting on the man's back, he utilized his breathing techniques to heal him. After being scolded by House, Kadon seemed to awaken from a stupor. Upon gazing at the elderly figure before him, he noticed the man's murky eyes, surrounded by swelling, clearly having wept for an extended period. His tattered garments were caked with dirt, having dried into crusty clumps. His hair was disheveled, even adorned with small twigs, and he exuded a pungent odor, indicating he had not bathed in quite some time, were it not for the striking resemblance. Kadon could scarcely believe this was the same man who once prided himself on his appearance, refusing to allow any stains on his attire, and executed his duties with meticulous precision as the Prime Minister. Rest assured, those people have departed. There are no outsiders here now. As House channeled energy into the old man, he sought to soothe him. Upon hearing that the enemies had left, the minister seemed to regain a measure of composure. Looking at House through his clouded eyes, who are you? He is House, the one who used to torment me in my youth, Kadon explained to the minister. The old man's expression changed to one of realization. Ah, it is you, House. I remember you. You and Prince Five once frightened me by throwing firecrackers while I was in the restroom. The naval officers present, except for Kadon, regarded House with peculiar expressions, caught between laughter and restraint. House felt somewhat unnerved under their scrutiny. What are you staring at? I was just a child, a bit mischievous, which is quite normal. Wouldn't you say? The crowd murmured, throwing firecrackers into the lavatory. That seems rather beyond mere mischief. The minister, undeterred, continued, "You have returned as well. The queen truly cherished you. Alas, she is no longer here. However, with you present, I feel reassured. You were formidable even as a child, and now you can certainly protect the prince." The minister appeared greatly comforted. "Burns, this is Cadden," with reddened eyes, pointed at the 6 new graves. "Yes, that is them. I have failed the king. Ah, it is all my fault. All my fault. All my fault." The old man repeatedly struck his own face in anguish. House, unable to bear the sight, intervened. "Katua, I will take him inside to rest. Will you accompany us or remain here?" "I will enter later," Cadden replied, still kneeling on the ground, showing no intention of standing. "Very well. Let us proceed," House said, unsure of what else to say as he led the others into the palace. Upon entering the palace, the group collectively gasped in astonishment. They had anticipated the exterior to be dilapidated. But the interior was even worse. If one were to describe the palace's interior in a single word, it would be vacant. Indeed, in House's memory, the palace, while not opulent, had always been majestic. Now, it lay barren. The throne, murals, floor tiles, and even the gilded decorations on the columns had been stripped away, leaving nothing but emptiness. It seemed that had the columns not been made of ordinary wood, they too would have been hewn for their value. The axe marks on them bore testament to this. Beside the columns lay tattered rags and branches haphazardly piled together, forming a makeshift bed. "Old Stubborn, you sleep here." House could hardly believe it. After all, the old man was a high-ranking official. "Indeed, but I suppose I deserve this." Burns replied with self-deprecation, "That I apologize for not being able to host you. There is nothing left here. Not to worry. Those who wish to sit may find their own spots. And those who prefer to stand may do so," House said, disregarding Liuya and Xiao Di as he settled himself on a relatively clean patch of ground. "Old Stubborn, tell me, what are your plans moving forward? You have done me a favor, and I shall assist you as circumstances allow. Are you not curious how it came to this?" Burns asked, perplexed. What is there to be curious about? A spontaneous uprising of farmers is bound to result in chaos. No ideology, no rules, merely a fervent desire to overturn the existing order without a clue on how to establish a new one. But once the assembly achieved their goal of toppling the monarchy and gained power, they became more vicious and ruthless than the nobility they replaced. With the king gone, there were no constraints. House spoke with an air of detachment, oblivious to the astonished expressions of those around him. "You?" Burns exclaimed, his eyes widening before he broke into a rueful smile. "That it makes sense. You were capable of such thoughts even as a child. That it is evident that you are the wisest person in the kingdom." House did not respond, for this was not wisdom but experience and perspective. In terms of rebellion, who could rival House, with memories from a past life? Predicting such outcomes was straightforward when historical examples abounded, from Chen Sheng and Wu Guang to Taigua. The scenarios bore striking similarities. The organizers of this rebellion, however, lacked the wisdom and skill of their historical counterparts. House could assert, without reservation, that in matters of insurrection, all individuals in this world, including the revolutionaries, were mere novices. After a moment of silence, Burns conceded, "You speak the truth. After the king's death, those individuals lost their purpose and began slaughtering the nobility. Initially, I could counsel them, but when they realized that turning against me posed no consequences, they became unrestrained, looting and destroying everything of value. As rebels, they refused to acknowledge any leader. One of them, feeling undercompensated, turned against the others. It was akin to opening Pandora's box. The rebel leaders began to imitate one another, and the entire capital was laid waste under their conflict. You must have seen it upon your arrival. The capital holds nothing of value anymore. They decisively abandoned the capital and retreated to other cities. As an individual who feels both aged and obsolete, I have naturally been cast aside by others. I have gathered the remains of the royal family, for the king cherished this nation dearly. Thus, I have interred them here. Each day, I am consumed by remorse, wishing that if given a second chance, I would rather it be my life that was forfeited if only the king were still with us." At that moment, Burns began to weep once more, uncertain whether his tears were for the deceased king or for his own sorrow. Yet, pondering such matters has become futile. Now, what shall you do? The palace is certainly no longer a place for habitation. If you wish, I could escort you to a different locale, far removed from this place. House showed no sympathy towards Burns. His presence here was solely due to the kindness Burns had shown him in his youth, and he felt compelled to repay that debt. No, I shall not leave the king again. Let me remain by his side until my death, in hopes of alleviating even a fraction of my sins. House furrowed his brow, contemplating the possibility of forcibly rendering this obstinate old man unconscious and carrying him away. No. You are to assist me in rebuilding the kingdom. Cardan, also known as the Fifth Prince, entered through the door. The despondency of recent days was swept away, replaced by a resolute determination. House, you will help me, won't you? Although framed as a question, the Fifth Prince seemed already convinced of House's willingness to assist. Beside him, Lilia wore an expression of eager anticipation. The prospect of restoring the nation was undeniably intriguing. She longed to be involved. However, upon hearing this, Xiaoti's countenance shifted as deep contemplation took hold. That I must decline. House directly refused, recognizing the immense complications that would accompany the restoration of the kingdom. What could be more comfortable than serving in the navy, leisurely sailing the seas, basking in the sun, and awaiting the moment to apply for retirement? Is that so? Cardan suddenly wore a mischievous smile, and House felt an ominous premonition. That Lilia, you see. Lilia was perplexed as to why Cardan was addressing her. I must tell you that House and I not only blew up the restroom together in our youth, but also once stripped Burns of his garments at a banquet. Everyone turned their gaze toward the elder, eager to hear his response. Burns, slightly flushed, admitted that indeed occurred. Merely a trivial matter. You cannot intimidate me. House turned his head away defiantly. Cardan, undeterred, continued to chuckle. House even took on the moniker of the true Lord of Mysterious Waters. The true Lord of Mysterious Waters. How impressive. Lioya's eyes sparkled as she scrutinized House. Hey, Tushin, you've gone too far. House fidgeted, unable to remain composed. We also formed a... Cardan pointed at House, about to divulge more. But House abruptly stood, grasping Cardan's finger. How shall I assist you, my dear friend? Cardan shot House an exasperated glance. You could have simply agreed. Cardan fell silent. Yet Leah was insistent. Hey, Cardan, what did you form? Do tell. My apologies, it has been so long that I have forgotten. Cardan began to feign ignorance. How infuriating. I challenge you to a duel. Calm down, sit still. House interjected, playing the role of peacemaker, restraining Lioya to prevent her from provoking Cardan further. Nevertheless, even if I wish to assist you, I cannot. The Navy has regulations prohibiting interference in the internal affairs of other nations. House turned to Cardan to explain. That is indeed a dilemma, Cardan mused, recognizing that requesting House's aid was the limit. However, he would never allow House to bear the consequences from the Navy. There truly no other way. At this, House secretly chuckled to himself. I have agreed. Yet regulations bind me. It is not that I do not wish to help. Just as Cardan was deep in thought, the previously inconspicuous Xiaoti suddenly spoke up. Actually, there is a way. Cardan's spirits lifted immediately. What is it? No, do not speak nonsensically. You would land me on the gallows. House looked at Xiaoti with concern, wondering if this individual truly had a solution. Rest assured, Mr. House, it is entirely legitimate. Xiaoti bowed respectfully to House and began to outline his proposal to everyone. With the king's permission, our navy can pursue pirates within his territory. But there are no pirates here, Leah interjected, somewhat confused. Despite her reluctance to say so, our country currently has no king. The elder chimed in at the appropriate moment. Yet House seemed to grasp the implications, glaring at Xiaoti with gritted teeth. You scoundrel, are you betraying me? This plan of yours is unworkable. Cardan appeared somewhat disheartened. Do not rush. Let me continue, Xiaoti said softly, pressing his hands down slightly to quiet the group. Now, Mr. Cardan, you are the fifth prince of the kingdom, correct? Yes. And you, sir, Xiaoti hesitated, unsure of how to address Burns. My name is Burns. You may call me by my name directly. Very well, Mr. Burns. If I am not mistaken, the scepter representing the kingdom's legacy lies beneath your bed, does it not? Xiaoti spoke with certainty. Burns glanced at Cardan, seemingly uncertain whether to divulge the truth. It is all right. You may speak freely. We are all trustworthy individuals here. Cardan reassured him with a smile, understanding Xiaoti's intention. Although the scepter was of great significance, should it fall into the wrong hands, the kingdom could easily change rulers. However, Cardan was unperturbed. Xiaoti was the first to recognize his concealed identity and was therefore deemed trustworthy. House was his friend, and only he knew that House had no need for such a scepter if he desired to become king. As for Lilia, her bewildered expression indicated her lack of understanding. Very well, since this is your wish, your highness. Burns lifted the tattered cloth from his bed, retrieving a sturdy, mud-covered branch used to support the bedding. With a forceful strike against the ground, clumps of hardened mud fell away, revealing a shimmering scepter within. They have gone to such extremes. I could only preserve the scepter in this manner. Please punish me. Your Highness. Burns reverently presented the scepter to Cardan with both hands. Upon seeing the scepter, Cardan's expression turned nostalgic. The fact that it had been preserved was the greatest fortune, and he held no blame towards Burns. Cardan accepted the scepter, gently stroking it, his eyes beginning to glisten with tears. Old man, did you see? When I was a child, House and I used your scepter to knock down jujubes from the trees. And you exiled House while locking me in a dark room. Now, with the scepter in my possession, I can do as I please. Why do you not come and scold me? All hail the king. Burns knelt before Cardan, exclaiming loudly to at this moment. Even Leah comprehended the situation. Cardan, the fifth prince of the First Kingdom, was currently the sole bearer of royal blood, when he grasped the scepter symbolizing royal authority. He became the king of the kingdom. As king, he could naturally demand the navy to pursue pirates within the territory, even specifying who would do so. This was Shouty's plan. House clenched his teeth, begrudgingly complimenting Shouty, all thanks to Mr. House's excellent teaching. Shouty beamed with delight. Mr. House praised me. When did I ever teach you? House was bewildered, suddenly recalling the excuse he had used to come ashore that morning. Regretting his words deeply, he felt as if he could slap himself for his loose tongue. You fool. What nonsense are you spouting? Utilizing rules effectively. Now you've been played. Yet, there were no pirates on shore. And they still could not act against the rebellious forces, could they? Though Leah comprehended how to assist House in reaching the shore, she remained perplexed about how to offer her help. The others exchanged glances, observing Leoya's bewilderment, and then erupted into laughter simultaneously. Miss Leoya, rest assured, we will find a way, Shouty said, stifling her laughter as she spoke to Leoya. Does it really matter if the rebel army is classified as pirates? The Navy calls him a pirate, and the king labels him a pirate as well, so even if he is not a pirate, he must assume that role. Moreover, in Shouty's eyes, House was sought out by Cadden solely for his intellect. As long as he could devise a plan, whether he could take action was of little consequence. However, serendipitously, this method was equally applicable in scenarios requiring direct action. As evening descended upon the battleship, Brinbrin's response delivered the final blow to House. Sure, if you wish to stay there and capture pirates, that's perfectly fine. Oh, you need me to send Smar to assist you? Hey, Windmill Head, did you hear that? I said I want to go to another country to capture pirates. House's tone grew increasingly irate. I understand, but do not call me Windmill Head. It is Admiral Sir for you. It's merely a matter of landing and pursuing. How significant can it be? I shall grant you 3 months. That should suffice. Brinbrin on the other end of the line showed no signs of concern as he spoke. Shouty and Cadden exchanged glances, realizing that all the reasoning they had concocted was rendered moot. Brinbrin had simply acquiesced. Faced with this development, House offered no resistance. Let it be. Then, after rejecting Brinbrin's generous offer to send Smart, House hung up the phone. Well, now it is up to you, he said, casting a cold gaze at the two. Shouty and Cadden could only respond with awkward smiles. So, my lord the king, how do you plan to restore the nation? Huh, are you asking me? Cadden pointed to himself, a look of confusion etched on his face. I have not yet decided, but do we not simply need to defeat those rebel forces? Cadden replied, scratching his head. So you intend to lead me into a trap? Is that it? Defeating the rebel army is all we need? Setting aside the question of whether you can even win, if you do manage to triumph, how will you govern the nation? Who will manage it? How will you restore productivity? How will you protect the nation from pirate invasions? House raged. Do not get so worked up. Just let Burns handle it, right? After all, wasn't he the kingdom functioning well before? Cadden said, somewhat intimidated. I am afraid. Prince 5, you truly need to ponder this matter, for if we continue with the original system, we will merely witness the same rebellion again. Shouty interjected at an opportune moment. I shall call Brinbrin right now. I am quitting. House exclaimed angrily, picking up the phone to dial. Shouty and Cadden exchanged a glance and hurriedly seized both of House's hands. No need for that, House. I will think of something right away. Indeed, Mr. House, let us continue our discussion. Meanwhile, within the confines of Branch 77, Brinbrin wore a satisfied smile. House, allow me to lend you a hand. Leaning back in his chair, he gazed out at the training ground. Smard was eloquently addressing the assembly. The moment Mr. House joined the Navy, he demonstrated what unwavering justice truly means. Even in the face of impervious monsters, Mr. House could wield a sword and rise in defiance. Never yielding. Perhaps our adversaries are formidable, but as long as we unite and exhaust our final reserves of strength to battle them, victory shall undoubtedly belong to us. Before Smard stood a host of enraged Navy personnel. And upon noting their uniform numbers, it became evident that they hailed from other branches. The highest-ranking officer in the East Sea, Brinbrin frequently received distress signals from various branches. When House first arrived at the branch, he had taken the initiative to train a cadre of doctors to facilitate his own leisure. House's first aid techniques were lauded even by the doctors at the Navy headquarters. Thus, it was only natural that those naval personnel in need of rescue were brought to Branch 77 for treatment. Mr. House has professed his love for this world and his desire for peace, wishing to eradicate violence. Yet, unlike us, those pirates only seek to disrupt that peace. We, the Navy, are warriors of love and peace. As he observed the fervent cheers from below, Smard felt a surge of pride. Mr. House, your justice shall be spread by me, Smard. Smard's oratory had commenced 2 months prior, shortly after House departed the base. Through numerous battles, Smard discovered his own growth, particularly after his victory over the formidable buffalo bison. As he inhaled deeply, he felt a surge of gray energy coursing through him. It was this energy that rendered him increasingly powerful, even allowing him to disregard bullets. Upon reflection, he realized that the only recent change had been the profound impact of House's ideals of love, peace, and unyielding spirit. Smard's simple mind could not deduce the cause, and he wished to inquire of House, but with House gone to headquarters, he could only turn to Brinbrin for answers. Brinbrin's insights surpassed those of Smard, drawing from his own experiences at the Navy headquarters. He quickly deduced that this was House's interpretation of justice. He was profoundly struck by the realization that justice was a term frequently uttered by all Navy personnel, yet few delved into a deeper understanding of it. Among those who truly grasped its essence were the esteemed 3 admirals of the Navy. Our House possesses the potential of an admiral. This was the most shocking thought that crossed Brinbrin's mind. Even he found himself captivated by House's philosophies of love, peace, and unyielding justice. Aspiring to become an admiral, the support of the lower-ranking Navy was indispensable. Thus, Brinbrin began to subtly encourage Smard to disseminate House's concept of justice. Initially, this was merely a campaign within Branch 77, but as word spread, it became evident that those who embraced unwavering justice found it markedly easier to combat pirates. In truth, this was also House's doing. In his quest to confront the evil dragon, he had equipped everyone with breathing techniques, which inherently served to enhance one's abilities, with House's power augmenting them. The Navy personnel, who had long battled pirates, shed their ailments and even experienced a degree of enhancement, initially unperceived due to fatigue. However, as Smard began to advocate for justice, the personnel became increasingly aware of their own strength. This realization ignited a fervor. They found that embracing unwavering justice proved effective, leading them to chant not merely for justice, but for love and peace. They boldly struck fear into the hearts of the pirates, driving them away from the waters of Branch 77. As the presence of pirates diminished in Branch 77's waters, the number of pirates in other branches naturally increased, resulting in a surge of distress signals. With the increase in distress signals, the number of rescued Navy personnel rose, and those who were saved harbored gratitude towards Branch 77. They were curious as to why they chanted for love and peace rather than for justice. At this juncture, Brinbrin stepped forward, guiding Smard to elucidate the concepts of love, peace, and unwavering justice to those Navy personnel. Grateful as they were, the Navy personnel from various branches, motivated by the notion of receiving assistance without cost, began to embrace unwavering justice. This belief, once adopted, resonated as a straightforward principle. Facing pirates without flinching is the essence of unwavering justice. As the saying goes, the bold fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who are willing to risk their lives. Many of the pirates in the East Sea were merely civilians who had turned to crime out of passion. Upon encountering the Navy, they trembled in fear. Now, witnessing the Navy rush forward without regard for their lives, they crumbled under the pressure. Those who embraced unwavering justice understood little of its complexities. They simply recognized that their newfound belief made capturing pirates significantly easier, affirming the effectiveness of unwavering justice. Subsequently, These individuals began to propagate the tenets of unwavering justice within their respective units, causing it to diffuse rapidly from Branch 77. Foremost branch leaders, enhanced combat capabilities among their subordinates were a boon, and having a shared belief in justice was hardly a detriment. Hence, they allowed it to flourish unimpeded. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Colonel Mouse, who, upon hearing of unwavering justice, scoffed. Who wants to risk their life against pirates? Wouldn't it be wiser to collect more taxes instead? A bunch of fools. Disregarding such naval scoundrels, unwavering justice indeed sparked a fervor throughout the East Sea. All of this unfolded unbeknownst to House, who was training at headquarters, while those aboard the ship were aware of the developments. Yet, without any battles, who would casually invoke the concept of justice? Regarding the ordinary Navy's attitude towards House, he perceives them as having been misled by little d. Furthermore, upon his return, the incident with Cadden occurred, and to this day, House has yet to return to the branch, naturally missing out on Smerd's impassioned speeches. This time, when House called Blimblem, Blimblem merely regarded it as an exercise of his own sense of justice and readily agreed. Although it may prove futile, they have already concocted a non-violating rationale for themselves, have they not? Setting aside matters within the branch for the moment, Cadden and Little D are currently deep in contemplation regarding the question of national restoration. House has granted them just one night to devise a solution, declaring that should they fail to produce results by the end of the night, he would abandon the endeavor altogether. Little D. Do you have any good ideas? Cadden asked, scratching his head in distress. What good ideas could I possibly have? This is hardly a matter for a Navy officer to ponder, Little D replied with a wry smile. Allowing him to exploit the Navy's loopholes could be excused, as it pertains to his duties. However, national restoration, where could he possibly acquire knowledge on such a topic? Yet, not wishing to disappoint House, he forced himself to think. It's all House's fault. If he hadn't forbidden the use of his childhood methods, we wouldn't be racking our brains over this. Cadden muttered under his breath, but Little D overheard him, curiosity piqued by House's past. He immediately inquired, You've mentioned it several times. What exactly is this childhood method? Cadden pondered for a moment. House had said not to let the Six Leaves know, yet he had not mentioned Little D. Surely, it would be fine to share, right? Well, I became acquainted with House when we were about 5 years old that time. I had snuck out of the palace to play and saw House standing amidst a crowd of farmers, speaking passionately. Out of curiosity, wait a moment, Little D interrupted Cadden, pulling out a notebook and pen. You may begin. Although Cadden was puzzled by Little D's actions, he continued his narration. What followed was Cadden's recollection. A group of farmers gathered, listening intently to a child barely taller than their waists. In these dire times of calamity, when heaven and earth are shrouded in darkness, and the sun and moon cast no light, the world is destined for great change. As followers, we make the 4 Seas our home. We are not separate, but rather siblings born of the same parents. We ought to assist one another, with equality between genders, and establish a harmonious society. Starting with the sharing of wealth, young House spoke eloquently, brimming with passion. Those familiar with history would recognize the terrifying implications of this rhetoric, for it echoed the doctrines of a particularly fearsome cult. However, in this pirate world, no one comprehended the true impact of his words. The surrounding farmers wore smiles, clearly treating it as mere childish folly. Little House, on such a sunny day, how can you claim that heaven and earth are dark and the sun and moon devoid of light? Indeed, Little House, my home is right next to yours, far from the sea. How can you say we make the 4 Seas our home? Yes, I'm about the same age as your father. How can you claim me as your brother? Laughter erupted as the taunts made Little House's face flush with anger. You fools! You are unworthy of counsel. Little House's impotent rage only served to amuse the crowd further. My friend, I truly admire you. Please, tell me more about this darkness and lack of light. I'll treat you to something to eat. Young Cadden's eyes sparkled as he leaned closer, intrigued by the idea of darkness and light. Are you wealthy? Little House shot Cadden a sidelong glance, noting that despite the snot running from his nose, his attire was exquisite, clearly indicating his affluent background. That I don't have much, but my father is quite wealthy. Young Cadden was still an innocent child at that time. Damn those wealthy folks, Little House thought bitterly, as he was sensitive to money being a commoner. Given your sincerity, I shall accept you as a friend. Seizing the opportunity, Little House thought, since you're approaching me, don't blame me for taking advantage of you. After all, I'm merely scraping by. Thus, at the tender age of 5, House's life was already fraught with hardship. Adhering to the principle that a transmigrator must be parentless, his parents had succumbed to illness when he was merely 3. Fortunately, they had maintained good relations with the neighbors, allowing young House to scrounge for food. However, with memories of his past life, how could he continue to live off the goodwill of others? Though blessed with an unusual talent, as a child, he could barely wield a sword, let alone practice. Under various pressures, young House became somewhat darkened in spirit. With ambitions of causing upheaval, he chose to propagate the most contagious cult from his previous life. Little did he know it would be futile. The rise of that cult in his past was primarily due to people's ignorance and the minimal disparity in martial prowess. Any hint of power beyond their understanding would lead to immediate adoration. But this world was different. Swordsmen, martial artists, and devil fruit users were abundant, rendering ordinary folk utterly incapable of resistance. Consequently, House's attempt at establishing his cult ended in failure. His proclamations were merely viewed as amusing anecdotes. And in a bid to continue listening, the farmers even offered him a few coins to encourage him. Thus, the once promising prophet became a mere storyteller. Today, House expected nothing more than to preach as usual, be laughed at, and then collect money to buy food. Unexpectedly, he encountered the 5th prince who had slipped away. Hearing that House wished to be his friend, the 5-year-old Cadden was overjoyed, bubbles of snot escaping his nose. Really? You want to be my friend? No one has ever said that to me. Gazing into Cadden's innocent eyes, House felt a twinge of guilt. Of course, I want to be your friend, but I am quite poor. Would you mind having a friend who is impoverished? Cadden promptly replied, Of course not. I call my friends no matter their wealth, since none of them are wealthier than I. He was the very embodiment of a foolish landlord's son. Thus, a cunning little rascal joined forces with a naive rich boy. Young House founded the Day and Moon sect. Those in the know will understand. I fear writing the actual name might lead to censorship. Declaring himself the sect leader and adopting the title of Xian Shui Jinren, he appointed Cadden as his protector, bestowing upon him the title of Holy Fire Envoy, and they began an unruly life within the royal city. The old king was a kind man and often chuckled at the mischief of the 2 boys. The queen, being exceptionally kind-hearted, arranged for House to stay in the palace upon learning he had no home. At that time, Burns was not yet the prime minister but was responsible for educating the royal children. Thus, he harbored great disdain for the wayward 5th prince, frequently punishing the 2 boys. This led House and Cadden to engage in various antics against Burns. Their happy lives continued until the year they turned 11, when Cadden and House audaciously stole the king's scepter for play, only to be caught. The king's scepter, as a symbol of the world government's allegiance, was not to be disrespected. Consequently, the first king issued a decree stating that anyone other than the king wielding the scepter would be considered a traitor and must be executed, a fate even the king could not avert. In a bind, the king declared that Cadden had been led astray by House, stating that he had executed House and stripped Cadden of his royal status. Imprisoning him instead, he then provided House with a sum of money and discreetly sent him away to distance him from the kingdom. This led to House's subsequent arrival in Orange Town, where he came to understand that the world government was virtually invincible. The childish notion of noble birth being inconsequential had never seemed more absurd. And from that point on, he chose to lay low. The tale concluded, and little D, who had been listening in astonishment, was rendered speechless. So, this was the story of Mr. House's childhood. Such a version of House was even more admirable. What ordinary child possesses such a plethora of thoughts? To even create a religion with a complete doctrine is the mark of a natural-born sage. His words back then were quite commendable. Living together in equality, like siblings helping one another. Why couldn't it work? Cadden expressed his confusion to A.T. this moment. Little D, having regained his composure, reflected on Cadden's complaint that I believe it is due to the world government. Have you not noticed that in House's vision, there were no nobles? Yet, currently, nations are dominated by the nobility, and even the world government serves them. Should a government devoid of nobility ever be established? The common folk in other nations could potentially emulate it to at that point. Our adversaries would not merely be the rebel forces, but the world government itself. After all, the majority in this world are commoners. Cadden inhaled sharply, astonished that a sect casually created by House in his childhood could actually influence the world government. We certainly cannot proceed as such. Opposing the world government is simply not feasible. Indeed, the two exchanged glances and simultaneously lowered their heads with a sigh. Alas, Shouty gazed at the notes she had just jotted down, and suddenly a spark of inspiration struck her. No, I believe I have found a solution. With swift movements, Shouty flipped through her notes until she located a specific page and pointed it out to Cadden. What solution? Cadden leaned closer, genuinely appreciating the theories House had concocted during his youth. Otherwise, he would not have taken on the role of a guardian in his princely stature. Once, Mr. House took me along to replenish supplies, and we encountered a butcher shop that hung a sheep's head outside. Yet inside, they sold dog meat instead. Thus, we could. A sinister laughter echoed through the ship's cabin at night, sending chills down the spines of the patrolling soldiers, who hastily vacated the area. That laughter was truly terrifying. Could it be a ghost? So, you two have been conspiring all night and frightened the patrolling soldiers to come report to me just to devise such a plan. House raised an eyebrow at the visibly overexcited duo. Just say whether it will work or not. Cadden, still riding the wave of excitement, dared to challenge House. House narrowed his eyes at the pair, realizing they had indeed concocted a plan, albeit one likely stemming from Shouty's ingenuity. As Cadden had never been particularly sharp-witted, the notion of a nominal monarchy was truly remarkable. To conceive such an idea in this society was no small feat. In the previous world, this would undoubtedly qualify one as a politician. For this system was known as constitutional monarchy. The nation was nominally ruled by a king, but the actual governance was in the hands of a prime minister, with the king only making appearances during diplomatic matters, thus losing his former absolute authority. It seems I must treat Shouty better in the future. A politician's heart is far more treacherous than that of a tactician, if she harbors any grudges. I might not even know how I perished. Shouty, this was your idea, wasn't it? A brilliant one indeed. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. House. Shouty's face was nearly aglow with excitement. Mr. House praised her once again, and it filled her with immense joy. Nevertheless, it is no small feat for you to have devised this plan, so I shall assist you in refining it. Yay. Thank you, Mr. House. House harbored his own ulterior motives. Living in this world with memories of his previous life was indeed quite uncomfortable. Though it was tolerable in the smaller independent towns, however, upon entering the realms of the kingdoms and duchies, the haughty demeanor of the nobles was quite irksome. If he could establish a nation that aligned with his lifestyle, it would be delightful once he no longer served in the navy. Moreover, this was merely a small kingdom in the East Sea, and with the king's guise, the world government would likely refrain from meddling. As long as protection fees, heavenly gold, were paid on time and there were no overt violations of the world government's laws, they would be indifferent to what transpired domestically. The plan is set. Now, let me summarize briefly. 2 months flew by in the blink of an eye, and just as they had dismissed the rebel army during their discussions, the meager peasant uprising lost all will to fight upon encountering the regular navy. With some even resorting to internal strife, only a handful of rebel leaders continued to resist. Yet, even this small faction opened Shouty's eyes wide. While Cadden's martial prowess was within her expectations, after all, he was a prince and had trained with skilled fighters, the strength of Louis baffled her. A rebellious girl with dyed hair, though her ideas were often peculiar, appeared undeniably delicate. Yet, with a mere grunt, she uprooted a massive tree. Shouty animatedly gestured with her hands to illustrate the exaggerated size, vividly recounting her recent experiences to House. Not only did she uproot it, but she also hurled it, crashing it down before the rebel leader, who was so frightened that he wet his pants, crawling back in tears, pleading for her not to hand him over to Miss Lu Wei. She cast a furtive glance at Lu Wei, unable to fathom how someone so slender could possess such immense strength. Ahem, this can be explained. House began to employ the same ruse he had used to deceive the Rogtown Navy on Shouty. As the only doctor present, I can declare that whoever claims to be ill is indeed ill. He shot a sidelong glare at Louis, who appeared somewhat unconvinced. You are the fool. Your entire family is filled with fools. Oh, I see. Now I understand. Shouty regarded Louis with pity, realizing why she had always found her peculiar. It was due to her illness. That single glance made Louis spring up, exclaiming, I am not ill. It's all nonsense. House quickly covered Liu Yue's mouth, using his other hand to gesture at his head and spin it in circles. Shouty nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiries about Liu Yue's condition. Mr. House, there remains only one city where the rebel army has yet to be subdued. What? Are they particularly strong? House inquired while subduing the struggling Louis. That shouldn't be the case. I am quite familiar with this territory, and there are no formidable figures here. Shouty glanced around to confirm that Cadden was absent. Approaching House, she whispered, That woman has reappeared. We are subordinates of Mr. House from the East Sea's 77th branch. and suspect that pirates have infiltrated the city that we request that you open the gate to cooperate with our investigation." Shouty shouted with great effort through a megaphone from outside the city. The so-called city was merely a highland encircled by wooden fences. "What nonsense about Mr. House? We have no pirates here. Leave immediately." A gruff and boisterous voice emanated from behind the fence. The man, with a full beard and a scar bisecting his face, clearly held the Navy's words in contempt. Shouty, however, paid little heed to his tone. For such exchanges had occurred frequently over the past 2 months, and this one was rather mild. After repeating her request thrice, she believed it should suffice. Mr. House had mentioned that they only needed to fulfill their duty to inform. 3 times should have made it clear, right? Get lost, Navy. You are interfering in the internal affairs of a world government member state. If you do not leave, I will report you to the world government and hold you accountable." The bearded man retorted loudly, "Oh, a man who understands the law, is he?" Cadden grinned. Stepping forward to stand beside Shouty, he brandished his scepter, proclaiming, "I, Prince Cadden of the First Kingdom, hereby formally report to the world government as the successor to the throne of First Kingdom. Pirates have infiltrated your city. I have commissioned the Navy to apprehend them. Now, open the city gates at once." Behind the fence, a throng of heads stirred. He appeared to be the true 5th prince. Shouty had seen the scepter's likeness. It seemed genuine. "The Navy is here too. Those are people who have battled pirates. Can we possibly contend with them?" The bearded man gritted his teeth, realizing, "So, it was you who led the enemy here." The 5th prince has long been disavowed by the royal family. That scepter must be fake. Do not be deceived. He seeks to trick us into opening the gates, a pirate ruse to plunder us. The bearded man attempted to refute, yet the voice through the megaphone began anew. "The Navy and civilians share a bond of common interest. We promise that if you lay down your weapons and surrender, we will not harm you." What does share a bond of common interest mean? Uncertain, yet they seem genuinely not to be pirates, as they claimed not to kill. If the Navy is real, then the king must be real too. Would we not become the rebels? Indeed, didn't the leader say that the opposing side consisted of pirates in disguise? It seems otherwise. The bearded man's beard began to quiver with rage. When did the Navy become so sharp-tongued? Shouldn't they have halted at the mention of the world government's disapproval? How dare they? Shouty, on the other hand, harbored no such concerns, complaining to the world government, "You may go. It's entirely up to you." After lodging a complaint, an investigation is certainly in order. Question: who will the world government send to conduct the inquiry? Answer: the local naval branch. Question: whose forces comprise the local naval branch? Answer: the troops of Brigadier Blimblin. Question: who is the witness? Answer: the king. Question: and who is the king? Answer: he is the one beside me, digging his nose, known as Tushinfuzi, also referred to as Kadam. Both the investigators and the witnesses are our people. How can we possibly lose this round of aerial dragon knights? Tell me, how can we fail? Attack. The order to assault is decisively given. Charge. The naval forces swiftly enter combat readiness. Rushing towards the enemy's position. In contrast, the rebels find themselves in a state of despondency, with bewildered peasants wielding farming tools, unsure whether to heed the Navy or the bearded leader. Most gaze with uncertainty, contemplating surrender. This moment, if one person leads the way in capitulation, a rout is inevitable. Suddenly, a large crimson flag rises from the center of the crowd. "You scoundrels!" A voice bellows from the flag's position. The woman raising the banner wears a striking red top hat adorned with long tassels, her short purple hair framed by bangs, and she sports sunglasses. She dons a red long-sleeve vest, a necktie, leather gloves, and an open jacket, complemented by a long-tailed skirt and red boots. You wish to return to the days of oppression by the noble class of the kingdom? Do you desire for your family's lives to be at the mercy of the aristocracy? Think back to your former existence. If you wish to avoid such a fate, then take up arms and resist. The woman in red brandishes the flag, her voice ringing out. The once confused crowd's expressions harden with resolve. "I refuse to return to a life of toiling in the fields only to go hungry. I will no longer pay taxes. Return my family to me." A fervor ignites among the people. Even the bearded leader finds himself gripping his weapon with newfound determination, their furious gazes fixed upon the advancing Navy, muscles tense, ready for confrontation. The flag points forward. "Go forth, the enemy lies ahead." Peasants with farming implements leap from behind the barricades, their fierce momentum surpassing that of the charging Navy. The woman in red stands undaunted, holding the flag high. The crowd rushes past her, the wind from their movement lifting her open jacket. "Wait, She is not wearing anything underneath? Liu muses as he gazes toward the distant battlefield, a hint of confusion on his face. Followers, followers, Liu shouts, what is happening? Gula House approaches, looking somewhat exasperated, a water jug in hand. Liu, with a telescope in one hand, points toward the battlefield. There is a welfare girl over there. Gulu House promptly spits out his drink. Where did you even learn that term? I overheard it when you and Kadong were hiding at the stern last time. Liu replies innocently. You. House intended to scold, but upon realizing he was the culprit, his anger diminished. Next time, don't eavesdrop, he said, though internally he reminded himself to be more vigilant. Next time, I must activate my observation hockey. Oomph, Liu scoffed at House. As if I would heed your advice, follower. What? Hand me the telescope. House leaned forward, reaching for Liu's telescope. No, you shall not look. Liu swiftly discarded the telescope, covering House's eyes with both hands. What are you doing? Let me see. Let me see. Absolutely not. I will not permit you to gaze upon that shameless woman. Stop referring to I and you. Speak properly. And release me. I want to see. I want to see. On the battlefield, Xiao Di furrowed his brow, surveying the enemy. What is this situation? I had clearly suppressed their morale. How have they regained their fighting spirit? They seem to harbor a deep-seated hatred towards us. Kadong, do you know what is happening? Just as Xiao Di intended to inquire about Kadong's awareness of the situation, he was taken aback by Kadong's current state that Kadong's eyes were wide with fury, as if flames could erupt directly from them. Indeed, flames surged from the scabbard, forming fiery rings that encircled Kadong. Gulping, Xiao Di swallowed hard. Kadong possessed the ability to manipulate fire. Kadong, are you feeling hot? It's her. It is her, Kadong declared, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the woman waving the red flag. His grip on the hilt tightened. Who do you speak of? Xiao Di queried, following Kadong's line of sight. Just then, a deafening explosion echoed in his ears. A tremendous sound darkened Xiao Di's vision momentarily, but he quickly regained his senses. Kadong was right beside him. Kadong, are you all right? He turned swiftly to check if Kadong had been harmed by the recent noise. However, Kadong had vanished, leaving only a charred circle on the ground where flames had scorched the earth. Another explosion resounded, this time from above. Xiao Di hastily looked up, witnessing a colossal tiger made of flames leaping from the sky toward the enemy. Through the flames, he could discern the recently vanished Kadong, standing with his sword, diving alongside the tiger. The fiery beast roared as it charged toward the rebels, aiming for the red flag. The woman in red looked momentarily taken aback. Yet she unfazedly swung her flag horizontally. The fire-formed tiger opened its massive jaws, prepared to devour the woman. Clang! The black flagpole unexpectedly blocked the tiger's ferocious bite, creating a metallic clash. Reluctantly, the tiger pressed onward, attempting to sink its teeth into the woman before it. Yet the pole remained steadfast against the tiger's head, resisting all efforts to break through. The tiger forcefully pushed the woman back several meters. But alas, this was not a true tiger, merely Kadong's conjuration. As the flames dissipated, revealing Kadong's fierce expression, he stood ready, the fifth form of flame breathing. Flame Tiger. As he advanced, flames swirled around him, forming a fierce tiger-like assault. The two stood facing each other, the sword and flagpole locked in a stalemate. Wait, let us not act hastily. There may be a misunderstanding between us. The woman in red refrained from retaliating, attempting to reason with him, for their organization's tradition was not one of violent conquest. A year ago, did you not incite rebellion in this kingdom? Kadong's voice rumbled like a low growl, his grip on the sword tightening, ready to strike at any moment. It was me, but I did so to liberate the common folk from the nobles' oppression, though uncertain as to why the other would inquire so. The woman felt compelled to explain. Then what nonsense is this misunderstanding? The blade shifted, sliding down the flagpole. Just as the sword appeared poised to slice her hand, she swiftly retreated, using her arms to force the pole downward to evade the blow. Ascend, blazing flame. The forced-down sword arced upward, unleashing a fierce fiery slash that seared the red woman's skin. Since you refuse my counsel, do not blame me. Her gaze hardened as her grip on the flagpole darkened. The once black pole seemingly coated in wax, reflecting a black sheen under the sun. Clang! The sword and pole clashed yet again, but this time, the pole did not yield. Rather, it deflected the sword with ease. Clang, clang, clang. Kadong, in a frenzied state, relentlessly slashed with his fiery strikes. However, the woman in red remained unperturbed, skillfully maneuvering her unwieldy banner to deflect the attacks before the vanguard sword could reach her. Frustration mounted within Katong. Fueling a fiery rage, his movements grew increasingly fervent, each strike executed with unrelenting vigor. Yet, the woman in red remained as composed as ever, her banner swirling in an impenetrable dance, rendering Katong's relentless assaults utterly futile. "You will die, Natsahan." With a powerful push from his legs, Katong channeled all his remaining strength into this single blow. He propelled himself forward like a rocket, hurtling toward the woman in crimson. A long trail of flames followed in his wake, as the scarlet blade transformed into a crimson arc aimed at her. This time, the woman in red could no longer maintain her previous calm, though the blade had yet to reach her. She felt the sharpness of its edge grazing her neck. "I cannot withstand this." In an instant, she realized this strike was different. It was beyond her capacity to block if she could not block. Then she would not. Flag of advancement. Gripping the flagpole tightly, the dark aura surrounding her intensified, enveloping not only the originally pristine neck of the flagpole, but also transforming it into a formidable black lance. With a thrust, the pole morphed into a spear, aimed directly at Katong. If he persisted in this assault, his head would be pierced by the lance before his blade could reach her neck. Had Katong failed to notice? No, he was acutely aware, yet he could not evade. Perhaps he simply lacked the strength to do so. This was his utmost effort. He thrust the blade forward, intent on a mutually destructive encounter. The clash rang out as the woman in red swiftly retreated, her gaze now filled with disbelief. Just moments ago, her spear had been poised to pierce Katong's skull. A fiery, arched strike came soaring from the distance, striking the point where their weapons met with tremendous force. The impact left her hands tingling with residual numbness. Katong, with no leverage to stabilize himself in midair, was propelled backward, escaping the reach of his own attack. In that instant, she comprehended that he was indisputably a master swordsman, and not just any ordinary one. An ordinary swordsman would never possess the precision to strike at the exact point of weapon collision. A figure clad in a white coat suddenly appeared beside Katong. An azure energy enveloped him, and House exhaled in relief. Fortunately, he was merely exhausted. At this moment, Katong, drained of strength, could scarcely lift his arms. "House, I beg you, help me kill her." Tears welled in his eyes, his voice thick with desperation. "Very well," House replied, a smile gracing his face as he looked at his brother. "Rest for now. I shall capture her." Grasping Katong by the collar, he gave a mighty toss, leaving Katong bewildered. "House, you son of a—" Katong cursed midair as he was flung away. "Rokuka, take him somewhere safe." Katong soared in a perfect parabolic arc toward House. In the distance, Rokuka, clad in a striking black and white ensemble, leapt up to catch the incoming Katong. House dusted off his hands and turned around. "I thought you might try to ambush me while I was tossing him." Fully G. The woman in red now regarded House with palpable trepidation, her earlier ease replaced by a sense of imminent danger. The flag she wielded had coiled around the pole, now transformed under the aura of armament into a formidable black spear. "I am Belu Beatty, commander of the Eastern Revolutionary Army. Given your prowess, you are certainly no nameless figure. Might I inquire your name?" Fully G. No. Belu Beatty wore a serious expression. Was it that she did not wish to ambush him? Or was it fear? Ever since House had stood beside Katong, her keen instincts had warned her of impending peril. The white-clad figure seemed less like a mere man and more like a lurking beast. Any movement from her would invite a fierce counterattack. The overwhelming pressure left her paralyzed, compelling her to adjust her stance to mitigate the threat of an assault. "Humph," House scoffed at her plight. "I have no intention of revealing my identity. I have survived this long by adhering to stability. Such foolishness as announcing one's name only invites retaliation from unseen forces. What if the enemy is communicating via a telephone bug right now? Wouldn't that expose me?" Drawing his twin blades, House declared, fifth form of the breath of flame. Flame Tiger, a colossal crimson tiger materialized, its presence a stark contrast to the same technique wielded by another. "Wait, I bear you no grudge. It seems unnecessary to engage in a life-or-death struggle." Belu Beatty interjected hastily, her throat constricting as she swallowed hard. What a stark difference from the previous combatant's technique. Compared to the earlier, lackluster strikes, she could now perceive the ferocity gleaming in the tiger's eyes. "Tell me, do you harbor animosity toward the previous king?" The tiger spoke, flames flickering from its mouth. She knew. At that moment, that trouble loomed large. That we revolutionaries exist to liberate the common folk from the nobility's oppression. The commoners must not be enslaved. Nevertheless, Belu Beatty boldly articulated her beliefs. Humans are born to be free. Ah, freedom. What a catch-all phrase. Is it truly more vital than a stable life? I fail to grasp your reasoning that if the commoners are fed, clothed, and compensated fairly for their labor, while the nobility merely manages without oppressing anyone, would you still seek to overthrow them? Absolutely. As long as the nobility exists, the commoners will never attain freedom, Belu Beatty asserted with conviction. Thus, I find it impossible to converse with your ilk. I stand for order and virtue. The tiger's voice was tinged with a mix of lamentation and resignation. Without further ado, it tilted its head and lunged toward Belu Beatty with its gaping maw. Wait. Belu Beatty seemed intent on saying more. But House had already lost patience. They were merely individuals who understood the surface of things without grasping the underlying truths. While the nobility indeed had its limitations, it was the nobility that upheld order. Only with order could the commoners enjoy a stable existence. Without it, chaos would reign, as evidenced by the turmoil in the kingdom that a horde of inexperienced individuals acting solely on impulse, committing arson and pillage, turning a thriving capital into ruins. Hoarding wealth only to exploit their own territories. What had the commoners gained from this? As long as the leaders were willing, they could strip everything from them. Is this what you call freedom? The freedom of the strong is paved with the laments of the weak. Belu Beatty raised her spear defensively, narrowly avoiding being devoured by the tiger. However, the beast's might was beyond comparison to the previous incarnation, forcing Belu Beatty to slide back several meters, leaving furrows in the ground. Just when she thought she had withstood the assault, she was taken aback when the tiger raised its right paw to strike her again. With a resounding impact, Belu Beatty could only barely cover her side with a layer of armament. Yet, the tiger's immense strength sent her flying, crashing into a wooden fence that collapsed with a thunderous crash. Who are you, truly? Blood trickled from her mouth as she knelt on the ground, her eyes betraying her terror. For someone of her rank in the Revolutionary Army, few could match her prowess in the world. Yet, those formidable individuals were all well-known figures. While the man before her appeared to be barely in his 20s, she was certain she had never heard of such a young powerhouse before. House approached, twin blades in hand, taking measured steps to me. For now, I am merely an ordinary Navy officer. He paused for a moment before offering his response. Since you are unwilling to disclose your name, I shall not press further. Thanks to my superior, the Navy is well aware of the experts among the Revolutionary Army, yet has never heard of anyone named House. Thus, Belu Beatty assumed that House was merely concealing his identity. With a spear as her support, Belu Beatty rose, her gaze sharp and fierce. The dynasty will inevitably decay, the nobility shall fall, and I fight as a warrior for freedom. As her voice rang out, an indescribable power surged from her heart into her limbs. Her muscles began to swell. This was her fruit power, the inspire fruit, which could awaken the inner strength of others through rallying cries. If it could ignite the power of others, it could surely amplify her own. She referred to this state as warrior form, where her speed and strength could doubled. In an instant, Belu Beatty's figure vanished from her original spot. Shave, when your leader is a defector from the Navy. And he boasts a father who is a pinnacle of martial arts. Mastering the 6 styles becomes an expectation. Facing the full force of Belu Beatty, House dared not underestimate her. Despite appearing to have fought effortlessly, he had merely taken advantage of wielding 2 swords, engaging directly with his Daibankai Chk while using his other hand Sandai Kitetsu to launch a surprise attack, which ultimately sent her flying. Even so, she remained uninjured. It could only be this way. Confronted with the full might of Belu Beatty, House remained cautious. Though he seemed to have fought effortlessly, he had merely benefited from using 2 blades, directly clashing with his Daibankai Chk while employing the Sandai Kitetsu for a sneak attack, sending her sprawling. Even then, she had not sustained any serious injuries. It had to be this way. House told himself inwardly. His right hand gripped the Daibankai Chk, which glowed a deep crimson, entwined with flames. Meanwhile, the Sandai Kitetsu in his left hand transformed into a deep blue, shimmering like flowing water. As he enveloped his entire body with armament haki, he declared, Armament haki, utilizing the double breathing technique along with the dual haki. This was House's greatest gain from this expedition. Initially, House shared the same mindset as Rokui, believing that with the foundation of the breathing technique, Stolobury's swordsmanship insights were merely superfluous. It was only when he idly perused Stolobury's swordsmanship notes that he realized how narrow his perspective had been. Achieving the rank of vice admiral within such a vast organization as the Navy, second only to admirals and fleet admirals, was indeed no simple feat, particularly with this dual sword style. It was not merely a matter of wielding two blades. It was with these swordsmanship insights that, on an unknown night, House successfully developed a method for wielding two swords with different breathing techniques, with the double breathing technique combined with dual haki. House felt a surge of strength, even harboring the delusion that he could contend with the legendary Whitebeard, who could make men cry for mercy. Fortunately, his laid-back mentality remained unchanged. Matters concerning the four emperors would be left to the Navy's higher-ups. As he was merely a humble East Blue Navy officer, doing his utmost to protect the civilians of the East Blue was the extent of his capabilities. Nonetheless, he aptly named this newfound technique the suction haki mode. Though the breathing technique was innate, it was evident that it was not derived from any legitimate source. The haki was something he had clandestinely learned while Tina instructed Rokui, adhering to the philosophy that what he learned was now his. Calling it suction haki mode seemed fitting. With the augmentation of the suction haki mode, House's perception abilities also enhanced. To the right, the Dai Bankai CHK, engulfed in dark red flames, slashed toward the right. Intercepting the descending spear, clang, the clash of blade and spear erupted in a shower of sparks. Seizing the moment of stalemate with his right hand, House's left hand wielded the Sandai Kitetsu in a horizontal slash. Bella Betty responded with remarkable speed, lowering the spear and slightly shifting her body to utilize the lower half of the spear to deflect the Sandai Kitetsu. Harnessing this force, Bella Betty distanced herself from House once more. She swiftly retreated from House while remaining vigilant against his potential surprise attacks. One must admit, Bella Betty possessed considerable skill as a member of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Forces, despite lacking House's speed and strength. She utilized technique to hold her own against him for a brief period. Damn it, is he a monster? After so long, his armament haki remains fully active, and its intensity shows no sign of waning. Can't he conserve some energy? Damn it! Bella Betty clenched her silver teeth, her heart raging. She had never witnessed someone waste armament haki so recklessly. Every individual's stamina is finite, and the more concentrated the haki, the greater its strength. Thus, every expert she had encountered focused on concentrating their haki to maximize its potency. Unlike the figure before her, clad in a white coat, yet shrouded in darkness, who managed to withstand her concentrated haki with such scattered armament haki. It's time to escape and strike hard. Both thought simultaneously. Bella Betty, having realized her chances of victory were slim, intended to flee, while House, understanding the difficulty of capturing her, sheathed the Sandai Kitetsu and grasped the Daibankai Shichike with both hands. Against the backdrop of the black blade, the flames coiling around it glowed a deep crimson. Everything appeared unchanged, and House's sheathing of one sword might even render him weaker. However, as Bella Betty turned to flee, she was profoundly shaken. Are you kidding me? That monster can become even stronger? Indeed, through her observation haki, House, wielding a sword in one hand, exuded an aura that rivaled her leader's. Is this even human? Thinking of escaping. The third form of sun breathing, crimson mirror of the sun, with his katana tracing an infinite trajectory, he unleashed symmetrical, sharp slashes toward Bella Betty. With no avenue for evasion, Bella Betty could only brace herself with her spear. Crack! A shattering sound echoed as she observed cracks forming on the flagpole. Bella Betty was horrified. This flagpole had taken her considerable effort to procure and contained some sea prism stone powder, in terms of strength. It was undoubtedly comparable to an ordinary great knife. No point 21. Just like that, it shattered. Merely a routine action had not only revived the nobility, but also provoked such a monster. How deep are the waters of the East Blue? How had she been unaware of this before? Yet there was no time for further contemplation, as another golden slash approached. Raising her spear to block, she gripped it tightly, pressing the spear's shaft against the oncoming strike. Veins bulged at her temples as armament haki surged into her weapon as if it were free. Hold it back. Huffing heavily, Bella Betty managed to withstand it. The force of the slashing attack gradually waned, soon to dissipate. Yet before she could reveal her victorious delight, another golden slash emerged. Same position, same force. Crack. The sturdy flagpole offered no resistance against the second strike. regardless of how fervently Belabedi channeled her armament hockey. It could not prevent the pole from breaking. Fortunately, just before the flagpole shattered, it slightly impeded the advance of the slash, allowing her to barely shift her body and evade being cleaved in two. Even with the coverage of armament hockey, her left shoulder sustained a wound from the slash. The injury was deep enough to expose bone, yet not a drop of blood flowed. The exposed flesh and bone appeared charred as if burned by fire. She could even smell the scent of her flesh being scorched. Enduring the discomfort in her left shoulder, Belabedi turned to flee. Shave, shave, shave. Given the severity of her injuries, continuously employing the physically taxing shave was indeed unwise. However, she had no other choice but to run as swiftly as possible. Just as Belabedi's figure vanished, House appeared in her previous location. She can still run despite being so severely injured. It seems I must sever her legs. Casting a glance at the upper half of the flagpole left behind by Belabedi, he waved his right hand lightly that a burst of flames erupted, igniting the flag. What audacity, daring to use a flag of the same color. Whoosh, House's figure also disappeared from the spot. The figure of House vanished from the spot. Not far away, the battlefield between the rebels and the Navy lay in eerie silence. Everyone stood transfixed, gazing in the direction where the two fierce battles had just unfolded. It was no wonder. The scale of such combat exceeded their wildest imaginings. Wasn't fighting merely about the booming of cannons and the crack of small arms. What manner of beast were those two tigers? Was this even within the realm of human capability? Initially, when Cadden's fierce tiger struck, the Navy surged with confidence, overwhelming the rebels. Yet when Cadden faltered, the rebels swelled with bravado, mocking, "What are those tigers but mere trash? All show and no substance. You can't even handle a welfare girl, you pathetic mutt." Such jibes flowed freely, leaving the Navy feeling quite ashamed. After a period of suppression, House intervened, rendering Belabedi utterly defenseless. In an instant, the Navy regained their vigor. Then, they witnessed the injured Belabedi clutching her wounded arm, suddenly disappearing from a distance, only to reappear at the center of the battlefield, not sparing them a glance before vanishing once more. This time materializing at the far end, repeatedly fading and reappearing, each time further from the conflict. After Belabedi vanished into the distance, House appeared on the battlefield in a similar manner. "Xiao Di, hurry up." Came a light command that jolted the dazed Xiao Di back to reality. "Yes," she exclaimed, snapping to attention, only to find that House's figure had long since disappeared. "Are we still fighting?" A rebel holding a hoe asked blankly. "Fight? You can fight if you want. Just a single move from those over there is enough to wipe us out." A grizzled middle-aged man set down his sickle and sat down despondently. Seeing this, the other rebels followed suit, surrendering their weapons. The Navy, observing the scene, ceased their assault, all staring blankly at the distant golden crescent moon that occasionally flickered into view. Xiao Di murmured, "Mr. House, is he truly that powerful? In dire straits, one can unleash astonishing strength." House had once been skeptical of this notion, but today he could not help but believe it. "You really can run," he mused. After 2 hours, the welfare girl, dragging her severely injured body, had managed to evade capture for an exasperatingly long time, until House finally cornered her against a cliff, with fierce waves crashing against the rocks below. Exhaling deeply, even he felt fatigued after such relentless pursuit. Yet, compared to the woman gasping as if she were an old bellows, his condition was far more favorable. What ambitions could someone like you have hidden among the Navy, despite finding herself at the end of her rope? Belabedi still managed to straighten her posture, facing House defiantly. "Ambition? If leading a peaceful life counts, then that is my ambition at this juncture." House felt no urgency. The cliff was surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, and the only escape route had been blocked by him. Belabedi, being a person with abilities, was well aware that those endowed with such gifts could not swim. With her strength depleted, her left arm severely injured, and her weapon shattered, even House himself could not fathom a means of escape in her position. "A peaceful life?" House questioned. "Once we revolutionaries defeat the nobility, won't the common folk enjoy a peaceful existence? Why do you oppose me?" Belabedi found it hard to believe. Their goals seemed aligned. Why then would he choose to fight against her? "Let me ask you, what happens to the kingdom after you defeat the nobility?" House inquired, taking advantage of the lull in their confrontation. "Of course, we find a kind-hearted person among the common folk to govern the kingdom, preventing oppression from arising again," responded Belabedi. Puzzled. "Isn't that self-evident? A nation governed by good people will surely prosper. This is the consensus among the revolutionaries. Have you never heard that mercy does not command armies, righteousness does not engage in commerce?" Benevolence does not govern, and goodness does not hold office. What is that? Belabedi asked, her face a mask of confusion. Never mind. Have you ever returned to those kingdoms you liberated? Observing her ignorant expression, House felt no desire to elaborate further. It was a limitation of her understanding. Virtue does not guarantee good governance, and excessive kindness can be a perilous trait. Certainly, while he could not comprehend why some nations still oppressed their citizens, the majority were indeed benevolent. Belabedi beamed with pride. This is all the achievement of the revolutionaries. And how long have you been established? Fewer than 20 years. With pride, Belabedi declared that in less than 20 years, they had liberated the common folk of over 10 nations. A feat she found immensely commendable. 20 years, you say? That means those people haven't even experienced a change in leadership, House remarked meaningfully. What is a change in leadership? Belabedi asked, encountering yet another unfamiliar term from House's mouth. Forget it, even if I explained. You wouldn't understand, House replied, shaking his head with a hint of disinterest. This highlighted the importance of experience. How could she grasp the words of House, who had witnessed the inheritance of a 5,000-year-old culture? Power is both a delicacy and a poison. House stepped forward, his blade poised for action, ready to prevent any escape attempts. Wait. Don't come any closer, Belabedi exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic. Just moments ago, they had been engaged in conversation. Why the sudden shift to hostility? Was this man unhinged? House paid her no mind. The dark red flames igniting once more on his blade that he intended to cripple Belabedi's legs, while her legs were indeed aesthetically pleasing. Long, white, and straight, he had promised Cadden to bring her back, and if she attempted to flee again, it would spell trouble. As he forced Belabedi to the very edge of the cliff, where one more step would plunge her into the sea. She suddenly flashed a sinister smile, her despair giving way to cunning. Ha, a free warrior will not meet their end here. With that, she leaped from the cliff's edge. House sensed something amiss the moment she laughed. But it was too late to intervene. Are you a revolutionary or a terrorist? Are you really going to martyr yourself? He cursed from the cliff, then suddenly realized something was wrong. Why was there no sound of her hitting the water? Leaning over the edge, he gasped. What the hell? You actually flew. A figure clad in a dark green hooded coat was cradling Belabedi, standing upon a swirling vortex, soaring swiftly into the distance. Don't think that just because you are hiding your face, I won't recognize you. Monkey D. Dragon. You who are so obsessed with tattoos you've even inked your face, while others merely have floral sleeves. You've gone and tattooed a floral visage, sun-breathing, second form, flame of the sun. A circular slash emanated a radiance akin to the sun itself, hurtling towards the pair. From afar, it appeared as if a miniature sun pursued them. Dragon, seemingly possessing eyes in the back of his head. Didn't he even glance back? Several wind blades shot forth from the vortex beneath his feet, aimed directly at House's flame of the sun, presumably attempting to counter the strike. If it were that simple. House scoffed coldly while standing at the cliff's edge. Sun breathing is said to emit an aura akin to the sun. Do you truly underestimate me? Indeed, as House had anticipated, the pale green wind blades did not even qualify to touch the flame of the sun, vanishing instead under the intense heat radiating from the attack. Captain, the slash is still coming. Belabedi, held tightly in Dragon's embrace, shouted towards the rapidly approaching sun. Dragon furrowed his brow, silently cursing. I know. Why are you shouting so loud? I thought a few wind blades would suffice. Now that they've failed, it's already embarrassing enough without you drawing attention to it. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Despite the inner turmoil of curses, one must maintain an air of aloofness. Cradling Belabedi, I halted in my tracks, turning around just as a gentle breeze dislodged my hat, revealing the countenance of Dorag, facing the sun directly. Who would have thought that such a figure could be concealed within the East Sea? Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Would you care to join the Revolutionary Army and help realize a world of harmony, freedom, equality, and dreams, erasing the unnecessary rules imposed upon us, with a graceful turn and commanding words? Coupled with the sight of my handsome visage, I could surely recruit another formidable member for the Revolutionary Army, Dorag mused with pride. Quack, 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 as if a flock of crows were flying overhead. The lack of any response caused Dorag to furrow his brow. Your presence radiates power, imbued with righteousness and serenity. If someone of your caliber dares to fear the world government and refrains from contributing to the new world, then there is little hope left for humanity. His voice resonated, reverberating through the air, momentarily stilling even the wind around us. Yet, still, no reply came. The sun loomed ever closer. Dorag's expression darkened. Such rudeness. even a simple acknowledgement would suffice. Just as he was about to utter more, a finger incessantly poked at his chest. Dorag shot a disgruntled glance at Byrobati in his arms. Such a small nation, already liberated, and yet it was toppled so easily. What on earth is the commander of the Eastern Army doing? Almost defeated, had I not returned home to see my son and received a plea for help from your subordinate, you, the esteemed commander, might very well have met your end. How dare you interrupt my recruitment endeavors with such poor judgment? If not for your fruitability being suitable, I would have surely given you a taste of the consequences of disrupting your superior's grandstanding. But little did he know that Byrobati, cradled in his arms, felt equally distressed, wishing to avoid causing any disturbance to Dorag. Yet, the looming sun was about to strike. Thus, she could only whisper, "Leader, this is a slash. That person hasn't yet pursued us on the short doe. They haven't pursued?" But my observation clearly sensed a formidable life force. You claim this is merely a slash. Impossible. It is no wonder Dorag remained skeptical. Had he not battled with House before, Byrobati might not have believed that someone could infuse life energy into a slash. This is not surprising, for the breath of the sun was originally a technique created by Kazuki Urin, mimicking the essence of the sun, which shines impartially upon all. Thus, its aura is balanced and serene. Only upon impact does one truly grasp the sun's might. A technique opposing the notion of death represented by demons. The breath itself naturally embodies life. Dorag, who had not even glanced back, found it difficult to discern solely through his observation. An awkward silence enveloped the scene. It is no wonder Dorag is the leader. Faced with the teasing gaze of his subordinate, his expression remained unchanged at a mere slash. Nothing more? Cyclone. The whirlwind beneath his feet rapidly expanded, and in an instant, a massive tornado formed. Due to its contact with the water's surface, a substantial amount of seawater was swept up, transforming the once greenish vortex into a brilliant blue, creating a towering water column. The water column clashed with the sun, both forces seemingly engaged in a contest of strength. The intense heat from the sun caused the water to evaporate rapidly, producing a sizzle. Though Dorag maintained his composure, he felt a surge of shock within. The slash had already traveled several kilometers, and here it was still able to contend with his tempest. Truly remarkable. On the distant shore, House observed the obstruction of his slash without a trace of disappointment. Instead, breaking into a slight smile, he softly uttered, "Hello there, Patrick Star." I in the distance, the sky of Bailuo began to flicker erratically, its stability waning. Then, before the astonished eyes of Dorag and Byrobati, the sun erupted. Boom. The tremendous explosion created shockwaves that dispersed the water column, clearing the mist produced by the high temperature, while the sea surface within the blast radius was forced down several meters, generating colossal waves that spread outward. House, satisfied with the spectacle, nodded. The thought of pursuing had never crossed his mind upon seeing Dorag. How could one chase? By moonwalk. While moonwalk grants a degree of flight, its consumption is quite considerable. Even if House were unperturbed by such expenditure, his agility could never match that of Dorag, who could manipulate the wind. It was likely he would fall to Dorag's might. Though puzzled as to why Dorag had abruptly turned to confront his slash, House dismissed the concern. The outcome was favorable, was it not? Now, the Revolutionary Army would surely think twice before returning. House murmured to himself. Byrobati's affiliation with the Revolutionary Army had been exposed. If they returned, would they truly believe the CP system was idle? The Revolutionary Army had evaded capture for years precisely because they operated with the principle of striking and vanishing. No organization in this world could contend with the world government. As for whether Dorag and Byrobati had perished in the explosion, the outcome was, of course, no. Thanks to House's keen observation, Dorag had soared away at astonishing speed during the explosion. House was relieved he hadn't pursued. If he had, there would have been no chance of matching Dorag's speed. Indeed, he was the world's most notorious criminal, concealing such prowess. Dorag thought to himself, I was blown away. House calculated in silence, recalling that Dorag had rarely engaged in combat in the original narrative, his best moment being scaring Smoker, the shame of the natural type. However, Smoker was frequently bested, making him a poor standard for measurement. Smoker, can you hear me? Yet, even after Blackbeard's crew had raised their base, there had been no attempt at revenge, indicating he likely could not defeat Blackbeard. Dorag considered the possibility that he refrained from retaliation because he feared the Revolutionary Army would be annihilated by the world government. As for Akiji, although he had suffered an injury during the Marineford War, his strength remained undeniable. Given Blackbeard's level of information concealment and his ability to freely engage in leisure after joining the Blackbeard pirates, he surely could not contend with Aokiji. However, if Blackbeard could defeat the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, and those captains had held their ground against vice-admirals, it could be surmised that Blackbeard was at least a candidate for admiral status. While Dorag might be at the level of a rear admiral, whether he was an elite rear admiral or a standard one remained uncertain. While my strike, by Luo, was not the strongest technique, it was certainly formidable. Dorag, in a hasty defense, easily deflected it. Thus, I must be no more than a rear admiral, perhaps even a bit conservative, let's say, a commodore at best. Alas, I am truly too weak. Upon hearing these words, both Lyoya and Cadden displayed expressions of utter disbelief. Do you dare to listen to what you were saying? You weak? What do we count as then? Cadden's gaze darted around House, seemingly searching for where he had concealed the person. Apologies, she managed to escape. House shrugged, responding helplessly. The opponent had been cornered to the point of no return, yet she had flown away. Can you believe it? Is it true that even you could not capture her? The tone was steeped in despair. Is that woman truly so powerful? Or perhaps you were distracted by her beauty, allowing her to slip away? Lyoya questioned, her face filled with skepticism. As the only one to grasp the situation. Her observation indicated that Barobati's aura was not even as strong as her own. There was no way House could have been bested. He must have been distracted during a moment of indulgence. Cough, cough. I, House, am innocent throughout my life. How could I be that sort of person? She was rescued by someone. House covered his mouth, feigning a cough. How do you know I was watching? Who could rescue someone from your grasp? In Lyoya's view, you simply found that shameless woman attractive, thus letting her go. Her expression was one of indignation as she pointed accusingly at House. Cadden's countenance also darkened, clearly supporting Lyoya's assertion. Enough of this. House swatted Lyoya's hand aside, speaking in a low voice. It was Dorag. What? It was actually him. Who was Dorag? Upon hearing this name, Cadden was taken aback, while Lyoya remained confused. Is this Dorag truly formidable? Dorag serves as the leader of the Revolutionary Army and is recognized by the world government as the most heinous criminal in existence, posing a significant threat even to the government itself. House provided a brief explanation to Lu Wei. Hiss. Lu Wei gasped in shock. Although she was unfamiliar with who Dorag was, she was aware of the Revolutionary Army and understood that they had the potential to overthrow the world government. Just how formidable is the world government? When she first awakened her observation haki, she nearly fell into the sea, terrified by the presence of those within the Navy headquarters, and that was merely a fraction of the world government's power. So, that woman must be the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army, the wielder of the Inspire Fruit ability, Bella Betty. Upon hearing House's explanation, Cadden wore a bitter smile. It seemed that avenging himself was a distant dream. He felt a twinge of regret for doubting House just moments ago. House waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. He understood Cadden's intense desire for revenge. Why can't you seek vengeance? That woman doesn't appear to be significantly stronger than you. Just put in a little more effort, and you will surely triumph. As for that fellow named Dorag, leave him to me. Lyoya was unaware of Dorag's strength. But in her eyes, House was undoubtedly the strongest person she had ever encountered. Regardless of Dorag's reputation, he couldn't possibly be a match for House. Is that so? House. Lyoya's words shone like a glimmer of light in the dark night, prompting Cadden to reach out, fearful that it might vanish. Ahem, if it's merely a matter of stalling Dorag for a while, I believe I can manage. House hesitated to discourage Cadden further, weighing his own abilities, and offered Cadden a sliver of hope. All right, I shall strive diligently. Cadden suddenly burst forth with unimaginable zeal, his eyes ablaze with the fire of hope. He stood up and, under the puzzled gazes of Lu Wei and House, knelt before House. House, I implore you to assist me in my training. House. Lyoya, I can't take this anymore. Please spare me. No. You haven't given it your all. Once more, but I truly am exhausted. I can't move another muscle. Then I shall take action. No. House, I was mistaken. I shouldn't have teamed up with Lu Wei. Hearing the commotion emanating from the training room, House's complexion shifted from pale to flushed. All right, Cadden, I regarded you as a brother. And this is how you repay me? House burst open the training room door. Servant, you've arrived. This fellow is so dim-witted. No matter how I teach him, he remains utterly unteachable. Lu Wei discarded her stick and dashed to House's side, casting a disdainful glance at the exhausted Cadden seated on the floor. In contrast, she had sensed her connection with the servant in just a few days, while after half a month of teaching this fellow, there had been no progress at all. How could he be so slow-witted? Cadden, covered in bruises, was on the verge of tears. What do you mean I'm dim-witted? You said nothing to explain. You just came at me with that enormous thick stick, telling me to endure while blindfolded, and then began striking. When I asked, you said it was training for observation hockey, telling me to dodge the stick. But how could I dodge with my eyes covered? House, save me. I'm about to be beaten to death. Cadden's eyes glisten with tears. Ahem. So you were practicing observation hockey. I thought you were. House cleared his throat, feeling guilty. Servant, what did you think? I thought you were training for armament hockey. All right, let me see how you managed to leave Cadden in this state. He is my brother. House chuckled awkwardly and approached Cadden to assess his injuries. Behind him, Lu Wei stroked her smooth chin, appearing contemplative. Something felt amiss, yet it also seemed perfectly fine. Under House's examination, Cadden's injuries were not severe, primarily fatigue and some superficial wounds. Cadden, how can you say these are merely superficial wounds? I look so unrecognizable even to my mother. It's nothing serious. House casually infused a surge of energy into Cadden's body to expedite his recovery and then turned to Lu Wei. How did you assist him in training to end up with him in this state? It was just like how we trained, Lu Wei replied innocently, asserting that she had employed the same training methods as House, who learned swiftly, while Cadden did not. Cadden was simply too slow-witted. Is that so? House expressed skepticism. He was aware of Cadden's potential. Although not as gifted as himself, Cadden had shown promise when House taught him the breathing technique, which had gone smoothly. Try again for me. House crossed his arms. Glancing at Cadden, who was slightly recovering and stretching his limbs, Cadden looked astonished. You healed me just so she could hit me again? Lu Wei was unfazed by Cadden's expression. If House said to strike, then strike she would dot if she caused any harm. House could always heal him. With a swift motion, Lu Wei utilized her shaving technique, picked up the stick from the ground, and dashed behind Cadden, preparing to strike his head. Although she was attacking from behind, Cadden instinctively tilted his head away. Then, bang, the stick struck Cadden's head, bringing him one step closer to enlightenment. Clap. House covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight. The mystery was solved. He understood why Cadden had been unable to master observation hockey. Lu Wei, is this how you've always taught? Indeed, this is what Tina taught me. To learn observation hockey, one must endure blows. Once you can evade attacks, you have mastered it. Lu Wei was confident. This method had proven effective for both herself and House, but she remained puzzled as to why Cadden had yet to grasp it. Cadden, are you capable of sensing when the stick is about to strike you? House inquired. Imichum. Imichum. Cadden nodded frantically, casting wary glances at Lu Wei, or more accurately, at the stick in her hand. Nonsense, he didn't evade at all, Lu Wei retorted indignantly. Not dodging the stick meant he hadn't mastered observation hockey. The stick in Liu Yue's hand twitched with anticipation. Sensing Liu Yue's growing anger, Cadden swiftly ducked behind House, refusing to show his face. His timid demeanor elicited laughter from House. Liu Yue, here's a small suggestion. Next time during training, refrain from using observation hockey. Indeed, House had observed clearly. While striking Cadden, Liu Yue had utilized observation hockey. It was evident that Cadden had evaded the stick's initial strike, but with Liu Yue employing her hockey, her body instinctively altered the stick's trajectory. And Cadden's speed paled in comparison to hers. Unless Cadden's observation hockey surpassed Liu Yue's, he would never evade her stick for the rest of his life. Is that true? Lu Wei questioned, unable to believe it could be so simple. Let me try. Lu Wei, skeptical, swung her stick once more. While it still struck Cadden's shoulder, at least it missed his head. I truly learned it. Servant, you're amazing. Lu Wei was oblivious to her own mistakes, gazing at House with admiration. Despite her long efforts to teach Cadden, the dimwit had made no progress, while House's casual guidance had yielded results. Could it be that she lacked teaching ability? Lu Yue fell into self-doubt, but quickly reassured herself. After all, House's conqueror's hockey was something she had taught him, and he learned it with ease. Thus, it couldn't possibly be her fault. Cadden was simply too slow-witted. Cadden, is there no one to speak on my behalf? Observing Liu Yue's smug expression, House couldn't resist and tousled her hair. Liu Yue's hairstyle became a chaotic mess, causing her to flail in protest. With all the rebels eradicated, the days ahead would be devoted to rebuilding the kingdom. In pursuit of a comfortable retirement, House had diligently put in many late nights, finally drafting a new set of laws. Although he faced vehement opposition from the obstinate Burns, House merely remarked, "You are already a fallen nation." Sending Burns off to contemplate his failures. It wasn't that House was heartless. Continuing the existing system was tantamount to enacting no change at all. A rebellion had already occurred, and it had succeeded. This time, They had merely leveraged the Navy's external force to restore their nation. Should oppression arise again, the common folk might think, if it comes to that, we can simply rebel once more. Such a nation could hardly maintain stability. The Honorable King Cadden fully supported this notion, having been led astray by House since childhood, showing no attachment to power and solely focused on strengthening their forces to exact revenge. No. These people must be executed. The stubborn old Burns, with his neck craned defiantly, brought his cane crashing heavily to the ground, embodying an unwavering resolve not to yield. Spare me your words. They are already sentenced to death. You go and handle the tasks. House shot a glare at Burns. If I must go, then I shall go. The mere existence of these traitors is an affront to our dear king. Burns glared back, his eyes wide with fury. Unless you kill me today, I will never agree to this. House felt exasperated. This old fellow was growing increasingly obstinate with age. Today, he had proposed to take the rebellious soldiers from their cells to mend the city walls, thus conserving resources that would otherwise be wasted on their imprisonment. But this old curmudgeon had vehemently rejected the idea, insisting that these criminals must be executed. This represented a fundamental clash of worldviews. In the world of pirates, there is a prevailing notion regarding criminals. Simply imprisoning them suffices. For instance, the infamous impel down prison houses countless inmates, including many devil fruit users. The Navy justifies this by stating that should any of these users die, their powers would reincarnate somewhere in the world, potentially leading to further calamity if they fell into the wrong hands. House could only describe this reasoning as utter nonsense. Is it truly random that these powers reincarnate? Why have the devil fruit users in the East Blue become mere legends in recent years, not to mention the New World and the Grand Line? Why do the other three seas have devil fruits while the East Blue does not? Are you certain there isn't something fishy going on? In House's eyes, criminals are just expendable laborers. Wherever danger lurks, let them go. If they perish, so be it. They were meant to die anyway. Those fortunate enough to survive can continue their work. This is far more productive than torturing them in prison, as long as they can endure the labor. Once the nation is rebuilt, they shall certainly face execution. Ultimately, Burns reluctantly capitulated. For the current king, Cadden, was House's brother. Fine, we shall execute them once the nation no longer needs laborers. House readily agreed, though the actual executions would never occur. Nation building is not a task to be completed in just a few years. If necessary, they could even employ these criminals as a suicide squad to combat pirates. One must not waste manpower. Now, it was time to address another matter. The solemn expressions of those present brought a hushed gravity to the room. While dealing with criminals was a significant issue, it paled in comparison to the matter they were about to discuss. House pulled out a book from his pocket. Little D was visibly excited. Is this the new code of laws you mentioned? Indeed. House placed the book on the table, with the words Day and Moon Law elegantly inscribed on the cover. This law was based on the Great Ming Code, adapted to reflect the unique characteristics of the contemporary world. It even replicated the cabinet system. It wasn't that House wished to take drastic measures. However, observing the state of Drago's revolutionary army made him reconsider. Drago had spent over 20 years evading the world government due to his half-hearted revolutionary efforts. If House were to implement radical changes, would the Demon Slayer order not obliterate this island in an instant? Cadden, Little D, and Burns huddled together, eagerly perusing the Day and Moon Law. This system is splendid. It requires the king to do absolutely nothing, Cadden exclaimed, reveling in the sense of freedom it afforded him. Were it not for his thirst for vengeance, he would never have aspired to kingship. The cabinet system liberated him perfectly. House smiled slightly, having deliberately chosen this system. The Ming dynasty's framework was the most relaxed for a monarch. Reflecting on the entire Ming dynasty, one could hardly find a single competent emperor among its 16 rulers. Especially notable was a certain individual obsessed with alchemy, who neglected court duties for 2 decades, during which the nation remained unscathed. Such was the effectiveness of the system. Excellent. This is precisely how we should address corrupt officials. Burns exclaimed, fervently approving. He loathed corrupt officials even more than traitors, for it was the corrupt that had brought ruin upon the former First Kingdom. Were it not for their extortionate practices, the populace would not have been driven to rebellion. This was also within House's considerations. One must acknowledge that, in terms of dealing with corrupt officials, the Ming dynasty was unparalleled among historical feudal empires. While corruption persisted, it was largely due to the underdeveloped communication systems that allowed officials to cover their tracks. However, in the pirate world, despite limited communication capabilities, they were still significantly better than those of the Ming dynasty. Furthermore, what characterizes this world? Pirates. If people are cornered, they will turn to piracy. When the Navy investigates, They will trace the individual back to their origins and inform the king, thereby exposing the corruption. The little D did not voice her thoughts. The admiration in her eyes sparkled brightly. She had accompanied House for a long time and was well aware of his benevolent attitude towards the common folk. In stark contrast to his strictness towards officials, this legal framework showed remarkable care for the people, as House hailed from a modern era. However, it was not without its limitations. One could say that the freedom permitted within the law was exceptionally high. For instance, if one were to criticize the king, it would be deemed innocent. Yet, spreading falsehoods about others would be punishable. Overall, this was a legal code imbued with the distinctive characteristics of the pirate world. While it had its flaws, it was far superior to other nations where kings and nobles wielded absolute power, perfectly suited to the current state of the First Kingdom. Moreover, the Ming dynasty's greatest flaw. The nobility had been eradicated by the rebels, leaving only Cadden as the sole remnant of noble blood in the entire nation. The group extolled House's legal code, yet they also offered several suggestions. Cadden insisted on abolishing the monarchy, but this proposal was met with unanimous dissent from those present. Only the king could determine whether to join the world government, and the support of the world government was vital for the kingdom's current standing, at the very least. It would ensure naval assistance against pirates. Burns fervently dissuaded Cadden, with Little D and House in agreement. Should any problems arise, it was the king who would bear the consequences. Ultimately, with Burns' counsel and a bit of assistance from House, Cadden tearfully ascended to the throne. Cadden, have you ever seen a fist the size of a sandbag? I have. With the 3-month deadline approaching, House's task was nearing completion, and fortunately, he had accomplished nearly everything he set out to do. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for time to validate the results. The sun shone brightly over the sea, and a gentle breeze wafted in on the third deck of the warship. 3 lounge chairs were positioned side by side. House sipped an ice-cold cola from 1982, feeling utterly content. This is how life ought to be. By the way, aren't you going back to oversee things? Cadden waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. It's fine. With that old curmudgeon Burns around, nothing will go awry. Besides, the Emperor is Tushenfoss. What concern is it of mine? Peer Cadden. Goodness, how literary of you. House replied. Well then, as long as you're happy. He refrained from further persuasion. If that old curmudgeon Burns had been swayed by this lad, his own efforts would be futile. In truth, House could understand. Until Cadden successfully avenged Belabedi, he could never remain docile within the kingdom. However, it was of little consequence, as under his system, the king would largely just be a figurehead. Setting aside those matters, what is with those sunglasses? Are you nearsighted? As soon as they boarded the ship, Cadden produced a pair of sunglasses from seemingly nowhere and donned them. Mention of the glasses piqued Cadden's interest. He pushed his glasses up with a finger. These are my latest invention. Opaque glasses designed to obscure vision and train one's observation hockey. Would you like a pair? I have a spare. Thank you, but no. House politely declined. It seemed Cadden was quite enamored with his own eyes. House ultimately refrained from asking why he required glasses when they served no different purpose than closing one's eyes. This is quite delicious. Servant, do try some. The small hand of 6 leaves, reclining beside House, reached upward as if to offer something. However, the item was nowhere to be seen, and the blanket covering her slipped to the floor. House gently picked up the blanket and draped it back over 6 leaves. You can't even lie still while sleeping. How troublesome. During this time, 6 leaves had indeed endured considerable hardship, though House had not assigned her any specific tasks. Her inherently kind nature compelled her to assist the common folk. No longer did she pester about visiting various barriers or magical anomalies. She merely wandered through the city, helping those in need and quietly contributing as best she could. It was likely that the entire populace of the royal city did not recognize their king, Cadden. However, one must certainly be acquainted with the female naval officer whose hair is a striking blend of black and white, and whose attire mirrors this peculiar duality. House reclined languidly in a chair, gazing at the clouds drifting lazily across the sky, wishing that life could remain in such a tranquil state indefinitely. I, House, have vowed never to leave the East Sea in this lifetime. I am truly grateful to your esteemed House. Were it not for him, I would have perished. The phone bug mimicked the iconic 2 tufts of a Sicilian major's mustache, its voice resonating with vigor. Is that so? I always thought he was quite commendable. How's your injury? Do you require me to send House for another examination? The individual conversing with Cicely is none other than Brigadier Blingling, who is soon to meet House. Haha, no need. I have completely recovered. But how could you keep such a secret from me? That lad possesses formidable secret techniques, yet his frail constitution is rather unfortunate. Cicely's voice was tinged with regret. What are you talking about? What secret have I kept from you? Bling Bling responded, perplexed. Stop pretending. That fellow has already revealed his hand. You simply wish to witness my embarrassment, don't you? I suspected you weren't a good person back in training. Cicely retorted with irritation. No. What are you on about? You don't know. I don't know. The expression simulated by the phone bug did not appear to be feigned. Cicely pondered for a moment before deciding to share the truth with Bling Bling. That lad possesses a family secret technique that can unleash hidden potential. Indeed, I am aware of that. Last time my troops triumphed over the fishmen, it was thanks to his ability. What? You mustn't take that lad's life. Unleashing potential can inflict internal injuries upon him. When did you become the sort to sacrifice subordinates for personal glory? Cicely recalled House's words in the infirmary, where he had stated that while unleashing potential enhances strength, it also risks internal harm due to the body's inability to withstand it. Internal harm. That lad has never mentioned such a thing to me. He merely referred to it as a family secret technique. At this moment, Bling Bling regretted not being able to slap himself, for he had believed House was merely avoiding work by hiding in the infirmary, not realizing it was to recover from an injury, and he had even compelled him to set sail. I truly am a fool. If given another chance, regardless of the 7 warlords, I would risk my life to ensure that large, rotund fish does not dare to bully a single hair on House's head. Bling Bling's thoughts raced, and his expression shifted dramatically. Oh no, that lad's sense of justice. Cicely, listen to me. That lad upholds an unyielding sense of justice, a relentless belief that he must fight to the very end. With his conviction, should he encounter pirates again, he is bound to employ that secret technique. Cicely's countenance darkened. If that were the case, his body might not withstand it for long. How infuriating. Had I known, I would never have brought him into the Navy. I never anticipated it would lead to his harm. Bling Bling's eyes brimmed with tears. House, I am sorry. Indeed, if that lad's medical skills cannot resolve this flaw, only a miracle could save him. Miracle? The two paused abruptly, then exclaimed in unison, Devil fruit. Yes, indeed. The devil fruit possesses miraculous powers. It could surely save House, Cicely exclaimed with excitement. However, the EC has not seen a devil fruit for many years. Bling Bling initially felt exhilarated, only to be swiftly overcome by disappointment. There may not be any here, but the Grand Line does have them. Cicely maintained a more optimistic outlook. Are you suggesting sending him to the Grand Line? That seems unwise. The Grand Line is fraught with peril. Bling Bling hesitated. We must take a chance. Do you wish to simply watch that lad perish? Cicely remained exceptionally calm. Staying in the East Sea would only lead to waiting for death. Although the Grand Line is dangerous, the opportunity to acquire a devil fruit would be significantly greater. After some contemplation, Bling Bling resolved that rather than languishing in despair, it was better to take a risk. Thus, they would send him to the Grand Line. House, you will surely understand my decision, will you not? Achoo. House rubbed his nose. Was it due to the prolonged nap on the deck that he caught a chill? He tightened his clothing, reminding himself to be cautious. As he could not afford to become ill, he intended to enjoy a peaceful retirement in the East Sea. After a 6-month interval, House returned once more to the East Sea's 77th branch. Upon disembarking, House immediately sensed that something was amiss. Is there something on me? House inquired of Louis and the others, spinning around in an attempt to discern any peculiarities about himself. Nothing, you're perfectly clean. They all replied in unison. Then what is with them? House pointed at the stationed Navy personnel who occasionally cast furtive glances his way. I don't know. Perhaps they admire you, suggested Shouty, offering a response starkly different from the others. Admire me? What is there to admire? Don't joke around. Let's go. House clearly did not believe it. He had not returned to the base in half a year. How could he have admirers? It's no matter. A few glances are inconsequential. Suppressing his discomfort, House pressed onward, as he had far more pressing matters to attend to. Therefore, we, the Navy, must uphold an indomitable spirit and fight to the bitter end against pirates. In his house passed by the training ground, he heard a familiar clamor. What is happening? Yet, by the time he approached, the crowd had begun to disperse. When did we recruit so many newcomers? House, unaware that Navy personnel from other regions had come to learn here, assumed these were fresh recruits during his absence from the 77th branch. Mr. House? A voice of surprise echoed from ahead, loud enough to make House's ears ring. Suddenly, the world darkened as the voice's owner stood before him like a wall, prompting House to look up. It Smurd. Seeing you looking so spirited puts my mind at ease. Yes, Mr. House. Was that you giving a speech just now? It was truly impressive. I felt deeply moved and inspired to combat the forces of darkness. Keep up the great work. House exchanged pleasantries with Smurd, casually complimenting him, but his thoughts drifted towards the building, This matter was of utmost importance. I have business to discuss with the brigadier. I must take my leave. He gave Smurd a couple of light pats on the shoulder before continuing towards the building. So, that was Smurd's voice. No wonder it was so loud. But what on earth was he talking about? It seemed rather passionate. Regardless, it has nothing to do with me. Moreover, has Smurd grown again? How tall he has become. All right, Mr. House. Smurd gazed at House's retreating figure, his smile stretching nearly to the back of his head. Mr. House acknowledged me. He thinks I spoke well. I must continue to strive. However, I have already promoted my message in the vicinity. What should I do now? House's words left Smurd with newfound confusion. Yet the departing crowd was not confused. Rather, they were filled with excitement. Is that truly Mr. House? I can hardly believe I am seeing his true form. Indeed, he is the one who embodies an indomitable spirit of justice. Look how famous he is. He even smiled at me as he walked by. What you experienced pales in comparison. Mr. House even made way for me. Such a remarkable individual, yet utterly unpretentious, truly a messenger of peace. I must learn from Mr. House and embody an unyielding sense of justice. A new wave of cheers erupted in the square. Why is it so noisy? Whatever, it has nothing to do with me. I will soon be liberated. Ha ha. Having already entered the building, House did not catch what the crowd was saying. Only the sound of a raucous commotion. He paid it no mind, his face adorned with a smile as he focused solely on one matter, reporting to Bling Bling. This was a significant affair concerning his life. The situation unfolded thus. I have not apprehended any pirates this time, wasting 3 months of my time, and I have even meddled in some internal affairs of the kingdom. I sincerely apologize to the Navy, to the people, and to your trust. Please punish me. I would accept expulsion from the Navy without complaint. House lowered his head, feigning a heart-wrenching sorrow, occasionally stealing glances at Bling Bling's reactions. Indeed, this was House's intent, a legitimate resignation. Those were mere trifles, unworthy of concern. Bling Bling appeared utterly nonchalant, as if House had uttered not a word. No, I have squandered 3 months of a ship's cruise time. I have even meddled in royal affairs. Will there be no repercussions for me? You cannot disregard the law simply because of our friendship. House gazed at the vacant-headed figure before him, feeling an inexplicable urge to strike. This situation was amiss. It was supposed to be Bling Bling who would erupt in fury and dismiss me from the Navy with a wave of his hand. What was happening now? Bling Bling, you are actually abusing your power. I shall report you to headquarters. Rest assured, the procedures are entirely legal. Seeing the lingering skepticism on House's face, Bling Bling began his explanation. Initially, your position did not qualify you for training at headquarters. I persuaded Cicely to register your file under his name, thereby allowing you to become a soldier at headquarters and participate in the training. After the training concluded, your file was erased. Thus, strictly speaking, during the prior period, you were not a member of the Navy. Only upon your return to report can I re-register you, and then you shall be a Navy officer. Therefore, House, welcome to the Navy. Bling Bling proclaimed with finality. House's mouth fell agape. What? It can be played like this? No wonder you agreed so readily back then, showing no concern for my interference in domestic affairs. It turns out this was the reason. I have to wait until I report back to be recognized as a Navy officer? Why didn't you say so earlier? Had you informed me, I wouldn't have returned at all. Oh, so this is how it is. I thank you. One might wonder how House managed to suppress the urge to vomit blood while uttering this phrase. It was simply a matter of pride. Being dismissed for violations and voluntarily resigning are two entirely different matters. If dismissed for violations, one could still seek justification. However, voluntarily leaving the Navy carries the lifelong stigma of being a deserter. A label House would rather avoid, especially since he could not retort. Observing House's somewhat distorted expression, Bling Bling couldn't help but reflect that had it been anyone else, they would have rejoiced at the prospect of evading punishment. Yet only an exemplary naval officer like House would feel tormented by his own escape from retribution. By the way, House, there is more good news, due to your heroic act during training. Although it cannot be made public, Headquarters has awarded you an excellent rating for your performance. Congratulations, you have been promoted to warrant officer. What? Not only did I fail to resign, but I was also promoted. House felt as though an arrow had struck his knee, staring blankly at Bling Bling. I know this position is somewhat lowly, but it is the best I could secure for you. Rest assured, I have already devised a plan regarding your ailment, and results will be forthcoming soon. Bling Bling patted House on the shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. He too felt that the position was somewhat inadequate, but there was little to be done. House's experience was still lacking. Even if all of Bling Bling's accumulated merits were bestowed upon him, House could not rise further. However, Bling Bling smugly thought that House would never suspect that he had already paved the way for him. providing an opportunity to venture into that wondrous realm and securing a means of survival. Yet, seeing House's dazed visage, Bling Bling decided it was best to wait a while before broaching the subject. After all, House felt guilty even about this innocuous matter. What if he were to decline the chance to embark on the Grand Line? Surely, I cannot simply drag him there. It is better to wait until the dust settles. Not to inform him, but to transfer him discreetly. By the time he discovers it, the matter will already be settled, and a man of his adherence to rules would naturally accept it, for House's sake. This old fellow Bling Bling truly labored excessively. Very well, you should rest for a few days. I will assign you tasks again shortly. With that, Bling Bling placed his arm around House's shoulder and gently ushered him out. House, in a daze, returned to his quarters, seated himself in a chair, and cradled his head. What on earth is going on? Everything was supposed to go according to plan. I was supposed to perform averagely in the training camp, then breach the Navy's prohibitive regulations, and thus be dismissed. Was I not? How did I end up being promoted? Is this world truly so merciless? It feels like a mockery. Meanwhile, Smurd and Xiaodi gathered together. And it is worth noting that Xiaodi too had received a promotion, now holding the rank of Chief Petty Officer. In the Four Seas, particularly in the East Sea, a Chief Petty Officer's rank is already quite substantial, capable of commanding a ship independently. Thus, ever since the office notified him of his promotion and inquired whether he wished to operate independently, he had been in a quandary. On one hand, he genuinely desired to set sail. After spending so long by Mr. House's side, was it not for the purpose of becoming a good Navy officer? Now that the opportunity had arisen, he ought to cherish it. Yet, accepting it would mean he could no longer continue learning from Mr. House, which left him in a dilemma. What should I do? Xiaodi tossed and turned in bed for half the night, unable to find sleep, his agitation mounting as he scratched his head, since sleep eluded him. He decided to forego it, donning a coat and taking a lantern as he stepped outside. The night at the branch appeared somewhat desolate. The once bustling square was now silent, save for the occasional patrol passing by. Who goes there? Oh, it is Chief Petty Officer Demio. Then there is nothing to worry about. From the dormitory to the port, Xiaodi had already been questioned several times, although he understood the guards were merely doing their duty. His mood grew increasingly irritable. Walking along the embankment, the tide below crashed against the shore, sending countless splashes into the air. What on earth should I do? Who goes there? A sharp command startled Xiaodi. As a robust shadow leaped up, towering nearly twice his height, the voice jolted Xiaodi, who quickly raised his lantern to illuminate the figure. Xiaodi, Chief Petty Officer Smurd. Ah, so it is our own. The crisis has passed. The two sat side by side on the embankment, gazing at the dark expanse of the sea before them. What brings you here so late? Perhaps unable to endure the silence, Smurd took the initiative to ask. This was precisely what Xiaodi desired, as he yearned for conversation. Moreover, Smurd had previously been House's superior, having left when House set sail independently, making their situations somewhat comparable. Chief Petty Officer Smurd, I find myself in a bit of a quandary. I wish to become a ship's captain. Yet, I feel unprepared and believe I should continue learning, acquiring more experience to ensure the safety of the crew. What do you think I should do? Upon hearing this, Smurd burst into hearty laughter. I thought it was something significant. Turns out it's merely this. Smurd slapped Xiaodi on the back, the force nearly sending him tumbling into the sea. Fortunately, Xiaodi was quick-witted enough to grasp a stone on the embankment, averting disaster. He shot a resentful glance at Smurd. Smurd, startled by the encounter, felt a bit uneasy under Xiaodi's gaze. I apologize. I didn't mean to do that. It's just your question is a bit peculiar. House has told me before that the sea is always fraught with danger. Never assume you are entirely prepared and that nothing will go awry. But Smurd's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of seriousness, the light-hearted atmosphere dissipating entirely. The civilians are similarly unprepared to fend off pirate incursions if we continually hesitate, contemplating this and that. What will become of them? Who will save them? Overthinking is less effective than taking action. I may not be particularly clever, but I know that if I do not pursue the pirates, they will persist. His voice was not loud, yet resonated profoundly within Xiaodi's soul. Indeed, I always think that I must be more thorough, more meticulous. Yet how often do we encounter perfection in this world? To wish to capture pirates while shunning risk is an impossibility. Mr. House had long taught me not to act impulsively in the face of problems, but to think carefully. Life must take precedence. I had always interpreted this as a call for thorough contemplation, to prepare exhaustively before taking action, yet life is paramount, not only my own but also the lives of civilians. While I dithered, I remained oblivious to the countless civilians suffering at the hands of pirates. Mr. House, I have failed. At that moment, The agitation that had been troubling Xiaodi vanished entirely, replaced by a resolute determination. A steadfast commitment to safeguarding peace. I am immensely grateful to Mr. Samud for imparting this wisdom to me. Xiaodi rose and bowed deeply to Samud, vowing to defend him fiercely against anyone who dared to label him foolish. Such a characterization was far from the truth, for he was a man of profound wisdom. There is no need for formality. Simply call me Samud, he replied, sensing that Xiaodi had come to a realization, a source of quiet satisfaction for him. However, the thought of his own unresolved issues quickly cast a shadow across his features once more. With his worries alleviated, Xiaodi's keen intellect reclaimed its prominence, and upon noticing Samud's troubled expression, it was evident that he too was grappling with a dilemma. Samud, is there something you find perplexing? Xiaodi inquired kindly. Samud was forthcoming. Today, I encountered Mr. House, who praised my speech and urged me to strive further. Yet, I have already exhausted all avenues for promoting the East Sea. I genuinely do not know how to proceed. He spread his hands in frustration, wishing to advance but finding no path forward. After a moment of silence, during which Xiaodi offered no response, Samud let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Indeed, it was a challenging situation. Even someone as astute as Xiaodi seemed at a loss. Well, I have my own thoughts on the matter. He began, but before he could finish, Xiaodi interjected. Since there are no more places to promote in the East Sea, why not venture to the South, North, and West Seas? Mr. House's ideals of love and peace are meant for the common people of the world and should not be confined to the East Sea. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? Samud exclaimed, smacking his forehead with such force that Xiaodi winced at the sight. Samud's face lit up with excitement as he turned towards the ocean, arms outstretched. Realizing that there remained vast opportunities for him to explore, his fighting spirit ignited instantly. Fortunately, he remained oblivious to Xiaodi's affectionate gaze directed at him. Is this truly the source of such distress that one loses sleep at night? How trivial, Xiaodi mused silently, entirely forgetting that his own concerns were far from inconsequential. Can such a person effectively promote Mr. House's ideals? Xiaodi pondered inwardly. In the office of the East Sea branch, the branch chief's office. Brin sat behind his desk, fingers interlocked like a bridge, chin resting atop them, his gaze piercing. Can you assure me that this information in your possession is authentic? The events documented in this report are things I have witnessed firsthand. There is no fabrication. Should any discrepancies arise, I am prepared to accept punishment. The first-class soldier, though wrapped in bandages, spoke with resolute clarity, albeit tinged with a hint of remorse. However, the report states that you have been with the branch for 3 years. Why report this only now? Brin lowered his hands, fixing an intense stare upon the soldier, seemingly attempting to glean something from his eyes. Yet, apart from unwavering determination, he discerned nothing. I too was deceived by Colonel Mouse's web of lies. He told us that if we did not collaborate with the pirates, they would claim even more lives, and that cooperation was necessary to protect the civilians. But the soldier's voice suddenly rose in agitation. Ever since you defeated the dragon pirates, Colonel Mouse has been morose, even refusing to return the stolen goods to the villagers. Half a month ago, when the chief demanded he return the villagers' belongings, he claimed he was still inventorying them and would return them soon, only to then assign the chief a mission to eliminate pirates, citing the enemy's formidable strength, and he gathered all those who had opposed him onto a single ship. Initially, we believed it to be a routine operation. Colonel Mouse expressed concern for us and provided ample supplies. However, when the operation commenced, instead of ambushing the pirates as planned, we arrived at the location only to find no pirate ship. Just as we were puzzled, the pirates attacked us. During our desperate struggle, a man aboard their ship, wearing a black hat, identified himself as the vice captain, claiming that Colonel Mouse had informed them of our presence and instructed them to eliminate us. Although we did not understand why, we never encountered the captain. In the end, the soldier's eyes brimmed with tears, his voice thick with emotion. Chief Chow charged onto their ship alone, blocking their path and allowing us to await rescue from Branch 77. We survived, but Chief Chow, the first-class soldier, wiped away a tear. I once thought of myself merely as a first-class soldier, lacking the strength to challenge a colonel, especially one who is also a branch chief. Yet, after hearing Chief Samud's speech, I realized that the Navy should never yield. The honor of the Navy must not be insulted. Thus, I took the bold step of reporting this matter to you. Please, for the sake of those villagers and Chief Chow, seek justice. Enduring his own wounds, the soldier bowed deeply. Brin rushed forward to steady him, directing him to face himself. If the situation is as you say, I will not allow Colonel Mouse to tarnish the honor of the Navy. Rest assured. Thank you, Brigadier General. Now, go tend to your injuries. We may yet need your testimony. Yes. Bryn summoned someone to escort the soldier back to the infirmary before returning to his chair. Pressing his temples. What now? To be honest, Bryn was inclined to believe the evidence against Colonel Mouse. However, a single soldier's testimony was insufficient to convict a colonel. More evidence was required. While it was possible to seek out the oppressed villagers, if Colonel Mouse caught wind of it, he might take more extreme actions, further damaging the Navy's reputation. Someone needed to approach him without raising his suspicions, secretly gather evidence, and be capable of subduing him should he act irrationally. What to do? Bryn found himself in a quandary. Ultimately, the Navy was a violent institution. It was not difficult to find individuals with considerable strength, but finding someone with intellect proved challenging. Knock, knock. Dust cascaded down with the sound of the door being struck. As if the door might collapse at any moment, Samud's distinctive knock interrupted Bryn's train of thought. With exasperation, Bryn called out, "Come in!" Samud's robust form squeezed through the doorframe. Indeed, the rapidly growing Samud was beginning to exceed the height of the doorframe. "Brigadier General, I wish to venture to the other 3 seas. What did you say? Is there something I have done to offend you? You wish to leave? Samud, if you have anything to say, please do so plainly. If you have suffered any grievances, share them with me. There is no need for such formalities. I ask it because I sent Zeiss instead of you on the last pirate mission. I must criticize you for that. We cannot assign all the tasks to you. Others must have the opportunity to prove themselves too. As for the previous request for help, I explained that we were too far away, and Westing was the closest, which is why he was dispatched. Come, take a seat and tell me why you wish to leave." Bryn wore a broad smile, unable to suppress his thoughts. Just moments ago, there had been a report against a superior officer in the room. Though he believed he had done nothing wrong, there were certainly a few instances that skirted the edges of propriety. Samud, rubbing his bald head, chuckled heartily. "I wish to continue promoting Mr. House's ideals of justice, but I have exhausted all promotional opportunities in the East Sea. I can only go to the other 3 seas. I see," Bryn said with a sigh of relief, "as long as it is not a report. I am glad." He then pondered the idea of sending Samud to promote in the other 3 seas. This was a task that could be both difficult and simple. Brigadier General. It would not be a challenge to request a few personnel from the other 4 seas. Considering this, Bryn scrutinized Samud, but once he left, returning would be another matter entirely. Generally, such cross-sea transfers required coordination from headquarters. But who was he? A seasoned brigadier general with numerous acquaintances. Samud, you must consider carefully. Once you venture to the other 3 seas, you may find less time for promotion than you have now. For the other seas are not as tranquil as the East Sea. Bryn earnestly offered his heartfelt counsel, and indeed, it was true that Smurd could promote his influence in the East Sea so swiftly primarily due to the scarcity of pirates in that region, coupled with the robust support of his brigadier general. However, in other maritime territories, such advantages would be non-existent. "Thank you, Brigadier General. I understand that venturing into other seas will present formidable challenges. Nevertheless, combating piracy is inherently our duty as naval officers, and I shall not lose sight of that fundamental responsibility." Smurd was acutely aware of his circumstances. He had pondered this matter throughout the night. Currently, the East Sea was relatively tranquil, rendering his presence inconsequential. Yet, he recognized himself as merely a brash individual. Despite his uncertainty regarding the cause, his strength had markedly increased over the past few months, even harboring a peculiar gray aura within him. By adhering to a specific breathing technique, he could activate this energy, resulting in a dramatic surge in power. In other words, the East Sea no longer afforded him the opportunity to fully express his capabilities. "Very well, do you wish to venture into the South Sea, the North Sea, or the West Sea?" Bryn inquired, maintaining a supportive demeanor towards his subordinates' aspirations, so long as they did not engage in actions that would bring disgrace to the Navy. Observing Smurd's resolute expression reminded him of his own youthful determination. As a commanding officer, it was his obligation to safeguard his subordinates while nurturing their growth, a lesson imparted by his own superior, who, though long gone, had instilled enduring values within him. A fleeting glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Bryn's eyes. "To the other 3 seas, Smurd replied in a gruff tone. "I meant which specific sea? To the other 3 seas. Which one? The other 3 are the 3 seas mere playgrounds for you. Do you presume yourself to be an admiral, free to roam at will? You must choose but one. Return to me once you've given it due consideration," Bryn chastised, delivering a playful kick to Smurd's rear. Unfortunately, Smurd was too robust. The kick not only failed to budge him, but also left Bryn's foot throbbing with pain. "Oh," Smurd acknowledged, sensing he had erred, and he slumped his head as he exited. This fellow has grown old. He can't even move a child, Blinblin jested, though his gaze betrayed no trace of reproach. If only House exhibited such enthusiasm, I wouldn't have to resort to devising schemes to earn his accolades. Blinblin chuckled and shook his head. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. House possessed intellect and would not be overly guarded, yet could effectively subdue adversaries when necessary. This task was perfectly suited for House, as a doctor. He could infiltrate the 16th Division under the pretense of treating the wounded or instructing the medical staff, thereby gathering evidence without raising suspicion. Moreover, Little D had reported that House had acquired commendable swordsmanship from a vice admiral that in the past. House would likely have resisted such an assignment. However, now he had matured into a diligent individual, likely to acquiesce. Blinblin nodded and summoned House. House, I have a task for you I refuse. No. This task I refuse. Listen, the task is silence. Let me finish. Oh, House muttered, feeling aggrieved that I have trained for 3 months at headquarters, returned without rest, and pursued pirates for another 3 months, only to be assigned yet another task before I've had a moment to recuperate. There is no consideration for humanity. Who lacks humanity? Blinblin retorted, his mustache bristling with indignation. You can hear me. I was referring to you. I was speaking of a commander who shows no regard for his subordinates' well-being, insisting on assigning them tasks. You were too kind. Surely, I was not speaking of you. Blinblin, nearly exasperated to the point of laughter, pondered House's cryptic remarks. At that moment, he found himself questioning whether this individual truly embodied the unwavering justice he proclaimed. Could it be that Smurd had misjudged him? In that instant, Blinblin drew closer to the truth. Taking a deep breath, he resolved that although House was indeed the most suitable candidate, his reluctance could easily lead to complications. Let us assign this investigation of Colonel Mouse to someone else. You may return to rest. What did you say? House exclaimed, dropping his finger from his ear in shock. Blinblin, equally startled by House's unexpected reaction, clarified, I said you may return to rest. No, the previous statement. After a moment of contemplation, Blinblin softly replied, the investigation of Colonel Mouse exactly. House seized the opportunity amidst Blinblin's momentary confusion, responding loudly, I shall go. What is the task? Blinblin stared blankly at House's exuberant expression, momentarily unable to discern whether he was addressing a human or a dog. After some time, he regained his composure, although he was unsure of the reasons behind House's enthusiasm. It was clear that no one was better suited for the task. The task is as follows. Someone has reported Colonel Mouse, but the evidence is insufficient, so we require you. Blinblin elaborated on the details of the mission. Once you acquire conclusive evidence, I authorize you to arrest Colonel Mouse on the spot. Understood, Brigadier General. Is there anything else? House inquired with a smile, narrowing his eyes. Yes. I will arrange for you to accompany the injured of the 16th Division tomorrow. Assess the situation as you see fit, prioritize your safety, and feel free to abandon the mission if necessary. Understood. House stood and saluted before departing. As House closed the door behind him, Blinblin was suddenly struck by a premonition. This time, Colonel Mouse was in dire straits. Well, he is merely a naval disgrace. There is no need to dwell on him. Exiting, House rubbed his hands together in excitement. Mouse, oh Mouse, you are finally within my grasp. His sinister laughter echoed into the nearby restroom, startling a soldier within so much that he lost his composure. The following day, rumors spread among the Navy of a ghost lurking around the restroom, mocking those whose stature fell short. Of course, House was oblivious to this. He was currently seated at a table with Little D, Cadden, and Lu Wei, sharing a meal together, though the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Little D, are you truly leaving? Wouldn't it be better if we all stayed together? Lu Wei inquired, appearing somewhat disheartened. Little D was one of the few who didn't harbor disdain for her, and now she was departing. Miss Lu Wei, all gatherings must eventually part ways. It has been a privilege to work alongside you all. However, I must embark on my own journey, Little D replied, demonstrating a rational demeanor despite her own sentiments of loss. Oh, very well then, Lu Wei responded glumly. Her appetite diminished as she aimlessly prodded her plate of roasted meat with a fork. House observed with concern, yet he understood Little D's resolve. She had always been a person of ambition. Although her initial habit of secretly following him to take notes had been bothersome, over time, he had come to appreciate her character. Fear not. Little D has merely been promoted to another team. She has not perished. We will still see each other frequently within the same division. Do not be disheartened, House consoled, gently ruffling Lu Wei's hair. Is it truly appropriate to speak such ominous words during a farewell? Little D remarked. Indeed, Miss Lu Wei, the ocean is vast. We shall cross paths again, little D added in reassurance. Ugh, I understand. You vile servant, do not mess up my hair. Lu Wei's mood improved slightly, and House breathed a sigh of relief before turning his attention back to little D. Little D, I want to urge you further. Just remember to exercise caution when you venture out. D. O not act impulsively and engage in reckless confrontations. House felt a pang of reluctance. Yet he recognized that little D was an ambitious naval officer. Unlike himself, who merely wished to take it easy, following him would hinder her progress, which was why he had gathered them for this meal, a farewell of sorts. Yes, Mr. House, I shall certainly remember your guidance. Shouty's voice had taken on a somewhat deeper timbre. The group seated at the table fell into a contemplative silence, their faces betraying varying degrees of sorrow, except for Ka Dang, who appeared unfazed. It was not that he was devoid of empathy. Rather, he had recently endured so many trials that he had become somewhat numb to the situation. The separation from a friend who had been promoted was hardly a significant matter to him. After all, a promotion is a cause for celebration, so why dwell on sadness? Let us raise a toast to celebrate Shouty's advancement. Ka Dang lifted his glass, and the other three followed suit. Cheers to Shouty's promotion. With a resounding clink, their glasses met before they each downed their drinks. By the way, House, I recall you used to be quite the singer. Why not give us a tune? Ka Dang suggested. Servant, you can sing. I wish to hear, Li exclaimed, her eyes glimmering with excitement. Shouty, too, looked eagerly at House, his expression clearly mirroring Lu Ye's desire to hear him sing. Is that really appropriate? Ka Dang, you know how I sing. Perhaps we should skip it. House shot a glare at Ka Dang, feeling somewhat exposed. No. Servant, I really want to hear. Liu pouted while clinging to House's arm. Who could resist that? Fine. If you're all so eager to see me suffer, I shall oblige. I'll sing something lively, so pay attention. Xiao Di and Lu Yi exchanged expectant glances, while Ka Dang wore a mischievous grin. Well aware of what was to come. As expected, the moment House belted out the first line, Xiao Di and Lu Ye's previously animated expressions froze in shock, while Ka Dang looked as pleased as a weasel who had successfully stolen a chicken. The east is dim, yet the west shines bright. I bask in the setting sun while I wallow in sorrow. As House continued, he unexpectedly pulled out a swana and began to play, alternating between singing and blowing into the instrument. The group exchanged bewildered looks. What on earth is this? Can it even be called a song? Yet, as they listened further, they began to find it oddly intriguing. By the time House repeated the lyrics, they were caught off guard. This song is oddly captivating. The atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant as they joined in. The east is dim, yet the west shines bright. I bask in the setting sun while I wallow in sorrow. The entire branch was engulfed in a sea of joy, such as the allure of rock music. Let go of me. I can still drink. Shouty found himself intoxicated for the very first time. After the festivities concluded, House personally escorted the inebriated Xiao Di back to his dormitory, gently laying him on the bed. He scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was present, before cautiously unbuttoning Xiao Di's jacket. He then slipped a letter marked to be burned after reading into Xiao Di's shirt pocket and rebut-toned his jacket. Gazing at Xiao Di's peaceful face, he murmured, Alas, I can only assist you this far. House then exited Xiao Di's dormitory, seeking rest, not devoid of emotions. His earlier actions to avenge Ka Dang demonstrated his heartfelt commitment. Parting ways with Xiao Di left him with a tinge of sadness. Having shared countless moments over the past few months, during which Xiao Di had aided him significantly, thus, he left behind that letter, hoping it would facilitate Xiao Di's journey ahead. The following noon, Xiao Di awoke with a throbbing headache. Ugh, my head hurts. Am I suffering from a hangover? He stumbled to the sink to splash some water on his face. Phew, that feels better. What is this? As he began to regain his senses, he noticed something lodged in his chest pocket. After a brief search, he retrieved the letter marked to be burned after reading. What is this? Xiao Di scrutinized the envelope, seeking any clues. After all, the sudden appearance of such a letter was highly suspicious. This is House's handwriting. How curious. Had House always been so bashful as to write letters? Recognizing the familiar script eased his mind, and he smiled as he opened the envelope to read its contents. Quickly folding the letter back up, he rushed to House's room without changing his clothes. However, upon arrival, he found the room empty. Standing at the door, Xiao Di felt a wave of confusion wash over him until a soldier passed by and greeted him. Dimiyuko, you're awake. Last night's party was absolutely splendid, especially the songs by Dr. House, that I'm still reeling from them. Where has Dr. House gone? Xiao Di, too flustered to engage in small talk, grasped the soldier by the collar. Dr. House took the injured from the 16th branch back. He left this morning, the soldier stammered, startled by Xiao Di's intensity. He is already gone. I apologize. The alcohol has tea worn off yet, and I got a bit carried away. Upon hearing that House had departed, Xiao Di felt a pang of disappointment, yet he quickly regained his composure. Releasing the soldier's collar, he smoothed out his uniform. No worries. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. The soldier cautiously suggested. Yes, it's all good. I'm sorry for drinking too much last night. My head is still a bit foggy. Xiao Di sincerely apologized. It's fine. It's fine. I understand, the soldier replied as he edged away. Seeing Xiao Di's nonchalant reaction, he scurried off. Xiao Di could only respond with a wry smile, unsure of what rumors might arise afterward, but he had more pressing matters at hand. With his hand resting on his chest, the letter remained quietly nestled in his shirt pocket. House, I shall not disappoint your expectations, he silently vowed before returning to his room. That night, Xiao Di lit a match, found a basin, and set the letter ablaze. Watching as the flames consumed it, once he confirmed it was completely incinerated, he opened his door and resolutely headed toward Smurd's room. Should I give him this ailment or that one? Perhaps he should have both. House chuckled ominously to himself. Servant? What is going on? Have you lost your mind from the promotion? Li observed House, who seemed lost in his own world, feeling a chill. I don't know, but as long as he is laughing like that, someone is bound to be unfortunate, Ka Dang stated with certainty. Meanwhile, in the warehouse of the EC-16th branch, Colonel Mao shivered slightly. Is a storm brewing, he mused, rubbing his hands together as he gazed hungrily at the mound of treasures before him. Yet, moments later, he sighed. When will these treasures become mine? This question had plagued Mouse for quite some time. Recently, he had been unable to enjoy meals or find restful sleep, consumed by the dilemma. He had considered outright seizing the treasures, but he could not bring himself to do so. He was well aware of the strength of the Dragon pirate crew. He had once been an idealistic Navy officer. However, after witnessing his flagship effortlessly destroyed by the fishman Arlong, he understood he was no match for them. Yet, those same fishmen had been defeated by Brin and Smoker. Smoker was far away in Log Town, so that posed little concern, but Brin was quite nearby. If he were to directly take the treasures and Brin found out, as a rear admiral, she had the authority to arrest him, which kept him from acting. Fortunately, someone had recently devised a plan for him. He had a new partner, someone far more cunning than the dragon. Now, all he needed to do was bide his time until he could claim the treasures for himself. Soon, my precious little ones, you shall be mine, Colonel Mouse exclaimed gleefully, his eyes glinting with greed. Report, Colonel, a voice called from outside the warehouse. With a scowl, Mouse approached the door, cracking it open just enough to poke his head out and bark. Didn't I tell you I'm busy with something important in the warehouse? No interruptions unless it's urgent. Do you wish to join that pirate in the water prison? See, Colonel, I didn't mean to. It is genuinely urgent, the private delivering the message nearly cried, fearful of Mouse's increasingly tyrannical demeanor. The water prison was no place for anyone, not even the most vicious criminals. 2 days there would break even the toughest. Speak. What is it that is so pressing? Mouse growled impatiently, glaring at the private. How dare he interrupt him while bonding with his treasures? If you enter with your left foot tomorrow, I'll have you scrubbing toilets. Why yes, it's about the injured returning. The private silently regretted his decision, thinking that it would have been better to let someone else handle the situation. It seemed he had attracted unwanted attention. What nonsense. We have no injured men here. The rat's gaze grew increasingly fierce, not only interrupting my piece but also fabricating such absurd excuses. Very well. Tomorrow, you shall be the one to clean the latrines. As the rat's glare intensified, the soldier closed his eyes and took a deep breath, declaring, it was those sent to deal with the pirates 2 weeks ago. They were rescued by the 77th Division and have now arrived at the port. Nonsense. We do not engage in futile pursuits. Are you referring to that group? The rat's expression shifted dramatically. Recently, he had only dispatched one team, and that was merely to eliminate rivals, sending them to their doom. How could they have been rescued? Why did you not mention this sooner? You will report to the sanitation team tomorrow and be responsible for cleaning the latrines. He shot another fierce glance at the private, causing him to collapse in fear. The rat then exited the warehouse, securing the 3 locks on the door. Disregarding the soldier beside him as he strode purposefully toward the port, he needed to assess the situation. This could potentially escalate into a major incident. Look at their expressions. Lyoya tugged at House's sleeve. The members of the 16th Division regarded them with suspicion, each gripping their firearms tightly, while they showed no intention of preventing their disembarkation. It was evident they were not welcome. Shall we take action? Cadden whispered in House's ear, his right hand already gripping the hilt of his sword, vigilantly scanning the crowd. House initially silenced Lyoya, then quietly replied to Cadden. No, let us observe the situation for now. Yet inwardly, he sighed at the decay of the circumstances. What a disgrace. Ha! I wondered who had garnered such popularity, bringing so many from our division to welcome them. It turns out to be Dr. House. Colonel Rat emerged from behind the crowd, laughing heartily. Colonel Rat, my sincerest apologies for the disturbance, House replied, suppressing the turmoil in his stomach as he advanced to shake the colonel's hand. Disturbance? Nonsense. The East Blue Navy is one family. Your arrival here is akin to returning home. There is no disturbance at all, observing that House was not as ill-mannered as before, refraining from vomiting upon their meeting. The colonel felt a wave of relief. It was indeed a privilege for me that the colonel could think this way. However, might I inquire if Dr. House has business with our 16th Division? Indeed, it is as follows. During the valiant battle between your navy and the pirates, the cunning pirates proved too elusive. Your men fought valiantly but were ultimately forced to retreat, fortuitously encountering our division's navy along the way. House gestured towards the injured sailors behind him, each bandaged and weary. As you know, our brigadier is quite concerned, fearing for the safety of these comrades en route. He sent me to assist in escorting them and to exchange medical knowledge with your division's doctors. I see, the Rat replied, visibly relieved. Dr. House, you are far too modest. I am well aware of the skills of our division's doctors. They cannot compare to yours. I hope you will take the time to impart your knowledge to them. Not at all. It is a mutual learning experience. House modestly responded. In that case, I shall arrange for accommodations for you weary travelers. Tomorrow, I will prepare a banquet in your honor. I hope you will grace us with your presence. Colonel Rat's smile was insincere, nearly causing House to lose his composure. Thank you, Colonel, House replied, not declining the invitation. After exchanging a few more insincere pleasantries, he excused himself, claiming fatigue, and allowed one of the colonel's subordinates to guide him and his companions to their quarters. Once House and his companions had departed, one of the colonel's loyal subordinates approached. Colonel, should we? The subordinate made a gesture across his throat. No, we cannot yet determine if they are here to cause trouble. If they are not, it would only complicate matters further. The colonel cast a disdainful glance at his subordinate. While loyalty was commendable, he lacked both capability and intellect. Unlike House, whose exceptional medical skills were renowned throughout the East Blue and whose words were pleasing to the ear. The Rat stroked his sparse beard, contemplating the possibility of enticing House to join his ranks. Honestly, you were quite insufferable with your laughter today. Once they reached their lodgings, Lioye could no longer contain himself. He had never noticed this hypocritical side of House before. House did not immediately offer an explanation. Instead, he activated his observation hotkey, confirming that they were indeed being watched nearby. That Rat was quite cautious. The three were arranged in adjoining rooms on the same floor, currently congregating in House's room, while two individuals crouched outside the window, eavesdropping. No matter, we shan't remain here long, House reassured Lioye, gesturing for Cadden to turn on the gramophone. As the melodious music filled the air, House felt a sense of relief wash over him, allowing him to speak quietly with the others. He was grateful that this world lacked hidden cameras and listening devices. Did I not warn you on the way here to refrain from displaying hostility towards Colonel Rat? We are merely here to escort the injured, especially you. Lioye. He shot a stern look at Lioye. Oh, Lioye replied, looking dejected. House's heart softened, and he decided against reprimanding him. Just bear with it a little longer. Tomorrow, I will liaise with the medical department. You two stay in the room. In the afternoon, you can explore the division. If there are areas where you are not permitted, do not force your way in. Simply return in the evening and discreetly inform me. Though being confined indoors for the entire morning left the two feeling somewhat restless. The prospect of an afternoon filled with espionage excited them, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Indeed, they viewed this as a game. House recognized it but did not mind. If it came to that, he would simply overthrow everyone in the 16th Division and seek evidence afterward. Accusations of collusion between the Navy and pirates while oppressing civilians could easily be substantiated by a few villagers from Cocoa West Village. For instance, the fellow with the windmill hairstyle, Ijin. If he were to meet the one who styled their hair like a windmill, it would surely make for an amusing encounter. He reminded Lioye to ensure the curtains were drawn tightly to prevent prying eyes. Cadden and Lioye then returned to their respective rooms, and the night passed without incident. The following morning, House stepped outside, only to encounter two individuals with dark circles under their eyes. Goodness, had they been eavesdropping all night? Upon seeing House emerge, they feigned alertness and greeted him. Good morning, Dr. House. Are you heading out? Indeed, I am going to check on the injured, House replied, pretending to be unaware of their situation. As for you, we are here to monitor. One soldier nearly blurted out the truth but was quickly silenced by his companion's grip. We are here to witness. Yes, We have long heard of Dr. House's exceptional medical skills and wish to see them for ourselves. The soldier who had been silenced quickly provided an explanation, salvaging the conversation while casting a furtive glare at the one who had nearly revealed their true purpose. The silent soldier had initially intended to protest, but, upon receiving a glare, suddenly regained his composure. Realizing he had almost exposed their identities, and cold sweat broke out on his brow, House pretended not to notice the inconsistencies in their statements and inquired with feigned concern, "Why are you sweating so much? Is it too hot?" Yes, I just went for a morning run, so I broke a bit of a sweat. My apologies. These two soldiers were among the more astute subordinates of the rat. Otherwise, they would not have been tasked with monitoring the trio. Morning exercise is excellent for one's health. I am still unfamiliar with the way to the medical office. If you two could guide me there, I would be grateful to introduce you to some medical knowledge. Of course. Please, follow me. The soldier who had silenced the other gestured for House to follow, secretly signaling the silent soldier to continue monitoring the other two. The other soldier nodded in understanding. Soon, they arrived at the medical office, where House was relieved to see that the injured had sustained no serious harm. They merely appeared fatigued. To visit the wounded is undoubtedly not without purpose. He fears that the mouse, in a fit of madness, might preemptively eliminate those injured individuals he has betrayed. Now, seeing that the wounded are all in good health, House naturally begins to assume his role as a benevolent doctor, possessing exceptional medical skills and an aversion to the sight of suffering. He generously imparts his medical knowledge, explaining everything from the homeostasis of internal environments to the contraction of skeletal muscles, and from the aberrant secretion of luteinizing hormone by the basophilic cells of the anterior pituitary to the response mechanisms of effector T cells. Those listening below soon find themselves in a daze. Not surprisingly, as House's discourse is merely a fanciful fabrication based on his knowledge from a previous life. Should he attempt to recount it himself, he would struggle to articulate it coherently. It is all a grand ruse, designed to convince them that House's medical prowess has reached heights unattainable by them, which is one of his intentions. It is worth mentioning that the young soldier who guided them was also left behind to attend the lecture. Whenever he appeared on the verge of dozing off, House would rouse him to answer questions, allowing him to experience the sensation of being singled out by a teacher. He did not wish to remain, but each time he attempted to leave, House would counter with, "Didn't you say you were curious about medicine? This is a rare opportunity. It wouldn't hurt to listen a bit more." After enduring an entire morning, House, with a sense of unfulfilled eagerness, declared the class over, just as the soldier was about to cheer in relief. House, ever the sly one, remarked, "Have I perhaps spoken too much? Why don't you digest this information first, and I shall stroll around the base this afternoon." The soldier dared not allow House to wander freely, as Colonel Mouse's orders were to keep a watchful eye on him, ensuring he did not stray into any secretive areas. Reluctantly, he could only express his eagerness to learn, anticipating House's afternoon session. Simultaneously, the soldier vowed silently that if anyone ever dared to urge him to study medicine again, he would find a rainy day to hang that person from a lightning rod, relishing the sensation of being struck by lightning. Observing the other party's clear reluctance masked by a feigned exuberance, House chuckled inwardly, fully aware that the fellow had been lurking by the window last night, attempting to sneak a glance. Although House's warning had resulted in nothing being seen, this did not deter him from wanting to deal with the soldier. By the time House concluded his afternoon lecture, the soldier appeared utterly drained, his face ashen, eyes vacant, swaying unsteadily as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. House paid him no mind, as it was time for the evening banquet, and Colonel Mouse had already sent someone to summon him. Upon his arrival, Louis and Cadden were already seated. They greeted House with great enthusiasm, eager to discuss their discoveries from the day, but were promptly silenced by House's quiet admonition of "let us speak of this later." It remained uncertain whether Mouse was being deliberate, but the dishes served at the banquet were extravagantly lavish, so much so that even Cadden, raised in a royal palace, had seldom experienced such opulence. However, after a while, Mouse's expression began to darken. How could these individuals eat so much, especially that woman, who consumed more than all the others combined? It was no wonder that Mouse felt a pang of anguish. Regardless of the breathing techniques employed, they all bolstered physical constitution, and with enhanced vitality came greater consumption. Thus, those who practiced such techniques tended to have hearty appetites. Moreover, Louis had already been a voracious eater before commencing his training in the water-breathing technique. Let alone now, the banquet finally concluded when Mouse could no longer bear the sight of his dwindling resources, his whiskers twitching in distress. Dr. House, I wonder if you might be interested in joining my 16th division. As you can see, we possess substantial financial resources. Promoting medicine is quite an expensive endeavor, and your 77th division may not suffice for your needs. No longer feigning pretense, Mouse was genuinely eager to recruit House. Bypassing any circumspect approaches, they asked for whether House would fulfill his promises after agreeing. That was a matter for another day. Haha. House silently cursed, yet maintained a facade of composure. But let us set that aside for now. Colonel, may I have a word in private? What is there that cannot be said? Speak freely, Mouse replied, wary of being alone with House. He recalled the incident during the Fishman War, which still lingered in his memory. House, despite lacking combat prowess, was known for his cunning use of poison. Ahem, then I shall speak plainly. House directed an inquisitive gaze towards Mouse. Just say it. Though Mouse felt a twinge of unease, he reassured himself that the entire division supported him. How could House, no matter how formidable, contend with an entire division? With that thought, he relaxed. Then I shall say it. Colonel, you are unwell. You are the one who is ill. Guards, Mouse exclaimed, agitated. I extend my hospitality to you. And you dare insult me in front of everyone. The closest guard seized House by the collar. Yet House remained unperturbed, continuing, have you recently experienced frequent tension, excessive sweating, palpitations, rapid heartbeat, dizziness, poor sleep, accompanied by nausea and loss of appetite? With each symptom that House enumerated, Mouse's complexion grew increasingly pallid, for each description struck true. Colonel, shall we take action? A subordinate raised his fist, awaiting Mouse's command. What action? Get away from me. Mouse kicked the guard aside. Forcing a smile at House, my apologies, Dr. House, my subordinate has been a bit rash. Dr. House, how did you discern my ailment? Am I truly ill? I still have so much wealth to spend. I cannot simply perish. Of course, he refrained from voicing the latter sentiment. House smirked inwardly, observing the dark circles beneath Mouse's eyes, the habitual clutching at his chest, and the fact that he barely touched the sumptuous dishes laid before him. It was hardly difficult to deduce his condition. Now, may we speak privately? House inquired once more. Yes, yes, you all stay and keep our esteemed guests company. They may eat as much as they desire. Mouse gestured for his companions to indulge. The wealthier individuals feared death the most. At that moment, Mouse could no longer afford to be wary of House, recognizing him as his lifeline. As they entered a nearby room, Mouse eagerly grasped House's hand. Mr. House, have I contracted some terminal illness? You must save me. I will offer any reward you desire. House suppressed his revulsion, reminding himself that this was all part of the plan. Endure, just endure. He forced a smile. Of course, I am a doctor. Encountering an ailment, I will certainly do my utmost to treat you. Your condition is rather rare. Had I not treated a similar patient in the past, I might not have been able to diagnose it. Though that patient ultimately could not be saved. The mention of this sent a chill through Mouse, his legs weakening as if he might collapse. House swiftly supported him, guiding him to a chair. He had suspected his own illness before, even consulting renowned physicians, but to no avail. They all declared him fine, advising merely to rest. Initially, that had sufficed, but in the past 6 months, his health had deteriorated significantly. A pack of quacks. Dr. House, you must save me. I'll give you 1 million. No, 5 million. If that is not enough, just tell me the amount, and I will ensure you receive it. Mouse clutched House's sleeve tightly, as if it were a lifeline. Colonel, please remain calm. I never said I would not help. Yet your condition is quite unique, and I cannot guarantee success, but I will exert every effort. House spoke with righteous authority, betraying no hint of insecurity. Thank you. I am truly grateful. Mouse gazed at House with admiration, truly believing him to be a paragon of virtue. No need for thanks. Allow me to first introduce you to this illness. Under Mouse's scrutinizing gaze, House felt slightly uneasy. Was it truly right to deceive? But then he remembered, this was Mouse, and thus no remorse was warranted. Punishing the wicked required no mercy. House's expression shifted to seriousness. Through my years of research, I have concluded that your condition primarily arises from a dissonance among the structures of the prefrontal cortex, amygdala, hippocampus, hypothalamus, and anterior cingulate cortex. It is also associated with the regulation of neurotransmitters such as gamma-aminobutyric acid and serotonin. It is indeed a challenging ailment, quite difficult to treat. After delivering this diagnosis, House pretended to shake his head in dismay. Mouse was utterly bewildered. What was the prefrontal cortex? Was the amygdala not a type of nut? Was the hippocampus not a marine creature? And what about that gamma-butyric acid and serotonin? Although he did not comprehend the terms, Mouse understood House's expression. The illness was difficult to treat. Exceedingly so. His heart sank, and he found himself unable to remain upright, kneeling before House. "Dr. House, you must save me. I am willing to pay any price. I do not wish to perish just yet." Colonel Mouse uttered, his voice tinged with desperation. House, inwardly mused, "You desire to live, yet what of the innocent souls you have tormented over the years? Did you grant them a chance at life, nevertheless, for the sake of his scheme?" House feigned concern as he helped the colonel to his feet. "Oh dear, what are you doing? As a physician, I shall exert every effort to assist you. However, you must first heed my words. Dr. House, I am listening." The colonel replied, determination igniting within him. Whatever House required, he vowed to provide, even if it meant resorting to theft. Cough. It is vital to note that apart from myself, few may comprehend this ailment, which I have aptly named Liang-Feifan syndrome. Liang-Feifan syndrome. Colonel Mouse echoed, puzzled. Doesn't that sound somewhat like a person's name? Indeed, Liang-Feifan syndrome. Your awareness of the name suffices. The specifics of its origin are of little consequence. What truly matters is that after years of research, I have made significant progress. However, the medicinal ingredients required are rather unique. House placed his hand to his mouth, pretending to cough, primarily to stifle a laugh. Regardless of the cost, I shall procure the necessary medicine. Colonel Mouse exclaimed, his resolve unwavering. This is not merely a matter of expense. The ingredients are not easily sourced. House replied, feigning hesitation. Fear not. You may speak. I shall certainly find them, Colonel Mouse assured him, his tone resolute. Very well. The primary ingredients required include Wanghua Sha, Yiming Sha, Wuling Ji, Liuyi Ni, Kan Sha, and Bai Ding Xiang. The concoction must be brewed not with water, but with huilong soup, reducing 5 bowls to 1. And finally complemented with Renzhong Huang. To be ingested concurrently, Bai Ding Xiang, huilong soup, Renzhong Huang. Got it, Colonel Mouse exclaimed, suddenly animated. He hastily produced paper and ink, jotting down the names of the medicines before exuberantly darting out the door. How delightful. House mused, equally pleased. The so-called Liang-Feifan syndrome was, of course, a mere fabrication. In truth, Colonel Mouse was plagued by guilt from his numerous misdeeds over the years, suffering from severe anxiety, particularly following the demise of his formidable ally, the dragon. Meanwhile, in the adjoining room, Cadden and Leah were indulging in a sumptuous feast. After a few light-hearted exchanges with their companions, the trio retreated to their respective lounges. My goodness, today's dish was exquisite. Aside from Barati, it was the best meal I've ever had. Liuyi relished the memory of the day's fare. Cadden nodded in agreement, noting that his own father was rather frugal and rarely indulged in such lavish meals, only doing so on rare occasions for appearances. Fear not. We shall have Colonel Mouse treat us again another day, House declared generously. After all, it was not his money being spent, now that the colonel had requested his assistance. He would surely not skimp on the meal. As he activated the phonograph, House beckoned the others to gather close. Did any of you notice anything unusual during our time here, when I exited? Someone was waiting to escort me. I intended to shake him off, but as you advised, I refrained from drawing attention, Liuyi replied, a hint of pride in her tone for having remembered House's counsel. Excellent. Avoiding any alarm is paramount, House reassured her. However, while inspecting the prison cells, I detected a faint life force below, yet they did not allow me to investigate further, Leah confessed, her earlier pride somewhat diminished. That's quite all right. This is sufficient. And you, Cadden? I was not followed, but I did notice several concealed sentries near the storeroom, so I kept my distance, Cadden replied, his expression serious. The dungeons and storerooms, how intriguing, House mused. Contemplating the necessity of a personal investigation, after deliberating their plans for the following day, the three retreated to their chambers to rest. As the night deepened and the moon hung high, perhaps due to the difficulty in sourcing the medicinal ingredients, Colonel Mouse had dispatched numerous individuals to seek them, leaving the area strangely devoid of surveillance. This presented House with a rare opportunity, although the presence of observers would not have deterred him. He quietly opened the window and leapt into the night without a sound. The ability to sense the surroundings was invaluable, particularly in a place like this, as House meandered through the compound, skillfully avoiding detection. Approaching the vicinity of the prison, he transformed into a shadow the moment the guard yawned, slipping into the cell. This wind is rather strong tonight. Where is the next shift? The guard mused, oblivious to the invisible presence that had just passed. Once inside the prison, House ventured deeper, soon detecting a faint life force emanating from the depths. At the farthest end of the cell, a small door led to the source of this presence. The creaking of the decayed wooden door echoed in the night, yet there was no sound from within. What a foul stench! Is this a water dungeon? House queried, peering through the moonlight into the chamber beyond. There, behind iron bars, a figure hung suspended in murky water, head bowed, utterly unresponsive, as if in a state of unconsciousness. The oppressive odor of the dank cell forced House to cover his nose. Floating in the filthy water were the decaying corpses of various insects. House grimaced. Few could endure such an environment for even a day without succumbing to illness. Judging by the marks left by the ropes, this individual had clearly been confined for far longer than 3 days. Fortunately, the moonlight was bright enough for House to discern the figure's features. A gaunt form, marred by countless wounds, had turned pale from exposure to the water. Gray hair framed a heart-shaped face, and a long, stem-like object protruded from the chin. Upon closer inspection, it was the stem of a mushroom, the cap evidently consumed. Zango. House recognized the individual before him, not due to exceptional memory, but rather the rarity of a hypnotist who had managed to hypnotize himself. Holding his nose, House recalled that this individual was indeed a member of the Black Pirate crew, who had once turned to the Navy after being defeated by Prince Luffy. How had he ended up here? Ah, yes, the wounded soldiers had mentioned a pirate who revealed that Colonel Mouse had sold them out. It must have been Zango, discovered during a water release. Considering the future colleague's plight, House lightly tapped Zango with his sword sheath, channeling a modicum of energy into him. While insufficient for recovery, it was enough to keep him alive. Without further ado, House departed, never once contemplating the notion of freeing him. Even if Zango were to become a future colleague, he was still a pirate, one who had likely plundered countless innocents over the years. A bit of suffering was merely his due. Utilizing the same method to exit the prison, he proceeded to the storeroom. Compared to the solitary guard at the prison, the storeroom appeared far more significant. Through his heightened senses, House discerned 3 concealed sentries. Yet, this posed no challenge for him, with a subtle unsheathing of his sword. A dense fog began to swirl and coalesce, enveloping the area. Under the cover of this mist, House leapt atop the storeroom, peeling back a tile. The sight that greeted him nearly blinded him with its brilliance. Within the storeroom lay a veritable mountain of treasure, chests overflowing with gold, silver, and jewels haphazardly piled together. Several boxes bore the emblem of a shark. Mouth agape. Wasn't that the mark of the fishman Arlong? It had been nearly 6 months since they had defeated the dragon, and as House recalled, Bryn had entrusted Colonel Mouse with distributing these treasures to the oppressed villagers. It appeared he had kept quite a bit for himself. The 77th branch was not far from the 16th. Had they no fear of discovery? It was no wonder the colonel had fallen so ill. This was a classic case of valuing money over life. The fog descended swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, leaving the sentries bewildered as they struggled to comprehend the situation. Of course, House returned to his room to reflect upon the day's discoveries. Firstly, Zango was being tortured in the water dungeon, yet there were no other members of the Black Pirate crew present, and despite capturing such a notable pirate, Colonel Mouse had refrained from reporting him. This was quite intriguing. Zango was the acting captain of the Black Pirate crew, and given the lack of rebelliousness among his subordinates, it was likely that Kuro had ceased his masquerade as a butler and returned to piracy. Combining this with the earlier reports from the wounded soldiers, it seemed plausible that Zango had hypnotized Kuro into submission, for Kuro's strength was quite formidable in the East Blue. Thus, the current situation suggested that Zango had betrayed the Black Pirate crew, yet found himself imprisoned within the 16th branch. The mouse and the cloaked figure undoubtedly share some connection, especially with the treasure hidden within the warehouse. The situation has taken an intriguing turn. It has been 3 days since House entrusted the prescription to the mouse, who has certainly lived up to his name, adhering to the ways of his kind. He has actually gathered the necessary medications. Dr. House, look, is this what you meant? The mouse, bending slightly and rubbing his hands together, resembled a genuine rodent. Yes, indeed, these are the ones that I mentioned. Boil the dragon's return soup over a fierce flame, reducing 5 bowls to 1. And consume it alongside Renjong Huang once daily for 7 consecutive days to observe the effects. House pinched his nose as he surveyed the array of bottles before him. All right, no problem. You lot, hurry up and prepare the medicine. No, I must do it myself. Initially, the mouse intended to delegate the task to his subordinates, but suddenly recalled that they were far from trustworthy. What if they poisoned the concoction? It was much safer to handle it himself. By the way, due to the chronic nature of your illness, There will be a rather intense detoxification process following the medication. Do take care, House offered with a kind reminder. I understand, Dr. House. Harsh remedies for grave ailments, I get it. The mouse replied with an expression of comprehension. Yes, indeed. By the way, several doctors from your branch have shown remarkable improvement these past few days. I wish to take them to a nearby village for free consultations. Theory must be combined with practice for optimal learning, House casually suggested. Free consultations, you say? The mouse was taken aback. Such a proposition could not be accepted lightly. Yet, he still relied on House for his treatment. Although he had received the prescription, the illness was one House himself had expressed uncertainty about. Refusing House at this juncture was not an option. How about this, Dr. House? Free consultations require proper venues and equipment. Please do not rush. I will arrange everything. The mouse resolved. He had already made up his mind to contact the Black Pirate crew after taking the medicine. Ensuring that House did not detect any inconsistencies, no problem. Then, Colonel, let us take the medicine, House replied, unperturbed. Over the past few days, he had gathered a solid understanding of the basic situation within Branch 16. It could be said that among the soldiers, 10 out of 10 were undoubtedly innocent, yet among those apprehended, at least 5 were likely to slip through the cracks. Venturing out to observe the villagers was merely a means to locate other members of the Black Pirate crew. House was confident that the mouse would make the necessary arrangements. Before long, the fragrance of the medication permeated the entire medical room. House produced 3 sets of gas masks. Why 3 sets? Would Lioya and Kadong forego the opportunity to witness such a spectacle? Dr. House, is that so? The mouse held a bowl of deep brown liquid, seemingly oblivious to its scent. Indeed, this medicine is sound, House acknowledged with a nod, tilting his head slightly to one side, even through the mask. He sensed a faint, elusive odor. Wonderful, I shall take the medicine at once. The mouse felt exceedingly fortunate. Unbeknownst to him, he had contracted a rare illness that countless doctors had failed to diagnose, dismissing it as a psychological issue. Only House, upon their first meeting, had recognized his ailment and even prescribed a remedy. Although the concoction appeared peculiar, was not the disease itself even stranger? At that moment, the other occupants of the medical room had long since fled. Leaving only 3 individuals in gas masks, the mouse himself had to pinch his nose, the only thing sustaining him being his desperate longing for life. The 3 men gazed at Colonel Mouse with expectant eyes, for they all knew how this concoction had come to be. However, the prospect of it being re-ingested was a first for them. The deep brown liquid in the bowl emitted steam, with bubbles rising to the surface. And the mouse fancied he saw a few bubbles forming a skull's face that smiled at him. Yet, in pursuit of a cure, the mouse had no choice but to take the plunge. He closed his eyes, stomped his foot, steeled his resolve, and in one swift motion, gulped down the contents of the bowl. Witnessing this spectacle, Lioya could no longer contain himself. Ugh! He covered his mouth and dashed outside, employing his speed to escape. Kadong, though his complexion shifted, was resolute. Having once blown up a toilet with House in their youth, he managed to suppress the urge to vomit and remained standing. Colonel, why did you drink the medicine straight away? House exclaimed in astonishment. The mouse, initially tense and braced to prevent himself from regurgitating the medicine, suddenly found it impossible to maintain his composure upon hearing House's exclamation. He could only cover his mouth with his hand to minimize the loss of the potion. Did you not say the medicine was sound? Each word he uttered caused a trickle of unknown brown liquid to seep through his fingers. The medicine is indeed sound, but you have not used a catalyst. House's remark plunged the mouse into despair. It was true. House had mentioned that the medicine required a catalyst. Damn it. Why had his hand moved so quickly? Overwhelmed by this thought, the mouse could no longer hold back. Pooh! A torrent of brown liquid erupted from his mouth. House and Kadong instinctively recoiled, avoiding the unseemly substance. Dr. House, what should we do now? The mouse looked at House with pleading eyes, genuinely not wishing to endure another round. Of course, House discerned the mouse's unspoken plea and offered him an encouraging glance. After all, House was no devil. Just as the mouse felt a glimmer of hope from House's gaze, House sent him spiraling back into despair. How could you have vomited? What a waste, House lamented, gazing regretfully at the mouse. In truth, administering the medicine without a catalyst was feasible. The efficacy would merely be diminished, but the impact would not be substantial. However, having expelled the medicine now necessitated a complete redo. A lump lodged in the mouse's throat, leaving him breathless and flushed with frustration. He wanted to curse someone, but whom could he blame? He had consumed the medicine himself, and it was he who had expelled it. Could he possibly hold House accountable? Furthermore, His illness remained unresolved. If he angered House, who would treat him? With no alternative, he resigned himself to starting over. Fortunately, there was still plenty of medicine left. Even if he had to repeat the process 10 or 8 times, there would be enough. Once more, the medicine was prepared. After it was ready, the mouse meticulously and repeatedly inquired of House regarding every detail of the consumption process. Then, under the admiring gazes of both men, he swallowed the remedy in one go. This time it should be fine, right? The mouse, having taken the medicine twice, asked House with a pale and trembling countenance. Yes, no problem. However, this medication will have a pronounced effect. You would do well to find a restroom. The moment House's words left his mouth, the mouse's complexion shifted, and the sensation in his abdomen made him instantly aware of what a pronounced effect entailed. His face transitioned from pale to a deep crimson in mere seconds. Colonel Mouse clutched his mouth with one hand to prevent further expulsion of the medicine, desperate to avoid having to ingest it again. With his other hand, he blocked the exit. Bracing against the overwhelming force emanating from his abdomen, he crossed his legs and made his way toward the restroom. Witnessing this entire ordeal, House and Kadong exchanged knowing smiles and exited the medical room together. As for Colonel Mouse, he had much to endure. With the potion coursing through him, he would undoubtedly remain confined for several hours. He removed his gas mask and inhaled a breath of fresh air from the outside world. As if the entire universe had brightened, House turned to the doctors, who had long since fled, and said, "You needn't wait. The colonel has taken the medicine and is experiencing some reactions. You can all return. And he will emerge when he is ready." The doctors nodded in agreement, eager to vacate the premises. The lingering odor had yet to dissipate. 5 hours later, within the confines of the medical room's restroom. I have no strength left. Someone, please help me open the door. I am your Colonel, Mouse. The faint cries for help echoed through the desolate medical room. By nightfall, prompted by House's kind reminder, the doctors finally recalled that they had a colleague to attend to. In a state of panic, they rushed back and rescued the mouse, who had succumbed to slumber within a golden realm. On the third day, Dr. House. This is the place, Cocoa West Village. The colonel appeared haggard, yet surprisingly spirited as he guided House and the others. Liuya and Kadong were absent, having remained at the branch to undertake a significant task. Thank you, Colonel, House replied without pretense, bowing in gratitude. At a peculiar glimmer flickered in his eyes. To his astonishment, the medicine seemed to have had some effect. The colonel had been plagued by anxiety and had not enjoyed a proper night's sleep in 6 months, approaching his limit. House's medication had added a stroke of fortune. Although the mouse had been purging from both ends, his body had entered a state of self-preservation and succumbed to a deep slumber. In this rare instance, he enjoyed a restful sleep, and the physical relief brought about a mental reprieve. Thus, the symptoms of the mouse truly lessened significantly. This instilled in Colonel Mouse an unwavering faith in Dr. House's medical prowess. Thus, dragging his ailing body, he felt compelled to guide Dr. House towards the already prepared temporary tent, where a queue had begun to form. A flicker of disdain crossed Colonel Mouse's eyes. It seemed a tremendous waste for someone of Dr. House's caliber to attend to such a rabble. However, as the initiative was House's own, Mouse dared not overstep. "You rest first. We shall manage," he insisted. In a bid to appear helpful, Mouse even attempted to assist in moving tables and chairs, only to be quickly halted by his subordinates, who feared that his feeble state might lead to further exertion that could prove fatal. "It's all right. I can manage. This chair is heavier than it appears. Let me take a moment," he panted, struggling to lift a seemingly ordinary chair. "Very well, you should rest," House replied, concerned that Mouse might indeed collapse before he had gathered sufficient evidence. He motioned for his companions to escort Mouse to a resting place. "Greetings, esteemed naval officer. I am Dr. Nigao, the village physician, and we extend a warm welcome to you," said a lean elder clad in a white coat and a black headscarf. Several villagers who had come to lend a hand echoed his enthusiasm. "Ah, a naval officer. Since we heard about your charitable clinic, we began preparations yesterday. Indeed, I was so filled with anticipation last night that I could scarcely sleep," another villager chimed in. The atmosphere was palpably warm, and the proceedings of the clinic unfolded with unexpected smoothness, leaving House somewhat incredulous. What was the secret behind the beaming smiles of these villagers? Should they not be suffering under Colonel Mouse's oppressive rule, barely managing to make ends meet? Should they not express profound disdain upon the arrival of the Navy? Yet, here they were, and over there, a tall, slender figure with a broad smile was assisting an elderly lady in fetching water. If he was not mistaken, This was none other than that individual reputed to possess an intellect rivaling that of Van Beckman, who had, for 3 years, played the role of a butler only to confront the prince. Kuro, in a final act of defiance, logically, had he merely postponed his plans a tad until Luffy departed, everything would have worked out. How long could a transient traveler like Luffy linger? And yet, he had squandered 3 years of scheming. Earning the title of the greatest genius in East Blue, Madam Kinda, I have filled your water tank. Is there anything else you require my assistance with? Kuro inquired with a gentle smile, exuding gentlemanly charm. You are too kind, Kuro, to do come to my home for a bite to eat, the grateful elderly lady insisted, tugging at Kuro's sleeve to lead him home. No need for such hospitality, Madam Kinda. I must assist Mrs. Mel with her roof repair, so I shall have to decline, Kuro replied, gently pushing her hand away with one hand while adjusting his glasses with the other. He then bid her farewell, retreating backwards from her home as she waved him off. Their camaraderie evident. House observed this scene, his mouth agape in astonishment. What was happening here? A harmonious existence between pirates and commoners. Had Kuro undergone a transformation? Instinctively, House sensed that something was amiss as Kuro departed from Madame Kinda's abode. He gradually distanced himself from the clinic, slipping out of sight. The gentle smile that had adorned his face vanished, and the glint in his glasses flickered out. That doctor has been watching me. Have I been exposed? No, it cannot be. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence, Kuro murmured to himself. Kuro, Kuro, a voice echoed from afar. An old man with a scarred face and a windmill perched atop his head was pulling a blue-haired woman toward the village center. Noting that the woman's expression was less than pleased, as though she had been forcibly brought along, that it's Mr. Ajien, Kuro thought, his previously fading smile resurfacing as he greeted the approaching figure. No, Kigo, you look as lovely as ever today. Kuro complimented her with a gentle tone. Ha ha, Ajien laughed heartily. She has been particularly prone to illness lately, and with a doctor in attendance, I thought it prudent to bring her for a checkup. Ajien tugged at Nokigo, urging her to greet Kuro, but she could only muster a stiff acknowledgement. Hello, Kuro. You mentioned needing to see a doctor. Let us go, lest the doctor finish for the day. Suddenly enthusiastic, Nokigo pulled Ajien along, leaving Kuro to bid them farewell. Take care. See you next time, Ajien called back, as he was dragged away. Very well. Kuro continued to smile as he watched them fade from view. Until his expression abruptly shifted. That wretched village woman. As Ajien traversed the main road of Kokosha village, he continued to voice his grievances to Nokigo. Why did you pull me along? Kuro is such a splendid young man. Well suited for you that he even pursued you once. Why do you show no interest? All right, I understand, Nokigo replied dismissively. Nokigo felt exasperated. Ajien had never meddled in her private affairs until this seemingly perfect man had appeared about half a month ago. Despite the villagers' inherent kindness, they had remained cautious of strangers. However, after that singular speech, everything had shifted, and their trust in him surpassed that which they held for her, a native of the village. Yet she distinctly recalled that he had only arrived less than a month prior. She could not fathom the sudden transformation of the villagers and wished to seek clarity. However, she had not anticipated that Kuro would continuously engage in acts of kindness since his arrival. Thus, their trust began to appear justified. But Nokigo knew this situation was abnormal. The entire village had changed only after attending that assembly. Throughout the journey, Ajien extolled Kuro's virtues, while Nokigo remained cold inside. Ajien was not one to express himself freely. Even when he admired Belmere, he had never spoken so much to her. With short blue hair adorned with a red headband and blue tattoos on his arms and upper chest, dressed in a tank top and long pants while barefoot in flip-flops, House suddenly realized, this is not Nami's sister, Nokigo. He recognized her immediately. Nokigo was likely a straightforward person, yet she now appeared somewhat distressed. House's mind raced. Perhaps he could glean some insights from her. Nokigo casually settled into a chair in the consultation room, gazing at the exceptionally young doctor before her, uncertain of what to say. She had been forcibly brought by Ajien, unable to endure the villagers' peculiar change in attitude. Thus, she feigned illness at home, tending to her orange trees and avoiding interaction with others. Unexpectedly, she found herself brought to the clinic just as House had arrived for charitable consultations. Hello, may I inquire if you have any discomfort? House smiled warmly, prompting her response. Doctor, I have heard that you come from afar. May I pose a question? Nokigo did not answer directly, but instead asked tentatively. House paused for a moment before responding, of course, please ask. He had been pondering how to extract information, but Nokigo seemed eager to divulge. Nokigo contemplated her words, as if carefully organizing her thoughts. Doctor, have you heard of any means by which one might suddenly regard a stranger as a friend? This was the only way she could frame her inquiry, fearing to mention Kuro's name directly, uncertain if the doctor had been influenced, suddenly regarding a stranger as a friend. House echoed, falling into silence. Do you not know? Then never mind, Nokigo said, misinterpreting his silence as ignorance, preparing to leave. She had no ailment that required treatment. No, I do indeed know of a method to achieve what you describe. House spoke just as Nokigo's hand rested on the arm of her chair, causing her to whirl back and grasp his shoulder. Really? Please do not become overly excited. Let us sit and discuss. House replied, taken aback by her unexpected fervor. I apologize for my exuberance, Nokigo said, blushing as she released her grasp and nervously seated herself, her gaze fixed on House. There is indeed a method to suddenly regard a stranger as a friend. Medicine is divided into numerous branches, such as internal medicine and surgery. Among them exists a unique category known as psychiatry, House explained at a measured pace. However, the impatient Nokigo was uninterested in the intricacies of medicine. She merely sought to understand the cause of the villager's transformation, prompting her to interject. Is there a connection between these two matters? Do not rush. I shall address that shortly. House pointed to his own head. Psychiatrists treat mental illnesses, yet individuals suffering from such conditions often struggle to cooperate with their doctors. Thus, they employ a form of adjunct therapy known as hypnosis. As he spoke, House observed Nokigo, noticing her sudden realization. As if a light bulb had flickered on in her mind, this technique can reshape a patient's perception of their physician, transforming the doctor into an intimate confidant. A practitioner of profound skill might even alter a person's thought processes permanently. After finishing his explanation, Nokigo remained ensnared in her astonishment, while House, unperturbed, leisurely sipped his tea. After a considerable pause, Nokigo finally regained her composure. She comprehended the reason behind the villagers' transformation. Someone had hypnotized them during that assembly, and her absence had spared her from a similar fate. In this light, it was evident that Clabatel harbored ill intentions. Should she seek assistance from the man before her? Nokigo pondered, casting a glance at House, who was smiling and sipping tea, her expression shifting continuously. House continued to drink his tea at a leisurely pace, even pouring a cup for Nokigo that he was waiting, anticipating her to voice her need for help. Being overly proactive might instill distrust in her. Unexpectedly, Nokigo bluntly expressed her gratitude, saying, Doctor, thank you, but you should leave this village soon. With that, she swiftly ran away, leaving House behind. Holding his teacup, House gazed at the wide-open door. Having anticipated that Nokigo might seek his help in various ways, directly, indirectly, or through subtle hints, but he never expected her to outright ask him to leave. Today, upon encountering Kuro, House had activated his observation hockey. Continuously monitoring Kuro's actions to his surprise, Kuro seemed to maintain a good rapport with the townsfolk. It appeared that Nokigo was the sole dissenter in the entire village. If she did not seek help from an outsider like him, she would have to face the entire town alone. Reflecting on Nokigo's earlier request for Luffy to depart swiftly, even knowing he was there to assist her sister Nami, her insistence on his departure became somewhat understandable. This kind-hearted yet resilient girl preferred to confront challenges alone rather than drag outsiders into the mire. How intriguing. House, still holding his teacup, stood at the door, watching Nokigo's retreating figure. Suddenly, he appeared to recall something. Retrieving the telephone bug from his pocket, an accessory he received after his promotion, as the expansive Navy provided each officer with one. Hello, Brigadier General, I have a matter to discuss with you. Colonel Mouse slept soundly until the afternoon, awakening with a refreshing sense of vigor, further admiring House's medical prowess. I'm feeling a bit hungry, he remarked, patting his stomach, having skipped lunch. Noticing the time, Mouse decided it was time to summon House back, eagerly anticipating the exquisite meal awaiting him. All right, let us go. By this point, House had gathered most of the information he sought. What remained could not be clarified in a short span. Moreover, with no one else around, he readily acquiesced to Mouse's request. Excellent, let us proceed. Mouse promptly called over the others. This free clinic had been organized to curry favor with House, and the rest were eager to leave. Upon hearing the news of their imminent departure, they moved with greater alacrity than when they had arrived that morning. Dr. House, I have prepared a splendid elephant fish today. Its flavor is unforgettable after just one taste. You must try it. Mouse animatedly described the dish, even licking his lips. House replied nonchalantly, feeling an undercurrent of unease as if he had forgotten something crucial. The group boarded the ship, yet as the coastline gradually receded from view, House's sense of apprehension intensified. Sigh. As they neared the shore, House resignedly exhaled, casting a pitying glance at Mouse, who was still lost in thoughts of dinner. Dr. House, is something wrong with me? Mouse felt a chill at House's gaze. Fearing the worst, that House might declare he would not treat him, that it's nothing. Let us just head back. House shook his head, offering no further explanation. Seeing House's silence, Mouse dared not inquire further, his heart racing with anxiety about House's intentions. Where is everyone? This is utterly unacceptable. Rest assured, Dr. House, I will address them shortly. Mouse became incensed as they approached the port. His subordinates' laziness had become intolerable, despite having instructed them to maintain a good impression for House. They dared to abandon their posts after just one day of his absence. Once he identified the instigator, he would ensure they faced consequences. It's all right. Let us go. In contrast to Mouse's fury, House remained remarkably calm, the pity in his gaze towards Mouse only deepening. Dr. House, you must trust me. They are not usually like this. There must be a special reason. Perhaps thinking House would disapprove of their absence. Mouse incessantly attempted to justify their behavior. We have arrived. Upon turning the final corner, House halted. Mouse followed suit, only to be met with a shocking sight. The training ground was strewn with bodies. It was his subordinates. Had pirates attacked here? Mouse's first instinct was to suspect pirates, but he quickly dismissed the idea. He was well aware of the local pirate activity, and there was not a drop of blood on the ground. No one could defeat an entire battalion of over 100 men without inflicting injury within a single day. Moreover, there were still some standing. The 20 or so injured who had returned with House were now upright, evidently guarding those who lay incapacitated. Most importantly, seated in a wheelchair beside Cadden and Leah was a pirate, Zango, the very one he had tossed into the water prison to fend for himself. Though Zango appeared gaunt and hollow-eyed, his heart-shaped gaze remained wild and fierce, softening only when he spotted Cadden and Leah. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of multiple thuds echoed as Mouse turned around, realizing that everyone who had accompanied him today lay sprawled on the ground, leaving only House standing with his hands raised. It was evident he had knocked them all unconscious. Dr. House, what are you doing? Mouse's face turned pale with disbelief as he took a few steps back. Mouse, you are in trouble. By the command of Brigadier General Blinblin of the East Blue 77th Branch, you are hereby arrested. You may choose to remain silent, but anything you say may be used as evidence against you in court. At this point, pretense was pointless. Although the evidence was not yet conclusive, what they had was sufficient to convict Mouse. The treasure trove in the warehouse was undeniable, and with Zango's presence, evidence of collusion with the Black Pirate crew was established. Although matters with Kuro remained unclear, they could address that after apprehending Mouse that moment. Leah, who had been on the other side of the training ground, noticed the commotion and eagerly rushed over. Listen, I was telling you today that I stop. Don't move. The previously terrified Mouse brandished two guns, one aimed at House and the other at Leah. If either of you moves, I will shoot. His gaze darted between the two. Leah, witnessing Mouse's audacity in threatening both himself and House, was ready to explode. However, House shook his head, signaling Leah to hold his position. Leah received House's message but felt defiant. Glaring at Mouse, bemused, thought, I'm the one holding the gun here, not you two. You need to understand the situation. Who is truly in control? The tension escalated. Mouse's gaze grew increasingly dangerous, his grip on the gun tightening. After all, having one hostage was sufficient. Should he eliminate one to establish authority? Just then, House spoke. Colonel Mouse, this may be the last time you are addressed as Colonel. Your past has been obscured by the downfall of the evil dragon pirate crew. You could have retreated unscathed. Why then, do you persist in entangling yourself with the Black Pirate crew? Is it truly so difficult to remain a loyal Navy officer? Indeed, this was the conundrum that House could not fathom. If it were merely for wealth, the evil dragon pirate crew had previously provided him with ample riches, enough for a lavish lifestyle. Shut up. What do you know? Mouse realized there was no way out today and was solely focused on escaping. Yet, House's words ignited a spark of fury within him. I have served in the Navy for nearly 20 years, accumulating countless merits and narrowly escaping death at the hands of pirates. It was only 10 years ago that I became the branch chief. My subordinates and I are filled with joy. However, shortly after assuming my position, that merman appeared. He is overwhelmingly powerful, far too powerful, and I am acutely aware that I stand no chance against him. Am I to allow my subordinates to perish in vain? Perhaps the weight of my despair has become unbearable as the mouse begins to shed tears. Yet, his hands remain firmly grasped around the trigger. Unyielding, before launching an assault on the merman, Bryn reminded me that the Navy does not engage solely with the weak. House seems entirely indifferent to the gun held by the mouse. Advancing toward him step by step, I command you to halt. Do not approach any closer. In a state of panic, the mouse aimed both guns at House, attempting to compel him to stop, that if he wishes to embrace death. That is his affair. It bears no relation to me. Moreover, were it not for my intervention, at least half of the villagers from those dozen or so settlements would surely have perished. I have transformed the dragon's plundering into a garrison. Saving countless lives, I have done a service, the mouse roared. Yes, until now, the mouse has believed that while he may have accepted bribes, he simultaneously protected his subordinates from death, indirectly preventing the dragon from slaughtering innocents. He is not in the wrong. Observing the unrepentant mouse, House paused, still wearing that expression of pity. Perhaps you kept them alive back then, but do you not realize what you might find today in Cocoa West Village? Find what? The mouse instinctively inquired. In the entire village, there are only 3 children under the age of 8. Upon rewatching the anime, it became clear that only 3 children appeared, one of whom was the orphan from Kesha Town, annihilated at the outset, and not a native of this village. Cocoa West Village, once home to over 30 households and 150 people, now harbors merely 3 children under 8. Do you comprehend this? What does that have to do with me? It is not as though I forbade them from having children. The mouse clearly began to grasp what House was insinuating. Yet he stubbornly retorted, though his hands, still clutching the guns, began to tremble slightly. Indeed, it is because the dragon charges by head count. Everyone fears that if they have children, they will not be able to afford the fees, and thus refrain from procreation. This is unrelated to you, is it not? House's tone wavered. That is precisely the case, the mouse declared, though his words carried an undertone of bluster. However, if the 77th Division had not tirelessly pursued the dragon pirate crew, who knows how much longer they would have endured in such dire circumstances. In just a few more years, the village's youth will age, and they will be unable to bear children, leading to the village's inevitable extinction. House spoke this conjecture in a calm tone, while the nearby Luwei gaped in disbelief, struggling to accept that such a fate could befall a village without any bloodshed. Bang. Silence. I do not wish for this outcome either. Besides, once the dragon is dead, the fees will not be so exorbitant. I even sent them money. The mouse fired a shot into the ground at House's feet. Indeed, you sent money, but did you not conspire with Kuro to reclaim it? A weak voice emerged as Catan unexpectedly pushed Zonkao nearby. Humph, who would believe a pirate such as you? The mouse hurled his now empty gun at Zonkao, who caught it with a frosty expression. Yes, I am a pirate, but do you know what Kuro's plan entails? Is it not merely to recover the money and divide it equally, after which I shall escort him to the Grand Line? The mouse scoffed, dismissing such pirates who would forsake everything for the Grand Line. Heh, that is what Kuro told you. But he has no intention of leaving. He wishes to remain in Cocoa West Village. Impossible. What could a pirate possibly achieve by staying in a village? The mouse utterly disbelieved Zonkao's words. The notion of a pirate desiring a stable and prosperous life is indeed difficult to accept. Yet it is true. He even secretly recorded his conversation with you using a den mushy to prevent you from later reneging and harming him. Moreover, he initially intended to hand the footage to me so that we could take it to the Grand Line, thereby deterring you from acting rashly. That I do not believe you. You are surely deceiving me. I shall kill you. Without hesitation, the mouse aimed his gun at Zonkao, ready to pull the trigger. Crack. It was not the sound of a gunshot, but rather that of a bone-fracturing my hand. The mouse clutched his right hand in agony, years of indulgent living having rendered him incapable of the vigor he once possessed when battling pirates. To attempt to kill a witness before my very eyes. Dream on. House disdainfully sheathed his sword, deeming it unnecessary to draw it against such a person. House seethed. In my lifetime, I have despised no one more than those who have pointed a gun at my head. I once swore never to allow anyone to do so again. Greetings, Dr. House. Thank you for saving me. Zhang Kao politely addressed House though. You remember me? House replied, somewhat taken aback, as Zhang Kao had been unconscious when he visited. Indeed, in order to endure, I hypnotized myself into a state of unconsciousness. Yet I retained a flicker of awareness, Zhang Kao confessed candidly. Hypnosis, indeed intriguing. The two engaged in casual conversation, entirely indifferent to the mouse's continued cries of pain. Servant, servant, today I have accomplished a great deed. Upon witnessing House handle the mouse, Luiyue could no longer contain herself, her words tumbling out like popping beans. This morning, I was out and about with the one with the center part. When this fellow suddenly burst forth from the prison, Luiyue pointed at Zhang Kao. The one with the center part was a recent nickname Luiyue had assigned to Catan. Then I sensed that he possessed something you had left behind. House. It is the breathing technique. You know it too. Do not speak nonsense. Then Luiyue pointed once more at the group of villains sprawled on the ground. Those bad guys were about to kill him. I thought this kind-hearted soul must be a good person, so I brought the one with the center part to take them down. Impressive, right? Luiyue felt she deserved to stand with her hands on her hips. Having saved a good person and defeated a large number of villains, she must have been of great assistance to House. Heh, indeed impressive. What else could House do but forgive her? He shot a glare at Catan, who was stifling laughter. Why did you not keep an eye on her? Catan shrugged. Why not see for yourself? By the way, this kind-hearted soul mentioned that a fellow named Kuro intends to kill a woman named Nokigo. Do you know anything about this, servant? Luiyue once again spoke with startling revelation. What? Zhang Kao, what is the meaning of this? House was equally astonished, for what he heard in the village today contradicted this, as it had been said that Kuro was still pursuing Nokigo. How could it have turned to murder? Out of love, turned to hate. I can explain this matter, Zhang Kao interjected. To be honest, I was originally a pirate, and even the captain of a pirate crew. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. The ship I was aboard was notorious 3 years ago as the Black Pirate Crew, with Kuro as the captain, possessing the moniker Cunning. Zhang Kao recounted how Kuro had manipulated him into hypnotizing a shipwright named Nerbiha, who bore a resemblance to Kuro, convincing him that he was Kuro, subsequently orchestrating the capture of Nerbiha, disguised as Kuro, by the Navy, and hypnotizing the Navy officer to firmly believe that he had captured Kuro. After escaping, Kuro adopted a false identity as a butler in a wealthy merchant's household, spending 3 years attempting to seize the merchant's vast fortune. During this time, I became the acting captain of the Black Pirate Crew. However, when Kuro commanded us to engage, we were defeated by another group. You have said so much. What does this have to do with Kuro wanting to kill Nokigo? Catan struggled to comprehend why this person was so fond of rambling. I have not spoken in days and am a bit excited. My apologies that I will get to the point shortly. Zhang Kao felt somewhat embarrassed, having bottled up his words. After his failure, Kuro returned to the pirate crew, reassumed the role of captain, and arrived in this vicinity. Somehow, Kuro established a connection with Colonel Mouse, transforming into Clabatel half a month ago and gathering the villagers under the guise of Colonel Mouse, compelling me to hypnotize them to foster trust in him. Upon hearing this, House began to piece together why Kuro would seek to kill Nokigo. Although the reason remained unclear, Nokigo's behavior today indicated she had not been hypnotized. In other words, Nokigo was the only flaw in Kuro's plan within the village. House suddenly recalled something. The tiger woman had allowed him to leave today. Was it possible she intended to confront Kuro directly? With this thought, House deemed it necessary to return to Cocoa West Village, for he was, after all, a member of the Navy. Distant matters could not be ignored. However, the individual before us can still be salvaged. Catan, gather a few people to assist with the boat. I must make a trip to Cocoa West Village. Understood, Catan responded after a brief moment of surprise, promptly turning to summon others. This quality of Catan is what pleases House the most. After years of understanding, he knows that if there are questions, they can wait until the task is completed. Wait, I wish to go as well. 3 voices chimed in simultaneously. Catan was somewhat taken aback. While he understood that Liuya enjoyed being in the thick of things, and he could see why Zhang Ao was eager to witness Crow's fate, what was the meaning behind Mouse's insistence? Please bring me along. I beg of you, Mouse said, bowing with determination, despite the pain from his severed hand causing sweat to drip onto the ground. This only deepened House's curiosity. What was the matter with Mouse? Was he contemplating fleeing after reaching Cocoa West Village? That didn't seem likely, as House had witnessed Mouse's abilities. He wouldn't be able to escape when surrounded, especially with a severed hand. Nevertheless, Cadden had already summoned the others, and adding Mouse to the group wouldn't hurt. He could confront Crow as well. Very well. But should I perceive any inclination to flee, I will shoot you on sight. That it was prudent to remain cautious. Thank you. I will not attempt to escape again. Mouse replied solemnly, being the first to board the ship, taking a seat in a corner, his head bowed in silence. This sudden change in Mouse left House bewildered. How had he transformed so completely? House, being a broad-minded individual, decided not to dwell on it, as it was unlikely to alter the course of events. As the others prepared for departure, House hurried into the office building, emerging shortly thereafter. Cadden, you stay behind. Cadden, who was about to board the ship, froze at House's words. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Someone must keep an eye on that group lying on the ground. That I fear there may be complications with the wounded. It must either be you or Lioya. What? Do you wish to have a go at Lioya? Upon hearing this, Cadden instinctively glanced towards the ship, where Lioya was baring her teeth at him, rolling up her sleeves. Clearly ready to throw him overboard should he dare to board. Never mind. Circumstances dictate the course of action. It is not worth enduring a beating simply to step out for a moment. It is not that I cannot contend with Lioya. Rather, I would prefer not to bully a woman. Yes, that is it. With a defeated sigh, Cadden turned to leave. The warship set sail, racing towards Cocoa West Village at breakneck speed. During the journey, Zhang Ao recounted the reasons behind his abandonment by Crow. One day, I went to invite Crow for a meal and inadvertently overheard him talking to himself in his cabin. On a certain night, within the captain's quarters of the Black Pirate crew, Crow mused, those fools truly believe I infiltrated the village to gather intelligence. Once they have raided the nearby villages, I shall dispose of them. I will use the funds acquired from selling naval intelligence to threaten Mouse, compelling him to provide me with the bounty. Then, I can live peacefully in the village as a hero resisting pirates. However, any unstable factors must be eliminated. He adjusted his glasses with a hand, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. At that moment, Zhang Ao, who had come to report to Crow, was drenched in sweat, halting just before he knocked on the door. Is Captain Crow planning to kill us? Wasn't it agreed that after this heist, we would share the spoils with Colonel Mouse, and he would facilitate our entry into the Grand Line? Why? The thought of Crow's terrifying power, his indiscriminate destruction during full-force attacks, caused Zhang Ao to stagger back a step. Who is outside? Crow bellowed. It is I, Zhang Ao replied, managing to maintain a facade of calm despite his inner turmoil. He was well aware of Crow's nature. As a hypnotist, he was half a psychologist. If discovered eavesdropping at this moment, his fate would be sealed. What is it? Zhang Ao. Crow approached, opening the door with a smile that seemed to ease his tension. The naval ship has entered our ambush zone. I came to inquire if we are to commence the attack. They have arrived? Let me take a look. Crow stepped outside, then turned back. Why are you sweating so profusely? My stomach hurts. Yes, it really hurts, Zhang Ao replied, clutching his abdomen as if in genuine discomfort. Then hurry and resolve that. Crow shot him a glare, his voice sharp. To be troubled by a stomachache before battle. Truly pathetic. If it weren't for their incompetence, I would not have failed in Zilabu village. It is all their fault. Yes, I will go immediately. As Crow's murderous intent intensified, Zhang Ao could no longer maintain his disguise and dashed towards the restroom. Ugh, pathetic. Crow spat under his breath, watching Zhang Ao's retreating figure before proceeding onward. However, after a few steps, he halted once more. Something was amiss. Zhang Ao's recent behavior was uncharacteristic. After 3 years as captain, his ambition had grown, and he displayed far less respect towards Crow. Had he overheard my monologue in the captain's quarters? A shadow flickered in Crow's eyes. No, I cannot kill him yet. Zhang Ao is an essential piece in our plans for Cocoa West Village, and I must wait until he has fulfilled his role. Crow pondered darkly before making his way to the deck. Zhang Ao, having bolted to the restroom, shut the door without concern for the unpleasantness. Gasping for breath, is the captain planning to kill us? What do I do? After serving as Crow's first mate for so long, Zhang Ao believed he understood Crow well enough. That tone was unmistakably serious. Zhang Ao was in a state of panic. His hypnotic abilities were merely a byproduct of consuming poisonous mushrooms, ineffective against those of superior strength, leaving him powerless against Crow. Moreover, given Crow's speed, should he attempt to flee, Crow would label him a traitor and pursue him to execute him. At this juncture, The only option was to feign ignorance. As long as he remained valuable, he should be safe for the time being. He resolved to find an opportunity to escape, as Zhang Ao contemplated. Confronting Crow with the crew, Zhang Ao dared not entertain such a notion. That silent method of taking lives would prove futile even with the entire crew. After calming his nerves, Zhang Ao exited the restroom and made his way back to the deck. "Why are you taking so long?" Crow remarked, his displeasure evident as he scrutinized Zhang Ao. Zhang Ao felt a chill run through him. It seemed he had attracted suspicion. "Apologies, perhaps I consumed some strange mushrooms," he chuckled nervously, attempting to maintain his usual demeanor. "Is that so? Prepare for battle. I am entrusting you with the task of handling Captain Chow. You are up to the challenge, correct?" Crow diverted his gaze, assigning Zhang Ao his task. "Captain Chow? Haha. As it is the captain's order, I shall handle him." Zhang Ao continued to wear his foolish grin at him. Crow replied tersely, then ceased to pay Zhang Ao any further attention. Did I manage to deceive him? Splendid, Zhang Ao thought joyfully. However, he failed to notice the murderous glint in Crow's eyes from an angle unseen to him. He heard me. Crow was certain in his mind. He knew Zhang Ao well. He was not one to simply acquiesce, often dragging his feet when given tasks. Zhang Ao's swift compliance this time undoubtedly harbored some ulterior motive, attack. The ensuing events were rather clear. During the confrontation with the discarded members of the 16th Division, Zhang Ao intentionally divulged relevant information to the enemy. He even hypnotized Captain Chow, creating chaos within their ranks to facilitate the enemy's escape. Though he dared not directly oppose Crow, if sufficiently powerful naval forces were to come to challenge Crow, he would seize the opportunity to flee. Yet, he had not anticipated that before any reinforcements could arrive to confront Crow, he would be betrayed by Crow himself to go and deliver a letter to Mouse and fetch some operational funds, Crow commanded, handing Zhang Ao a sealed letter after hypnotizing the villagers of Cocoa West Village. Understood. Zhang Ao feigned indifference, but internally he was elated. This was a splendid opportunity for escape. Taking the letter, Zhang Ao departed joyfully, unaware of the significant smile that played upon Crow's lips behind him. Had he seen it, he might have thought twice about leaving. Is it truly this simple? After serving Crow for so long, I cannot receive no benefits at all. Alone in the small boat, Zhang Ao pondered, his mind drifting back to the envelope in his arms. Perhaps I should retrieve the funds before making my escape? At that moment, the greedy nature of a pirate reared its head within Zhang Ao. Thus, he arrived at the 16th Division, only for Mouse to seize him upon reading the letter. Subjecting him to relentless torment, Zhang Ao cast a venomous glance at Mouse in the corner. What is mere piracy in the face of such torture? The mouse is utterly indifferent to the gaze of Zhang Ao. It is tearing its navy uniform into strips to use as bandages for its injured hand. The letter stated that Zhang Ao is a traitor and urged me to kill him. Yet, I am aware that Kuro fears that eliminating Zhang Ao would cause his subordinates to fracture. After all, this pirate has been captain for 3 years, and his prestige still holds some weight. As the mouse wraps its arm, it speaks as if it cares little for others, knowing that it is tending to its wounds. In order to hold a trump card against Kuro in the future, I can find the man in a secret water dungeon. I see. House nodded, finally grasping that Kuro is indeed an astute pirate. With the failure of the plan in Zilabu village, a new strategy has emerged. Those who dare to sport a slicked-back hairstyle are never simple characters. However, Kuro is unfortunate to encounter someone of my extraordinary caliber. A silent assassin? Even Luffy, who is yet to awaken his observation haki, could handle this, let alone myself, who possesses it. In contrast to Kuro, it is the mouse that has left House perplexed. He casually glanced at the mouse. Ever since the mouse boarded the ship, House has found it increasingly inscrutable. Initially, he thought the mouse sought an opportunity to escape, yet apart from bandaging its hand, it has merely been feigning sleep beside him. It had just voluntarily explained the letter from Kuro, but what is it scheming? Cocoa West Village is not far from Branch 16, and just as House heard that he would grant the chance to beat, scratch, and capture Kuro to his companion, Luiwe, the excitement had yet to fade before they were approaching the shore. However, as the warship drew near, House realized that the beating was likely out of the question. A ship was already anchored there, a sailing vessel bearing a sheep's head, the Going Merry, the prince's ship. To be honest, House had no desire to encounter the prince. In House's words, the prince is a troublesome amalgamation, and any association with him is deemed bad luck. Nonetheless, now that he was here, House had no excuse to leave. At this moment, the prince posed no bounty, and was not committing any wrongs. He could simply pretend he saw nothing. Slow down. No need to rush. As soon as the ship docked, Louis eagerly dashed toward the village, completely ignoring House's calls, or perhaps feigning ignorance. What could House do but follow? "Ah, you troublesome butler. What are you doing here?" Luffy exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Kuro again. "Well, he must be up to no good. Just take him down." Zoro chimed in at "Oh, you know him. And what have you done to the beautiful lady?" Sanji, having never seen Kuro before, became instantly furious upon noticing the clawed gloves on Kuro's hands and the blue-haired girl lying nearby. "No Kigo." Nami shouted upon recognizing the person on the ground, rushing over to check on Nokigo's injuries. "Oh, it's you all. What a relief." Kuro was genuinely taken aback upon seeing Luffy and the others. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Despite not knowing why his subordinates had not come, wasn't this a ready-made substitute? "Ladies and gentlemen, behold the evidence. Nokigo and Nami have colluded with the pirates, intending to plunder our village." Kuro bellowed to the villagers behind him, pointing a finger at Luffy. "Nokigo, is this true?" "No way. Nami wanted to save our village before." The villagers, now in a state of confusion, were unsure whom to trust. Kuro smirked wickedly. Everything was going according to plan, and all that remained was to stoke the flames further. He raised his head and, with righteous indignation, pointed at Luffy. "That one over there with the straw hat. Who are you?" "Hey, troublesome butler. Have you forgotten? I'm Luffy, a pirate." "Luffy, no. Don't say it, you fool. Now this is a problem." What a nuisance. Upon hearing Kuro's question, Nami, Usopp, Zoro, and Sanji all sought to prevent Luffy from speaking, but it was already too late. Luffy grinned as he revealed his identity. The others facepalmed. This is it that he really is a pirate. Nami brought a pirate back to the village. Kiribatel was right. They intend to steal our possessions. We cannot let them succeed. We outnumber them. Let's kill the pirates. Yes, we are many. There's no need to fear them. The crowd was stirred, and Kuro could barely contain his laughter. Weren't you all claiming to be just? So, what now? Will you strike against the civilians? The crowd was restless, awaiting a leader. Everyone, follow me, from the moment Luffy answered Kuro's question. The members of the Straw Hat crew felt something was off. As Nami cunningly cradled Nokigo and hid behind her companions while Kuro incited the villagers. The tension escalated. What should we do? Are we going to fight? Zoro's gaze sharpened, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "I don't care about anyone else, but that suit-wearing scoundrel dares to treat a lady this way. He must be made to repent." Sanji slightly raised his right foot. Well, this little scene hardly requires the great Captain Usopp to take action. You guys can handle it. Usopp feigned nonchalance, yet his legs trembled uncontrollably. There are probably around 200 villagers here. How could I possibly take them on? I'm not a freak like Luffy or Zoro. Usopp raged inwardly. Cough, cough. No, don't harm them. They were merely hypnotized. Nokigo coughed up blood. Although she was unsure of the strength of Nami's friends, she had indeed heard Luffy proclaim himself a pirate. Even now, the villagers were just being exploited if the pirates were allowed to act with impunity. Everyone would be in peril. Nokigo, you're awake. You mentioned hypnosis? Nami exclaimed with joy upon seeing Nokigo safe. Yes, they were hypnotized, which is why they believed Kurobatel's words. Nokigo, gravely injured, could only lean on Nami to stand. Huh, hypnosis? Isn't that something that makes people sleep? Luffy inquired, puzzled. Having witnessed Zhang Ao perform hypnosis in Zilabu village, Luffy remembered that after the demonstration, Zhang Ao fell asleep himself. Not quite. In short, the matter is complicated, and it was all orchestrated by Kurobatel. Do not harm the villagers. Nokigo struggled to explain Dado. Well then. After hearing this, Luffy called to the two in front of him. Zoro, Sanji. What is it? Two, don't mimic my speech. Algae head. You shouldn't be mimicking my speech. Color River Turtle, huh? Do you want to be kicked? Do you want to be slashed? Luffy paid no heed to the squabbling between the two, grinning widely. Nami's sister said not to harm the villagers. So let's prepare to escape. Gomu Gomu. Luffy gathered the group together, then, like a rubber band, extended his arms to grasp the two lampposts ahead. Wait, Luffy. No way. Are you seriously? The others were still in disbelief when they heard Luffy's follow-up declaration. Slingshot, Duong. The rubber slingshot fashioned by Luffy flung them all into the air. Luffy, I will definitely take you down. Ha! His arms stretched out. Oh, is that guy a monster? The villagers, witnessing Luffy's ability to elongate his arm, were terrified and did not dare to pursue any further, having no understanding of what a devil fruit was. The pirates fled because they were afraid. At this moment, not pursuing them would allow them to return with even more pirates. Chase them. Kuro took the lead, unwilling to let the situation he had painstakingly turned around slip away. Kurabatel was right. The pirates were surely terrified. Indeed, with so many of us, they cannot defeat us. We must not allow them to return with more pirates, or we will be in danger. The villagers nodded to one another. Chase them, kill the pirates. The villagers followed closely in the footsteps of Kuro, who sprinted ahead with a smile, gradually quickening his pace until he vanished from their sight. This was the final step of the plan, to eliminate the Straw Hat crew. His previous defeat was solely due to carelessness, and he vowed not to repeat that mistake. Silent steps. Kuro's feet moved swiftly, creating the illusion of multiple footsteps simultaneously, and then he disappeared without a sound. This technique was one he had mastered from his own experiences, rivaling even the speed of the six-style shave. The Straw Hat crew found themselves in the woods outside the village. Ah, how perilous. Are you all right? Luffy inquired with a grin. Who do you think made this mess? They chorused, despite their irritation towards Luffy. They couldn't deny that his skills had helped them escape the villagers. Ha! Luffy continued to laugh, while the others seethed with anger. Suddenly, the sound of rapid footsteps approached. The beautiful girl halted before them. Are you pirates? Her voice rang clear and vibrant, showing no signs of breathlessness from her recent sprint. Ah, lovely lady, it is indeed a pleasure to see you again. It must be fate. Sanji eagerly approached, his body wobbling dramatically like a noodle. Hey, colorful Kappa, now is not the time for infatuation, Zoro remarked, his gaze fixed on the newcomer, his instincts warning him of her formidable strength. Indeed, I am a pirate, Luffy declared unabashedly. Wait, Nami and Usopp exclaimed simultaneously. They shared the same concern that acknowledging their pirate status in uncertain circumstances was unwise. Have you seen me before? The tone was unmistakable. The girl was none other than Rokaha, who had rushed ahead in her eagerness. Of course, I was once a chef at the Bartai restaurant. You dined there. Do you not remember, beautiful lady? Sanji recalled vividly, as Rokaha's striking half-black, half-white hair made her unforgettable to him. Rokaha crossed her arms, pondering for a moment before her expression shifted to one of menace. You are the vile chef who attacked my comrades. At that instant, Sanji felt as if struck by lightning. Ha ha, Sanji, she just called you a bad chef. Only Luffy could laugh in such a situation, while the others seethed with rage. Now, pirates, I am the messenger of the god of light and darkness. Release the hostages at once and surrender, or I shall enact immediate judgment upon you. Rokaha's cherubic face took on a serious demeanor as she assumed a battle stance. Indeed, she had mistaken the Straw Hat crew for Kuro's band, which she had been instructed to confront, while the restrained Norki was merely a hostage of the Straw Hats. No, I am a villager from Cocoa West Village. They are my companions. We are not villains. Nami hastily clarified as tension mounted. So, you are all pirates then? That a pirate's companions are still pirates. Who would deny being a villain? Rokaha's comprehension was evidently sharp. It seemed that a confrontation was unavoidable. Zoro had already gripped his swords, ready for battle. It's time to engage. Luffy too ceased his laughter, grasping his right arm with his left, his instincts as sharp as Zoro's. The atmosphere was fraught with tension. Wait, we cannot strike a lady. Sanji stepped forward, shielding Rokaha from view, obstructing Luffy and Zoro's line of sight. Bang! Rokaha struck first, and Sanji fell to the ground, caught off guard. House had taught her well, when faced with multiple opponents brandishing weapons and showing intent to attack, one could preemptively strike in self-defense. It was a lesson imparted by a master named Chun. Sanji, colorful Kappa, how despicable. Luffy's rubbery arm shot back, extending rapidly. .3 sword style. Zoro brandished his blades in a crisscross position. His right foot forward, body slightly leaned. Rokaha's fists were clenched, right hand forward, left hand back, poised in a battle stance. Pistol, demon slash. The two roars echoed simultaneously, as Zoro launched himself towards Rokaha like a cannonball. His swords aimed with lethal precision. Yet Rokaha danced like a leaf in the wind, effortlessly evading Zoro's strikes. In an instant, Zoro had passed her, positioning himself behind her. Whoosh! A fist rushed towards Rokaha's head, but she calmly sidestepped. The punch was aimed directly at her face, and she even had time to contemplate after evading the attack. House had once said that striking someone's face was a grave insult. Thus, if someone struck your left cheek, you should retaliate by knocking their head askew. Rokaha had always heeded House's teachings. With swift footfalls, she executed shave. Where had she gone? Luffy's arm retracted rapidly, his eyes scanning for her whereabouts. Luffy, watch out to your right, Usopp shouted from behind. Right? Luffy turned quickly, throwing his left fist in that direction. But it was too late. Duong. Rokaha's punch flattened Luffy's head, quite literally. Her fist sank into his face, creating a clear imprint as his head was sent flying to the left, neck stretching involuntarily, crashing into a tree. Why does my hand feel so strange? Rokaha pondered, gazing at her fist, the impact feeling oddly insubstantial, as if she had struck something soft. Point 3 sword-style secret technique. Before Rokaha could ponder further, a familiar voice echoed from her right. Turning, she saw the green swordsman spinning his blades like a windmill, generating a fierce gust directed at her. It hard to evade. A sense of being targeted enveloped Rokaha. Point 3,000 worlds. Zoro charged at her again, this time with at least 50% more speed. His dual swords whirling at a dizzying pace, creating the illusion of multiple blades attacking simultaneously. This was Zoro's most powerful technique. Yet Rokaha remained unperturbed, raising her left hand palm forward and retracting her right fist to her waist. A dark aura enveloped her right fist, imbued with armament haki. Ha! A light exclamation escaped her lips as she retracted her left hand and thrust her right fist forward. Clang! In the next moment, Zoro found himself behind Rokaha, his blades spinning in the air before embedding into the ground. Gazing at his broken swords, a rare flicker of confusion crossed Zoro's eyes. Exhaling deeply, he discarded the shattered blades. Retrieving Wado Ikamanji with both hands, his resolve restored, he was a swordsman, one determined to become the world's greatest swordsman. Watch out, Miss Nami. Luffy's voice rang out again as he extended his arms forward rapidly. But Rokaha did not evade, for Luffy's target was not her. A figure clad in black had appeared beside Nami, with blades adorning each finger, reaching for both Nami and Norki. Nami began to scream, instinctively swinging the stick in her hand towards the sudden intruder. Bang! Luffy's attack struck the shadowy figure that had silently appeared beside Nami and Noki. The dark silhouette spat out a mouthful of blood mid-air before crashing into a massive tree that 3 people could barely encircle. Crack! Crack! The sound of splintering would echoed continuously until, with a resounding crash, the tree was snapped in half. Aren't you all on the same side? Sixleaf inquired with curiosity, her observation haki having already detected the presence of someone lurking nearby. Initially, she had assumed the hidden individual aimed to ambush her. However, when that concealed person attacked Nami and Noki, she found the situation perplexing. I certainly do not ally myself with that wicked butler. Luffy retracted his arm while shouting this declaration. Hey, Color Kappa, stop pretending to be asleep and deal with Kuro. Zoro instantly assessed the situation. Indeed, the shadow that Luffy had just sent flying was none other than Kuro himself. Utilizing his silent steps, Kuro had distanced himself from the villagers and, upon arriving nearby, witnessed Sixleaf engaging Sanji. Although he was uncertain of Sixleaf's allegiance, he welcomed the assistance against the Straw Hat crew, planning to eliminate her afterward. However, he was taken aback by her strength. Her speed was such that even he could barely discern it. A woman possessing such power was beyond Kuro's expectations, yet he was swiftly consumed by his desire. There must be a reason for her formidable strength. Though he yearned for a tranquil life, who could resist the allure of becoming stronger, since she was engaged in battle with the Straw Hats? If he aided her in defeating them, he could gain her trust and subsequently uncover the secret behind her prowess. Therefore, I shall seek the opportunity to eliminate a few. Kuro mused, his shadowy gaze scanning for a target. Currently, the battlefield was in disarray. Sanji lay on the ground, while Luffy and Zoro were entangled with Sixleaf. Usopp stood by with his bow, searching for an opening, and Nami was helping Noki towards the bushes. Seemingly desiring to vacate the battlefield, Kuro quickly set his sights on Nami and Noki, primarily because Usopp was far too resilient. This led to the scene where Kuro had just ambushed Nami and was sent flying. Alright, the previously fallen Sanji had awakened at some point, and the warning earlier had been his shout that he sprang to his feet like a carp leaping from water and charged towards Kuro. Whispering to Zoro as he passed, "Don't die. Ha. You should be more concerned about your own safety." Zoro tightened his grip on his sword, watching Six Leaf with vigilance. Unexpectedly, Six Leaf merely stood her ground, showing no intention to strike again. Cough, cough. The ambush has indeed failed. Blood trickled from the corner of Kuro's mouth as he regained his footing. Yet, you have underestimated me by sending just one person. His steps became illusory again, silent steps. Sanji, rushing towards Kuro, suddenly halted. Where? A dangerous sensation surged from his left side, and without hesitation, he leaped to the right. Rip! The fabric at Sanji's left waist was sliced open by 5 sharp blades, and Kuro materialized on Sanji's left. Did you evade me? Kuro taunted. Let us see how you dodge this. Kuro vanished once more, the faintest sounds echoing from all directions. However, when Sanji turned to investigate the source of the noise, he found nothing. Sanji's heart raced with alarm, yet he was powerless. His speed paled in comparison to Kuro's. He could only catch fleeting glimpses of Kuro's silhouette when the latter paused to attack. Even that brief moment was insufficient for a counterattack. Evasion was merely a desperate grasp at survival. Meanwhile, Zoro and Luffy remained locked in their standoff with Six Leaf, not daring to slacken their guard. They could not face 2 adversaries simultaneously, Sanji thought. Behind, Sanji leaped to his left front. But the jump felt excessively high, causing him to linger in the air for too long. Kuro swung at empty air, but upon seeing Sanji evade his strike, he merely chuckled that I in midair. Can you still escape? Kuro's figure flickered and appeared at Sanji's landing spot. 10 gleaming blades piercing towards the airborne Sanji that I've been waiting for this. Even as he faced imminent impalement, Sanji displayed no trace of fear. Instead, he remained remarkably composed. He had intentionally leaped high, hoping to bait Kuro into attacking. While he could not match Kuro's speed, he could expose an opening for Kuro's assault, at least during the attack. Kuro could not evade. Chest meet. Sanji disregarded Kuro's blades, exerting all his strength to kick Kuro's chest in a desperate bid for mutual destruction that he closed his eyes. Old man, I might not inherit Bartai. Luffy, I am truly grateful for your invitation aboard. Green Algae Head, you must become the world's greatest swordsman. Miss Nami, what a pity we couldn't get to know each other better. Usopp, never mind, don't. Sanji, Color Chef, several individuals witnessed Sanji's peril, instinctively rushing to his aid, but their speed was insufficient. Ultimate Special Gunpowder Star, a black projectile appeared abruptly beside Kuro's temple. Boom! Just a second before Sanji could be pierced, the black projectile exploded. The force of the blast sent Sanji flying. Averting his grim fate if Sanji was spared, it was needless to say that the primary target, Kuro, was hurled several meters away, crashing to the ground. Well done, Usopp. For what is that? Usopp wiped his nose that I am the ever-accurate Usopp. The power of the special gunpowder star is 10 times that of a regular one. Kirabatel, I will avenge Miss Kaya for her grievances. How dashing! Luffy's eyes sparkled, entirely forgetting they were still amidst battle. Enough, you insignificant pests. Time and again you have disrupted my flawless plan. Kuro rose, bellowing at the Straw Hat crew. The others turned to Kuro, and then... The explosion's proximity had been too close, although Kuro had attempted to turn his head away. The flames still singed half of his hair and eyebrows. His glasses, which he had always worn, were nowhere to be found. A gust of wind swept past, and Kuro, who had intended to say something more, felt a chill at the top of his head. He quickly used his sword as a mirror. You! Damn it! Kuro's rage erupted. How could he maintain his composure when his seemingly innocuous handsome visage had been so thoroughly marred? He had thrived in Sirabu village and Kokoya village largely due to this very face. Now, with it ruined, he sought to annihilate anyone who had witnessed his current appearance. Shakashur, Kuro's figure vanished once more. This time without even the slightest sound. Slash. Marks appeared on the nearby trees as if sliced by a blade. Slash, slash, slash. Scratches continued to emerge on the surrounding trees, appearing erratically, with no discernible pattern. Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy formed a triangular formation, protecting Nami, Noki, and Usopp within. The three were tense, acutely aware of their surroundings, their expressions grave. Luffy and Zoro had battled Kuro before. This technique was astoundingly swift, to the extent that even Kuro himself could not predict where his attacks would land. Had it not been for Luffy ensnaring Kuro with his own body, rendering him immobile, they would not have emerged victorious. As for Sanji, who had just fought Kuro, he remained utterly vigilant. He could barely keep pace with Kuro's normal speed. let alone when Kuro was exerting his full strength. While the trio strained to locate Kuro's presence, thud, thud, crash. The Straw Hats stared in disbelief at Six Leaf, who was retracting her foot, and Kuro, who had rolled into a ball and crashed into a tree. Their mouths hung agape, as if their jaws had dropped in astonishment. Only Luffy was different. His jaw had genuinely dropped to the ground. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll capture all of you. Luyes raised her fist, exuding a fierce yet adorable demeanor. The timid Nami and Usopp immediately turned their heads away. No Kigo, still reeling from the overwhelming events of the day, found herself in a state of shock. First, she had publicly demanded Kuro to lift the villagers' hypnosis, only to be injured by him afterward. Then, Nami and her companions appeared, and they were mistaken for pirates, nearly facing death at the hands of the villagers. The one named Luffy had an arm that stretched remarkably, sending everyone flying. Following that, a girl with striking black and white features appeared, effortlessly defeating both Luffy and Zoro. Suddenly, Kiribatel launched a sneak attack on her and Nami, only to be sent flying by Luffy's elongated hand. The one called Sanji nearly perished alongside Kiribatel. Kiribatel employed a peculiar technique, disappearing yet leaving traces of his attacks everywhere. Ultimately, the girl who had fought Luffy and Zoro managed to defeat Kuro. All these events left no Kigo utterly bewildered. She was merely an ordinary rural girl, and these individuals were nothing short of monsters. Was Nami truly associating with such people? Luyes scrutinized the Straw Hat crew. Uncertain of how to proceed, as for Kuro, Luyes deemed him overly foolish for developing such utterly useless techniques, which rendered him incapable of even controlling his own body, his frantic movements, relying solely on the flailing claw blades at his sides, were nothing more than a gamble. If he happened to dash past an enemy, he might inflict harm. He could only bully ordinary folk. Once confronted with someone possessing observation haki, it would be as simple as predicting Kuro's path and extending a foot to trip him. Indeed, Luyes had done just that. Without Kuro, the Straw Hat crew could not let their guard down, for there remained a far more formidable Luyes. Fortunately, it seemed she had no intention of engaging further. Instructing the Straw Hat crew to remain still, feeling rather bored, she had initially come to fight, as per House's suggestion, but found her opponents to be woefully weak and had lost interest. Luyes refrained from attacking. Yet that did not mean the Straw Hat crew would do the same. Rubber, kill them. Do not spare the pirates. Charge. A throng of villagers surged forward, brandishing their hoes and farming tools. Where were the pirates? Where was Kiribatel? Who was this black and white woman? Was she also a pirate? The villagers in the front, having spotted the Straw Hat crew and Luyes, were perplexed by Kuro's absence. They hesitated before them, but the villagers behind them were oblivious to the halt, and several stumbled as they ran too quickly to stop. Hey, pirates, where's Kiribatel? And is this woman one of your accomplices? One bolder villager pointed at Luyes while addressing Luffy and the others that I'm here. Upon hearing someone call out, Kuro, leaning against a large tree, unsteadily stood up, his eyes spinning in disarray. Having crashed into two trees, even someone of Kuro's constitution was struggling. Hiss! The sight of Kuro in such a state made the villagers gasp in horror. It was indeed a pitiable sight that moment. Kuro had lost half his hair and eyebrows, his clothing tattered and dirted, resembling a beggar more than anything, and his glasses were nowhere to be found. Kiribatel, it was these pirates who did this to you. Do not worry. We shall avenge you. Indeed, Kiribatel, take a rest. We shall take over. Fear not, Kiribatel, despite your woeful appearance. Your efforts to thwart the pirates were truly admirable. The hypnotized villagers held an inexplicable trust in Kuro, fabricating tales of his valiant struggle against the pirates. No Kigo, Nami, I hereby declare you traitors to the village, no longer one of us. Yes, how dare you conspire with pirates to plunder us? It is unforgivable. Why waste words? Kill the pirates. Charge. The villagers surged toward the Straw Hat crew, with Luyes also becoming their target. That a sigh echoed from the forest. Luyes's expression brightened. That a figure in white appeared before the villagers, wielding a long sword, and swung it downward. Boom! An explosive sound erupted, startling the birds in the trees to take flight. The ground trembled as a massive fissure appeared, halting the villagers in their tracks. Strangely, despite the overwhelming commotion, no one was harmed. The first form of the breath of sound, the H, accompanied by the explosive noise, unleashed a slashing attack, proving highly effective in instilling fear. Zhang Yao, the figure in white, called out from behind. I will dispel the hypnosis immediately. Mr. House. Zhang Yao struggled to climb a tree. Under normal circumstances, he would ascend effortlessly. However, he was currently weakened, expending considerable effort. Fortunately, everyone was so intimidated by House's entrance and the ensuing slashing blow that they dared not move. Yet, there were still those with enough courage. Squinty-eyed brother. Who are you? Luffy boldly asked. Damn it. Who are you calling squinty-eyed? House's eye twitched slightly. He shot a glare at Luffy, ignoring him while internally reminding himself to refrain from striking. This was the prince he had to endure. Nami and Usopp were desperately trying to cover Luffy's mouth while smiling apologetically. What a joke. They could not afford to offend House. Did they not see that Liu Yes had already approached? Clearly, they were in cahoots. The fissure on the ground remained, and this person's strength was undoubtedly formidable. Even Liu Yes had left them feeling uncertain about how to proceed. If Luffy's mouth got him into trouble again, their pirate crew would be disbanded today. Only Zoro gazed at the large katana in House's hand and the Wado Ikamanji at his waist, his eyes gleaming with excitement, barely restrained by Sanji. Zhang Yao finally reached the top of the tree. Everyone, please look at me. The villagers looked up, and Zhang Yao revealed his pendant from a branch, a strip of cloth evidently torn from his own body and a fresh orange. Zhang Yao's original weapon had long been lost, discarded by a rat. This was a makeshift creation from the journey. The orange began to sway from side to side, and the villagers' gazes followed suit. 1. Zhang Yao. Watching the villagers close their eyes, Zhang Yao smiled as he carefully placed the orange pendant against his chest. Then, he tumbled backward from the tree. His already injured body could no longer endure after the vengeance. Fortunately, the arriving 77th branch of the Navy caught him. Why am I here? Yes, why are we here? It seems we were pursuing no Kigo. Why are we pursuing no Kigo? Kiribatel claimed no Kigo was colluding with pirates to plunder the village. Why should we believe Kiribatel instead of